Chapter 1. Wang Yu's ramshackle hut. In a dilapidated metal shack near the mechanical junkyard of Tianhai City, Wang Yu's pupils shimmered with a mysterious hue as he diligently repaired a small nuclear fusion generator. He was a time traveler, having arrived in this world over 6 months ago. Originally, he was merely an ordinary university student from a rural area of Blue Star, orphaned and surviving by cultivating vegetables and taking on odd jobs with a keen interest in machinery and electronic technology. Upon his unexpected arrival, he discovered that the technological advancements in this world far surpassed those of Blue Star. Towering skyscrapers, floating cities, hovering vehicles, prosthetic enhancements, and a chaotic lower society all contributed to a distinctly cyberpunk atmosphere that exhilarated him. However, it was disheartening that he had yet to find a terminal capable of connecting to the intelligent network of this world, leaving him unable to explore more information. As a time traveler, he did possess certain benefits, namely the ability known as eye of analysis, by concentrating on an object, information he sought would materialize in his mind, allowing his brain to swiftly analyze detailed data. Although utilizing this ability was mentally taxing, it proved immensely useful in his repairs. Since discovering his power, Wang Yu had developed a passion for scavenging in the mechanical graveyard. He had fantasized about uncovering a treasure akin to Alita, yet what he found were merely discarded prosthetics. Nonetheless, his perseverance was commendable. He never surrendered and, over 6 months, had amassed a room full of equipment. This enabled him to open a repair shop. Wang Yu believed that, with the aid of the eye of analysis, he was destined for greatness in this world. After completing his final adjustments, he pressed the operation button, and the generator emitted a high-frequency vibration, running smoothly. Success! As he deactivated the eye of analysis, Wang Yu felt a brief darkness envelop him, his limbs growing weak. After a few minutes of recovery, hunger began to gnaw at him. Upon rummaging through his supplies, he discovered there was nothing left. With no other option, he hurriedly set out to find Old Feng. Old Feng was a disabled vagrant who had lost his right leg and left hand, unable to afford prosthetics. He survived by cultivating vegetables in a remote area outside the city. When Wang Yu first arrived in this world, he had collapsed in Old Feng's vegetable garden, where he was rescued. It was Old Feng who had enlightened him about this world. Of course, Wang Yu had also shared some agricultural insights with Old Feng, significantly increasing the yield of his crops. Throughout the past 6 months, Wang Yu had relied on Old Feng's generosity to stave off hunger. However, Old Feng often scolded him for wasting time in the mechanical junkyard instead of honing his agricultural talents. Wang Yu dismissed Old Feng's words, confident that with the eye of analysis, it was only a matter of time before he would make a name for himself. Now that he had secured a power supply, Wang Yu planned to provide Old Feng with prosthetic limbs the following day, liberating him from the burdens of his disability. Little did he know that just minutes after he left, 3 individuals stealthily entered his metal shack. Living in a secluded area, with only himself and Old Feng for miles, it was unlikely that anyone would notice their presence. At Old Feng's dwelling, Wang Yu successfully borrowed some food, although, as usual, he faced a barrage of teasing. After all, it was the middle of the night when he had disrupted Old Feng's dreams. He remained oblivious to Wang Yu's lofty ambitions. Wang Yu had meticulously mapped out his dreams. First, a small repair shop outside the city, then a foothold in Tianhai City, followed by a renowned repair shop in a floating city. Ultimately aspiring to gain fame across the entire world, he envisioned himself commanding a starship, surrounded by numerous mechanized companions akin to Alita, becoming the most extraordinary man beneath the stars, repairing equipment by day and mechanized beings by night. In their conversation, Old Feng mentioned that the nearby gathering place had been rather unsettling lately, with reports of organ theft surfacing. Wang Yu's heart jolted at this news. Could it be kidney harvesting? Based on his knowledge from Blue Star, he immediately speculated that it could involve individuals in need of organ transplants or conducting certain experiments. However, he quickly reconsidered. Given the advanced technology in this world, human augmentation was well developed, and there were ample mechanical replacement available, making organ transplants improbable. Thus, the notion of using organs for experimentation seemed unlikely, suggesting that the incidents were likely rooted in personal vendettas. Having not offended anyone since his arrival, Wang Yu felt relatively unthreatened. After finishing his discussion, he swiftly departed, having just attained electrical freedom. He had no desire to remain cooped up in a dimly lit shack. Observing his hurried demeanor, Old Feng shook his head, letting out a sigh. This kid, truly worrisome. It seems I, a disabled man, must intervene once more. With that, he rose from his bed and made his way outside. Moments later, a series of muted thuds echoed before tranquility returned. At the Duding Private Research Institute in the Eastern District of Tianhai City, Du Zipping smashed the cup in his hand, his face contorted with rage, while a servant beside him broke into a cold sweat. Damn it, are those three idiots born from dung? They call themselves bronze-tier warriors, yet they are utterly useless outside the city. I invested so many resources, only for them to betray me at a critical moment. Contact the investigation team and find out who dares to oppose me. After his outburst, the servant quickly departed. He knew he could not procure organs within the city and thus dispatched individuals to seek them outside. However, the life signals of the three sent out not long ago had vanished. Chapter 2. Installing Prosthetics. As Wang Yu surveyed his dwelling, his mind buzzed with distress. Robbed. Which scoundrel has disrupted my 6 months of hard work? The floor was strewn with various components, and the once orderly tools lay haphazardly scattered. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Concerned for his equipment, Wang Yu hastily activated the Eye of Analysis to assess the damage. He breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering that the small nuclear power generator remained unharmed. This was crucial for his newfound electrical independence. However, as he continued to inspect his surroundings, his expression darkened. Aside from the generator, many of his tools had suffered damage. Damn, that scoundrel! I swear if I find out who did this. After his furious outburst, Wang Yu could only grit his teeth and begin the arduous task of tidying up. He endured the inconvenience to ensure he could open for business the following day. Fortunately, with sufficient power, he spent several hours cleaning the room and repairing the damaged equipment. The Eye of Analysis proved to be a miraculous tool for repairs, swiftly identifying issues and providing solutions. Once everything was sorted, Wang Yu, exhausted, collapsed into his sleep pod. He had salvaged this piece of equipment from the junkyard, having repaired it long ago, but without power, it had merely served as a makeshift barrier against rodents. Now, with electrical supply established, the sleep pod functioned properly, offering a premium means of alleviating fatigue and enhancing sleep quality. The following day, Wang Yu summoned Old Feng to prepare for the installation of prosthetic limbs. Old Feng regarded his intentions as fanciful, expressing his doubts throughout their journey. Kid, installing prosthetics? Don't be ridiculous. With your cobbled-together equipment and junk from the trash heap, it might not even perform as well as my wooden stick. At the repair shop in the gathering place, Bald Chong spent millions of credit points acquiring top-notch equipment from the city, and even then faced numerous problems during prosthetic installations, requiring extensive adjustments. Wang Yu endured Old Feng's incessant criticisms, which seemed to stretch his patience. In summary, the message was clear. The equipment was inadequate, the prosthetics were subpar, and his skills were questionable. The underlying advice was to avoid lofty aspirations and instead focus on cultivating vegetables for a sustainable future. Seeing Old Feng's resolute stance, Wang Yu had no choice but to lay him on the operating table while Old Feng continued to boast. Fine, you said it, get ready to cultivate a vegetable garden with me. I'm only looking out for your best interests. Haha. Wang Yu paid him no mind, maintaining a serious demeanor as he retrieved the prepared prosthetics from the box and activated the Eye of Analysis. While he had made all the necessary preparations, it was still his first time performing a prosthetic installation, leaving him tense and apprehensive. After securely affixing the prosthetic limb onto Old Feng, Wang Yu proceeded methodically with the neuronal connections and personalized parameter adjustments. That moment, Old Feng noticed the enigmatic sheen in Wang Yu's pupils, prompting a flicker of curiosity within him. Could this young man's eyes possess some extraordinary power? How could one with such abilities find themselves in such a predicament? He refrained from voicing his thoughts, silently observing Wang Yu's meticulous work, astonished. After a brief span of 10 minutes, Wang Yu finally completed the installation and calibration, releasing a sigh of relief as he deactivated the Eye of Analysis. All set. Old man, give it a try. Old Feng, filled with skepticism, attempted to maneuver the prosthetic left hand and was astonished to discover he could move it. Good heavens! He was somewhat incredulous, unable to fathom that Wang Yu had successfully installed the prosthetic. All the assorted parts had been salvaged from the mechanical graveyard, and it dawned on him that the very prosthetic he now possessed likely originated from that refuse pile. Over the past 6 months, he had frequently mocked Wang Yu for squandering his remarkable talent for agriculture. Yet now, reality slapped him across the face, and it had taken a mere 10 minutes to achieve this feat. In his recollection, installations at the central repair station typically required 2 to 3 hours. He could not comprehend how Wang Yu had accomplished this so swiftly. The equipment at the central station was thousands of times superior to what he had at his disposal, making it hard to believe. After testing the left hand, Old Feng proceeded to experiment with his right foot, realizing he could control it effortlessly. Wow! Now speechless, Old Feng leaped from a workstation and rushed outside. Seeing his unrestrained excitement, Wang Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. The inaugural installation of a prosthetic limb had been a resounding success, and his repair shop was ready to officially open its doors. Next, he would send Old Feng to the central area to attract customers while he waited in the shop for patrons to bring in their money. With newfound wealth, he envisioned hiring several beautiful synthetic female employees, creating a comfortable life for himself as a proprietor repairing machines by day and tending to employees by night. Lost in these delightful fantasies, he was abruptly jolted back to reality by the piercing sound of high-frequency jet engines outside. Upon stepping outside, Wang Yu discovered 4 hovering motorcycles parked nearby. At the forefront stood a strikingly beautiful woman, likely in her 20s, clad in a custom-made powered armor suit. The armor enveloped her entirely, accentuating her figure exquisitely. Upon seeing her, Wang Yu was momentarily stupefied, his mind flooded with a plethora of adjectives: stunning, magnificent, intricate, robust. This was the first woman in 6 months who had captivated his attention. City folk truly were different, unlike the punkish women from the outskirts who made him feel nauseous. Those women were adorned with chaotic tattoos, hairstyles resembling axes, and heavy smoky makeup paired with various piercings, far surpassing even the most eccentric of blue Star Street performers. He admired the beauty. The sight of her custom armor compelled Wang Yu to activate the eye of analysis. Upon examining it, he became exhilarated, eager to rush forward and disassemble the armor for a closer study. Hey, kid, if you keep staring, I might just help you remove those eyes from your head. Do you really think you can gaze upon Captain Feng as if you belong in her presence? A sharp reprimand, accompanied by a palpable aura of intimidation, washed over Wang Yu like a bucket of cold water. Shutting off the eye of analysis, he turned towards the voice and found a young team member glaring at him fiercely. However, during his observation, he had already deduced some issues with Feng's armor. The energy core was damaged and required immediate maintenance, otherwise it might malfunction during combat. His heart raced at the prospect. Wasn't this a business opportunity knocking at his door? With this thought in mind, Wang Yu channeled the flair of a blue star fortune teller and spoke. Miss, your armor has sustained damage and requires repairs. The previously reprimanding team member erupted in fury upon hearing his words. What did you say? Do you even know what kind of armor that is? I bet you've never even laid eyes on it, let alone suggest repairs. After his outburst, the 2 other team members chimed in. Kid, have you eaten bare hearts or lion guts? How dare you refer to Captain Feng as Miss? It seems your tongue is seeking a death wish. Captain Feng, this lowly scoundrel has disrespected you. I will dismantle him into pieces right now. Sensing the escalating tension, Old Feng grabbed Wang Yu and began to apologize profusely. Officer, I sincerely apologize. My nephew has been a bit foolish. Please show him mercy. Seeing himself belittled in such a manner, Wang Yu felt an urgent need to defend his position. This was a significant business opportunity that he could not allow Old Feng to ruin. He struggled to explain, but Old Feng swiftly covered his mouth and furiously whispered in his ear, You better apologize quickly. This is the city's patrol team. Such disrespect could land you in the incinerator. Having reprimanded Wang Yu, he turned back to Captain Feng, his face a mask of panic. Officer, my nephew is simply ignorant. Please do not take offense. At that moment, Captain Feng raised her hand, and the 3 team members behind her exchanged knowing glances, a malicious grin spreading across their faces as they approached Wang Yu. The cruel glint in their eyes sent a shiver down Wang Yu's spine. What were they planning? Chapter 3. Opening for business as the three team members drew nearer, a cold sweat broke out on Lao Feng's forehead, prompting him to slowly retreat alongside Wang Yu. At that moment, he found himself in a quandary, deliberating whether to take action. The adversaries numbered 4. Apart from Feng Xiao, the others were of little consequence. Yet, the specialized power armor Feng Xiao donned gave him pause. Anyone capable of wearing such custom power armor would undoubtedly possess combat prowess, at least at the Silver Flash level. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat them. Rather, any engagement would necessitate eliminating all witnesses, a prospect fraught with complications. His fear lay not in confronting Feng Xiao, but in the possibility of her fleeing for help. With her armor enabling rapid escape, he knew he would be unable to pursue her. In fact, Lao Feng's assessment of combat strength was skewed by his own incapacitated state, neglecting to consider the formidable capabilities of his prosthetic limbs. The atmosphere felt as though it had thickened, and Wang Yu's legs began to tremble involuntarily, as he sensed the tension mounting. As the three team members approached closer, a fierce determination flashed in Lao Feng's eyes, ready to act. Only then did Feng Xiao realize the gravity of the situation, sensing that the young team members had misinterpreted her intentions. Her gesture of raising a hand was merely meant to calm Lao Feng and Wang Yu, indicating that she meant no harm. Just as tensions were about to erupt, she called out, "Nail, hold on. What are you doing? Are you really treating these two like criminals?" She dismissed Wang Yu's earlier comment, instead aligning with Lao Feng's assessment, believing Wang Yu to be rather foolish for engaging in conflict with the simple-minded. Her cold voice prompted Nail and his comrades to halt their aggressive postures, while Lao Feng also relaxed his stance. Feng Xiao, noticing Wang Yu's trembling legs, softened her tone. "Greetings, I am Feng Xiao, the captain of the 6th investigation team from Tianhai City, currently conducting an inquiry into a case." Upon revealing her purpose, Wang Yu sighed in relief, realizing they were not there to cause trouble. Lao Feng momentarily paused, but quickly regained his composure. As Feng Xiao began her routine inquiries, Wang Yu learned of a recent homicide involving 3 city residents, all private bodyguards with bronze-level combat capabilities. This incident warranted serious attention from the authorities, leading to the dispatch of an investigative team. The dialogue largely consisted of Lao Feng responding to inquiries, with Wang Yu refraining from mentioning their previous encounter with thieves, although he sensed a possible connection. After failing to extract any valuable information, Feng Xiao decided to continue her investigation elsewhere. This was no ordinary case. The mysterious deaths of 3 bronze-level individuals occurred within the Tianhai City restricted zone, and the identity of the person reporting the incident carried weight, drawing significant interest from the city's elite. Just as she prepared to depart, Wang Yu blurted out, "Captain Feng, I notice your armor has a critical flaw. Would you like to have it repaired in my humble shop? We currently have a promotional offer." Everyone was taken aback by his remark. Huh, this kid really is clueless. Captain Feng's armor has a critical flaw? You can tell just by looking. One of the team members scoffed. "Do you even know what kind of armor this is? It's a rare custom-made suit. Just being able to see it is a stroke of good fortune for someone like you from outside the city. To even suggest repairs? You think your filthy hands are worthy of touching such noble armor? Exactly. Do you think Captain Feng is so kind-hearted that you can entertain such ridiculous notions? Be careful. We might just dismantle you." Nail continued his tirade, with the other 2 team members chiming in to add fuel to the fire. Feng Xiao found their remarks embarrassing and interjected, "Enough. Stop wasting time here. Let's move on to other locations." With that, the 3 men fell silent, casting one last disdainful glance at Wang Yu before boarding their hovercraft. Feng Xiao followed suit, donning her helmet and starting the vehicle, the high-pitched roar of the engine echoing through the air. As she ascended, Wang Yu felt a twinge of regret as the business opportunity slipped away. But he could do nothing. After all, who would believe him? Feng Xiao regarded Wang Yu as if he were mentally challenged. Her custom armor was beyond the repair capabilities of any shop in Tianhai City, requiring maintenance at a higher-tier facility in Sky City. The thought of his comment about her armor being flawed elicited a chuckle from her, though she maintained her composure during the mission. Wang Yu gazed wistfully in the direction she had departed, shaking his head in resignation. Suddenly, Lao Feng slapped him on the forehead, chiding him sternly. Are you out of your mind? You dare provoke someone from the city, especially an investigation team? Don't you worry they'll haul you off for questioning? How could that happen? That would be utterly reckless. But I spoke the truth. Her armor indeed has issues. This could have been a significant opportunity, Wang Yu retorted, still clinging to the belief that officials wouldn't act inappropriately. Yet, he had forgotten that this world was not like Blue Star, where the elite regarded the lower classes as mere cattle, while those from outside the city were seen as beasts. Noting Wang Yu's lingering confusion, Lao Feng remarked, "If you wish to conduct business, stick to the people in the outskirts. At least they share your social standing and can engage in conversation." Taking Lao Feng's advice to heart, Wang Yu resolved to focus on small-scale commerce. "You're right. I'll leave the business dealings to you. I'll take a 30% cut. From today onward, we shall rely on this worry-free repair shop." Though he lacked the skills for salesmanship, Lao Feng, as a vegetable vendor, could manage the role of salesperson. Upon hearing this arrangement, Lao Feng was displeased. "No way. It has to be 50-50. We are partners, after all. Get lost. Old man, we agreed before the prosthetic installation that you would follow my lead once it was successful. I haven't even deducted the cost for materials and installation yet. You just have to sweet-talk the customers while I handle the labor and materials. 30% is generous enough." 3 middle-aged men approached. Their attire somewhat tattered, yet equipped with exoskeletons and long swords, indicating they were hunters. Such individuals congregated in large numbers, though most lacked financial means, spending their income primarily on gear. Recognizing a business opportunity, Wang Yu activated his eye of analysis to scrutinize their equipment. As expected, all 3 possessed malfunctioning exoskeletons in need of repair. Lao Feng approached them and exclaimed, "Kid, we have customers." Upon seeing a shabby metal shack and a young man, the trio regarded them with skepticism. "Old man, is this the repair shop you were boasting about? It looks too run-down. Even if the prices are low, there should be some decent equipment," one man remarked. "This is merely a dilapidated metal hut. What kind of adequate repair equipment could you possibly have? My exoskeleton may not be top tier, but is worth 10,000 credit points. Do you think your shabby shack can compensate for any damage?" Another added, "Which repair shop in a gathering place isn't grandly designed? Equipment investments must be in the millions of credit points. This ramshackle hut is probably worth less than a fraction of my exoskeleton." The third man chimed in, each comment dripping with doubt. Lao Feng's irritation grew as he listened to their criticisms. After having exhausted his efforts in the gathering place, he had brought these 3 misers here only to be ridiculed. In the gathering place, he might have tolerated it, but this was his territory. Clenching his fists in frustration, he thought, if they didn't appreciate the discounted prices, perhaps a physical demonstration would serve as their education. With that, Lao Feng extended his prosthetic arm, clenched his fist, and declared, "See this fist? I installed it this morning. Would you like to test its power? Breaking a few bones would be a service." Witnessing this display, Wang Yu felt overwhelmed. Chapter 4. The first order completed as the confrontation threatened to escalate. Wang Yu had no choice but to invoke the Blue Star principle that the customer is king. "Lao Feng, what are you doing? They are customers, after all." "I understand. I am merely trying to reason with them, prompting them to genuinely appreciate the quality of service." Old Feng clenched his fist, the joints cracking, indicating the superior quality of the prosthetic as he waved it in front of the 3 individuals, his gaze betraying a fierce intensity. Wang Yu was rendered speechless, pondering the absurdity of such a business approach. If this continued, it was likely that this order would fall through. However, contrary to his expectations, the trio's eyes sparkled with intrigue as they exclaimed, "Wow, old man. This prosthetic is quite impressive, clearly a high-end product." Having spent years in the wild, they understood the quality of prosthetics. Ordinary ones simply could not achieve such grip strength. If a fist could crack, the internal components would surely be rendered useless. Yet Old Feng's fist showed no signs of wear. Consequently, they opted for Wang Yu's repair services, albeit for a straightforward fix to restore the equipment to its factory performance. 2 hours later, the 3 men were outside, testing the repaired exoskeleton, engaging in animated discussion. "Wow, Master Wang is quite formidable. Without an intelligent repair workshop, he managed to fix the equipment with just his hands, and the price is incredibly fair. Today marks his grand opening, and he offered us a significant discount. Even without the discount, his rates are still lower than Bald Chong's, albeit slightly slower service, yet still acceptable. Don't even mention Bald Chong's repair shop. Their prices are outrageous. Master Wang charges only half of what they do. How do you know? I consulted him today, and the price nearly made my heart bleed. If I'd gone there for repairs, I would have wasted 2 months' worth of work. Now, saving half means I can chat with Mary about her dreams. Yes, Mary's service is quite good. Let's go together and support her business. The 3 middle-aged men left, their spirits high as they headed towards Mary's tavern to share their joy. Meanwhile, Wang You and Old Feng were inside, counting the earnings. They had garnered a total profit of 1,500 credit points, having merely used their fingers during repairs without any significant material costs, effectively marking this as pure profit. Old Feng took 450 beans for his efforts and demonstration. While he typically earned less than 80 from selling vegetables all day, he was elated. Wang Yu, however, felt somewhat displeased, as his share had diminished by 30%. Despite minimal costs, the materials were sourced from his scavenging endeavors. Discontent aside, he could not renege on the agreement, and the profitability of the shop was a promising sign. Looking up at the sky, he noted that 2 hours remained until sunset and resolved to visit the mechanical graveyard once more. After all, he needed to replenish his part supply to continue his business. For him, the mechanical graveyard was an untapped treasure trove, and fortune might just favor him with usable finds. Old Feng, let us call it a day. Tomorrow we can take a maximum of 6 customers. Why? Isn't more customers better? Besides, isn't repairing that exoskeleton supposed to be easier than installing a prosthetic? Old Feng counted his money joyfully, fantasizing about attracting 20 customers tomorrow, averaging 150 each, which would yield a solid 3,000 beans, until Wang Yu abruptly set a cap. As for his question, Wang Yu offered no explanation, simply stating, "Don't ask too many questions, follow my lead, and keep a low profile." "All right, I'll heed your advice. You're the boss. I'll head to the gathering place for some fun. We can discuss matters tomorrow." With a gesture, Old Feng departed, and Wang Yu proceeded to his treasure-hunting ground. In a quaint tavern named Mary's, the 3 middle-aged men were flushed from drinking. "Mary, pour us another round. Isn't that Big Mao? Did you strike it rich today? Aren't you going to repair that damaged exoskeleton before indulging in revelry?" Big Mao burped and turned to the source of the voice, recognizing his rival, Ear Nail. The last encounter had seen this individual snatch prey from him, resulting in damage to his exoskeleton and a fruitless trip into the wild. "So it was you. Last time, your meddling cost me. However, my precious exoskeleton is repaired now. And next time, you want to have a chance. What? It's repaired? Then why are you still here drinking? When did Bald Chong start doing charity? Speak up. What's your scheme? If there's no scheme, I'll perform a handstand and urinate." The only repair shop in the area belonged to Bald Chong. After his exoskeleton malfunctioned, Big Mao lacked the funds for repairs, leading to a significant drop in income, barely scraping by. Thus, when he claimed it was fixed, Ear Nail found it hard to believe, suspecting ulterior motives. Their exchange attracted the attention and speculation of others. Bald Chong doing charity? Impossible. That man is ruthless. You can't escape without a sacrifice. It's likely that Big Mao is celebrating the repair of his exoskeleton. He probably doesn't have many coins to rub together. No way. A person like him wouldn't drink today and starve tomorrow. Surely he has some savings to be this extravagant. As discussions unfolded, Mary emerged with a fresh round of beer, placing it on Big Mao's table and asking, "Big Mao, it's been ages since you last visited my establishment. Have you encountered something joyous today that you might share with me?" With a sultry glance, she captured Big Mao's attention. Her alluring figure, revealing attire, and heavy makeup had earned her a notorious reputation in the gathering place. Under her beguiling gaze, Big Mao felt lightheaded from the alcohol and inadvertently divulged details about Wang Yu's repair shop. Yet, as soon as he spoke, regret washed over him. The hunter's equipment was a significant expense, and anyone saving money on repairs would easily secure their livelihood and savings. He had inadvertently revealed the secret to wealth and wished he could retract his words. Who wouldn't want to flaunt their riches? With the hunters now aware of the repair shop's affordability, it meant anyone could flaunt their wealth, and he would be forgotten. After Big Mouth finished speaking, an uneasy silence fell over the crowd. Everyone regarded him with suspicion. This guy is up to something. There must be a scheme behind such good news. Big Mouth, you're being dishonest. Are you setting a trap for everyone? Hearing the murmurs, Ear Nail chimed in. Big Mouth, speak honestly. What is your true intention? The crowd deliberated, logically deducing that a shabby little repair shop couldn't possibly possess such equipment, leading them to prefer believing in a conspiracy. Upon hearing the chatter, Big Mouth chuckled, relieved that the secret remained intact. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through the noise. What he says is true. The atmosphere grew tense as all eyes turned toward the source of the voice, revealing a well-built middle-aged man seated at the bar. Big Mouth, recognizing the familiar features, asked in disbelief, "You are the old vegetable seller?" The crowd was astonished, struggling to comprehend Old Feng's current appearance. Chapter 5. The commotion in the tavern. Observing the expressions of those around him, Old Feng felt a swell of pride within. After securing his funds, he first hurried to get a haircut, followed by purchasing a new outfit and enjoying a bath, before finally arriving at the tavern bar to indulge in a few drinks. This was the visage reminiscent of his days before his disability. He had once been a notorious heartthrob among the ladies. With a smile, Old Feng raised his glass toward Mao, jesting, "What is this? Can't recognize me after just a few hours?" When Mao exclaimed, "Old vegetable seller," no one could believe their ears. The middle-aged gentleman before them was a stark contrast to their memories of the scruffy, disabled man who used to hawk vegetables in the market. "Impossible. That's the old vegetable seller? No way," one exclaimed. "If he really is, I'll drink my own urine while standing on my head." Another chimed in, noting discrepancies in age. The old vegetable seller was supposed to be 60, while this man appeared to be in his 40s. "If that's really him, I'll perform a headstand and spin like a top." Someone else added, "Exactly. Besides, the old vegetable seller is a cripple. This fellow is fit as a fiddle. If he is him, I'll relieve myself right here." Another chimed in, "Even if he had prosthetics, he couldn't afford them. He'd need to sell vegetables for a century to save enough for a leg." Seeing the skepticism, Old Feng scanned the tavern and spotted a few familiar faces from the market. "Don't believe me? Allow me to demonstrate." After identifying a few acquaintances, he recounted his vegetable-selling exploits from earlier that day, casually revealing his prosthetic left arm. He had displayed it earlier to attract customers, and this particular model was quite rare, not seen in the market before. In truth, Old Feng was not fully aware of the significance of his prosthetic. It had been meticulously selected and modified by Wang You, capable of supporting formidable combat strength. "Goodness, it really is the old vegetable seller. Has he struck it rich?" Someone remarked in astonishment. "This morning, I heard he got a prosthetic and was even helping the repair shop drum up business while selling vegetables. I couldn't believe it, but it seems true. Wow, where did you get that prosthetic?" "Steel Blade X. How is that even possible?" Another gasped. The Steel Blade series is a premium product, and the X model, though not brand new, is worth at least 100,000 credit points. It's something money can't easily buy. Dude, you gotta be kidding me. That metallic arm is that expensive? You're unaware. The Steel Blade series can support combat strength up to the glimmering gold tier, and the X model can unleash short bursts of steel drill tier power. As an informed friend explained, Old Feng was astonished. He had heard of the Steel Blade series, but had never seen it in person. He hadn't anticipated that Wang Yu would provide him with such a high-quality prosthetic. Upon realizing the value of Old Feng's prosthetic, some ill-intentioned individuals began to eye him with greed, likely plotting to take advantage of him. Nevertheless, Old Feng had successfully proven his identity as the old vegetable seller, eliciting envy from those who believed he had stumbled upon good fortune. Having basked in the limelight, he turned his gaze toward those who had been boasting earlier and noticed their sudden timidity as they prepared to make a hasty exit. "Hey, you misunderstood me. Old vegetable seller. I was talking about drinking, not..." One stammered. "I meant to say the paper windmill," another muttered. The third, unable to concoct an excuse, cast a desperate look at the one with earrings, who suddenly had a brilliant idea. The one with earrings must be scheming. They must have plotted this in advance. "You gotta back me up." In this situation, the one with earrings would not back down, So he steeled himself, determined to confront the matter head-on. Is it a conspiracy? Well, if words fail, then fists shall speak, he declared, being a formidable figure in the market. He had recently surged to the bronze tier in combat strength. After resolving to take action, he stepped in front of Old Feng, glaring fiercely. Who do you think you are, impersonating the old vegetable seller in front of me, and conspiring with these fools? Speak up, or I'll dismantle you. As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles ominously, the veins in his arms protruding. The crowd instinctively parted, making way for the confrontation. The tavern owner, Mary, observed silently from behind the bar, recognizing that such disputes were not uncommon in her establishment. If a fight broke out, she would have ample reason to profit from it. The onlookers began murmuring again, speculating whether the old vegetable seller was underestimating the one with earrings. Surely, he must not believe that his appearance would translate to enhanced combat strength. I doubt it. Just look at that steel blade X left arm. It's not to be trifled with. What if the prosthetic is strong? He is just a vegetable seller. What combat prowess could he possibly possess? A child wielding a great sword wouldn't be able to harm anyone, hearing the majority of the crowd doubting his combat strength. The one with earrings felt a surge of confidence. This was the power of the fist. Whoever had the might would dictate the terms. It was an immutable truth that whoever had the bigger fist was in the right. After all, Old Feng was merely a vegetable seller, while he was a hunter earning his keep in the wild. At that moment, he raised his index finger, wagging it provocatively before Old Feng. Did you hear that, you worthless one? Here's your chance. Kneel and confess your conspiracy, then hand over that steel blade X left arm, and I might consider letting you off. However, he couldn't be bothered to bully someone so insignificant. So he added, weren't you boasting about performing a headstand? I suggest you go ahead and show us. It'll save you from a beating. Seeing that Old Feng refused to back down, the one with earrings resolved to teach him a lesson about the power of fists, while also adding some color to his otherwise handsome face. With that, a fist the size of a cauldron hurtled toward Old Feng's face. The crowd erupted in cheers, anticipating the spectacle. Suddenly, the air thickened, and all eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone was astounded. Chapter 6. Old Feng's business. What a spectacle this recent year's stud has become. Who could have orchestrated such a bizarre turn of events, causing him to perform acrobatics while urinating? And to add to the absurdity, there is also a companion joining him in this peculiar act. My friend, you may not be aware, but he has been manipulated by the vegetable vendor and the washed-up hunter. Surely not. How could a mere vegetable seller and an unarmed hunter manage such a feat? As the crowd grew in number, the rumors from the tavern spread like wildfire. The vegetable vendor transformed into a striking figure with a steel blade prosthetic, a mysterious repair shop nestled within a dilapidated tin shack, and the once past his prime hunter, Demao, embarking on a resurgence. All these tales left the entire spear gathering place in shock. Inside Mary's tavern, Old Feng flirted with the proprietress, Mary, while sipping on his drink and enjoying the match. Seizing the moment, Old Feng began to announce his news. The Forget-Me-Not repair shop is now open for business, accepting only 6 orders a day. Friends in need of repairs, come and register with me. Old Feng. This was a plan he had concocted after the ear stud incident with Demao. Otherwise, he would not have concerned himself with such matters. To his surprise, the fire he kindled burned brightly, and once the news was released, the slots were snatched up in an instant. With a gleeful smile, Old Feng tucked the registration fees into his pocket. Within the dilapidated tin shack, Wang You was in high spirits, his pupils gleaming with a mysterious light as he busied himself with a damaged power armor suit. Fortune smiled upon him today. Shortly after arriving at the mechanical graveyard, he stumbled upon this treasure. It was a rare custom-made battle suit, slightly outdated and significantly damaged. However, with his repair skill, eye of analysis, fixing it would not pose too great a challenge, though it might require some time. He had long desired to acquire an exoskeleton for assistance, as sifting through mechanical debris was exceedingly laborious and inefficient. Previously, energy had been a considerable obstacle, directing his focus towards creating a compact nuclear power generator. Now, unexpectedly obtaining this power armor, which far surpassed the exoskeleton in quality, filled him with excitement. After a little over 10 minutes, Wang Yu fastened the last screw, connected the charging line, and began replenishing energy to the battle suit he named Savior L. Upon checking the charging progress, he discovered it would take 36 hours to complete. He then tidied up the workspace and draped a rag over the armor. The next morning, Old Phone arrived at the tin shack with 6 hunters. No way. You didn't deceive me, did you? This rundown tin shack is the forget-me-not repair shop. Are you certain it can fix my power exoskeleton? This place doesn't even have electricity. How can it possibly repair anything? Refund me, vegetable vendor. Yes, refund me. I expected a repair shop to at least resemble one. But look at this dilapidated building. There's no way it can accommodate any repair equipment. Exactly. The repair shop run by Bald Chong in the Gathering Place has equipment that dwarfs this shack. The 6 men voiced their skepticism in unison. An Old Phone could only attempt to reassure them. Don't let appearances deceive you. There's more than meets the eye inside. Yes, you. Master Wang's skills are impeccable. If he cannot fix it, I will refund your registration fees double. As he spoke, he knocked on the door, wondering why Wang You was still asleep. Had he been out enjoying himself last night? After knocking several times without a response, the 6 men began clamoring for a refund. An Old Phone, feeling irritated, raised his foot, ready to kick the door in. Just then, a voice emerged from within. Who is the idiot banging on the door so early? Young man, what time is it? We have business here. Old Phone bellowed, instantly waking Wang You. Business was indeed a good thing, and he hurriedly climbed out of his sleeping pod to open the door for his guests. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find 7 strangers standing outside. Scanning the group, he noticed Old Phone was missing, even though he had clearly heard his voice moments ago. The 6 men, upon seeing Wang You, noted his frail and scruffy appearance, and one asked, "Hey, where's Master Wang?" Upon hearing the question, Wang Yu decided to momentarily ignore Old Phone and replied, "That would be me. What do you need repaired? Power exoskeleton? Prosthetic? Weapons or something else?" His words caused the 6 men to reconsider. With no equipment in sight, and a young lad with no apparent experience, they found it hard to believe he could repair anything. If he failed, their gear would be in worse condition, and they would have to pay Bald Chong for repairs. Not to mention that even a double refund wouldn't be of any use. At this point, Scarface turned to Old Phone, vegetable vendor. "Refund me. I'm not getting it repaired here. I'll go to Bald Chong." He had come to fix his power exoskeleton, which was in terrible condition, but Bald Chong charged exorbitantly. With a mission coming up, he thought he might take a chance here. Now, realizing he might ruin his gear, he deemed it wiser to seek repairs elsewhere. Scarface's words ignited Old Phone's anger. Who else wants a refund? 3 more men echoed their desire for a refund, and Old Phone begrudgingly returned their money. "Get out of here and go to Bald Chong." He resolved to blacklist these 4. Wang Yu observed the commotion, finally recognizing Old Phone among the group, but chose to remain silent. This left just 2 downtrodden middle-aged men. Old Phone, noticing their hesitation, prompted, "Jitu Dalian, what about you two? Make a decision quickly. Don't impede my business." Jitu was torn. His equipment was heavily damaged, and he couldn't afford Bald Chong's prices. Yet without repairs, he wouldn't earn any money on missions. He had come here hoping for a stroke of luck. With Old Phone urging him on, he steeled himself and said, "Fine, I'll go ahead, but if it's not repaired, no labor fees. And you must refund my registration fee double." Jito's reasoning held some merit, as most repair shops in the Gathering Place charged labor fees regardless of the outcome. Dalian, facing a similar predicament, echoed Jito's terms. Seeing their agreement, Old Phone glanced at Wang Yu, as he was the one who would actually handle the repairs. Wang Yu activated Eye of Analysis, assessing the 2 men's equipment, and immediately grasped the situation. This was a minor issue. Fixing it would be a breeze. How could they underestimate my skills? He then glanced at the 4 who sought refunds, chuckling inwardly at their more severe issues. Repairing their gear would be even simpler than that of Jitu and Dalian. Having understood everything, he confidently stated, "No problem. Bring your equipment inside." Jitu and Dalian followed his instructions, carrying their exoskeleton into the shack. The 4 refund seekers hesitated at first, but were stopped by Old Phone from entering. Jit appeared inside and scoffed, "What a dump. If you can fix my gear here, I'll quit hunting and become a cleaner," and turned to leave for Bald Chong. Wang Yu ushered Jitu and Dalian outside, closed the door, and began his work. It wasn't that he wanted to hide the repair process. It was simply too easy, and he feared that seeing the swift repairs would make it hard to justify the fees. 2 hours later, Wang Yu opened the door, announcing, "Come in. Your gear is repaired. Try it out outside." In truth, he had completed the repairs in under half an hour, but he had delayed his exit to avoid startling them. To buy time, he had also made slight optimizations to the equipment. Upon seeing Wang Yu, Jitu and Dalian were skeptical, their minds racing with doubt. Could it really be fixed so quickly? They had previously inquired with Bald Chong, who had declared their gear severely damaged and quoted a price of 5,000 credit points with no guarantee of repair. They donned the power exoskeletons and tested their movements, immediately narrowing their pupils as they turned to Wang Yu. Chapter 7. Maintenance enhances equipment performance. The expressions on the faces of the chicken head and big face were filled with shock and inquiry. Observing their astonishment, Wang Yu casually picked his nose and asked, "What is the matter? Is there a problem? Why not step outside and give it a try?" "Absolutely, Master Wang. I shall head out right away." The two suppressed their amazement and dashed outside. Chicken Head exclaimed, "Wow, the sensation I just experienced was undeniable. It's even smoother than when it was functioning perfectly before. The responsiveness is significantly heightened. Mine feels the same way. This sensation surpasses even that of a brand new purchase. The performance has surged by nearly 50. Is this truly my equipment? Incredible." Big Face echoed, overwhelmed with the joy akin to discovering treasure. After trying various movements, both rushed back to Wang Yu, inquiring, "Master Wang, how did you achieve this?" Wang Yu smiled mysteriously. "This is the secret of the repairman. If it works well for you, then please settle the repair fee. It's 3,000 credit points." The price left Chicken Head in a state of shock. "What did you say, Master Wang?" 3,000? Big Face mirrored the same expression of disbelief. Wang Yu, puzzled, thought perhaps his price was too high and considered lowering it. However, he refrained from voicing this thought and merely nodded. Realizing the situation, Big Face promptly pulled out the cash and handed it over. After counting, Wang Yu discovered there were 2 extra bills and returned them to Big Face. "Sir, you've miscounted. I meant 3,000. Big Face stood there dumbfounded. At that moment, Chicken Head also caught on, producing his own bills and presenting them to Wang Yu, saying, "Master Wang, you are truly generous. From now on, I shall only come to you for repairs." "Very well. Take care and feel free to visit again. Just remember to register with Old Phone first," Wang Yu replied. Unaware of his competitor's pricing, he would have surely quoted higher, as Chicken Head and Big Face would certainly not disclose their good fortune. With the payment received, Wang Yu dismissed the two and entered with Old Phone to settle accounts. "Old man, you've changed remarkably after just one night. You've even learned to charge registration fees," Old Phone replied with pride. Although he had only completed 2 jobs, his commission was higher than the previous day. Wang Yu, in a good mood, chose not to argue about the registration fee and said, "We still have time. Hurry up and bring me the remaining 4 orders." "All right, I'll do as you say," Old Phone exclaimed cheerfully and headed off to the gathering place. Half an hour later, at the Long Spear gathering point, Scarface emerged from the repair shop, his eyes vacant and devoid of hope. Coincidentally, Old Phone, Chicken Head, and Big Face passed by. In a good mood, Chicken Head greeted him. "Hey, Iacin, this Scarface? What happened to you? Did the bald strongman go too hard on you?" Big Face speculated this situation. "Could it be that your equipment was ruined during repairs?" "That can't be true. If it's ruined, you'd have to pay for the labor too." Chicken Head suddenly realized and continued towards Scarface. "No way, buddy. Did your equipment truly get ruined?" "Oh dear." While it was rare for the bald strongman's repair shop to botch repairs, the thought of still having to pay for labor was disheartening. Hunters typically earn meager incomes, with most of their earnings sunk into their equipment. Replacing broken gear was a daunting task, and facing labor costs for a botched repair only added to their woes. Chicken Head's words pierced Scarface's heart like a knife, intensifying his distress. At that moment, the 3 individuals who had previously walked with Scarface exited the repair shop, and, upon hearing Chicken Head's mention of a botched repair, began to mock him. "A botched repair? Did you two also experience the same?" "Thankfully, you didn't have it done there. It's just Scarface's equipment that got ruined." Indeed, when it comes to repairing equipment, a botched repair is a statistical anomaly. But for 2 to happen simultaneously, the odds seem rather high. Given your situation, you must have come here seeking the bald strongman for a remedy. In this case, he may not be so accommodating. It appears you'll have to take a loss. Scarface is merely unlucky, encountering a rare event. You two, however, clearly made a poor choice. That shoddy repair shop is hardly a place where anything can be mended. Listening to the taunts from the trio, Chicken Head and Big Face nearly burst into laughter, as they too had been lumped together with those whose equipment had been ruined. Scarface, hearing their mockery, genuinely believed that Chicken Head and Big Face were in the same predicament as he was, and his heartache eased somewhat. He spoke, "Hey fellas, this is merely a statistical anomaly, unavoidable. But you two had a choice and still opted for a dead end." Old Phone, Chicken Head, and Big Face were momentarily stunned. What was Scarface implying? Was he trying to derive solace from the suffering of others? Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong audience. Chicken Head and Big Face had not only avoided a botched repair, but had also enhanced their equipment beyond its original capabilities. In response to Scarface's jibe, Chicken Head decided to engage in a bit of playful banter. "Well, it's true, my equipment was indeed botched. I merely wished for it to be restored to its original state, yet it turned out to be quite different. Yes, the performance has improved by 50. I feel so out of sorts wearing it now. I wish I had come with you guys to see the bald strongman." Big Face quickly followed Chicken Head's lead, providing specific details about what felt different. They both erupted into joy, casually dismissing the idea of ever returning to the bald strongman for repairs. They both understood that the results of repairs at the bald strongman's shop were often subpar. Maintaining even 90 of the performance would be a stroke of luck. However, Wang Yu's repairs had genuinely enhanced performance by 50, and at a lower cost than the bald strongman's services. This was a choice even a fool would make. As the two idiots lamented with sorrowful expressions, Scarface and the trio stood there, stunned, as if struck by lightning. How could this be? Absolutely impossible. Scarface let out a final roar, initially believing there were others who shared his plight, only to realize he was the sole victim of misfortune. At that moment, a voice inquired from the repair shop, "Impossible? Have you lot taken leave of your senses, blocking my entrance and disrupting business?" As the words fell, everyone turned to see the bald strongman emerging from the shop. Seeing him, Scarface rushed forward, asking if repairs could indeed enhance performance. While recounting the events regarding Wang Yu's repair shop, enhancing performance post-repair, that's a complete fabrication. The only one capable of such feats is a top-tier master from Sky City, and even then, the maximum record is merely a 20 enhancement. You claim a 50 improvement? That's preposterous. Do you think a mere child could surpass a master? His words drew an audience of onlookers. In the realm of repairs, the bald strongman undoubtedly held significant influence. With years of experience and a network within the city, he also served as an officer for the Repair Shop Association outside the city. Scarface, upon hearing this, felt a slight relief and turned to yell at Chicken Head and Big Face. "Did you hear that? Even the top master cannot achieve what you're claiming. What are your intentions? Are you trying to undermine the bald strongman's business?" This fellow had ill intentions, redirecting the ire toward the bald strongman while secretly reveling in his cleverness. "I'm fortunate to be quick-witted. You two fools have underestimated the bald strongman's pride. I'll leverage this opportunity to ruin you, and who knows, perhaps I'll even find a chance to redeem myself." At that moment, Chicken Head and Big Face were overwhelmed, initially intending to boast in front of Scarface, but inadvertently provoking the bald strongman. Chapter 8. The doubts of Bald Chong. The repair shop of Bald Chong was buzzing with activity as passers-by engaged in animated discussions. That Chicken Head fellow must have a hole in his head to concoct such nonsense right in front of Bald Chong. A 50 enhancement in equipment performance? I've lived for decades and never heard of such a thing. Of course, it's unheard of. Bald Chong himself stated that only the top masters in Sky City can achieve a 20 improvement. How can a mere child surpass a master? It's unbelievable. Perhaps their equipment was damaged during the repair, and the shop compensated them with a decent set to promote their services. It's a possibility, but it's a pity they chose such a foolish place to flaunt themselves, right in front of Bald Chong. They must be regretting it now. At that moment, Chicken Head and Big Face were at a loss, exchanging desperate glances with Old Phone. Bald Chong, following their gaze, noticed Old Fang's unfamiliar face and remarked, "You look rather strange. Not one of this gathering, are you? It seems you have schemed to cause a disturbance at my doorstep. Speak up quickly, lest you seek unnecessary trouble." In the spear gathering, there was only one repair shop, and everyone present had some connection with Bald Chong, with Old Feng's appearance. Even familiar faces were hard to recognize, let alone the two with minimal interaction. Bald Chong's words struck a nerve, causing his forehead to burn with indignation as onlookers felt the tension rising. What is going on? The old man is confronting Bald Chong directly. Incredible. Is he questioning Bald Chong's repair skills? Could he be a rival trying to undermine him? I sensed a plot brewing. I shall wait and watch. Perhaps the forgetful repair shop behind the old man truly possesses some skill? Impossible. Bald Chong has stated that even the top masters cannot achieve such results. To reach that level, one must be in the heavens, enjoying worship. How could they come to this shabby place? As Bald Chong listened to the discussions, he realized that most were siding with him, which only fueled his confidence and brought a cold smile to his lips. Indeed, the eyes of the people are sharp. The scent of conspiracy was palpable, and anyone with a modicum of sense could discern it. Once the chatter subsided, Bald Chong asserted with authority, "So, you are the old man Chickenhead. You've changed so much that I almost failed to recognize you. However, if you wish to create trouble at my expense, you are only inviting your own demise." He had already concluded that Old Feng was here to stir up trouble, using the damaged equipment of Scarred Face as an excuse. Claiming a 50 enhancement in performance was entirely unfounded, merely a ploy to mislead the crowd. Old Feng, unaware of Bald Chong's thoughts, had his own agenda. With so many people present, it would be a wasted opportunity not to advertise. "Bald Chong, am I inviting my own demise? Let's see if your claims hold any water. I had no intention of dealing with you, but since you insist on throwing accusations my way, I shall enlighten you." With that, he turned to Chickenhead and Big Face, saying, "If they don't believe your equipment has improved, then show them." With no other options, Chickenhead and Big Face donned their repaired exoskeletons. Once suited up, Old Feng addressed the crowd. "Anyone wishing to verify? Step forward for a traditional contest of skill versus performance." Several enthusiastic spectators jumped at the chance, one of whom was Chickenhead's old rival, Xuan Pai. Both were hunters equipped similarly, but had a history of conflicts. Xuan Pai stepped forward, taunting Chickenhead, "You must be tired of living, even if you're short on cash. Not every coin is worth chasing. Today, I shall expose your scheme to Bald Chong." At that moment, he was filled with confidence. Upon seeing Chickenhead in his equipment, he recognized the familiar set. Thus, he felt secure. The two were evenly matched, and with a 50 boost in performance, Chickenhead should easily win. But the claim itself was dubious. This was a rare opportunity to help Bald Chong save face, which would certainly benefit him in the long run. As Xuan Pai emerged, familiar faces in the crowd began to murmur. The situation was set. Xuan Pai, known for his avarice, would not dare challenge unless he was certain of victory. Indeed, they have always been evenly matched, making for a clear comparison. Chickenhead's prospects dimmed. Regardless of the outcome, he could not remain in Tianhai City any longer. Xuan Pai was adept at seizing opportunities. He had been quietly observing, but suddenly decided to go all in, despite the murmurs of the crowd, upon seeing Xuan Pai's equipment. Chickenhead felt a wave of reassurance. If yesterday he had struggled against Xuan Pai, today he was determined to triumph decisively. The spectators, sensing the tension, parted to create a clear path. With Bald Chong's command, cheers erupted as Chickenhead and Xuan Pai dashed down the track. But mere seconds later, the atmosphere shifted to one of stunned silence, as all eyes widened in disbelief and hushed whispers filled the air. Good heavens! Has Chickenhead been injected with some kind of adrenaline? How could he be so fast? By the gods, he must have used some miraculous oil. He vanished in an instant. What model of exoskeleton is this? Such fluidity, where can one procure it? Based on my years of experience, this exoskeleton is undoubtedly top tier. Nonsense. It must be top tier. The backing behind him is willing to invest. Do you think it's possible that the forgetful repair shop can actually upgrade equipment? Regardless of the 100 possibilities, this one is impossible. Like a wild stallion unleashed, Chickenhead sped away. the distance between him and Xuanpai widening until Xuanpai could hardly keep pace. The outcome was clear. At this moment, Bald Chong was beaming, radiating confidence. Seeing his demeanor, Old Feng smiled and inquired, "Bald Chong, what was the result?" In the first contest, Chicken Head triumphed. Speed alone is insufficient. The effectiveness of the exoskeleton still relies on strength. Then came the second contest of grappling. Bald Chong, unwilling to admit that Chicken Head had nearly doubled his speed, instead emphasized strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Chicken Head and Xuanpai assumed their grappling stances, palms pressed together like two charging bulls. Once ready, Bald Chong declared, "Begin." The scene erupted into chaos, cheers echoing as the crowd reveled in the spectacle. The outcome mattered little as long as the energy remained high. Xuanpai, determined to win, unleashed full power from the start, his back-mounted engine glowing intensely, steam billowing from the radiator. In that moment, Chicken Head was caught off guard. Feeling the overwhelming force grip his hands, his pupils constricting in shock, a sudden realization dawned upon him. This man was disregarding the rules of honorable combat. Wasn't this supposed to be a friendly contest? What should he do now? In that fleeting instant, Chicken Head's position faltered, teetering on the brink of defeat. Chapter 9. The might of steel blade X prosthetics. The preemptive strike by Xuanpai had secured an undeniable advantage, leaving Jiddu to desperately cling to the last vestige of hope. At this moment, Guantou Chong felt that the outcome was all but sealed. In the contest of strength, Jiddu had lost ground, leaving him with no opportunity to counterattack. At most, he could only prolong his resistance for a few fleeting moments. Do you see now? Speed alone is futile. The exoskeleton relies on sheer power. Sacrificing strength for speed is a choice of the inferior. Jiddu, you have no chance left. Relinquish your ambitions and reveal the conspiracy behind this. And perhaps I might spare you. Guantou Chong continued. What purpose does your persistence serve now, unless your exoskeleton possesses an overwhelming power advantage? How could that even be possible? Before Guantou Chong could finish his sentence, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone. In a moment of desperation, Jiddu pushed the power output to its limit, and the engine behind him expelled clouds of steam. With a resounding crack, the dual arms of Xuanpai's exoskeleton shattered, propelling him backward several meters. Boom! The power engine of Xuanpai emitted a final roar, exploding in midair. Even the frenzy of activating the engine's Mad Dog mode. It had proven futile against Jiddu's unexpected resurgence. The spectators, initially stunned, were enveloped in a silence filled with disbelief and astonishment. Am I dreaming? They whispered, recalling Guantou Chong's assertion that only an absolute power advantage could alter the tide. Is this truly absolute? Look at the engine state. It was just at peak capacity. Xuanpai had activated the Mad Dog mode from the start. Could it be that the rumors about Wang You repair shop are true? Seeing the situation had reached a critical point, Old Feng seized the moment. Did you witness that? This is the work of Wang You repair shop, enhancing overall performance by 50%. Do any of you wish to possess such prowess? Come sign up with me. There are 4 spots left today. This announcement ignited the crowd's excitement. Initially, they were mere spectators, but with Jiddu's victory, a few among them, driven by a sense of risk, decided to take a gamble. Soon, Old Feng had filled all 4 slots. Guantou Chong's frustration mounted. It felt as though Old Feng was openly mocking him in business. You have some nerve, Old Kai. Your true colors have been revealed, daring to tread upon my territory for profit. If I do not dismantle you into pieces today, how can I maintain my standing in this industry? With that roar, 3 armored guards burst forth from the repair shop. The crowd instinctively scattered, aware that Guantou Chong was not merely playing around, having thrived for 30 years in this chaotic gathering place. His strength lay not only in his repair skills, but in the formidable backing he possessed. The trio of guards formed a triangular formation, brandishing their alloy blades with readiness. Observers from a distance began to speculate. The prominent pillars of Guantou Chong's empire were now in motion. This spectacle was a rarity, and it was clear that Old Kai was in dire straits. Indeed, the trio donned the previous generation's LV-type powered battle armor, once the standard issue within the city, now rendered obsolete by newer models, yet still regarded as valuable in this realm. Power armor far surpassed exoskeletons, and with standard long swords. They were virtually invincible in the outskirts. How I wish to possess a set. Someone mused. Dream on. Money alone cannot procure such gear, and with your black iron physique, you'd only achieve the prowess of a steel warrior at best. Wearing it would be futile. Moreover, the 3 guards were undoubtedly of the brass tier, clad in armor. They could unleash their full potential against even lower-ranked opponents. Old Feng, however, paid no heed to the spectators' murmurs. Instead, he cast a wary glance at the trio of guards and remarked, Gentlemen, there is no need for such hostility. We are all civilized individuals. Why resort to violence? I suggest you sheathe your blades. Otherwise, things may become quite difficult. In truth, he had no desire to engage in conflict. Not out of fear of Guantou Chang or his backing, but due to the elite forces operating within the city. Yet, Guantou Chang remained oblivious, mistaking Old Feng for a mere vendor. What are you 3 waiting for? Dispose of this old vendor. A commoner dares to create a stir in my domain. The trio, perceiving no threat, followed the command, their blades slicing through the air. As the blades whistled, the audience perceived a flash of cold light. Clang, clang, clang. The discordant sounds bewildered the crowd. Old Feng seemed to sway, yet remained steadfast. A gasp erupted among the onlookers. In an instant, they realized the guards were left holding half of their blades, the missing segments lost to the unknown, who had intervened to rescue the old vendor. Silently, a force had intercepted the trio's strikes. How formidable must this power be? Silver Flash. No, it cannot be merely Silver Flash. It must be Gold Radiance. The crowd frantically searched for the elusive Gold Radiance warrior, a rare figure indeed, with only 12 known in Tianhai City. Meanwhile, Guantou Chang turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He too sensed the presence of a potential Gold Radiance, realizing the gravity of his predicament. The technology enhancing the equipment was not something an ordinary person could master, leading him to ponder which of the 12 warriors was behind this. Now, he could only wait in silence for the enigmatic figure to reveal themselves or for Old Feng to speak. In truth, Old Feng was also taken aback by the sudden turn of events. He had intended only to disarm the guards with 2 swift moves, a horizontal hand strike and a kick, but he underestimated the durability and capability of the Steel Blade X prosthetics. Upon contact, the alloy blade shattered, their fate becoming uncertain. In that moment, he fully grasped the significance of the gift Wang You had provided. Such prosthetics were designed exclusively for combat. This rascal, he said nothing during the installation. I thought it was merely a slightly improved prosthetic, yet it proved to be extraordinary. Amidst the commotion, not only had his performance been enhanced, but the calibration during installation was beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Not everyone possessed the eye of analysis, a divine skill that enabled perfect compatibility between the prosthetics and Old Feng. Thus, he was able to wield the full potential and advantages of the Steel Blade X prosthetics. After the initial shock, Old Feng donned a mysterious smile, locking eyes with Guantou Chang. Initially concerned about revealing his true strength, he soon realized that he had not yet exposed himself to the crowd's scrutiny. Upon noticing Old Feng's gaze, Guantou Chang's pupils constricted. An important moment had arrived. He could not fathom what Old Feng intended to do next. Chapter 10. Old Feng's blackmail of Bald Chang. Old Feng, observing Bald Chang's anxious demeanor, almost succumbed to laughter. However, as a seasoned individual, he managed to maintain his composure. This was not the moment to reveal his true strength, so he adopted an air of enigmatic profundity. With a cold snort, Old Feng's disdain sent a chill down Bald Chang's spine, prompting him to frantically apologize. Sir, I was unaware of your identity. I sincerely apologize. My identity? I have no identity to speak of. I merely have the favor of someone important, tasked with handling a few matters. I intended to keep a low profile, but you've compromised that. What do you propose I do? His words were a feint, intended to obscure his true capabilities and suggest the presence of a powerful backing. Naturally, he had no control over how others would interpret his statements. Bald Chang was struck by a revelation akin to a lightning bolt, involuntarily connecting the scattered clues. Maintenance and enhancement of performance, secret protection by a formidable figure. How could such a person be found outside the city? Even within Tianhai City, they would be a revered ancestor. If only Old Feng and Wang You knew his thoughts, they would surely burst into laughter. Wang Yu was no significant figure, merely a time traveler, too timid to approach the gathering place. Upon realizing the implications of the Forgetting Worries repair shop's background, Bald Chong trembled. "Sir, I have a modest savings. Consider it a token of respect." "If you be so kind?" "Well, that depends on whether it suffices. If it does, my mood will improve. But if not, it may worsen. You know, opportunities are fleeting." Old Feng refrained from specifying an amount, granting Bald Chong only one chance. Under such pressure, Bald Chong would inevitably produce all his savings. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Bald Chong eagerly nodded. "Very well, sir. Please wait a few moments while I prepare." He rushed into the repair shop, and the onlookers began to murmur quietly. "Goodness, that old fool has struck gold, being employed by a mysterious entity. No wonder his image has changed so dramatically since yesterday. Keep your voice down. Do you dare to still call him an old fool? You might as well call him Brother Feng now. Now it makes sense. No ordinary person could acquire a steel blade X prosthetic so easily." Realization dawned upon them, and they scrambled to book appointments with Old Feng, who inadvertently sold out all available slots for the next month, his spirits soaring high. Some lamented their missed opportunity, regretting their decisions, realizing that while their peers had enhanced equipment, they would suffer significant losses in comparison. Such a predicament was far from advantageous. Yet Old Feng remained unfazed, content with his single-month bookings, amounting to 180 slots. This meant he could spend his days indulging in drinks and watching games with Molly, who, in good spirits, might even join him for some sports. After attending to his eager clientele, Bald Chong emerged from the repair shop, dragging a large suitcase and clutching a box. "Mr. Feng, this is but a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." He handed the box to Old Feng, who opened it to find a palm-sized jade plaque. The craftsmanship was subpar, and upon closer inspection, Old Feng discovered it was merely a piece of faux jade made from epoxy resin. Sensing Old Feng's skepticism, Bald Chong quickly added, "Sir, while this may not be genuine jade, it is indeed an antique. Look, the maker's mark is on the back." Old Feng, still dubious, recognized that the plaque had some age to it, but he was well aware of the prevalence of forgeries. Turning it over, he noticed an inconspicuous inscription in the corner, "Forgetting Worries Product, September 2035. The date shocked Old Feng. Few people today would recognize such a notation. He understood it was a dating method from over a millennium ago, long obsolete. However, he was more intrigued by the words "Forgetting Worries." The very name Wang Yu had given to the repair shop. Could there be some connection? "Very well, I shall accept this plaque. Though it is regrettably not genuine jade and feels rather insubstantial." Noticing Old Feng's reaction, Bald Chong grew anxious and hastily opened his suitcase, revealing a stash of bills. A rough estimate suggested it contained no less than 1,000,000 credit points. "Sir, this is my savings accumulated over the years. 2 million credit points." Old Feng's heart swelled with joy. Although Bald Chong had made considerable profit over the years, he too had to appease his superiors, and this leftover amount was quite satisfactory. Yet he concealed his delight, merely relaxing his brow. The two items combined feel about right. "Very well. I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall let you off today. Now be gone." This pronouncement was music to Bald Chong's ears as he swiftly vanished from Old Feng's sight. After his departure, Old Feng collected the suitcase and, along with the remaining 4 clients from the day, headed toward the Forgetting Worries repair shop. The two individuals, Chicken Head and Big Face, who had scored a significant windfall, approached Scarface. "Oh, Scarface, your luck is downright abysmal. With your equipment gone, it seems you must heed your previous words and seek work as a janitor." In life, one must seize opportunities and possess keen insight. The pair flaunted their good fortune before Scarface, who could only endure in silence. The 3 individuals who had sought refunds alongside Scarface now regretted their earlier choices. While their equipment had been repaired, it could never be restored to its original performance, leaving them feeling a sense of imbalance compared to Chicken Head and Big Face's enhancements. After tormenting Scarface, they soon turned their attention to Swampy. "Swampy, Why did you so foolishly attach yourself to Bald Chong? The outcome? Well, it's time to join Scarface in cleaning up. The audience erupted in laughter at Swan Pete's expense, as his standing within the gathering place had reached its nadir. In truth, he had brought this upon himself, foolishly seeking the limelight and ultimately losing both his equipment and sustaining injuries. Gazing at the box containing the jade plaque, an idea struck him. This was indeed an antique, and with the words forgetting worries, he resolved to deceive that young Wang. He chuckled to himself, envisioning the possibilities. Chapter 11. The honest Wang You at the worry-free repair shop. Wang You had been waiting for old phone for nearly 3 hours. Muttering to himself about the man's lackluster business acumen and contemplating a reduction in his commission. Before he could devise a plan, old Feng returned with the customers. "Hey, the guests have arrived," he announced, instructing the 4 men to promptly present their equipment. Though these individuals harbored some doubts about Wang Yu's abilities, the grim fate of Scarface compelled them to comply. Observing their gear, Wang Yu expressed his confusion. "Your equipment was just serviced not long ago, and there don't seem to be any significant issues. Are you sure you want repairs?" The 4 men paused, realizing Wang Yu's observation was accurate, albeit curious as to how he discerned this without any inspection. One asked, "Young master, how did you know?" "How I know is my business. I'm asking if you wish to proceed with repairs," Wang Yu replied, resolutely keeping his secrets. Unlike some unscrupulous merchants who would feign problems to upsell services, Wang Yu was too honest for such tactics. He thought, had he been a cunning trader, he would have offered a free diagnostic, only to list numerous potential issues that could arise at critical moments, thereby justifying a costly repair. Unaware of Wang Yu's navet, the 4 men found him enigmatic. "Young master, earlier today, Chicken Feather and Big Face had their gear serviced here, and their performance improved significantly. We wish to enhance our equipment's capabilities as well." They readily agreed, knowing the price would be negotiable. After considering this, Wang Yu adopted a serious demeanor. "Well, while enhancing performance is not out of the question, it carries risks. Given my unfortunate encounter with Scarface and his crew today, my mood is less than ideal. If you're certain you want an upgrade, it will require additional payment, or we can wait until my spirits lift." What he did not realize was that outside the city, hunters would pay handsomely for such enhancements, and the prospect of additional charges sparked excitement in the 4 men. "Young master, that's no problem. Just name your price," they exclaimed. Wang Yu pondered, recognizing that enhancing equipment was a simple task, but also needing to ensure it was too inexpensive. "Let us say this, for a 1 performance boost. The cost is 100 credit points, with a guaranteed minimum increase of 10 and a maximum of 50, depending on circumstances. Are you prepared with the funds?" Upon hearing this, the 4 men were astonished, not because the price was exorbitant, but because it was remarkably reasonable. However, being seasoned in the trade, they masked their excitement. "That works for us. Young master, please push it to the maximum. Our savings can handle it." "Mine too. I have no objections. Young master, please proceed with your work. I trust you." With their consent, Wang Yu instructed them to bring their gear inside and shut the door to begin his work. With the eye of analysis, he completed the task in under half an hour, but to maintain an air of effort, he pretended to labor for 3 more hours. Finally, as the anxious group outside grew impatient, Wang Yu slowly opened the door, feigning exhaustion. "It's done. You can take your gear out and test it." The 4 men rushed in, donned their equipment, and upon testing its functionality, they gasped in awe. "Wow, young master, this performance is incredible. The fluidity, it feels so smooth, with no lag whatsoever. My goodness, the power output response, this burst of energy. I feel ready to take on a copper-tier opponent without a hitch." As they excitedly assessed their gear's newfound capabilities, Wang Yu's guilt began to dissipate. He had been too honest. His first experience deceiving customers left him feeling a twinge of discomfort. How does it feel? No issues? Then let us settle the payment promptly. At his words, the 4 men halted, rushing to him with a stack of notes, and before he could comprehend the situation, they darted away. Wang Yu was taken aback, wondering why they hurried off and whether they had overpaid him. Counting the notes, he realized each had given him 5,000, despite only enhancing their performance by 40. Unbeknownst to him, their equipment, having undergone multiple repairs, was only performing at 70 of its new potential. Thus, his enhancement was calculated against the new standard. Consequently, the four men felt their gear had exceeded a 50 boost, perhaps even reaching 100, and they had no reason to linger after such a generous payment. Wang You sensed something was amiss, but still felt he had profited and proceeded to share his commission with Old Feng, who unexpectedly declined. "Kid, thanks to you, I made a tidy sum today and filled my quota for the month. You're in for a busy time." Old Feng's smirk left Wang Yu bemused. "How did you manage that?" "Your skills are top-notch," Old Feng replied, simplifying the details while omitting the substantial sum involved, referring to it merely as a small compensation. He emphasized the value of the fake jade pendant, presenting it to Wang Yu as a gift. Wang Yu, skeptical but concealing his surprise, opened the box and feigned delight, thanking Old Feng. "Thank you, old man. I truly appreciate this. I'll gladly accept it. Well, now that you've made some good money, why not join me tonight at the gathering place for a bit of fun? You need a makeover. After all, you're a boss now." In this disheveled appearance, one do. Old Feng recognized Wang Yu as a lucrative asset and felt compelled to strengthen their relationship, especially before others discovered Wang Yu's talents. Having known him for over 6 months, he realized Wang Yu was utterly oblivious to the wider world, merely rummaging through mechanical junkyards. This was a perfect opportunity to expose him to new experiences. Wang Yu felt tempted by Old Feng's offer, but worried about leaving his belongings unattended. "I'd love to go, but there's no one to watch over the place. What if something happens like it did the night before last?" "Don't worry. You're under my protection. No one would dare cause trouble today, given the commotion." With Old Feng's reassurance, Wang Yu finally agreed to accompany him to the gathering place. Before they left, however, he discreetly hid the box and jade pendant in a secure location within the shop, knowing their significance was paramount. Once everything was stowed away and the door secured, he set off with Old Feng. Outside the city, in the dense wilderness, Feng Xiao had just concluded a battle with a 5-man squad from the rebel organization, the White Dragon Camp. Upon discovering this forest, she had engaged in a skirmish, where her custom battle armor should have afforded her an easy victory. However, at a critical moment, her armor malfunctioned, and the enemy captain seized the opportunity to self-destruct. She had not anticipated that they would implant explosives within themselves. 3 of her team members perished in the blast, and although her armor was sturdy, she sustained considerable injuries from the explosion. Chapter 12. Merry in distress, Wang Yu and Old Feng strolled out, and upon nearing the gathering spot, they encountered a dilapidated pickup truck parked ahead, beside which a middle-aged man was vociferously cursing. "Damn it! This wretched vehicle has broken down 9 times in 3 days. If I weren't short on funds, I would have tossed it into the junkyard long ago." He struck the engine hood in frustration, clearly accustomed to resolving issues through this method. With this in mind, Wang Yu approached him and inquired, "Sir, is your vehicle having troubles? Are you blind?" "Do I really need to answer that?" The middle-aged man, irked by his vehicle's failure, was not in the best of moods. However, Wang Yu remained unperturbed. Upon hearing the man's financial woes, he contemplated purchasing the truck, although the man claimed he would discard it in the scrapyard. The vehicle would merely be reduced to a heap of scrap metal, and gathering the pieces would require effort. Thus, spending a bit of money to acquire it now would save much hassle later. "Is that so? Sir, would you consider selling this vehicle?" 10,000. If you want it, pay up. If not, don't bother me." The middle-aged man casually tossed out a figure. With 10,000 plus his savings, he could afford a better vehicle and avoid the hassle of dealing with this one. Wang Yu pondered for a moment before asking, "May I take a look?" "Be my guest," the man replied, stepping aside. Old Feng observed silently from the sidelines. Though he thought the man's asking price was a tad steep, he recognized that if Wang Yu had his eye on it, it must possess some value, as Wang Yu was quite knowledgeable about mechanical matters. Wang Yu circled the vehicle and lifted the hood for inspection, then declared, "All right, I'll take it." He promptly handed over the money to the middle-aged man, who left in high spirits. Old Feng then queried, "Kid, why on earth would you spend 10,000 on this junk? You don't plan to fix it here, do you? Where would you even find the tools?" "Of course, I'll fix it here. It's just a minor issue, a small profit to be made." With the eye of analysis at his disposal, he discerned that the vehicle's condition was not severe. It merely had several loose wires that could be easily remedied. About 10 minutes later, the novice driver, Wang You, shakily loaded Old Feng into the truck and headed towards the gathering place. After 2 hours spent on grooming, shopping for clothes, and relaxing in a bath, Wang Yu emerged clad in a stylish jacket, leather gloves, sturdy combat boots, slick back hair, and a pair of futuristic sunglasses, appearing alongside Old Feng at the entrance of Mary's tavern. The timing was perfect. The tavern was not yet crowded, as it was just before the dinner rush. Old Feng led Wang Yu inside, where the proprietress, Mary, greeted them. "Ah, Brother Feng, welcome. This young man looks familiar. Mary, please find us a good table. I've brought Master Wang with me today." Upon hearing this, Mary immediately recognized that a master from Wang Yu's renowned repair shop had arrived, and his reputation would soon spread like wildfire. Although some remained skeptical, the buzz surrounding this mysterious repair shop was palpable, even reaching neighboring gathering places. Curiosity piqued. Mary hastily arranged a table for them. When Wang Yu laid eyes on Mary, he was struck. After more than half a year in this world, she was only the second woman to catch his attention. In contrast to the youthful elegance of Feng Xiaowei, Mary exuded a more worldly allure, complemented by her stunning figure. Before long, the server brought out the food and drinks. While the dishes were simple, they were the most decent meal Wang Yu had encountered in 6 months. He often found himself perplexed. In a world so technologically advanced, the quality of life seemed surprisingly poor. Though he harbored questions, he kept them to himself, quietly observing, as his understanding of this world was still limited. As the moment was still early and the tavern sparsely populated, Mary engaged in conversation with Wang Yu and Old Feng. "So, you are the legendary Master Wang. You've been the talk of the spear gathering place these past few days. It's an honor to meet you." "Thank you for your kind words, Mary." This was his first instance of using the eye of analysis on a person. Previously, he had only examined the equipment people wore. Mary's striking physical attributes had piqued his curiosity, and he was eager to discover what else he might discern. After the analysis, he was taken aback by the results, though his sunglasses concealed his astonishment. Despite this, the slight rigidity of his expression caught Mary's attention. "Master Wang, have I failed to provide adequate hospitality? Why do you appear so serious?" "I merely wish to commit your beauty to memory. Who knows when I might possess a smart bionic companion to use as a reference." At that moment, Old Feng interjected, "Don't mind him, Mary. This kid is like that. He only sees machinery. I sense he has little interest in people, huh?" "Oh, really? Then it must be an honor for me to even have a place in Master Wang's eyes." Old Feng's comments led Mary to perceive Wang Yu as somewhat peculiar, which was not entirely surprising. This world was rife with oddities, and those who achieved greatness were often the most eccentric. Wang Yu's ability to enhance equipment performance significantly was indeed a rare talent, marking him as unusual. After Old Feng spoke, Wang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him, maintaining his stoic demi, Chapter 13, fame not long after the arrival of the two. The chicken-headed and big-faced men, Wang Yu had already been noticed by them, though they failed to recognize him due to his new appearance. It was only when Mary called out Master Wang that they hurriedly glanced over. With this hint, the two managed to discern Wang Yu's silhouette amidst the crowd. They immediately rose and approached him. "Wow, it really is Master Wang. Your transformation is so drastic that I almost didn't recognize you." One of them expressed his relief at the decision he had made earlier and his gratitude towards Wang Yu. After he spoke, the big-faced man chimed in, "Master Wang, your current look exudes such an aura. You truly resemble a master. Had I seen you in this guise this morning, I would have unreservedly entrusted you with my equipment." The two men's enthusiastic praises made Wang Yu feel somewhat bashful. Truth be told, he was quite thankful to these two, as Old Feng had shared with him stories about the maintenance point run by Balchan. Without their assistance, securing such substantial orders that afternoon would have been impossible. Seeing Wang Yu's modesty, the chicken-headed man exclaimed, "Master Wang, your dedication to honing your craft is commendable. You focus solely on enhancing your repair skills, unlike us ordinary folk who are preoccupied with appearances." The big-faced man added, "Indeed, your remarkable ability to enhance equipment performance would overshadow even the most esteemed masters in Sky City." The chicken-headed man continued, "Master Wang, you have no idea how much that equipment has boosted my combat power, propelling me into the bronze tier. The two continued to shower him with compliments, drawing the attention of others who had just entered the tavern. "Goodness, that's Master Wang," exclaimed one of the four who had repaired equipment in the afternoon. After showcasing their skills, they all made their way into the tavern, leading to this very scene. "Big, do you really think that's Master Wang? I thought you said he was rather unkempt," questioned one of the newcomers. "Surely you didn't mistake him for someone else, right? I've also heard that Master Wang is a disheveled young man." Another pointed out that young man appears so commanding and polished. He hardly fits that description. In response to his friend's doubts, Big confidently asserted, "It is indeed Master Wang. He merely got a haircut and changed his outfit. Look, old Feng is still sitting over there." With that, he jogged over and greeted Wang You. "Master Wang, I didn't expect to see you so soon. The equipment you worked on is truly exceptional." Wang Yu replied, "It's all just business. If you appreciate my work, I hope you'll continue to patronize my repair shop." Big responded, "Absolutely. However, Master Wang, many of my friends are eager to support your business, yet they can never secure an appointment." Voicing the sentiments of his friends, Big lamented that reservations were now booked a month in advance, leaving many feeling helpless. In the hunter profession, time is of the essence, and strong combat power is essential. Upon hearing Big S words, Wang Yu contemplated the situation. He had set the rules, and with a maintenance point in the gathering place, opening too many slots would attract unwanted attention, ultimately serving him no benefit. It wasn't that he couldn't handle the repairs, but rather that he wished to maintain a low profile, conserving his resources and time for future endeavors. He had anticipated that his business might flourish, but the current success far exceeded his expectations. After a moment of reflection, Wang Yu decided to adhere to his original plan, stating, "I'm pleased that you all are supportive, but repairs and modifications require time. The 6 slots I've set for each day are my limit. At present, my capabilities are as such. Of course, as my skills improve, I will gradually open up more slots, and I will have Old Feng inform you then." Wang Yu did not close the door completely on the matter. Although Big and his friends felt slightly disappointed, they understood that repairs inherently require time, and Wang Yu's repair process was comparable to Bald Chang's. However, Bald Chang had more advanced equipment, allowing for simultaneous work on multiple items, whereas Wang Yu's workshop lacked visible maintenance tools. Despite not receiving the news they desired, Big and his companions were still eager to build a rapport with Wang Yu. Thus, a crowd gathered around him, peppering him with questions and flattering remarks. As time passed, news of the mysterious Wang Yu and his repair shop began to spread, causing a stir throughout the spear gathering place. "What? The Master Wang from that repair shop has appeared. Quick, let us see if we can secure an expedited appointment. It's too late to go now. The Merry Tavern is already packed, and there is a long line outside. Even if it takes a while, we must wait. At least we can become familiar faces to Master Wang. I've heard he is more approachable than Bald Chang, and his prices are fair." While many believed in Wang Yu, there were also skeptics among them. This group of naysayers adhered to the adage that truth resides with the minority. When the majority leaned toward Wang Yu, they emerged to voice their dissent. "It's a conspiracy. It must be a scheme orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Indeed, how could it gain such rapid traction without someone pulling the strings? I suspect they have their eyes on our repair funds. They create a buzz, and then surely they implement a membership system, charging us fees and disappearing with our money." One skeptic disclosed that Master Wang had appeared over 6 months ago, setting up a tin hut near the mechanical graveyard, doing nothing but rummaging through trash daily. Rumors abounded in the spear gathering place, while Wang Yu found himself overwhelmed by the attention. Each newcomer approached him with a large bottle of liquor, and he sought excuses to avoid drinking, explaining that as a repairman, consuming alcohol could lead to dizziness and tremors detrimental to his work. The patrons were understanding, suggesting he could have juice instead. However, with so many people, he had to drink 5 large bottles of juice, and though he wasn't required to pay, he could not accommodate any more. Yet, in the face of such enthusiastic potential customers, he silently endured. As news of the Forgetting Worries repair shop's meteoric rise spread, Bald Chang found himself in a dire situation. Many appointments for repairs that had begun to be scheduled in the afternoon were canceled, and by evening, most had been withdrawn. However, he felt helpless due to the morning situation. The Forgetting Worries repair shop had powerful backing, leaving him no choice but to seek assistance from those with influence. At the Mary Tavern, the owner, Mary, beamed with joy as the evening's foot traffic equaled half a month's worth of customers, and the revenue reflected this surge. Meanwhile, Wang You, besieged by eager potential clients, gazed at the continuous influx of people outside and stood up to proclaim, in order to meet everyone's expectations, "I will increase tomorrow's slots by 3. As for how to secure one, please discuss it with Old Phone. He is the sole representative of my repair shop." Wang Yu was exasperated and could only pull Old Phone into the fray, leaving the matter of how to handle the situation to Old Phone, allowing him to deal with the headache. The crowd erupted in excitement, and someone called out, "Master Wang, 3 slots are too few. Can't you add a few more?" To this inquiry, Wang Yu explained, "3 is my limit. Any more would compromise quality, and I believe you wouldn't want to witness that." Chapter 14. A chance encounter with Feng Xiao upon exiting the Mary Tavern. Wang Yu found himself once again obstructed. Reluctantly, he reiterated his proclamation, redirecting his efforts towards Old Feng. At that moment, Old Feng was in disarray, besieged by hundreds clamoring for the 3 newly available slots. After a brief interlude, he paused his vehicle to survey the situation and noticed flickering flames several dozen meters away. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be the hover motorcycle he had encountered the previous day. Driven by curiosity, he drove over to investigate. Indeed, it was that magnificent beauty, Feng Xiao's motorcycle. What had transpired? This vehicle bore distinctive markings that he had noted yesterday. Wang Yu disembarked and activated his eye of analysis. The hover motorcycle had been reduced to scrap metal, beyond repair. The vehicle lay in ruins, but where was the rider? Judging by the sounds he had heard earlier, the vehicle had crashed, indicating that someone had been at the controls. With this thought in mind, he employed the eye of analysis to scan the surroundings. A few minutes later, he discovered Feng Xiao several dozen meters from the wreckage. Though she wore a helmet and her armor was severely damaged, one you could still recognize her. What the predicament? How could she be alone, with her armor in such a state? Who had she fought against? The absence of her companions suggested that the battle must have been intense. "Ah, my stunning beauty," he lamented. "I warned you about your armor, but you refused to listen. In a confrontation like this, your armor would surely fail." He approached her cautiously, only to find her motionless. The armor's barriers rendered his eye of analysis ineffective in discerning her condition. After a moment's deliberation, he removed her helmet to examine her further. To his relief, she was alive, merely unconscious. The sight of her cold, helpless visage stirred something within him. What fortune to have stumbled upon such a beauty. Accompanied by a set of custom armor, albeit heavily damaged, it still held potential for study. However, the armor was too cumbersome for him to manage without the proper tools. That night, Wang Yu busied himself until he successfully extricated Feng Xiao from her armor and placed her in a sleep pod. At that moment, he noted that her right arm was fractured. She had suffered minor internal injuries and had endured a concussion. This girl was quite defined. He pondered over her circumstances. But wait, what if she woke up and harmed him? Perhaps it was wiser to focus on the armor for now. Despite his burgeoning interest, the thought of his own safety quelled his more daring inclinations, redirecting his focus to the armor instead. The allure of Feng Xiao, now unarmored, was undeniable. Yet his capabilities did not permit him to act on such desires. The following morning, Wang Yu was roused from his slumber by persistent knocking. Upon opening the door, he was met with the weary visage of Old Feng, accompanied by 9 clients. "Old Feng, must you disturb my rest so early? Can't a man sleep a little longer? You think you can sleep in? Have you forgotten what you did last night? I was left to fend off those relentless bombardments alone while you slipped away, and now you wish to sleep? Not a chance. Get to work." Old Feng's frustration was palpable. The memory of the previous night's chaos weighed heavily on him, especially as he had not yet fully awakened. As had been arranged the previous afternoon, he instructed the clients to bring their equipment inside, shutting the door to commence their tasks. Within an hour, all 9 sets of powered exoskeletons were completed. Notably, he realized that merely using the eye of analysis to assess the situation sufficed. Extensive repairs or modifications did not require the same, significantly conserving his mental energy. Could it be that familiarity with similar items allowed the information to seamlessly integrate into his own knowledge base? The thought filled him with elation. The more knowledge he accumulated, the greater his capabilities would become. Mastering the powered exoskeletons would soon allow him to not only repair, but also innovate and produce new designs. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with ambition as he set his sights on Feng Zhao's powered armor. 5 hours later, he finally opened the door to deliver the completed work. The 9 clients departed, visibly elated as they paid for their gear. After they left, old Feng, who had been dozing at the entrance, inquired, "How did you manage to finish so much faster today? You completed nearly half the work in less time than usual." Wang Yu and old Feng then divided the profits, and with his share, old Feng dashed away, having become quite the popular figure in the gathering. Many sought to court his favor, flooding him with various invitations. He had even set up a spot at the Merry Tavern to enjoy free viewings of the games. Had it not been for the completion of the armor's recharge, he would not have been able to deliver so promptly. Having discovered the new capabilities of the Eye of Analysis, Wang Yu felt a surge of excitement, eager to delve into the mechanical graveyard in search of treasures. Feng Xiao's Feather X required components, and assembling the powered exoskeletons demanded parts as well. Previously, he had anticipated a laborious and inefficient search, but now he encountered no such obstacles. Wearing the powered armor, his strength rivaled that of refined steel, making the transportation of materials a breeze, especially with the aid of his battered pickup truck. Thus, Wang Yu securely locked the door and set off toward the treasure trove, leaving behind only the unconscious Feng Xiao. Neglected and unattended, at Bald Chang's repair shop, the morning stretched into noon without a single transaction, a situation unprecedented for him. Ordinarily, he would have nearly 10 jobs lined up each day, and this lack of business frustrated him greatly. However, he had reported the troubles at Wang Yu's repair shop the previous evening, receiving word that someone would be dispatched to investigate, specifically a rising star in the repair industry. Du Deqiao, Bald Chang had heard of this individual, known as a once-in-a-century talent in the repair field of Tianhai City, currently an apprentice to a master of the highest caliber. Just as he was lost in anxious thoughts, a convoy of 6 luxurious hovercars, the Rolls XP, descended gracefully above the repair point, settling into place. Once halted, a cadre of cold, imposing bodyguards and alluring attendants disembarked in 2 neat lines, awaiting their master. The spectacle attracted the attention of passers-by, sparking murmurs of speculation. Wow, a top-tier Rolls. Which big shot from the city is making an appearance? I heard Bald Chang has some serious connections. Seeing these cars, it seems I underestimated him. Not so fast. Perhaps Bald Chang has crossed someone, and they're here to settle the score. Look at his demeanor. He seems poised to welcome an important figure. Let me tell you a secret. The car in the center is a Rolls XP, the pinnacle of luxury vehicles. The crowd fell silent, captivated by the scene unfolding before them. A strikingly beautiful secretary emerged from one of the cars, her legs accentuated by her stylish attire, perfectly outlining her alluring figure. The atmosphere grew hushed, save for the sound of raindrops falling. The secretary cast a cold glance around, striding with an air of confidence towards the other side to open the door for her master. At that moment, the onlookers were spellbound, eager to uncover the identity of the figure she served. Chapter 15. Young Master Du of Tianhai City amidst the curious gazes of the crowd. The alluring secretary slowly opened the car door. Dressed in a noble outfit adorned with golden patterns, Duke de Zhao gracefully descended from the vehicle, steadying himself with the secretary's assistance. Du de Zhao had an unremarkable appearance. However, his narrow, slightly slanted eyes imparted an air of malice, accentuated by dark bags beneath them, suggestive of a life of excess. As soon as he alighted, a man named Bald Chang hurried over, eager to bow in deference. Unexpectedly, the female secretary kicked him to the ground, reprimanding, "Stay back. Young Master Du is not someone of your lowly status who can approach." Bald Chang rolled away in panic, kneeling and apologizing. "I acted out of eagerness and overstepped my bounds. Please forgive my insolence." Young Master Du he quickly got up, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he recounted the situation at the Forgetting Worries repair shop, omitting any embellishments, fearing the wrath of the capricious Du Dazhao. Listening intently to Bald Chong's account, the secretary furrowed her brow, inquiring, "Did you bring those items for analysis?" "I could not, as I lacked young Master Du's permission." At this moment, Du Dazhao grew somewhat impatient, gesturing for the secretary to command, "You have 10 minutes to procure a piece of equipment. Remember, do not exceed the time limit. Young Master Du's time is invaluable, and you know the consequences." After issuing her orders, she helped Du Dazhao back into the luxury car to rest, while the guards and handmaids formed a protective perimeter around the vehicle. Bai Qiyang, like an ant on a hot pan, scurried off to fulfill the command. Observers from afar marveled at the spectacle, exclaiming, "This young master is truly impressive." The upper echelons of nobility are indeed different. Surrounded by beautiful women and luxury cars, if only it's still broad daylight, and you're already dreaming. They chuckled at Bald Chong, who typically wielded power, now reduced to a servile state, finding the contrast utterly ridiculous. What is the identity of that noble young master? This grandeur is simply overwhelming. Surely he belongs to the elite of Tianhai City. Look, the luxury car is shaking. Could it be that the young master is dancing inside? Though many were present, they maintained a respectful distance, fearful of offending the nobility. 8 minutes later, after nearly 10 minutes of waiting by the luxury car, a somewhat disheveled Du Dazhao, supported by the secretary, emerged from the vehicle. "I have obtained the equipment. What shall we do next?" Du Dazhao waved his hand dismissively, and the secretary instructed, "Lead the way. Take it for testing." Thus, Bald Chong guided Du Dazhao and his entourage into the repair shop. The laborious task of testing the equipment fell to Bald Chong, while Du Dazhao stood by, directing him on operating the repair chamber and observing the feedback data. As Bald Chong gazed at the screen, displaying incomprehensible data and codes akin to astronomical figures, he felt utterly lost. Meanwhile, Du Dazhao's expression darkened. He possessed a keen insight into modifications. Though Bald Chong's report was accurate, it had not achieved the anticipated 50 performance enhancement, but rather a mere 40 improvement over factory settings. Upon confirming the results, he instructed the secretary, "Fetch that person." The secretary turned to Bald Chong, scolding, "Did you hear? What are you still doing here? Hurry up." Bald Chong panicked, hastily explaining, "Young master, that individual is likely guarded by a formidable gold-tier expert. I have no way to approach." "Is that so? What do you think, young master?" The secretary was uncertain, leaving the decision to Du Dazhao. Lacking a gold-tier protector himself, Du Dazhao concluded, "Huarue, arrange for some guards to accompany Bald Chong to summon Wang You." Du Dazhao was well aware of the upper-class dynamics. He surmised that Wang You had inadvertently acquired some modification technology, yet was not part of the elite. By seizing control of Wang You and the technology, he could dominate his peers in Sky City. Following his directive, the secretary, Huarue, dispatched 3 guards to accompany Bald Chong in seeking Wang Yu. At this moment, Wang Yu remained blissfully unaware of the impending trouble, engrossed in treasure hunting at the mechanical graveyard. His luck was favorable that day, as he unearthed numerous rare components, including 3 sets of powered exoskeletons. With these items, the repair of Feng Zhao's powered armor was assured, and the surplus exoskeletons could be sold. Noting that it was still early and his pickup truck was not yet full, he decided to continue searching for more valuable finds to enhance his vehicle further. At the Merry Tavern, the unfortunate soul who had his equipment snatched by Bald Chong lamented to Old Feng, detailing how his gear, freshly modified that morning, was stolen without warning. He also hinted to Old Feng, "I saw Bald Chong accompanied by the guards of that person from Tianhai City, heading towards the Forgetting Worries repair shop. They wouldn't be looking to cause trouble for Master Wang, would they?" Upon hearing this, Old Feng's heart raced. He was all too familiar with the nature of the upper class in the city, especially those young lords who traveled with an entourage of guards and handmaids. If they had set their sights on someone, it could only spell trouble. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Old Feng urgently inquired, "When did they leave?" "About half an hour ago." Curse it! Old Feng dashed out of the tavern, uncertain if he would arrive in time, but he knew he had to go. As for the Forgetting Worries repair shop, it had devolved into ruins. "Who are you? Why are you demolishing my shop?" Upon encountering the young man clad in powered armor, Bald Chong was momentarily taken aback. He did not recognize Wang Yu, mistaking him for merely a frail youth. Noticing the unfamiliar model of powered armor, Bald Chong's concern grew. Could this repair shop indeed be backed by someone significant? However, reassured by the presence of his own guards, he queried, "Your shop? Are you one of the guards sent by the owner of Forgetting Worries repair shop? I am the proprietor of the repair shop. What is the meaning of destroying my establishment?" Wang Yu seethed with anger. Just as his business began to flourish, it was being vandalized without warning. At the very least, those who extorted protection fees had the courtesy to give a heads up. Upon hearing this, Bald Chong realized he had found his target. The three guards immediately barked at Wang Yu. "What are you whining about? Our young master wishes to see you. Come with us." "Our young master wishes to see me? And who might that be? I have no acquaintance with him." Wang Yu clenched his fists, suppressing his fury. He was keen to discover who was troubling him. These individuals were clearly up to no good, and there was no chance he would comply with their demands. The guard sneered dismissively. "Do you think you're worthy of knowing my young master? Just stop asking questions, crawl over here on your knees, and obediently follow us. Or we might have to resort to force." These guards were used to their arrogance, displaying different attitudes towards individuals of varying social standings. They were polite to the upper class, but boisterous and belligerent towards those of lower status. As for those from outside the city, well, they were scarcely regarded as human. Regardless of their condescension, Wang Yu pressed on with another question. "Tell me why you are destroying my shop, and then I will consider following you." "Because it displeases us. Is that not a valid reason? Besides, that shop will be of no use to you in the future. Haha, crawl over here to meet our young master." The guard spoke truthfully. Their sour mood stemmed from not finding Wang Yu upon their arrival, and they simply vented their frustrations. With the answer revealed, Wang Yu's anger boiled over. It was the first time in his life he had encountered such brazen and unreasonable individuals. Unfortunately, he found himself powerless against them, as his fists lacked the necessary strength. Just as he grappled with his frustration, a sudden explosion erupted from within the ruins of the small shop. Chapter 16. Feng Zhao's assistants. Upon hearing the sound of an explosion, Wang Yu and the bald-headed Chong, along with a few others, turned their gazes towards the source. "This place seems to be where the sleep pods are stored. Could that girl still be inside? How could it have exploded?" At that moment, Wang Yu recalled Feng Zhao, whom he had placed in the sleep pod. Feng Zhao, upon awakening, found herself trapped within the confines of the sleep pod. Injured and reluctant to move, she awaited rescue. However, the muffled voices from outside alerted her to the perilous situation, and her struggles to call for help proved futile. With no other option, she decided to harness her erratic wind-based abilities to forcefully burst open the sleep pod. It took her over 10 attempts, but she finally succeeded, the explosion displaying considerable force. As she sat up, she inquired, "Cough, cough, where am I?" At that moment, Feng Zhao was unaware of the exact circumstances outside, nor could she ascertain the truth of Wang Yu's words. She cautiously rose to survey her surroundings. Although the bald-headed Chong and his companions did not recognize Feng Zhao, they did recognize the standard uniform she wore, instantly realizing she belonged to the investigation team. Their astonishment grew when Wang Yu called out her name and title. While the investigation team, Du Dajiao, was unafraid, it did not mean that the others shared that sentiment. Noticing Feng Zhao's confusion, the bald-headed Chong sought to mislead her, stating, "Captain Feng, the situation is not as he describes. We received word that the moment that man captured you, he rushed over to rescue you." The other three guards echoed his sentiments, noting that the investigation team seldom ventured outside the city, and when they did, it was for special missions. They feared trouble would come their way due to Feng Zhao's injury. Wang Yu was nearly amused by the sudden change in their demeanor. These were the very individuals responsible for Feng Zhao being trapped under the rubble. Yet, he realized they seemed to harbor a significant fear of her, and he could not allow them to succeed in their deceit. "Captain Feng, this is my repair shop. These individuals, for reasons unknown, demolished my shop and buried you beneath the debris." After surveying the area, Feng Zhao began to piece together the situation. When Wang Yu mentioned the repair shop, a flicker of familiarity crossed her mind. She recalled leading a team to investigate this location, having a vivid impression of the uncle and nephew duo. The younger one had alerted her twice about issues with the battle armor, which ultimately proved true. Furthermore, she recognized the Du family insignia on the three guards, recalling that it was a young master from the Du family who had reported the incident when they ventured outside the city. Despite the conflicting accounts, she leaned towards Wang Yu's side, fully aware of the Du family's true nature. However, she did not immediately align herself with Wang Yu. Instead, she inquired, "I recall that this place was inhabited by a rather disheveled uncle and nephew, and the nephew seemed somewhat mentally challenged. Yet, I have never seen you before. Care to explain?" Wang Yu was at a loss for words. He had kindly warned her about the issues with her battle armor, only for her to think him foolish. Nevertheless, he swallowed his pride for the sake of clarity. "Captain Feng, I'm quite lucid. I reminded you twice that there was a problem with your battle armor. Is it not correct?" "It truly is you." At this point, Feng Xiao recognized Wang Yu, while the bald-headed Chong and his companions grew increasingly anxious, making one last desperate attempt. In his haste, the bald-headed Chong hastily attempted to pin the blame on Wang Yu, hoping to sow doubt in Feng Xiao's mind. But unfortunately for him, his flawed logic and limited intellect were no match for Feng Xiao's keen perception. "Such nonsense. You lot must be the Du family's lackeys. Am I unaware of the Du family's true nature? They will investigate their own affairs. But you have demolished a small shop and left me buried within. This matter requires accountability. Summon your master." Though Feng Xiao had no knowledge of Wang Yu's character, she recognized that if he were to act maliciously, her life would not be spared. Upon her declaration, the bald-headed Chong and his companions appeared utterly defeated, while Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The guards, with no other recourse, retrieved a communicator to contact the secretary, Huarue. Before long, the Rolls-Royce convoy arrived, and upon seeing Feng Xiao, Du Dajiao's expression darkened. In Tianhai City, he would not mind provoking any other investigation team leader, but Feng Xiao was a different matter. She was the disciple of the Snowstorm Warrior, and the Snowstorm Warrior was fiercely protective of her. What troubled him most was her spatial abilities, which could strike without warning. Du Dajiao, who typically relied on Secretary Huarue to speak on his behalf, was forced to apologize first. "Captain Feng, my subordinates were unaware of your identity. Please forgive their rudeness." He then turned his attention to Wang Yu, immediately captivated by the Savior L battle armor he wore. Internally shocked, he thought, "This is the Savior series of battle armor. Where did this fellow acquire it?" The Savior series of battle armor is fundamentally distinct from the mainstream battle armors of today. It does not belong to the same technological lineage. Since the developer's demise, the series has become increasingly rare, as any damages are irreparable and the core technology remains untranslatable. Seeing this battle armor, Du Dajiao's eyes glimmered with avarice. If it were merely damaged, he would not be so captivated. However, Wang Yu was wearing it and it functioned normally. His sinister gaze betrayed his greed. He could not allow this opportunity to slip away. Feng Xiao noticed the unusual glint in Du Dajiao's eyes and remarked, "Since you acknowledge the rudeness, perhaps you should consider how to compensate for the damages?" Although she belonged to the investigation team, she had limited leverage against Du Dajiao in an official capacity. "Oh, Captain Feng, what kind of compensation do you seek? You see, your men have demolished the Wang Yu repair shop. You ought to handle this matter. After all, he is my savior." Feng Xiao was uncertain of the extent of Wang Yu's losses, so she left it to Du Dajiao to report. Her words brought Wang Yu some solace as he thought, "At least this girl did not go ungrateful. It's just a pity about the fruits of my labor over the past 6 months." Upon hearing Feng Xiao's demands, Du Dajiao frowned. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Was this not an opportunity for him? "Very well. No problem. How about this? I will give you a chance to work for me. The Du family has several repair shops throughout Tianhai City. I can assign one for you to manage. Your shabby repair shop is hardly worth much. It's settled." He presented himself as magnanimous, as if bestowing a favor, intending for Wang Yu to feel grateful and submissive. Du Dajiao anticipated that Wang Yu would bow and scrape like the bald-headed Chong, fantasizing about how to please him, thereby securing a life among the city dwellers. Once Wang Yu entered Tianhai City under his auspices, he could easily unearth Wang Yu's secrets and then turn him into a mere pawn. Feng Xiao furrowed her brow upon hearing such terms. But since the decision ultimately lay with Wang Yu, she refrained from speaking. The moment Wang Yu heard this proposal, he felt nauseated, his anger barely contained. While he had contemplated developing in the city, it did not imply he would grovel before Du Dajiao. You men have wrecked my shop, and now you expect me to be your dog? What kind of logic is that? Moreover, the sinister undertone in Du Dajiao's gaze was unmistakable. He surely harbored ulterior motives. What would happen if he refused the offer? Would he contrive an excuse to evade compensation? Perhaps he never intended to compensate at all. As these thoughts crystallized in his mind, Wang Yu suppressed his fury and declared, I have no interest in your proposition. Since you claim it is hardly worth anything, then either compensate me or restore my possessions. Du Dajiao, realizing his plans had fallen through, felt his pride wounded and responded with anger. If that is the case, you are voluntarily relinquishing your right to compensation. I will reiterate, you have but one choice, agree or forego it. Just as the two men were at an impasse, Old Feng finally arrived. Chapter 17. Compensation. When Lao Feng arrived, he found Wang Yu and Du Dajiao in a standoff. He was unsure of the exact situation, only noting that the repair shop lay in ruins, and he also spotted Feng Xiao. A question arose in his mind. How did she end up here? And why was she standing alongside Wang? Approaching Wang Yu, he inquired, what on earth is happening here, and why is Captain Feng present? Wang Yu briefly recounted the events, and Lao Feng gained a general understanding. Pointing at Du Dajiao, he asked, so, are you attempting to evade your debts? Lao Feng was infuriated. He had received a month's worth of registration fees, and now with the repair shop destroyed, he would have to return what he had taken, not to mention the loss of his share of the business. Thus, when he looked at Du Dajiao, his gaze was laden with intimidation. If there were no witnesses, he would have relished the opportunity to slap this indulgent individual into submission. Feeling the pressure, Du Dajiao's arrogance was slightly quelled. He sensed a hint of danger emanating from Lao Feng. At that moment, Bald Chong stepped forward and whispered, Young Master Du is suspected of working for a certain powerful entity, and he possesses a certain level of combat capability. Upon hearing this, Du Dajiao narrowed his eyes. If he hadn't felt Lao Feng's aura of dominance, he would have scoffed at the remark, but now he was uncertain and asked, Who are you? I am Wang Yu's uncle and the sole business manager of this repair shop. After stating this, Lao Feng continued, The city dwellers truly are remarkable, destroying my shop and remaining so brazen, unwilling to offer compensation. Do you think this is your territory? I made an agreement with your nephew, but he refused to accept it. That is his problem, not mine. Don't think that just because you associate with important figures, you can challenge me. Du Dajiao looked down upon Lao Feng, believing him to be merely an errand runner for some influential person, whereas he himself was a significant character. Such arrogance was intolerable, even for Feng Xiao, who interjected, Young Master Du, your compensation is not acknowledged. You should adhere to their demands. I have yet to pursue the harm inflicted upon me by your people. Her words startled Du Dajiao. He had forgotten about that matter, and his expression darkened instantly. Since Captain Feng has said so, I shall give you Balchang's repair shop. It is far superior to that rickety establishment. With that, Du Dajiao turned to leave and climbed into his car, disregarding whether Wang Yu or Balchang agreed. He intended to block Feng Xiao from confronting him. For if Feng Xiao supported Wang Yu, and Wang received compensation exceeding his losses, she would have nothing to say. As for how to deal with Wang Yu, there would always be opportunities as long as he remained present. The losses he faced were merely the portion supplied by Bald Chong, which was inconsequential to him. Bai Qiyang, realizing the predicament, rushed forward. Young Master Du, you cannot do this. That is my livelihood. Before he could finish, his secretary, Hua Rui, kicked him away. Watching helplessly as the convoy disappeared, tears of frustration welling in his eyes, Lao Feng approached, grabbing him. Bald Chong, you were the one who brought this upon yourself. The cost is not small. Wang Yu, let us take over his stall. With the matter resolved, Wang Yu exhaled in relief, though his anger lingered, buried deep within. Although he could act boldly in matters of repair, he felt ill-equipped to navigate the complexities of the underworld. Without Feng Zhao's assistance, he would have found himself in a precarious situation, even with Lao Feng present. Ultimately, he realized that in this world, if one lacked strength, one would inevitably suffer. This incident awakened in him a desire to train in martial arts. Having come to this conclusion, Wang Yu cleared his mind and said to Feng Xiao, "Captain Feng, thank you. Had you not been here earlier, I cannot imagine how this situation would have unfolded. Well, let us not dwell on that. You saved me last night. By the way, where is my hurricane battle armor?" Feng Xiao recalled wearing her armor before losing consciousness. Although it was largely damaged, it couldn't be removed without specialized tools, serving as the last line of defense for its owner. Prompted by her reminder, Wang Yu pointed towards the wreckage of the shop, saying, "It's buried in there. I helped you take it off last night and was planning to find parts to repair it today. You can repair it?" Feng Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. From her assessment, that armor was beyond repair, even in the Sky City, and could only be discarded. The notion that a shabby repair shop could manage what the best facilities in Sky City could not was incredulous to her. Yet, recalling Wang Yu's earlier assessment of the armor and his assistance in removing it, she considered that he might possess some skill. Realizing this, she continued, "All right then, if you can fix it, please do so and inform me once it's ready." To her, whether it was repaired or not was of little consequence, so she did not dwell on it too much. At that moment, Lao Feng's voice called out, "Wang Yu, why are you dawdling? Hurry and take over Bald Chong's repair shop. How about this? Lao Feng, you, and Captain Feng go ahead, and I will tidy up here, retrieving some useful items, including Captain Feng's armor." Wang Yu adhered to the traditional virtue of not wasting resources. Anything useful must not be discarded. Unable to oppose him, Lao Feng relented and took Feng Xiao to confront Bald Chong at the gathering point. Having been raised in a civilized society, he had never experienced such humiliation. If those individuals believed themselves superior, he vowed to shatter their arrogance in the future. Machines can be repaired, and when society's machinery falters, it too can be mended. If tools are lacking, then one must create their own. As Wang Yu sifted through the ruins of the small shop, he unearthed numerous pieces of equipment, each a testament to his hard work over the past 6 months, marking his journey from nothing to something in this world. Among the debris, he discovered an object inscribed with the words Wang Yu Productions, September 2035. He recognized it. He had carved it himself. Yet, how could he find this here when he had crossed into another world? Was it merely a coincidence? This faux jade token was a whimsical creation from his youth. At 16, he had stumbled upon a piece of jade 2 fingers wide while gardening, inscribed with 2 ancient characters, which he later identified as Han Yuan. In the end, he procured materials and crafted a mold to encase the Han Yuan jade within the faux token. Before his transmigration, he had left this token in his suitcase, not on his person. Wait a moment. Lao Feng mentioned that this token was an antique, over 1,000 years old. Could it be? I haven T traverse to another world. I have traveled to the future of Blue Star. Just as he was grappling with this revelation, Lao Feng's voice broke through his thoughts. "Kid, what are you daydreaming about? Have you finished packing?" "Ah, it's all done." "You're so slow." Wang Yu set aside his musings and began loading the items onto the truck Lao Feng had brought. In the core area of Tianhai City, Du Daqiao stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office in a skyscraper, holding a glass of wine as he surveyed the city below. His secretary, Hua Rue, approached from behind and reported softly, "Young master, all of Bald Chong's equipment has been remotely locked down." "Good. That lowly brat. What does he think he can gain with Feng Xiao, that vile woman, aiding him? My advantages are not to be taken lightly. Without equipment, how can he hope to carry out repairs? When the time comes to activate the devices, he will have no choice but to come crawling back to me, unable to escape my grasp. Otherwise, he can only stare at a pile of scrap metal." Having vented his frustrations, Du Daqiao turned and embraced Hua Rue's waist. The competitive atmosphere in the office set to intensify. Unbeknownst to Lao Feng, who was taking over Bald Chong's shop, and Wang Yu, who was oblivious to the equipment being locked down, both were preoccupied with their own plans to utilize the equipment, contemplating whether to increase the daily repair quota. Chapter 18. Taking over the Bald Chong repair shop. Upon arriving at the Bald Chong repair shop, Wang Yu and Old Feng discovered a throng of onlookers. To their astonishment, Master Wang had indeed come to take over the establishment. Despite the ostentation of that young master, it proved futile. He could not save Bald Chong. This indicated that Master Wang's backing was formidable, rendering even the city's elite powerless against him. Wang Yu's assumption of the repair shop garnered unanimous approval, liberating the community from Bald Chong's exploitative grasp. Indeed, Master Wang's prices are reasonable, and he can enhance equipment performance. Yet, concerns arose about the other gear and prosthetics that Wang had not previously repaired. Overall, the majority of the residents of the spear gathering place welcomed Wang Yu's arrival. To the eager potential clients, Wang Yu greeted them and declared, "From this moment forth, I, Wang Yu, will manage this establishment. Henceforth, it shall be known as the Wang Yu Repair Shop. However, repairs will commence tomorrow. For inquiries, please consult Old Phone. Now, everyone, please disperse. I must organize the shop and initiate new business." After announcing his intentions, Wang Yu instructed Old Feng to move items around. Due to his injuries, Feng Xiao had already departed for the city, so he took the opportunity to inspect the equipment that had been handed over. Upon completing his examination, a cloud of gloom settled upon his face. The equipment was, indeed, not in good faith. It was all soft-locked, reminiscent of the high-end manufacturers for Blue Star. However, with the eye of analysis at his disposal, he merely needed to invest time in cracking the codes. He would not be disheartened. Facing the impending opening, he pondered how he could accept orders without tools or equipment, and thus initiated the decryption of the devices. The smart repair warehouse key, is it? Let's directly analyze the code and eliminate the root issue. An invalid account? No matter. I shall bypass it. This device will require no account in the future. 2 hours later, Old Feng, growing bored, inquired, "Wang, have you resolved it yet? You've been at it for quite some time. Perhaps we should celebrate at Mary S. Tavern." Wang Yu retorted, "You go ahead. I'll pass. I still have several items to repair. By the way, spread the word. Starting tomorrow, we will accept 10 orders daily for all equipment, machines, and prosthetics." With such excellent tools and equipment at hand, Wang Yu had no intention of wasting time at the tavern. He was eager to experience the joy of repairs firsthand. Observing his fervor, Old Feng could only shake his head in resignation. This fellow lacked an appreciation for life. He either rummaged through scrap piles or toiled with machinery daily. Nonetheless, with an increase in business volume, Old Feng left the repair shop in high spirits, heading to the tavern to host a press conference. Wang Yu's first repair was Feng Xiao's hurricane battle armor, for Feng Xiao had aided him in acquiring the repair shop, and it would be remiss not to expedite its restoration. Having gathered all necessary materials and components, what once required manual operation now simply required setting the procedures on the smart repair warehouse control panel and waiting for the automated process to commence. After a mere 10 minutes, the repair program was established. Wang Yu transported the hurricane battle armor into the repair warehouse, placed it on the repair table, and then brought in the requisite components to initiate the repair command. Glancing at the control panel displaying the repair progress and remaining time, Wang Yu proceeded to the next piece of equipment. At Mary S. Tavern, following Old Feng's announcement, a deluge of patrons flooded in. "Wow, Master Wang is incredible. The quota has increased, and the scope of services has expanded. How audacious! All equipment, machines, and prosthetics. Can he truly handle it? Surely he jest. Hey, if you don't believe it, you need not go. No one is forcing you. Old Feng, my right arm prosthetic is a bit malfunctioning. Can Master Wang fix it?" Old Feng smiled reassuringly. "No problem. All equipment, machines, and prosthetics can be repaired, Old Feng. My power combat knife," Old Feng sighed. "No problem. All equipment, machines, and prosthetics can be repaired, Old Feng. My electric darling has been underperforming lately," Old Feng, perplexed, replied. "All equipment, machines, and prosthetics can be repaired," as the rumor spread. The entire spear gathering place buzzed with news of the Wang Yu repair shop. What? The Wang Yu repair shop has taken in Bald Chong? That's astounding. The Wang Yu repair shop claims to repair all things. If you can conceive of it, it can be repaired. How audacious. The Wang Yu repair shop is backed by the big shots of Sky City. Has the young master Du Daxiao of Tianhai City met his match? Master Wang scoffed at all repair shops outside the city. Unbeknownst to him, while he was modifying mechanical exoskeletons, he had inadvertently offended all the repair shops outside the city. Early the next morning, A crowd had already gathered outside the Wang You repair shop. Although there were only 10 spots available today, the throng of spectators was unstoppable. Sleepy-eyed and reeking of alcohol, Wang Yu was roused from his slumber by old Feng, who exclaimed, "You rascal, what are you doing sleeping? You can't be this eager to be reborn. You're one to talk. I'm the one nearly deafened by your noise. Hurry and get to work." With that, he pushed Wang Yu to attend to the customers. Upon opening the door, Wang Yu found 10 customers lined up with their equipment neatly arranged at the entrance. Adhering to his previous routine, he negotiated prices and instructed the customers to bring their equipment inside before shooing them out and closing the door. 10 sets of power exoskeletons, all of similar models and requirements. Although the damage varied, it was trivial, activating the eye of analysis to assess their conditions. Wang Yu directly programmed the repair procedures on the control panel. In just over 10 minutes, he transported the equipment into the repair warehouse in order, then allowed the automated processes to take over. "Delivery wait, I'll deal with it after I wake up. I'll deliver when I awaken." Time passed swiftly, and upon waking after 4 hours, he inspected the repaired equipment. All was well. He opened the door to deliver and accept payment, successfully completing the day's tasks. Amidst the anxious anticipation of the crowd, the doors of the Wang Yu repair shop swung open once more. Wang Yu addressed the 10 customers. "Come in and collect your equipment, and be sure to follow the order." The last customer in line asked, "Master Wang, is mine ready too?" "Indeed, it is all ready. Take it outside and give it a try." Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. "So fast. I thought only 3 or 5 items were repaired. I had no idea all were completed. Master Wang is indeed impressive. Bald Chong would have taken half a day. Looks like you lost a bet, my friend. Hand over the money. What speed is this? Under 5 hours to complete 10 items." The 10 customers were filled with joy as they donned their equipment and began testing it, immediately noticing a performance far superior to their expectations. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. 10 items, all perfect? The performance has indeed improved? You are not mistaken. It is indeed true. How can this be? Previously, when Bald Chong repaired 10 items, at least one would malfunction or be beyond repair. In serious cases, it could even be ruined. That was during the best of times. Typically, Bald Chong would have 2 or 3 items malfunctioning out of 10. Perhaps Master Wang specializes in repairing power exoskeletons. I've noticed he's been working on this type of equipment recently. Expertise in 1S craft. With such skills, he could live comfortably for a lifetime. As he listened to the astonished praises of the crowd, Wang Yu felt a swell of satisfaction. The establishment in this gathering place had firmly taken root. Reflecting on the 3 modified, enhanced power exoskeletons he had crafted the previous night, an idea sparked within him. Why not leverage this momentum to sell those 3 sets of equipment? Chapter 19. Selling modified equipment after collecting the payment. Wang Yu instructed Lao Feng to bring out 3 sets of heavily modified exoskeletons. Upon seeing them, the crowd erupted in discussion. "Is this an exoskeleton or a battle suit? It feels rather awkward," one remarked. "Indeed, if it's an exoskeleton, it's far too cumbersome. Yet if it's a battle suit, the protection is insufficient, only safeguarding vital areas." What is Master Wang up to this time? Is he planning an exhibition, but with just these 3 items? Another question, could this be a cross-genre product? I've never seen anything like it. Based on my experience, it should be an exoskeleton, but with all this added armor, the weight must have increased significantly, compromising its advantage of being lightweight. Precisely, if the power engine is insufficient, it will surely become a drawback. Several knowledgeable spectators began to discuss the performance, and most wore expressions of skepticism, with few expressing optimism. Wang Yu merely smiled faintly. How could he not consider these issues? The performance was assuredly sound. The power source of this exoskeleton was derived from a battlesuit's engine. Although it was of lower power, it was still superior to that of a typical exoskeleton. It was akin to fitting a 250 cubic centimeters motorcycle engine onto a bicycle. The power would be more than ample. As the crowd's chatter grew, Wang Yu cleared his throat and raised his hand to signal for silence. "Everyone, I believe you're all curious about the performance of these exoskeletons. Trust me, I, Wang Yu, assure you that what I present today is of exceptional quality. I would never present a hollow piece of equipment to mislead you. The mere fact that I have brought it forth indicates its significant superiority over other exoskeletons. It is not merely about being flashy. First and foremost, the power engine of this exoskeleton is sourced from a power battlesuit. Its power output is 5 times that of a standard exoskeleton engine. His words ignited a storm of excitement among the crowd. No way. How is that even possible? They exclaimed. Isn't this the same idea that the Lee Fon studio from Sky City attempted for 2 years, only to abandon the project due to failure? Yes, I think I've heard that rumor. They said the power output was too explosive and difficult to control, making the exoskeleton akin to a wild beast that could not be tamed. As the so-called experts began to debate, Wang You scoffed inwardly. Such a simple issue had escaped their notice. Did they think his analytical eyes were mere trinkets? This was merely a matter of linear power output control, a problem he had resolved in just an hour. The people at Lee Fon Studio were utterly incompetent if they could not solve such a basic issue while claiming to run a design studio. However, he was unaware of Lee Fon Studio's esteemed reputation, renowned in the exoskeleton design community, responsible for half of the exoskeletons available on the market. Observing the fervor of the crowd, Wang You realized that mere words would not suffice. He decided to demonstrate the equipment in action. Since you have so many questions, allow me to wear this exoskeleton and show you the specifics. With that, he donned one of the helmets and continued. This is not merely a helmet. It incorporates numerous functions, so pay close attention. The first feature is the automatic wearing command. Wang Yu stood before the exoskeleton, stretched out his arms, and the apparatus assembled itself around him as if it had eyes, leaving the spectators in awe. What? Is Master Wang using himself as a test subject? He must have tested it long ago. Now he merely wishes to showcase it before us. However, just this function is impressive. Many power battlesuits lack this capability. Flashiness is irrelevant. Exoskeletons must rely on performance and control. How do you know the performance and control are lacking? Did you not hear Master Wang say, this is just the first feature? Wang Yu paid no mind to the incessant chatter and continued. This helmet also integrates automatic focus adjustment, target tracking, and infrared night vision, practical functions for the battlefield, which can only be fully appreciated once donned. Next is the second feature, motion coordination. With that, Wang Yu attempted to dance in the style of Blue Star Street dance, though he felt somewhat clumsy, growing embarrassed as he stumbled. However, the onlookers erupted in cheers. What an energetic dance! How can he move like that, even while wearing the exoskeleton? The fluidity is astounding. Could this exoskeleton be a fake? Is it truly capable of such fine control? Amidst the flattery, Wang Yu felt undeserving of such praise. Hastily concluding the demonstration of this feature before announcing the third feature, speed, please make way. The crowd could hardly contain their excitement as he completed a sprint back and forth, a feat that typically took around 15 seconds with standard exoskeletons and about 10 seconds with enhanced ones. The outcome nearly left their jaws on the floor. Even ordinary power battlesuits cannot achieve such speed. I have data. The Guardian power battlesuit clocks in at just over 8 seconds. Incredible. Even if the strength aspect is average, this is the strongest exoskeleton I have ever seen. It feels like a lightweight power battlesuit. Wang Yu nodded in agreement with this assertion. His modifications indeed aimed to rival power battlesuits, yet the core structure remained that of an exoskeleton, designed for similar operational contexts. At this moment, some impatient individuals began to voice their eagerness. Master Wang, how much for this exoskeleton? I want one. What? You're selling so quickly? How much? I want one too. Others soon joined the fray, clamoring for their own. Meanwhile, Wang Yu remained calm, saying, everyone, please be patient. The demonstration is not yet finished. Next, we shall proceed to the third feature, strength testing. With that, he instructed Lao Feng to bring forth 2 massive iron weights, each appearing to weigh around a ton. The crowd looked on in disbelief, as typical exoskeletons could only lift between 500 to 800 kilograms. The sight of such heavy weights drew immediate skepticism. Surely this is a ruse. Those weights must be hollow. Indeed, how could Lao Feng manage to push such enormous weights? The maximum force a standard exoskeleton can exert is only 300 to 500 kilograms. In the face of their doubts, Wang Yu merely smiled faintly. Since they dared to question, he would gladly provide them the opportunity to verify. Chapter 20, Poison X, Exoskeleton for those who doubted the authenticity of a massive iron block. Wang Yu understood their skepticism. Since they held such doubts, he proposed they verify it themselves. Gentlemen, if you are skeptical, please come over and test it for yourselves. The iron block is right here. As he spoke, he gestured toward the large iron block, prompting the group to exchange glances before reluctantly stepping onto the stage. These individuals were merely engaging in verbal bravado. When faced with the reality, their confidence waned. With trepidation, they spent a few minutes testing the iron block, pushing, pulling, and attempting to pry it loose, but the two massive blocks remained steadfastly unmoved. They were perplexed, unable to fathom why Old Feng had managed it effortlessly while they struggled. Could there be magnets concealed beneath? The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Isn't it surprising that these three, usually quite strong, cannot even budge a mere iron block? Do you still believe it's fake? I sense it's quite genuine. I simply doubt that exoskeleton can manage it. Indeed, if it could, it would defy logic. It would be metaphysical, but alas, I trust in science. Have you not heard that the limits of science often lead to the metaphysical? After a few more moments of waiting, Wang Yu, unwilling to waste time, declared, "You cannot move it, can you? The iron block is undoubtedly real. As for how Old Feng managed it, you can inquire about that later. Now, please step aside as I demonstrate the power of this exoskeleton." Once the group stepped back, Wang Yu positioned himself before the iron block, wrapped his arms around it, and effortlessly lifted it. He then stacked the two iron blocks together, leaving the crowd astounded. What is he doing? He has already exceeded the limits of strength with one block. Is he attempting to lift both simultaneously? Impressive. He lifted one with ease. This exoskeleton's strength is remarkable. Imagine if I had such an apparatus. I could wield two colossal swords at once, developing a dual sword technique to confront any beast with reckless abandon. A colossal sword? What use is that? With this exoskeleton, I could wield a tower shield in one hand and a long battle axe in the other. Offensive and defensive capabilities that surpass yours. As the crowd continued to discuss, Wang Yu raised the stacked iron blocks and walked around the stage, prompting a sudden hush, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. At that moment, they found themselves at a loss for words. The power he exhibited rivaled even the highest ranks of agility. After a brief silence, he released the blocks, which crashed to the ground, causing the floor to tremble. Whispers began to circulate among the spectators. The top-tier, standard-powered battle armor, Guardian series, barely grazed the threshold of agility. Yet this was evidently even stronger. Wearing powered battle armor requires a certain level of combat prowess, but the exoskeleton seemed devoid of such limitations. If I don this, could I not also stand toe-to-toe with agility's finest? In some respects, this was indeed true. Speed and strength were comparable, but the disparities in combat experience and endurance were insurmountable. One's physical conditioning could not be matched. Securing this equipment would be worth any sacrifice. All eyes shimmered with fervent desire. Sensing their passion, Wang Yu spoke again. "Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you 3 modified exoskeletons, which I have named Poison X. Now tell me, do you wish to possess one?" As soon as his words echoed, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, clamoring to purchase. Witnessing the chaos, Wang Yu raised his hand for silence. "Please, everyone, calm down. Since you all desire Poison X, I shall now announce the method of acquisition." Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he continued, "We will conduct a live auction. The starting price for each set is 50,000, with minimum increments of 500. Now let us welcome our auctioneer, Old Feng." At that moment, Old Feng stood in a daze, perplexed as to why he was being summoned to the stage instead of Wang Yu handling the auction himself. Wang Yu, indifferent to his confusion, removed the exoskeleton and pushed him forward, whispering, "Old Feng, the stage is set for you. The rest is in your hands. Make it good, and you'll see a 30% increase in total value." In the repair shop, Wang Yu placed the Savior L battle armor on the operating table and activated the Eye of Analysis for meticulous examination. Outside, Old Feng, now an auctioneer for the first time, was overwhelmed by the bustling atmosphere. In a discreet corner, Bald Chong cast a glance at the former repair shop, his eyes glinting with hatred before he turned away. At the Dutech Private Research Institute in the Eastern District of Tianhai City, an attendant reported, "By the way, there's news regarding the young master. Yesterday he vandalized the repair shop, but suffered a minor setback due to Feng Xiao's intervention. Awaiting further instructions." The attendant remained silent. Du Zipeng's expression darkened. He was the illegitimate son of the Du family patriarch, while Du Dajiao was his half-brother. Within the family, he was held in low regard, lacking resources and constantly oppressed by Du Dajiao. He could only covertly cultivate his own power with the limited resources at his disposal. "My dear brother, he is yet to perish in the clutches of a woman. Have you uncovered why he ventured outside the city?" Indeed, it is indeed related to that repair shop. Upon hearing the connection, Du Zipeng pondered for a moment before stating, "What secrets does this repair shop hold? Send someone to investigate thoroughly. Additionally, keep an eye on my dear brother's informants. Eliminate them if necessary." The attendant nodded and departed to execute the orders. Meanwhile, in Du Dajiao's opulent office, he lounged in his executive chair, disheveled, while his secretary, Hui, adjusted her hair, equally disheveled. The pair appeared to have just completed some sort of contest. Du Dajiao, in a fatigued tone, inquired, "What is the status of that repair shop? Any updates?" "It has only been a day, young master. Even if that fellow is anxious, he wouldn't know how to contact you." Realizing his oversight, Du Dajiao recalled he had provided Wang You with any contact info. Chapter 21. The phenomenon of the worry-free repair shop. Wang You, utilizing the eye of analysis, successfully cracked the 3 locking programs after 2 arduous hours. At that moment, he was utterly fatigued, his complexion as pale as a sheet, and he crawled into bed to rest. Just then, Old Feng rushed in, exclaiming, "Youngster, you've struck gold." Each unit of toxins fetched an astonishing 150,000. "What is wrong with you? You look as white as a ghost." Old Feng, initially brimming with excitement, was taken aback. Wang Yu had become his financial benefactor, and he could not afford for anything to happen to him. With his head spinning, Wang Yu waved him off, saying, "Enough. After all this fuss, I've only made this little money. I'm mentally drained. I just need a rest." With that, he fell into a deep slumber. Old Feng was aware of Wang Yu's unique ability related to his eyes, but he didn't quite grasp its specifics. He speculated that Wang Yu's powers were utilized in the realm of repairs. Upon further inspection, he noticed that Feng Xiao's hurricane battle armor was now fully restored, leading him to deduce that this was the project Wang Yu had just completed. This kid is quite attentive to Feng Xiao, really going all out to fix this scrap armor, he muttered before closing the door and departing to inform Feng Xiao. Meanwhile, the news about the toxin's exoskeleton had begun to spread to neighboring gathering places. In the Iron Hammer gathering area, the leader of the great sculpture hunting team, Diao, exclaimed, "What is this? The spear gathering area has unveiled 3 exoskeletons surpassing battle armor performance with Toxin X. Those rascals from the Bear Clan have snatched one up. We need to investigate immediately." Shan Mao, the leader of the Hellcat hunting team, urged, "We can't wait any longer. We must contact the worry-free repair shop for a discussion and place a substantial order." At the repair point in the Flying Bear gathering area, the owner, Ban Mao, lamented, "What's going on? Business has been a bit sluggish these past few days. Those hunters are just watching from the sidelines. Worry-free repair shop. That kid is up to something again. Someone go and give him a nudge." For hours later, Wang Yu awoke to find a throng of people gathered outside the worry-free repair shop, with Old Feng overwhelmed at the door. Hearing the commotion outside, he was puzzled and opened the door, startled by the scene before him. What is happening? Is there a riot?" As he emerged, Old Feng quickly pulled him out to shield him, stating, "Master Wang is right here. If you have any grievances, feel free to voice them." The crowd clamored, "Master Wang, is there any more Toxin X? We want to place orders. 10 slots a day is far too few. Can you increase the quota? We need more slots. We require superior equipment. We need expedited repairs. Master Wang, please advance my slot. My current equipment is broken, and I can't make a living." Hearing their requests, Wang Yu felt overwhelmed. The sudden surge of business was a double-edged sword. Initially, He had planned merely to make ends meet before gradually expanding his operations, never anticipating that his fame would skyrocket so rapidly. Although he was pleased with his newfound recognition, he found himself at a loss on how to manage the throng of eager customers. Having been an ordinary university student at the lowest rung of the academic ladder back on Blue Star, he had never encountered such a scenario. Now, he had no choice but to face it head-on. Everyone, please calm down. The worry-free repair shop has only been open for a few days. I never expected such overwhelming popularity. Due to inadequate preparations, our equipment and parts are limited, making it difficult to expand our operations immediately. However, I assure you, I will do my utmost to meet your expectations. I hope you can grant me a little time. Starting tomorrow, the repair slots will increase to 20. You can discuss specifics with Old Phone. I must prepare urgently, so please disperse for now. Outside, Old Phone wore a pained expression as he was surrounded by the crowd, calling out, "Don't rush. Don't disrupt Master Wang's work. Let us discuss this at the Mari Tavern." Thus, Old Phone was hoisted along by the crowd toward the tavern. Under Wang Yu's influence, business at the Mari Tavern had surged tenfold over the past few days. The tavern owner, Mari, counted her earnings while enduring the same pressures as Wang Yu, overwhelmed and constantly on guard against wandering hands. She longed to discreetly sever the hands of those who reached out, but the sheer number of patrons made her wary of exposing her hidden identity. With no other recourse, she offered high wages and eventually hired 5 attractive female hunters as servers to help share the burden. However, while these women were indeed pleasing to the eye, their unconventional hairstyles and tattoos made them stand out in a way that Mari could never match. Fortunately, they managed to deflect some of the unwelcome advances, although their tempers were often fiery, leading to occasional altercations with customers. At this moment, as Mari was preparing for the evening rush, the tavern doors swung open, and a crowd surged in. Startled, Mari wondered if it was some sort of club gathering, questioning the timing. Just then, she noticed Old Phone being carried in, a comical expression on his face. "Old Phone, what has the worry-free repair shop done this time? Yesterday, they increased the slots and caused a ruckus. Now, with the midday announcement of Toxin X, what new mischief is this? I can't catch a break." Mari mused, yet she quickly organized her servers to greet the guests, slipping over to sit beside Old Phone. With the incessant, unwelcome touches around, it was safer near him, and while he might occasionally reach out, his good looks made it tolerable. Once inside the tavern, Old Phone took a seat at the exclusive VIP spot Mari had prepared for him, initiating a business negotiation mode. Meanwhile, Wang Yu, noticing the absence of onlookers outside, donned a savioral battle armor and drove his dilapidated pickup truck to the mechanical graveyard to stock up on supplies. The savioral armor had fully unlocked its performance capabilities, allowing Wang Yu to unleash a combat power equivalent to that of a mid-level silver tier. However, this was not the armor's limit. In addition to being powered by its engine, it could also integrate a life crystal and utilize the martial artist's own energy, enabling a tri-mode activation for formidable performance during combat. At present, Wang Yu was merely using the engine's power, speculating that the martial energy might be the internal power of Old Phone, while he had yet to witness a life crystal. He had heard Old Phone mention that hunters primarily survived by hunting ferocious beasts to obtain life crystals and various materials. As he drove out, a few individuals discreetly peeked from hidden corners outside the repair shop. Soon after, several groups disguised as passers-by quietly departed from the gathering area. Chapter 22. The Mechanical Graveyard Under Siege. In a mechanical graveyard, Wang Yuzhen was swiftly rummaging through treasures. With the Savior L battle suit now activated, his efficiency had multiplied several times. After merely half an hour, he had already unearthed a plethora of parts, to the point where his dilapidated pickup truck was nearly overflowing. Deciding it was time to wrap up, he prepared to leave. At that moment, a group of 5 clad in exoskeletons approached, their helmets adorned with searchlights that shone directly into Wang Yu's face. The blinding glare was discomforting even through his helmet and sunglasses. Wishing to avoid confrontation, he attempted to sidestep the light, only to find that they were intent on blocking his way. With no means of escape, he inquired, "Hey, fellas, have I wronged you in any way?" The vehicle was unremarkable, Yet they insisted he had not donned his helmet while wearing the battle suit. Did they want him to remove it? Wang Yu sensed the ominous undertones in their conversation. These individuals were clearly after him. With no time to ponder, he approached his truck and opened the door. "Hey kid, stop right there," one of them shouted. "Our battle axes are not just for chopping wood." As the words left his mouth, Wang Yu noticed the 5 wielding long-handled battle axes charging towards him, causing him to freeze in terror. He had no combat experience. Before his journey through time, he had been nothing more than a kind-hearted student, entirely unprepared for such a violent confrontation. "Well, you certainly are obedient. Saving us the effort of meal," the leader, sporting a scruffy beard, said with a grin, caressing the smooth blade of his axe and spitting disdainfully. "You must be Master Wang, right? Our boss has some business with you, so come along." The remaining 4 positioned themselves in a menacing manner, encircling Wang Yu. Despite the impressive stats afforded by his battle suit, his legs quivered under the pressure of their intimidating presence. He realized that in a true fight, statistics alone would not suffice. The inexperienced gentleman would surely perish against a hardened thug. What to do? Go with them? But that would mean walking into the lion's den, he thought, feeling utterly trapped. Then, a spark of inspiration struck him. "No fighting. I will feign confidence. With my battle suit, I can project an air of superiority to intimidate them." With this newfound resolve, Wang Yu cleared his throat and declared in a deep voice, "Humph. You petty thieves think you can easily subdue me? Is your arrogance not a touch excessive? Do you truly regard my silver flash-tier prowess as insignificant?" His bold stance drew attention, particularly from the bearded leader, who paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. You wish to bluff? True Silver Flash masters are not like you. You crack me up." The 4 surrounding Wang Yu joined in the mockery. "Hey, stop pretending, kid. Your pathetic battle strength doesn't even come close to the Silver Flash tier. You must be joking. Just cooperate, and you might avoid some pain. You've clearly never encountered a real expert. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so foolish." The leader continued, relishing the moment. "If you were truly Silver Flash, we would kneel the moment we laid eyes on you, without waiting for your command. Alas, you are not." Wang Yu was taken aback. He had always envisioned masters as stoic and indifferent, exuding an aura of invincibility. Had he been mistaken in his assumptions? Suddenly, the bearded leader spoke again. "Come here, kid. Allow me to show you what a true master looks like." With that, he narrowed his eyes, a sinister smile creeping across his face, lowering his axe slightly, evoking the image of a ferocious wolf ready to pounce. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Wang Yu realized just how gravely he had miscalculated. His earlier bravado was merely a fade. True mastery emanated from an inner strength that could instill fear in others. "Do you understand now?" The leader continued. "Brothers, remove his battle suit." His companions advanced menacingly. As the pressure mounted, the bearded leader felt a rush of relief, his body relaxing slightly. This kid is just an inexperienced novice. A little intimidation, and he won't even think to resist. If he were to fight back, I might get hurt. In essence, the leader was also putting on an act, but he had encountered real experts before. His confidence was palpable, while Wang Yu's display was merely surface level, devoid of substance. At that moment, Wang Yu shouted, "Wait, think this through. My Silver Flash tier prowess is not mere talk. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I will retaliate." Unaware of the leader's inner thoughts, Wang Yu understood that without his suit, he would be utterly defenseless. While he could still rely on it to buy time, once it was stripped away, he would be at their mercy. "Go ahead, try. Silver Flash tier? If you had it, you would have acted by now. You're just a naive kid." The bearded leader taunted, convinced that Wang Yu would not dare to retaliate. His comrades slowly closed in on Wang Yu, who was retreating step by step. Suddenly, a cry of alarm and terror echoed through the mechanical graveyard, momentarily startling the leader and his group. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yu dashed away, creating a distance of nearly 10 meters before the leader regained his composure. "Blast it! How did the lookout fail to notice someone approaching? Quick, pursue! Don't let that kid escape." Wang Yu, however, was indifferent to their thoughts, running blindly in a panic. Who knew where help could come from? Perhaps they were just as malevolent as his pursuers. Thanks to the speed advantage granted by Savior L, the leader's group struggled to keep up. Meanwhile, Hidden figures took note of his flight and rushed to intercept him. Chaos erupted throughout the mechanical graveyard. What on earth has this kid ingested? He's running like the wind. Get out of the way. Don't block the path. Watch it, punk. How dare you trip me? Get lost. Step aside. If you can't keep up, I'll blame you if he escapes. As the crowd swelled, tensions flared. Initially, the focus had solely been on cornering Wang You, but soon various factions began clashing. Shoving and grappling ensued, with some attempting to capture Wang You, while others sought to hinder his pursuers, granting him a chance to flee. Master Wang, wait. We mean you no harm. We're here to help, shouted a middle-aged man with a broom-like appearance. I trust you as far as I can throw you. If you truly want to assist, take out those guys. Once I'm free, you can find me at the shop. Wang You retorted. A square-faced man interjected, don't believe him. The broom guy is a known liar. We are here to genuinely assist you. We are from the Tung Shao faction. Bing, you still have the audacity to speak? Everyone knows you're full of hot air. Thinking you can ride on the coattails of the second young master of the Du family makes you special? Have you seen what a lowly position that young master holds in the Du family? One you could not discern who spoke. But he gleaned crucial information. The square-faced man was a sycophant of the Du family. Given his previous conflict with Du Daqiao, he had to remain vigilant. In this precarious situation, one truth became clear. No one could be trusted. His life was solely in his own hands. As time passed, Chapter 23. Awaiting opportunity, Wang You felt a suffocating tightness in his chest. His muscles ached, and the control over his limbs had begun to wane. As he sprinted, he occasionally stumbled, yet the escalating conflict among his pursuers inadvertently provided him with opportunities to break free. The trio, with square faces, were indeed formidable, but their numbers were limited, thus balancing the scales, leaving no party with a definitive advantage. Due to their differing affiliations, the four groups did not unite, resulting in a scenario where each sustained injuries during the encirclement, depleting their physical stamina. The bearded man taunted, Kid, I didn't expect you to be quite the escape artist, but I doubt you possess the endurance to keep this up. The broom-wielding fellow chimed in, Master Wang, it would be wise to surrender now. My patience is wearing thin. Don't make things worse for yourself. The square-faced man added menacingly, you're testing my patience. Here's your final chance to yield peacefully, or I shall sever your limbs upon capture. The masked man threatened, if you possess any courage, I hope you don't fall into my clutches. At this moment, Wang You found himself cornered against a heap of scrap metal. Unable to flee any further, his energy spent. Leaning against the debris, he gasped for breath. Which of you four groups should I accompany? I can no longer run. My strength has waned, and the energy of my armor is nearly depleted. He chuckled, though in truth, he had only consumed 10% of his armor's energy. He was astonished by the endurance of the Savior L. A moment ago, he had discreetly utilized Eye of Analysis to survey his pursuers' equipment and noted that their exoskeleton energy reserves were hovering around 20%. Initially, he had planned to deplete a bit more of their energy, but he found himself unable to continue. The four groups exchanged wary glances, now acutely aware of Wang Yu's words. As seasoned players, they understood that the energy reserves of the armor and exoskeletons were relatively comparable. It would indeed be strange if Wang Yu's armor energy were to run out completely, a fact he remained oblivious to. In their eyes, he had become a mere pawn, devoid of stamina and energy, a feeble target to be easily dispatched. What followed was a confrontation among the four factions, with the victor claiming Wang You as their prize. The ripe fruit was tempting, and the square-faced man initiated, Big Beard, shall we join forces to eliminate the other two groups first? He had the fewest allies and could not collaborate with the broom-wielding fellow, who was at odds with him. Although there had been no direct conflict with Iron Face's group, the man they had just eliminated was a subordinate of Du Daqiao, who was allied with Iron Face. Faced with these circumstances, he felt compelled to seek an alliance, fearing he would be the first to be eliminated, leaving only the bearded man as a potential partner. Why should I ally with you? You appear simple-minded, yet I sense treachery lurking beneath. I have no desire to be stabbed in the back. The bearded man, though brash, was no fool. He had heard whispers of the square-faced man's character and preferred to align with Iron Face than with him. After being rebuffed, the square-faced man did not react with anger. Instead, he smiled in an attempt to persuade. Those tales about me are mere gossip. Don't take them to heart. My abilities are slightly superior, and my enemies are quick to besmirch my name. I choose to rise above such slander. He continued, as the ancients said, a gentleman cultivates his character, while a petty man revels in his own schemes. I have always adhered to the gentleman's code, but alas, there are too many petty individuals. Finding himself at an impasse, he resorted to persuasive tactics, hoping to charm the bearded man with his eloquence. At that moment, the broom-wielding man interjected, enough with the grandstanding, big face. In this day and age, who doesn't know how you earned your nickname? You paint yourself as a gentleman, but ultimately lead others to their doom. How about we collaborate, Big Beard, to drive off those two hapless groups first? The broom-wielding man proposed, and the bearded man found himself somewhat swayed. Although they often clashed, they had a mutual understanding. Yet the final confrontation would be tricky, as the bearded man was slightly weaker than the broom-wielding fellow. The broom-wielding man was no saint either. Slippery and cunning. The risk was considerable. After some contemplation, the bearded man hesitated and shifted his gaze toward Iron Face. To his surprise, Iron Face disregarded him and addressed the broom-wielding man, Broomhead. I want to team up with you. This left the bearded man bewildered, the broom-wielding man confused, and the square-faced man aghast. Iron Face had remained stoic and silent, and this sudden shift in alliance baffled them all. Was this masked figure harboring some nefarious scheme? As the factions engaged in their intricate dance of alliances, Wang You felt a sense of glee. However, he remained motionless, feigning unconsciousness while secretly recuperating his strength. After considerable observation, he deduced the dynamics among the four groups. A wishes to ally with B, C wishes to ally with B, but B dismisses both A and C, while D seeks to unite with C. More perplexing web. He found himself dizzy from the convoluted machinations, but a prolonged discussion would ultimately benefit him. Once his strength had sufficiently recovered, he would seize the moment to escape unnoticed. As Wang Yu pondered, the four groups continued their verbal sparring, each wary of allying with the square-faced man. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, he decided to shift tactics and declared, "Since collaboration is off the table, feel free to play amongst yourselves. I shall withdraw." With that, he gestured to retreat, leaving the other three groups in stunned silence. They could not fathom why the square-faced man, who had proposed the alliance, was now choosing to abandon them. As an observer, Wang Yu could not decipher the square-faced man's intentions, yet he sensed a lurking malice. I must create some trouble for him. Sowing seeds of doubt among them would serve my interests best. If they could turn on one another, it would be even more advantageous. Resolute, he exclaimed, truly a gentleman. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. What a brilliant strategy. By openly praising the square-faced man, he cleverly hinted at the notion of strategic retreat, prompting the others to catch on. Isn't this a strategic withdrawal? He aims to conceal himself like a yellow sparrow. Upon realizing this possibility, the bearded man sprang into action. Want to leave? Fine. Disarm yourselves first. The broom-wielding man chimed in. No objections here. He believed this approach posed no threat to him. Iron Face concurred, agreed, 3 of us, 1 set of gear each. With that, the square-faced man became the target of their ire, his expression akin to having swallowed a mouthful of something foul. Split up, he barked, disregarding the chaos, and dashed away, unconcerned for his 2 companions. Disarming themselves? Unthinkable. To do so would be to put their lives in the hands of others. Combat was imminent, and Wang Yu reveled in the prospect. If these factions clashed, their equipment would deplete further, enhancing his chances of escape. The bearded man swiftly pursued the square-faced man, shouting, "We 3 shall give chase while the rest remain on guard." The broom-wielding man and Iron Face swiftly followed, targeting the square-faced man's companions. As the skirmish erupted, Wang Yu observed intently. He noted that the fighting style of the two was akin to that of Western action films, simple and direct attacks devoid of finesse. It paled in comparison to the martial arts films from the Dragon Country. However, his keen observation revealed a covert exchange between the broom-wielding man and Iron Face. What could this mean? Were they secretly colluding? If they had indeed formed an alliance, the bearded man would surely be doomed. What should I do now? Wang Yu felt a chill of apprehension. Should these factions unite, his escape plan would be severely hindered. Perhaps he could exploit this opportunity to flee, but his energy had only partially returned, and he doubted he could escape far. It was indeed a daunting challenge. Chapter 24. Fleeting moments. The sweeper inquired. Big beard, judging by your appearance, did that flatbird escape? Indeed, he sighed. That birdman was well prepared and fled with all his might. I couldn't catch up. In fact, when he was pursuing the square-faced man, they briefly clashed. In that fleeting moment, the square-faced man warned him to be cautious of the sweeper and Iron Face, suggesting that if the warning proved true, they should meet at a certain location. At that time, he didn't believe it, merely lost in thought for a moment, allowing the square-faced man to slip away with a smile. Couldn't catch up? Iron Face smirked coldly. You must have colluded with him in secret. At that moment, the sweeper interjected, I assure you, that's not the case. But how do you explain your fluster? Could it be that you harbor a guilty conscience? The bearded man grew increasingly anxious, his own team casting doubtful glances in his direction. Wang Yu also sensed this shift, his heart sinking further. It was over. These two had joined forces, intending to tarnish his reputation and find a reason to eliminate him. He needed to find an opportunity to escape. Yet, the moment was not right. It appeared they were on the verge of conflict, so he could only bide his time. Iron Face seized the moment to speak. Words are no use. I offer you a chance. Disarm yourself and leave, or death awaits. The bearded man was taken aback. It dawned on him that when he left, these two had conspired against him. Yet, how could his teammates not have noticed this sooner? Despite his confusion, the situation had escalated to this point, and he could only take it one step at a time, but disarming was out of the question. Very well. So, you two are in cahoots. In that case, I withdraw. We see each other often. Let's not make things too tense. He resolved that retreating to avoid confrontation was preferable. But the sweeper and Iron Face would not let him depart unscathed. Iron Face had already stated, there are only two options, disarm or die. Big Beard, we've known each other for a long time. I suggest you comply and disarm. As the sweeper spoke, he gestured to his teammates, and Iron Face did the same. The two factions closed in on the bearded man and his team. At that moment, Wang Yu felt his heart leap to his throat. Let the fighting commence quickly. It was his chance. However, he was caught off guard when a member of the sweeper's team approached him, locking eyes with him intently. What is the meaning of sending a lackey to watch me? I'm currently incapacitated, and you waste a combatant while you prepare to brawl. I curse you to be stabbed in the back. Wang Yu fumed inwardly. If someone was watching him, his plans would be thwarted. Should he strike swiftly to eliminate that lackey? No, that would render his previous act futile and draw attention back to him. He must endure, continue to play the role of a turtle. He refused to believe his luck could be so dire. In the midst of Wang Yu's internal turmoil, the conflict erupted. The bearded man, realizing he was outmatched, sought an escape route from the outset. He lost two teammates, but managed to escape with some injuries. The sweeper and Iron Face suffered only minor wounds, having successfully driven the bearded man out of the fray at a relatively low cost. Such an outcome was within acceptable limits. However, Wang Yu found himself in a dire predicament, surrounded by 9 individuals, forcing him to retreat into his shell and feign death. He was uncertain of what would follow, and a pang of regret struck him. Damn it, I should have taken out that lackey and fled earlier. How will they handle me next? Who sent them to hunt me down? Despite his internal questions, he maintained his composure, contemplating how to navigate the situation ahead. It was impossible to surrender without a fight. If there was no opportunity, he had to create one. His stamina had recovered to about 30%, but it was still insufficient. At that moment, the sweeper interrupted his thoughts. Master Wang, in light of your earlier warning, as long as you remain compliant, we will not take any extreme measures. After this statement, he ignored Wang Yu and continued speaking to Iron Face. The nuisances have exited the stage. How shall we proceed? The spoils belong to me. The rest is yours. The sweeper disagreed. You've got it wrong. The advantage lies with me. I have one more person than you. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Both factions quickly assumed defensive stances, eyeing each other warily. The urgency was palpable, yet Wang Yu exhaled in relief. Hurry and engage. I'll cheer you on. He had considered countless strategies, but never had he envisioned a scenario where the two factions would turn on each other. The battle ignited with Iron Face's first strike, and chaos ensued, with no one paying Wang You any mind. This seemed like an opportunity to slip away, yet these fighters were so close to him. Damn it! A figure flew toward Wang Yu. He instinctively ducked, narrowly avoiding the attack. With a loud crash, mechanical debris scattered around him, and the assailant fell silent. Wang Yu's heart raced. Maya, how ruthless! Just moments ago, they were allies, and now they're turning on each other. Despite his complaints, he secretly rejoiced. Fewer opponents meant greater advantage for him. With his worries alleviated, he activated the eye of analysis to scrutinize the situation. Every individual's energy levels are below 15%. Wait, I can even analyze their techniques. Iron Face has hidden tricks, and the sweeper is in for a tough time. Just as he deduced this within a second, the sweeper fell victim to a concealed flying dagger shot by Iron Face, striking his thigh. Curse you! You're finished. The sweeper bellowed, hastily retreating, disregarding his own teammates. Iron Face seized the opportunity to dispatch the remaining members of the sweeper's team, but suffered significant losses in the process, leaving only himself and one severely injured teammate. Witnessing this outcome, Wang Yu felt an exhilarating urge to leap and celebrate. However, he knew that in critical moments, caution was paramount, and unexpected events must be avoided. What to do now? Simply fleeing felt cowardly. With only 2 injured opponents left, he could instead devise a strategy to eliminate them as payback for the earlier ambush. Yes, that was the plan. The wounded one posed little threat. He just needed to outmaneuver Iron Face. One strike, just one strike. He refused to believe Iron Face could withstand it. At that moment, Iron Face, unaware of Wang Yu's intentions, took a moment to catch his breath before advancing toward him. He completely let his guard down while Wang Yu calculated the distance and timing of his potential strike. Just then, a scream echoed from afar. You wretches! Iron Face halted, sensing danger, and Wang Yu lost his opportunity to strike. At the Merry Tavern, Old Foam was preoccupied with a myriad of questions while drinking himself into a stupor. The tavern owner, Mary, received secretive intelligence that several groups were trailing Wang Yu to the mechanical graveyard. She felt conflicted, unsure whether to inform Old Foam or remain silent. Sharing the information would defy the organization's rules, yet her instincts told her that aiding Wang Yu would yield greater benefits. Ultima Chapter 25. The appearance of the Yellow Sparrow. A glimmer of dawn in the mechanical graveyard, the bearded man, accompanied by 2 teammates and the square-faced man, made their entrance, leaving Iron Face and Wang Yu momentarily dumbfounded. He never anticipated that the first eliminated square-faced man subordinates had not fled. Instead, they had allied with the very bearded man who had first attacked him. Iron Face, with a grave tone, inquired whether they had formed an alliance prior or just recently. The square-faced man, wearing a smirk, stood beside the bearded man and regarded Iron Face with a mocking gaze. When the bearded man pursued me, I suspected you would team up with the broom-headed fellow. I voiced my speculation, and indeed, you did not disappoint me. The bearded man let out a cold snort. Iron Face, did you not foresee this? Iron Face admitted, I did not expect it. You have outplayed me. Without a moment's hesitation, Iron Face turned to flee. Though victory was tantalizingly close, he recognized that there was no longer an opportunity to seize it. Remaining would surely lead to his demise. The bearded man contemplated pursuing him, but was halted by the square-faced man's command. At this distance, chasing him would be futile. It is wiser to consider how to deal with this fellow. Meanwhile, Wang Yu was in a frenzy, cursing the square-faced man under his breath. Damn it! From 2, it became 4. This is troublesome. That wretched square-faced man. He claims to be a gentleman, yet he does not even pretend to be a false one. He is a true villain. Faced with this sudden turn of events, and having lost his chance to escape, he could only bide his time for the next opportunity. Reassured that everyone presumed his strength and the energy of his battle armor had been depleted. Before long, the square-faced man and the bearded man began to discuss how to divide their spoils. They spoke openly before Wang Yu, who stood before them. The bearded man intended to take Wang Yu along with the battlefield spoils, while the square-faced man aimed to claim Wang Yu's battle armor. From their conversation, Wang Yu gleaned that the bearded man was working for a hunting group led by someone named White Wolf. Capturing Wang Yu was a ploy to compel him into free labor, repairing equipment for the entire team, thereby enhancing their gear and distancing themselves from their rivals. It suddenly dawned on Wang Yu, recalling a term from Blue Star. Having a precious gem can lead to disaster. Living in a peaceful society. His understanding of the treacherous underworld was scant. Once their negotiations concluded, the bearded man signaled his two companions to begin removing Wang Yu's battle armor. Sensing the impending danger, Wang Yu activated his eye of analysis to survey the situation, preparing to retaliate. Just as he was about to strike at the two teammates, he noticed something amiss with the square-faced man's right hand, and his expression had turned slightly grave. The bearded man was also on alert, watching the square-faced man closely. However, the bearded man was unable to perceive the square-faced man's right hand from his angle. What could the square-faced man be up to? Was he about to instigate a conflict among themselves? Amidst his confusion, the square-faced man raised his right hand to scratch his chin, a seemingly innocuous gesture. But then, Wang Yu's pupils constricted as he realized that the square-faced man's palm was unintentionally aimed at the bearded man. With a soft whoosh, a minute crossbow bolt shot forth, striking the bearded man in the carotid artery, at a distance of 4 meters. The bearded man could not have fathomed that the square-faced man's right hand was an augmented prosthetic, concealed within which was a hidden weapon, laced with poison. By the time the bearded man registered the danger, it was too late. He collapsed, lifeless, twitching on the ground. The square-faced man wasted no time, brandishing dual daggers and swiftly attacking, dispatching the remaining two before they could even grasp their battle axes, sending them to reunite with the bearded man. Wang Yu stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in circumstances, realizing that just moments before, the square-faced man had been smiling and discussing their spoils. And the next moment, he was wielding a knife with a smile. Yet, this unexpected turn of events was, in fact, a stroke of fortune for him. Now, he only needed to contemplate how to deal with the square-faced man, despite the latter's evident prowess. After eliminating all threats, the square-faced man spat and sheathed his daggers. "Kid, I hope you can bring me ample rewards. Otherwise, I might feel slightly cheated. My trump card has been wasted." "Brother, rewards? What rewards? I merely repair equipment, and I am currently destitute, scavenging through refuse to earn a few coins." "Are you sure you haven't been duped?" Wang Yu attempted to glean information, still uncertain of the square-faced man's intentions, though he recalled the broom-headed man mentioning that the square-faced man worked for young Master Du. Could it be the same young Master Du he had encountered yesterday? Regardless of who stood behind him or what his precise motives were, a confrontation was inevitable. Capitulating would only lead to his own slaughter. Thus, he sought to extract information to placate his opponent. The square-faced man chuckled sinisterly, approaching Wang Yu. "Scavenging for a few coins? Nonsense. Your repair shop, Worry-Free Repairs, has gained quite the reputation in recent days. People at the spear gathering place are clamoring to have you fix their gear. Word has it that Master Wang can double the performance of equipment with just a touch. Today, he even crafted an exoskeleton called Poison, a piece of gear that has every hunter's team salivating. Now, tell me where you acquired such techniques. Clarify it, and I might spare you some suffering." At that moment, Wang Yu was calculating the distance, preparing to launch a surprise attack. However, according to his analysis, he needed to be within 2 meters to guarantee a hit, and at this distance, the failure rate was a staggering 80%. This man seemed to be growing wary. What should he do? Perhaps he should allow him to draw closer, continue the conversation. Technique? What techniques? It's merely a matter of rummaging through refuse day in and day out, repairing this and that. With enough practice, my skills naturally improve. It's as simple as that. Wang Yu spoke honestly, albeit without revealing the entire truth. The square-faced man, convinced of his own intelligence, deemed these statements implausible. "Impossible. You are still quite young. Every repair shop in the gathering place has been in operation for over a decade. Why haven't they achieved the same results? You should be honest with me." "What honesty? This is how I came to be. Just because those fellows can't do it doesn't mean I can't. I consider myself somewhat gifted in this area. If you wish to compare me with the talentless, I cannot help that. Wang Yu felt exasperated. Even the people of Blue Star understood that talent was crucial. Without it, no amount of effort would yield significant results. Of course, having talent without effort was equally futile. He was correct in his assertion. The eye of analysis was indeed a form of talent, and he had diligently honed it, allowing him to excel in repairs. Yet, the square-faced man remained unconvinced. Talent? Don't be ridiculous. With no guidance, no resources, simply scavenging in a mechanical graveyard, you could produce such results? If you truly possess such talent, the Sky City would be nothing more than a small pond to you. I speculate that you must have acquired certain technical materials. Hand them over, and I may consider easing your suffering. The square-faced man asserted, stepping forward, exuding a menacing aura to intimidate Wang Yu. At that moment, Wang Yu internally screamed, 3 meters. Just take 2 more steps. However, the square-faced man had significantly increased his imposing presence. Was he attempting to pressure Wang Yu into submission? Indeed, that must be the case. Thus, Wang Yu decided to add some allure to entice him closer. Brother, I merely possess exceptional talent. Just a glance at any equipment allows me to analyze. My apologies, let me rephrase that. Any equipment you show me, I can ascertain its specific information and repair it effortlessly. In terms of talent, I humbly claim the second position. No one would dare to claim the first. Wang Yu spoke the truth. The eye of analysis revealed the information directly in his mind upon observing equipment, yet he intentionally clouded his words with misdirection. Upon hearing this, the square-faced man took a large step forward, closing the distance to nearly 2 meters. Wang Yu's eyes gleamed with determination, eagerly awaiting this moment. While not a guaranteed hit, it was exceedingly close. This opportunity was rare and must not be squandered. Here goes. Chapter 26. Wang Yu's first battle upon taking that fateful step. The square-faced man felt an immediate sense of impending danger. His sixth sense, unusually keen, had previously aided him in evading grave threats. Why the sensation? Could it emanate from this young man? Despite sensing a murderous aura since earlier, he dismissed the notion that this boy could pose a genuine threat. His physical stamina and the energy of his armor had been depleted. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated to flee. Wait, could it be that he was merely exhausted, while his armor still had residual energy? If he were lying low merely to recuperate, then the real danger lay in his intention to launch a lethal strike against me. The moment the square-faced man perceived the threat, he deduced the situation with remarkable insight, a realization that would leave Wang Yu in awe if he were aware. At this juncture, however, Wang Yu remained oblivious to the fact that his plan had been anticipated. Following his prearranged strategy, he propelled himself off the ground, his arms surging with power. Death charge. Wang Yu executed a wrestling maneuver, his elbows thrust forward while his hands shielded the sides of his head, charging toward the square-faced man's abdomen. Given the short distance, coupled with his sudden burst of energy, should he connect, the square-faced man would surely perish. This strike had been meticulously rehearsed in Wang Yu's mind multiple times during their earlier banter, as he aimed for perfection. Sadly, he had not accounted for the square-faced man's sixth sense. While he had approached near certainty, it was not absolute. Thud! Wang Yu collided headfirst into a heap of scrap metal, while the square-faced man spun mid-air before rolling onto the ground. Kid, I didn't expect your armor still had energy. Thankfully, I remained vigilant and kept my distance. What a pity. The square-faced man slowly rose, examining his broken left arm. In that fleeting moment, before Wang Yu lunged, he instinctively turned to the side, using his left arm to absorb the impact, thus avoiding fatal injury. However, the proximity and force of the assault had still left him wounded. Wang Yu felt a pang of panic. He hadn't envisioned that his well-prepared attack would be evaded so effortlessly. He quickly pushed aside the debris and got back on his feet. What to do to flee directly? His exoskeleton's energy reserves were low, and surely he couldn't catch up with me. Yet such an escape felt utterly cowardly. Wait, his left arm is injured. His combat capability must be compromised. Should I dare to engage? The humiliation from earlier lingered in his mind, and with a resolute grit of his teeth, he decided to stand his ground. Yet another dilemma arose: how to fight. He had never engaged in a brawl nor practiced martial arts. Was he to flail his fists like a street thug? Oh, but hadn't he practiced military boxing during university training? He had only grasped the basics back then. Yet the instructor had mentioned that this form was quite practical for novices. Why not give it a try? With that thought, Wang Yu assumed the starting stance of military boxing and cautiously approached the square-faced man. Hey, big pancake, if I don't leave some ground for negotiation, wouldn't I be at your mercy? You had the numbers earlier, but now, in a one-on-one, I'm not afraid of you. Come on, let us exchange a few moves. Provoked by his taunt, the square-faced man drew a dagger, holding it horizontally across his chest. A vague unease gripped him, an ever-present sense of danger looming over his heart. It wasn't that he wished to flee. Rather, he lacked a definitive speed advantage. Running would expose his back to a swift end. This kid appeared to be nothing more than a novice, attempting to intimidate me with his awkward posture. Surely, he hoped to frighten me into retreating. It must be so. Hence, the only option was to match his ferocity and frighten him into fleeing to preserve his own life. Realizing this, the square-faced man declared, Kid, you think striking a pose can hurt me? You'd best make a hasty exit. My knife is no toy. Can you fight? You won't know until you try. How about I give you a minute to run? Having resolved to engage, Wang Yu had no intention of letting him escape. The suggestion to flee was merely a test. If the square-faced man truly turned to run, Wang Yu would unleash a brutal charge. His armor was robust enough to withstand a collision with the exoskeleton. Chapter 27. Treasure chest unleashed, Wang Yu relentlessly pursued his opponent, showing no signs of respite. Eventually, the square-faced adversary could not restrain himself and delivered a third strike. As the blade grazed his armor, a jolt of alarm surged through Wang Yu. He was uncertain whether the blow had penetrated his defense, yet he distinctly sensed a chilling sensation at his right rib. The two combatants quickly retreated several meters apart, and Wang Yu hastily examined the wound, discovering it was deep but not breached. Seizing the moment, the square-faced rival swiftly distanced himself, muttering under his breath about the ineptitude of his opponent, who relied solely on the strength of his armor. If only his exoskeleton still had some energy left, he would ensure Wang Yu's suffering was profound. By the time Wang Yu regained his footing, the square-faced adversary had already sprinted over 20 meters away. Wang Yu, undeterred, taunted him, Hey, why are you running? Didn't you claim 3 strikes would break my armor? We're already at the 3rd strike, and yet it remains intact. I checked, and it seems you need one more blow. Why not continue hacking away? Determined not to let the square-faced rival escape, Wang Yu reflected on his novice mistake during their initial clash, which allowed his opponent to exploit the opportunity to widen the gap. If he had possessed even a modicum of experience, he would have pressed the attack rather than inspecting the scratch. As the distance increased, Wang Yu found it impossible to catch up, resorting to taunts in hopes of distracting the square-faced adversary. After several minutes of pursuit, their proximity began to close. The square-faced rival's expression twisted into one of ferocity, as if he had resolved upon a strategy. Abruptly, he decelerated and turned to face Wang Yu, gripping his dagger tightly. This sudden maneuver caught Wang Yu off guard, compelling him to charge directly towards his opponent. Brat, enjoying the chase, are you? Let's see if you can survive. In the midst of the chase, the square-faced rival discerned that Wang Yu merely charged forward without strategy, and a cunning idea took root in his mind, to use Wang Yu's momentum to impale him on the dagger. Although this might result in injury to his right hand, it was a preferable outcome compared to facing defeat. Little did he know, as he prepared to execute his plan, Wang Yu's eye of analysis had already discerned his impending movement. This scoundrel seeks to trap me. Yet this stance provides the perfect opportunity to test my newly learned Z-shaped maneuver, turning his own technique against him. With a deft shift, Wang Yu lunged forward with a powerful punch. Thud! The impact was staggering. The square-faced rival, eyes wide with disbelief, crashed into a heap of scrap metal, sending debris flying in all directions. Wang Yu had poured all his strength into this decisive strike, aiming for a swift conclusion. Thus, the square-faced adversary met his end. His eyes clouded with unfulfilled rage. Wang Yu remained stationary, taking a moment to recuperate. This was his inaugural battle, and he had achieved his first kill. a reality that left him momentarily disoriented. I killed him. He deserved it. This is not Blue Star. Not Blue Star? It was merely self-defense. In this situation, it is either him or me. After a brief silence, he regained his composure and lifted his gaze towards the fallen Sku Chapter 28, naming the rose. Arrival of Feng Xiao after Old Feng helped Wang Yu unload the cargo. He was promptly shown the door. This young lad. Could he possibly be eager to tinker with that robot? Sigh. He seems more interested in that cold, mechanical being than in real people. Shaking his head, he made his way to the Merry Tavern. Nearly an hour later, he completed his tasks. Finally, he could delve into this fascinating creation. He, an intelligent robot, the mere thought sent shivers of excitement through him. He approached the machine, rubbing his hands together eagerly, taking deliberate steps toward his treasure, cleaning, drying, lifting it onto the operating table. Remarkably, its original owner possessed a commendable aesthetic sense. However, upon closer inspection, it bore an uncanny resemblance to that legendary Rose. Ah, Rose, what a splendid name, far surpassing that of Alida in beauty. Henceforth, you shall be called Rose. Now let me thoroughly examine your wondrous features. With fervent anticipation, he spent half an hour, yet he could not locate a single data interface for diagnostics, nor could he discern a method for disassembly. Was he to resort to brute force? However, gazing upon such exquisite synthetic skin made him hesitate. To dismantle it forcefully was a moral dilemma. After all, the realism was indistinguishable from that of a human. He decided to conduct a thorough inspection once more. Surely there must be a hidden point for maintenance. After 2 hours of fruitless exploration, Wang Yu felt disheartened. Was the designer striving for perfection, or was there some twisted humor at play? The robot's disassembly points were so cleverly concealed that without guidance, one would never guess their locations. With his eye of analysis, he scrutinized every concealed hole, perspiring with effort. Thankfully, he was alone. Otherwise, onlookers might misconstrue his intentions. In the end, he discovered the connection point in the last concealed hole. Yet, his spirits dampened upon realizing that the connection required a maintenance key to activate the repair mode. Where could he procure such a key? Must he craft one himself? This brought to mind the ordeal of changing a SIM card on Blue Star. One had to locate the correct hole and retrieve the SIM with a pin. Some devices did not specify which hole was for the SIM, and recklessly probing could damage the device. Now, the situation seemed even more absurd, as the unlocking key was embedded in the pin. To preserve Rose's integrity, Wang Yu had no choice but to abandon repairs for the time being, planning to wait until he acquired the maintenance key. Thus, he stored Rose in the sleep chamber and retired for the day. The following morning, as usual, Old Feng roused him from slumber. Darn it, you old coot. Why do you always come so early? It's not even opening time yet. Unfazed by his complaints, Old Feng hoisted him up and shook him, insisting, I'm suffering here, and you can't sleep. Get up and get to work. Also, Feng Xiao is coming. Still groggy, Wang Yu retorted, if that crazy girl is going to be mad, just send her to the hospital. I'm not a repair shop for her antics. Oh, say that to her face and see how she reacts. Old Feng replied. This piqued Wang Yu's interest. Oh, the stunning beauty is coming. With that, he hurried to tidy himself up. He couldn't afford to be disrespectful in front of such a captivating woman. Upon opening the door, he found 20 people already lined up outside, and he resumed his usual routine. This time, all the repairs were for exoskeletons, and he completed the programming in less than half an hour, leaving the automated processes to handle themselves. After finishing, he began working on the Savior L battle armor. Though the damage was minor, it was his lifeline, and he could not afford to be careless. However, it wasn't long before he noticed the crowd outside, still chatting merrily, when suddenly, the roar of hover bikes filled the air. Oh, the investigation team is on the move again. Are they heading this way? Wait, they really are coming here. Step aside. What if Master Wang is taken away? What will happen to our gear? We're doomed. Amidst the murmurings, Feng Xiao arrived at the door with 2 team members, dismounting her bike with a cool demeanor. Without her hurricane armor, she was clad in standard-issue battle gear. The repair shop was closed, and a few lingering patrons hesitated to hide. Feng Xiao approached them. Hello, are you here to repair your gear as well? Yes, Commander. You arrived so early. Is there a problem with this shop? Noticing the worry etched on their faces, Feng Xiao too felt puzzled. Why would they think there was an issue with the shop? Had Du Diao caused trouble again? The man sighed in relief. Oh, it's just that Master Wang has yet to open. Our gear is being repaired inside, Commander. Are you here for repairs too? Yes, my armor is with Wang You. I heard it was ready for pickup, but why is he still closed? We're not certain, but he always operates this way, the man explained. As Feng Xiao conversed with him, those who had been hiding began to murmur. Oh no, this is bizarre. Why would the investigation team venture outside the city? It can't be good news, and every time we see them, they act so aloof. Yet this time feels different. They seem unusually polite. You're seeing men. This time it's a woman. Look at those two behind the beautiful captain. They seem rather pompous. Isn't it strange how Master Wang can repair that beautiful captain's armor? He is quite formidable. Unexpected. Captain Feng, I sincerely apologize for making you wait. I will lead you inside to collect your items. With that, he gestured for Feng Xiao to follow. As she complied, her two team members trailed behind, but old Feng, knowing Wang Yu's habits, interjected, You two should wait here. I'll take Captain Feng inside. Master Wang prefers not to be disturbed while working. This did not sit well with the two. The left guard scoffed. What did you say? A rundown repair shop dares to bar my entry. The top 10 repair shops in the city wouldn't even attempt that. You have some audacity. The right guard added. You expect Feng to follow you? Do you think you can ensure her safety? Speak the truth. Do you have some ulterior motive? The left guard continued. A mere repair shop thinks it can boast about armor repairs, assuming Captain Feng is easy to deceive. I will uncover your secrets today, or I am not part of the investigation team. The right guard threatened. What are you staring at, old man? You better confess your schemes. If you do, I might just grant you a swift end. Old Feng glanced at the two, then at Feng Xiao, puzzled. Who were these individuals she brought along? Surely, they were not her people, given their audacity. Feng Xiao's expression darkened. These two were not her subordinates, but rather those assigned to her by the commander due to safety concerns outside the city. Under normal circumstances, ordinary team members would not speak out unless the captain had given permission, making this situation feel awry. Were these two assigned to her for a different reason? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be that individual? The mere possibility made her expression even more somber. Old Feng, noticing her change in demeanor, believed it was due to his refusal to let the two enter, thus attempting to placate her. Captain Feng, I cannot override Master Wang's arrangements. Since your team insists, we shall wait here until he completes his work and opens the door. Though this approach might offend Feng Xiao, it was a risk he was willing to take, especially since the words of those two had irked him. This defied the common expectation that he should apologize and explain himself, then graciously allow Feng Xiao and her team to enter, which would be deemed reasonable. Upon hearing his words, Feng Xiao's expression darkened further. Chapter 29. Feng Xiao visits the repair shop after old Feng refused to allow Feng Xiao and her companions entry into the shop. The few lingering outside discreetly slipped away. Those observing began to murmur among themselves. Has she truly fallen out with them? The stunning captain appears rather displeased. Absolutely. It's akin to being slapped in the face twice in public. People in the city are quite sensitive about their dignity. Indeed, even the most temperate individuals would be incensed under such circumstances. It was unexpected to see old Feng stand his ground so firmly, but those two arrogant individuals had approached with such disdain. Had it not been for their privilege, I might have reacted similarly to old Feng. Let us just wait and see how this unfolds. You still have a luxury to watch? If a conflict arises, how will your equipment be repaired? Oh, I almost forgot about that. Should we persuade old Feng together? Just as everyone anticipated an explosive reaction from Feng Xiao, fretting over their equipment, she turned to old Feng and said, Old Feng, ignore these two fools. Let us proceed inside. Old Feng, taken aback, questioned, Is that wise? Those two seem unyielding. If you enter, they might follow, disrupting Master Wang's work. Upon hearing this, the guards exchanged glances, their expressions darkening with anger. The left guard stepped forward. Captain Feng, we were dispatched by the commander to ensure your safety. This is quite unacceptable. The right guard added, Commander Long specifically instructed us to keep you within sight. Your actions complicate matters. Upon hearing the name Commander Long, Feng Xiao's heart skipped a beat. It was indeed him. Commander Long, known as Long Out Yin. was the captain of the investigation team and the son of Wang You, the commander of the Heavenly Sea City Guard, belonging to the esteemed Long family. The Long family wielded immense power in Heavenly Sea City, with 3 of the 12 renowned warriors hailing from their lineage and 6 others closely affiliated. Long Yaoyan's status was unparalleled. He presented himself as a refined gentleman, unlike certain debauched science, yet Feng Xiao found him somewhat insincere, which irked her further. What troubled her most was that Long Yaoyan pursued her relentlessly, proving impossible to fend off. Knowing these 2 were acting on his behalf only fueled her ire. I shall make myself clear. Either you listen quietly or be gone at once. With that declaration, Feng Xiao insisted old Feng lead her inside. Old Feng, still confused, asked, "Is this truly permissible? It seems these 2 are not inclined to heed your words. If you enter, they may intrude and disrupt Master Wang's work." This comment elicited a desire among the guards to silence old Feng. Their plans had been revealed before they could be executed. Observing the guards' threatening demeanor, Feng Xiao furrowed her brow, recognizing their ill intent. "Captain Feng," the right guard insisted, "you cannot act this way, as per Commander Long's orders." Feng Xiao retorted, "So you wish for me to take action?" She then fixed her cold gaze upon the guards, prompting the left guard to pull the right guard aside. "Let us retreat for now." Thus, the disgruntled guards mounted their motorcycles and sped away, while Feng Xiao entered the shop with old Feng. Onlookers remained dumbfounded by the turn of events. The outcome had taken everyone by surprise. No way, the beautiful captain actually drove off those 2. Did you not hear their conversation? Those 2 were merely pawns of another. It seems the captain holds no affection for that individual. Their expressions were menacing as they departed. This matter is far from over. Damn it. After finally securing a spot, now complications arise. I hope Master Wang delivers swiftly before anything else transpires. Meanwhile, the guards had not strayed far, pausing to report back to Long Yaoyan while waiting for further instructions. News of Master Wang's availability soon reached various factions. At the Hellcat hunting team's base, their leader, Mountain Cat, exclaimed, "What? Master Wang is open for business? He was fine last night. Excellent. Dispatch someone to meet him immediately." In a luxurious villa in Heavenly Sea City, due to Jiao scoffed, the informant outside claims our intelligence was flawed and wishes to renegotiate. Let him perish. Send someone to ascertain the situation. In the Weiso repair shop, Wang Yu was engrossed in polishing the Savior L suit, oblivious to old Feng and Feng Zhao's entrance, and even less aware of the events unfolding outside. Old Feng attempted to call out to Wang Yu, but Feng Xiao restrained him, shaking her head. She did not wish to interrupt Wang Yu's work. Seizing the moment, she began to explore the shop's interior. The repair station was operating automatically, and Feng Xiao could discern little of its workings. It was a common sight in repair shops, yet Wang Yu's equipment appeared somewhat outdated. In a corner, she spotted the repaired hurricane armor. Ah, it has indeed been restored so swiftly, even the previous scars have been mended. However, it seems slightly altered from its original state. I wonder how much of its performance remains, given the extent of the damage. Retaining 70 of its capabilities would be quite commendable. As Feng Xiao gazed at her armor, a complex mixture of emotions swirled within her. Although she yearned to don it for a test, she chose to wait patiently, considering Wang Yu was still at work. However, feeling restless, she wandered over to observe Wang Yu's repairs on the armor. This particular suit was familiar to her, but she hadn't paid much attention before. Upon closer inspection of the Savior L armor, a question arose. Why does this armor seem so familiar? This model is somewhat rare. I believe I've seen it at teacher Piaoshua's place. She mentioned this armor has significant differences from the current models. Deciding to send a picture to her, she retrieved her communicator and snapped a few photos of the Savior L, sending them to Piaoshua with a message. Teacher Piaoshua, do you recognize this armor? I found one that resembles the one you have at home. At Piaoshua's high-end villa in Heavenly Sea City. She emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, her damp, light blue hair cascading down her shoulders. Approaching 40, her appearance remained remarkably youthful, her figure still retaining the firmness and poise of her younger days. Noticing a message on her communicator, she picked it up and was instantly taken aback. She recognized the armor. There was only one of each numbered suit in the Savior series, and each had unique features while maintaining consistent design elements, distinctly different from modern suits. What astonished her was not merely the sight of the armor, but the realization that someone was repairing it. The Savior series was formidable, but after the designer's passing, no one had been able to restore these suits. Her own Savior K had become merely a collectible after sustaining damage. Yet it was the most suitable armor for her, boasting many features that current suits could not rival. Should she manage to repair her Savior K, her combat prowess would ascend to a new level, easily eclipsing the likes of the glorious gold and steel diamond tiers, and even contend with the initial stages of the radiant diamond tier. With a surge of enthusiasm, Piao Xue quickly replied, "Xiao Xiao, what is your location?" Upon receiving this brief message, Feng Xiao was puzzled. What could her teacher mean by asking for her location? Although she found it perplexing, she sent her coordinates without hesitation. After receiving the location, Piao Xue raised her hand to activate her spatial abilities, only to realize her towel had slipped, revealing her delicate skin. It dawned on her that perhaps this wasn't the most appropriate moment to proceed. Feng Xiao, having stored her communicator, continued to admire Wang Yu's repairs alongside Old Feng. At that moment, a sudden, urgent knock echoed through the shop, prompting Old Feng to frown and move to investigate the source of the disturbance. Chapter 30. The door is blocked outside the worry-free repair shop. A vehicle emblazoned with the Du family emblem obstructed the entrance. A man in a suit and sunglasses, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, stood at the door while one of the guards knocked. Those waiting for their equipment to be repaired were driven away, anxiously discussing the situation from a distance. What is this nonsense? Just when 2 formidable investigation teams had left, now the Liu family has arrived. Damn it, today is not a good day. The equipment was just sent in, and troubles are already piling up. Are we not allowed to live? These guys chose to show up right after I sent my gear in. If I weren't outmatched, I'd have loved to knock some sense into them. If they must come, can't they wait until my equipment is repaired? The equipment was their sole means of livelihood, and having finally secured an appointment only to face this predicament left them in a foul mood. At that moment, Old Feng opened the door and, seeing the 3 men blocking the entrance, his expression soured considerably. Who are you? Here to repair equipment? Apologies, but the waiting list doesn't clear until next month. Normally, he might have spoken more politely, but after last night's events and the early morning blockade, even the most amiable person would be in a foul mood. After delivering his message, Old Feng ignored their reactions, pushing the knocking guard aside and shutting the door. The man in the suit, noticing this, darkened his expression. "You lowly peon, are you the owner of this establishment? Speak quickly." Sensing the malicious intent in their demeanor, Old Feng's tone grew even more curt. "Feeling tough, are we? Your repair equipment is locked by us now. You can't even conduct business anymore, yet you dare to act arrogant in front of me. Clearly, you need a lesson. Forget about unlocking the equipment. Let's see how you do business without it." Upon hearing his words, Old Feng's expression shifted slightly, though it was filled with confusion. When he left, the equipment was operational, and the repair work was proceeding smoothly, just as it had the day before. He genuinely had no knowledge of the devices being locked. Wang You had not informed him. Witnessing Old Feng's change in demeanor, the anxious patrons erupted in panic. What is happening? Could what the sunglasses man said be true? Oh no, my equipment. I've barely managed to secure an appointment, and now it's just been sent in. What'll I do if it can't be repaired or gets damaged? A sense of foreboding gripped them. Bald Chong was backed by the Du family, making the situation seem all the more plausible. "We must demand compensation for our equipment." The uproar intensified, and Old Feng's expression grew increasingly grim. The man in the suit smirked. "You have some nerve, don't you? Even with your equipment rendered useless, you dare to take orders. No wonder you locked the door. It seems you intended to deceive." His words sent the crowd into further disarray, with cries for refunds and compensation echoing through the air. Reluctantly, Old Feng shouted, "Everyone, calm down. Your equipment is being repaired and will be delivered on time. Please be patient. However, those causing trouble will be placed on a blacklist." He knew the equipment was indeed being repaired, but the outside crowd was oblivious. Nevertheless, the mention of a blacklist carried some weight, and the uproar subsided somewhat. The crowd remained skeptical. Should we wait? There are still a few hours until delivery. Master Wang always repairs behind closed doors and delivers afternoon. The anticipation is agonizing. The man in the suit chuckled mockingly. Repairing behind closed doors? More like plotting something nefarious. Bodyguard hastily chimed in. The steward is right. It's not uncommon for repair shops to resell equipment. This must be what's happening. They can claim it was damaged and pocket the labor fees for themselves. Bodyguard quickly added, with the equipment locked, it's perfectly reasonable for them to take the money and run. Nobody would be the wiser with the door shut. At this, the crowd's previously calmed emotions surged again. Why didn't I consider this? Oh no, I must rush inside. My equipment might still be there. Bash the door down. We can't wait any longer. Do you think you could take on Old Foam? He's a big shot in the city. Help us. The crowd pleaded with the man in the suit, who relished the attention, slowly lifting his chin. The two bodyguards exchanged knowing glances. Bodyguard shouted to the crowd. What status does my master have to help you? What makes you think he would care? As a result, the crowd fell silent, realizing that he was a prominent figure in the city who likely looked down upon them. Their expressions filled with disappointment. At that moment, Bodyguard stepped forward. My master doesn't want to deal with this petty affair, but since I rarely get to come out, helping you isn't out of the question, provided there's something in it for me. Bodyguard scoffed. What good is your gratitude? How much is that worth? Helping you consumes energy and incurs risk. All for a mere thank you. The crowd fell silent, rendered speechless. Then Bodyguard interjected. Listen, if you can't even handle this, it's no wonder you're perpetually poor. To gain something, you must give something in return. Do you understand? With this insight, a few astute individuals began to awaken to the reality of the situation. Bodyguard regarded him with a satisfied expression. At last, teachable spirit. Now that you comprehend, what are you waiting for? But we haven't received our equipment yet. The clever one protested. Bodyguard retorted. No wonder you're poor. You don't even understand the rules. Haven't you heard? You pay first, then the service is rendered. The crowd finally understood that these two were simply opportunists, but for the sake of their equipment, they reluctantly complied and began to gather funds. Bodyguard A and Bodyguard B exchanged subtle gestures with the man in the suit, indicating their prior collaborations. Old Foam observed the unfolding chaos in silence, his expression betraying no emotion, but internally his fury ignited. If they attempted to break in, he would stand his ground. If they made a move, he would have just cause to retaliate. He would let them soar high for now. If it was a matter of collecting funds, they would soon learn the meaning of black eating black. In no time, a large stack of cash was thrust into Bodyguard B's hands, who exchanged a knowing glance with Bodyguard A, while the man in the suit pretended to take a phone call from within his vehicle. Bodyguard A strode up to Old Foam, saying, Step aside. I'm here to conduct business. The door is coming down, and if you don't want to suffer the consequences, don't blame me. Old Foam remained impassive. Are you certain this is the course of action you wish to take? Are you sure you can handle me? Bodyguard B approached with a mocking laugh. You decrepit old fool, is that all you've got? Without an exoskeleton, that rusty arm of yours hardly poses a threat. Just standing here, I could let you strike me. And if that iron arm could break even a single hair on my body, that would be your victory. Bodyguard A continued, please. To even scratch us would be a compliment. You should know we are the advanced brass tier. Our strength far surpasses yours by hundreds of times. Step aside. Old man, we're in a good mood today, so you have 5 seconds. If you don't comply, even if you beg and grovel, it won't matter. He punctuated his threat by poking Old Foam in the chest and gesturing toward the nearby trash bin. Hurry up and go where you belong. I'm starting the countdown. 5. Old Foam remained expressionless, unmoving. 4. Still the same. 3. Old Foam cleared his throat. 2. His throat felt a bit constricted. 1. Chapter 31. Old Foam takes action as Guardian A completed the countdown. Guardian B stood nearby, watching with a mocking expression, but Old Foam remained unperturbed. Time's up. You old fool. Even if you were to kneel and lick my shoes now, it would be of no consequence. Prepare to meet your end. Guardian A swung his fist towards Old Foam's face. At that critical moment, however, Old Foam seemed to struggle with a phlegm lodged in his throat, which was quite uncomfortable. Fa! Crack! In front of the onlookers, Guardian A's helmet suddenly exploded, and his fist froze mid-air before he collapsed to the ground. The crowd gasped in shock. How'd he fall? Who struck him? I only heard old Feng spit. It can't possibly be that phlegm that did it. Surely, he must still be groggy from sleep. This is impossible. A mere spit cannot take down a bronze or steel tier warrior. Guardian B quickly entered a state of alert, searching for the hidden assailant, even though he had never suspected old Feng, who stood near him. With no target to pursue, he could only roar, "Whoever did this, step forward. Do you know we are from the Du family?" Dazed, Guardian A attempted to rise, but old Feng stepped on his face, pressing it into the floor. Is a single hair as strength 100 times greater than mine? How is it that I merely spat and you fell? Old Feng ground his foot down, forcing Guardian A to rub his face against the floor, eliciting anguished cries of pain. At this moment, Guardian B remained skeptical. Did you really do this? It's impossible. The hidden assailant must be allied with you. Bring him out immediately. Seeing his disbelief, old Feng could only reward him with a spit. Crack. Guardian B received the same treatment as his brother. You two are quite arrogant, but since you dare to strike at me, the price shall be steep. Remove your armor. Upon hearing old Feng's words, both men felt a buzz in their heads, not daring to utter a sound. Is it really you? How can you be this strong? With such power, why are you still outside the city? Guardian A stammered. It's my choice. What concern is it of yours? Remove your armor, and I might consider sparing your lives. Guardian B retorted, if you dare to harm us, do you not fear the Du family? The Du family is nothing to me. You should worry about your own lives first. Under his pressure, the two men had no choice but to remove their armor and hand over their earnings. The onlookers felt as though the sky had fallen. They had pooled resources to send someone to break in, only to be subdued by old Feng. With the money now in his possession, what shall I do about my gear? They thought anxiously. When did old Feng become this formidable? Just a few days ago, when dealing with Bald Chang's 3 top pillars, it was said that a strong ally intervened. Could it be the same now? It's over, truly over. Our gear is gone, and so is our money. Old Feng disregarded the crowd of fence-sitters, shaking the money before stuffing it into his pocket, then tossing the 2 guardians into a trash bin. This was his way of repaying the favor, as Guardian A had poked him and pointed towards the trash bin. At this moment, the man in the suit and sunglasses slowly exited his vehicle, casually smoking a cigarette. The soundproofing of the hoverbike was impeccable. He had just been engrossed in a handheld game, unaware of the situation outside. Upon stepping out, he focused solely on posing. His eyes turned upwards as he mused that it should be over by now. Luck seemed to favor him, and with so many pooling resources, he might receive a substantial share. He exhaled smoke and said languidly, "Have you two finished your business?" The crowd was taken aback. How could this guy have been fine just a moment ago, but now seems utterly oblivious to the situation? Old Feng pondered. Is he truly unaware of the circumstances? Or is he merely pretending? Suddenly, a voice reached his ears. "Hey, you in the frog glasses, are there beauties in the sky? Why do you look up as soon as you step out?" That voice sounded somewhat familiar. Wait, could it be that guy? The man in sunglasses was startled. Based on his calculations, old Feng should have been dealt with by now. How could he still be standing? Lowering his gaze, he saw old Feng still at the door, but beside him were the discarded armors, which appeared somewhat familiar. Oh no, it can't be. The man in sunglasses searched for the 2 guardians, and just then, old Feng's voice echoed again. "Are you looking for them? They are over there." As he turned, old Feng stood right beside him, and following the direction old Feng pointed, he noticed 4 legs protruding from the trash bin. Hadn't he just been standing at the door? How did he suddenly appear there? Those 4 legs, could they be? He dared not think further, frozen in place. Seeing his reaction, old Feng continued, "Your men offended me. You must pay the price. This vehicle is quite nice. I shall take it." Now, the man in sunglasses panicked further. "Sir, it was those 2 fools who were blind. Please do not hold me accountable. They're not my men." Old Feng interrupted. "Weren't they brought by you? You seemed quite arrogant before. Why are you now more cowardly than a dog? Also, I am informing you, not negotiating. Brother, that vehicle isn't mine. It belongs to the Du family, and I have no authority to dispose of it. Please, have mercy. Otherwise, the Du family will tear me apart. What does that have to do with me? Hand over the keys, or do you want me to take action?" Old Feng sneered. Finding that all members of the Du family were cut from the same cloth, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Their masters were just as cowardly. The man in sunglasses had no choice but to abandon his pride, resorting to desperate measures. With a thud, everyone was stunned. Old Phone was taken aback as well. The man had suddenly knelt before Old Phone, clutching his leg. "Brother, sir, I have an elderly mother of 80 and a weaning child. Please show mercy and do not hold my transgressions against me. I see your noble demeanor, your full forehead and kind visage. You must have a benevolent heart. Please have mercy. Taking this vehicle would not just end my life, but condemn my entire family of 10. Old Phone was speechless. This man, appearing dignified, had his brains devoured by a dog, thinking that flattery could turn him into a saint. What a dream! In this world, a kind-hearted person surviving past the age of 10 was already a miracle. Even in the city, they were rare, let alone outside. His pleas for mercy left the crowd in disbelief. How can this sound even more tragic than our own situation? Who would have thought that city dwellers also face misfortunes? Clearly, you lack sense. Who would believe such words? Old Phone had grown audacious, forcing a steward of the Du family to kneel. This was an outright slap in the face to the Du family. I sense this matter cannot be resolved. We must retreat quickly. This place may soon become a battlefield. Those with weak hearts should not meddle. Old Phone was perturbed by the man in sunglasses whining and coldly lifted him up, glaring. "You in the frog glasses. Save this act for your master. If you irritate me further, I won't hesitate to dismantle you." Now, the man in sunglasses was thoroughly intimidated by his gaze, trembling uncontrollably, his limbs unresponsive. Having relied on sycophancy within the Du family to rise to his position, he had seen many things, but the cold, indifferent gaze towards life that Old Phone possessed was a rarity. Such a gaze belonged to someone resolute in decisiveness and bloodshed. Just as he finally regained his composure and prepared to retrieve the keys to the vehicle, the roar of hover bikes echoed from afar. The crowd looked up to see that it was the left and right guardians who had accompanied Feng Xiao earlier. They sped towards them with a team of 5. Inside the repair shop, Wang Yu had finally completed the repairs on the Savior L and set down his tools. Seeing him finished, Feng Xiao inquired, "Master Wang, how is my hurricane armor?" Upon hearing the voice, Wang Yu turned and noticed Feng Xiao standing not far behind him, her face filled with anticipation. "The battle armor has been repaired, yet He intended to disclose that he had made some unauthorized modifications during the restoration process, when suddenly, a voice from outside commanded, "Surround this place." Upon uttering those words, he swiftly donned the Savior L armor, leaving Feng Xiao momentarily stunned and unresponsive. Chapter 32. The oncoming storm at the entrance of the Forget Worry repair shop. Long Outyan donned a dazzling suit of custom battle armor, his chin slightly raised in an air of arrogance as he scorned Old Phone. His entourage formed a menacing formation, encircling Old Phone. "You have quite the audacity, daring to imprison Captain Phone with your repair shop. Release her safely at once." He had received reports from Feng Xiao's guards, indicating she had been deceived and entered the shop, never to emerge again. In his eyes, Feng Xiao was a treasured possession, and the mere thought of anyone else approaching her was an affront. Old Feng regarded this pretentious individual with icy disdain, remaining silent. As Long Outyan arrived, the previously submissive sunglasses-wearing man had crawled over to his side. "Captain Long, I am a steward of the Du family. You must advocate for me. The people at this repair shop are insufferable, daring to seize items belonging to the Du family." This individual whined and exaggerated Old Feng's alleged transgressions. Irritated by the incessant complaints, Long Outyan replied, "I am well aware of your predicament and will handle it. Kindly step aside and wait." He treated those from the city with a facade of humility and equality, while he displayed haughty contempt towards outsiders. The sunglasses-wearing man prudently retreated behind him, discreetly sending a distress signal to Du Dajiao. Meanwhile, the onlookers murmured among themselves, "Captain Long? Is he a high-ranking member of the investigation team? Such prominent figures are rarely seen outside the city. Indeed, just look at the authoritative presence he exudes. Few can feign such stature." If his words are to be believed, the beautiful captain who entered earlier has been imprisoned. Could that truly be the case? I sense a strong possibility. As their speculations grew increasingly absurd, Wang Yu finally emerged from the shop. Upon seeing old Feng surrounded, he paused momentarily and asked, before glancing at Long Outyen, his interest piqued by the gleaming battle armor. He activated his eye of analysis, but after a brief examination, he shook his head, deeming it ostentatious yet impractical. Although the power engine was formidable, the design for combat was a chaotic mess, with many aspects crafted solely for aesthetics. In his assessment, this armor paled in comparison to Feng Zhao's Hurricane armor. While the performance metrics were slightly superior, the modified Hurricane far surpassed this contraption. Hearing his inquiry, Old Feng nodded and replied, "A group of unreasonable ruffians claims we have imprisoned Captain Feng. By the way, she did not accompany you out? She must be inside, changing her armor. She will emerge shortly." Upon witnessing Wang Yu converse with Old Feng, Long Outyen assumed he was the one responsible for Feng Zhao's confinement. "Who are you? Where's Feng Zhao?" Wang Yu, not wishing to offend, kept his composure. Just as he finished speaking, the sunglasses-wearing man behind Long Outyen interrupted, "Captain Long, this man is undoubtedly lying. I cannot speak to the quality of their repair skills, but the shop's equipment has been locked away by young Master Du, rendering it unusable." He thought to himself, "So you think you're tough? Let's see how you fare now." Even if he had remained silent, Long Outyen would not have believed Wang Yu. Feng Zhao's Hurricane armor was custom-made, and even the top repair shops in Tianhai City would struggle to fix it, let alone this mediocre establishment outside the city. With a cold smile, Long Outyen taunted, "You believe you can repair Feng Zhao's armor? It seems this shop truly has something to hide. Men, search the premises." The team surrounding Old Feng sprang into action, rushing towards the shop. Wang Yu quickly shouted, "Wait, how can you presume I cannot fix it? Just because others cannot does not mean I cannot. What can you possibly do?" Long Outyen scoffed, continuing, "You clearly lack understanding of battle armor. Do you think it is akin to your antiquated relic? Spare us the laughter. Stop dawdling and rush in. If something happens to Feng Zhao, you will all regret it." As Long Outyen urged them on, the team moved forward but halted at the entrance. "Why are you hesitating? Is there danger inside? I dare anyone to defy our investigation team. It's Captain Feng." The members of the investigation team quickly stepped aside as Feng Zhao emerged from the repair shop, her expression stern. She had been changing her armor when she overheard Long Outyen's voice outside, and the sound of his presence had soured her previously good mood. She was acutely aware of the extent of the damage to the Hurricane armor. Wang Yu's ability to repair it was no small favor, considering it was the most cherished gift from her father. Long Outyen had come with his investigation team, ostensibly to find reasons to discredit Wang Yu's shop, leaving her uncertain about how to face him. In her eyes, Long Outyen was merely a hypocritical scion, perpetually pestering her, which further fueled her anger. Upon spotting Feng Zhao, Long Outyen instantly adopted a different demeanor. "Xiao, you're safe. What a relief. Captain Long, we are not that familiar. Please refer to me as Feng Zhao or Captain Feng." Feng Zhao wished to dispel any misconceptions about her relationship with Long Outyen, as she needed Wang Yu's assistance to repair her Hurricane armor. The cost in Sky City would be exorbitant. Flustered, Long Outyen stammered, "Xiao, I." Without waiting for his response, Feng Zhao grasped Wang Yu's hand and headed back into the shop. Long Outyen's face shifted through shades of green and white. How could she hold another man's hand, even if separated by armor? Such an affront was intolerable, despite the open-mindedness of this world, where matters of attraction could transpire anywhere at any time. Long Outyen maintained a particular aversion to others touching his women. Feng Zhao was a woman he considered untouchable, and the thought of anyone else doing so ignited a furious desire for retribution. Just then, a convoy of luxurious Rolls-Royce vehicles sped into view. Once the convoy came to a halt, the attendants and guards disembarked, forming a welcoming formation. The secretary, Hua Rui, opened the car door and elegantly stepped out, her long legs drawing the attention of the onlookers in disbelief. "Goodness, is that a..." Before he could finish his thought, another bystander hushed him. "Are you insane? Do you dare provoke someone arriving in such luxury?" Unaware of her wardrobe malfunction, Hua Rui proceeded to the other side of the vehicle to assist Du Dajiao as he exited. However, Du Dajiao stumbled slightly as he stepped out, The sunglasses-wearing man, noticing his master's arrival, rushed forward, lamenting, "Young Master Du, you finally come. The people at this repair shop are utterly arrogant." He exaggerated the tale of his grievances, his expression resembling that of a wronged spouse, contrasting sharply with the bravado he had displayed earlier. The onlookers, having witnessed the transformation, felt a wave of nausea. The disparity was beyond their comprehension. Unfortunately, the sunglasses-wearing man remained oblivious to the changes in Du Dajiao's demeanor. Chapter 33. Feng Zhao stands upon hearing the incessant lamentations of the man in sunglasses. Du Dajiao felt a surge of irritation. His mood was already particularly dismal, having been interrupted during a crucial discussion with Hua Rui regarding innovative combat strategies. What could have been a victorious outcome now seemed deflated, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Growing weary of the man's complaints, he gestured to Hua Rui, who promptly lifted her elegant leg and sent the man sprawling to the ground. Confused, the man wondered what had provoked Du Dajiao's unusual behavior, which was indeed a rarity. Simultaneously, he sensed an odd discomfort on his face, as if something unwarranted had suddenly appeared there. Upon looking up, he was met with Hua Rui's displeased expression. Realization dawned upon him. Du Dajiao's good fortune had been interrupted, and he immediately cowered on the ground, trembling. Fortunately, Du Dajiao was disinclined to pay him any mind and, with Hua Rui's assistance, approached Long Outyin. "Young Master Long, what a pleasure to meet you." In Tianhai City, they both belonged to the upper echelon of society. Yet Long Outyin's family held a significantly higher status than the Du family, placing them in different social spheres, merely exchanging nods of acknowledgement. In truth, Long Outyin held a certain disdain for Du Dajiao's demeanor, finding his excessive indulgence unpalatable. Were it not for Du Dajiao's notable skills in repair technology, he likely would not even have acknowledged him. Observing Long Outyin's unfavorable expression, Du Dajiao inquired, "Is young Master Long here today concerning matters related to this repair shop?" Long Outyin remained silent, merely nodding in response. Du Dajiao scanned the vicinity and spotted Feng Zhao grasping Wang Yu's hand, preparing to enter the shop. A flicker of joy sparked within him. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that Long Outyin was once again at a disadvantage with Feng Zhao, prompting him to ask, "Young Master Long, I have a minor conflict with this repair shop. Might I resolve it first?" At last, Long Outyin spoke. "Very well. I shall not interfere with your intentions." With that, Du Dajiao smiled faintly. "I appreciate it, young Master Long. By the way, isn't Captain Feng part of the investigation team? Why is she associating with them? Perhaps you could call her out?" His intention was to use Long Outyin's influence to restrain Feng Zhao, whom he dared not confront directly. From the current situation, it appeared that the dispute between Feng Zhao and Long Outyin was of a personal nature. Now, as he sought to address the issues with Wang Yu's repair shop, Feng Zhao's involvement would compel Long Outyin to intervene as a matter of official business. Upon hearing Du Dajiao's words, Long Outyin's eyes brightened. "Provide me with a reason." If he intended to leverage official matters against Feng Zhao, he would need a valid justification, and Long Outyin awaited Du Dajiao's elaboration. "Everyone may have their opinions, but you are a prominent figure in the city. Your word holds weight," he concluded. Following this, Long Outyin stepped forward to declare, "This matter pertains to a dispute among external factions. The investigation team should refrain from involvement. Captain Feng, please return to your team. Otherwise, your actions will be reported to the headquarters." After uttering these words, Long Outyin smirked inwardly. "Feng Zhao, if you wish to support that fellow, I shall ensure you lack the grounds to intervene, leaving you to witness how Du Dajiao handles him." At that moment, Feng Zhao's expression soured. Her heart tangled with conflicting emotions. She was acutely aware of Long Outyin's intentions. His use of official matters to constrain her was indeed a difficult predicament. Following Long Outyin's announcement, Du Dajiao felt a surge of triumph. He feared Feng Zhao's involvement due to her mentor, the battle general Piao Xue. The last retreat had been to avoid a confrontation with Feng Zhao, especially since he had previously harmed her while smashing the shop, which would not stand well against the battle general. Now, even if Feng Zhao intervened, he believed it to be of little consequence. Even if she were to sustain some injuries, He could justify his actions when facing the battle general. Captain Feng, why do you linger there? Young Master Long from your investigation team has already instructed you not to interfere with this repair shop. It would be unfortunate if you were to be injured during the altercation. With that, Duda Jiao waved his hand, and a dozen guards surrounded Wang You and the others. This situation incited Feng Zhao's fury, causing her to stomp her foot in frustration as her voice erupted from her clenched teeth. Young Master Duda, since you insist on this, I shall stand here today as a private citizen, unrelated to the investigation team. Let us see how you intend to proceed. Duda Jiao, however, was unconcerned, believing her to be merely a novice at the silver stage. You are but a fledgling, while my guards are the elite among elites, each possessing strength at the advanced silver stage. I shall see how you contend with me. Yet, these words reached Long Aoyan's ears like a swarm of flies buzzing in his mind. Captain Feng, do you intend to defy orders? He exclaimed. I have already stated that I stand here as an individual. What does that have to do with defying orders? You are still on duty. Feng Xiao was prepared to stake everything. Such actions could lead to disciplinary measures, the worst of which could see her expelled from the investigation team. However, this was a risk she deemed acceptable. After all, it was merely a job. By now, the onlookers were utterly captivated, unable to comprehend the unfolding drama. First, Feng Xiao had expelled her team members and entered the repair shop, followed by Duda Jiao's commotion and subsequent confrontation, only for Long Aoyan to arrive, demanding compliance and creating a rift with Feng Xiao. Now, Duda Jiao sought to reclaim control amidst the chaos. Why was Feng Xiao defying orders for the sake of the Forgetting Worries repair shop? What charm did it possess, or what allure did Wang You hold to inspire such fierce loyalty? The audience murmured amongst themselves. What has happened to this beautiful captain? Has she lost her senses, or is Wang Master truly that captivating? Do you think Wang Master and the stunning beauty were inside for so long, perhaps? Surely not. Wang Master appears frail and incapable of causing any harm. You don't understand. All the nourishment has gone to the right places, haha. Are you suggesting that Wang Master possesses not only exceptional repair skills, but also remarkable prowess, compelling the beautiful captain to kneel and sing his praises? That's absurd. Such gossip wafted into Long Aoyan's ears, particularly the insinuation regarding remarkable prowess, which sent his blood pressure soaring. Damn it, a mere commoner from outside the city. A rundown repair shop dares to make a move on my woman? Just wait until I deal with you. I shall not rest until this shop is demolished, and that fellow is dealt with. With that thought, Long Aoyan issued a covert command to the Shadow Dragon Guards, the elite operatives of the Long family. The Shadow Dragon Guards were no ordinary force in Tianhai City. They were the bedrock of the Long family's power. Their numbers shrouded in mystery, but each member possessed combat prowess at the advanced silver stage, equipped with custom-made Shadow Dragon powered armor. Unbeknownst to Duda Jiao, who regarded the unfolding gossip as mere amusement and had no connection to Feng Xiao, he continued to disregard her as she stood resolutely for Wang Yu. I didn't expect you to be so audacious, Wang Yu, operating a shop with locked equipment, yet you dare to conduct business? I wonder what you have fed Captain Feng for her to stand by you so fiercely. Alas, he remained oblivious to the fact that Wang Yu had already bypassed the locks and utilized the equipment to repair Feng Zhao's hurricane armor. Duda Jiao's words piqued Long Aoyan's interest. Previously, he had overlooked Feng Zhao's hurricane armor, as it had been her constant attire. But now, the realization struck him. Wasn't the hurricane armor supposed to be damaged? How could it now be donned by Feng Xiao? Why would Duda Jiao harbor such an interest in Wang Yu, seeking to subdue him? As these pieces of information connected in his mind, a rush of alarm surged through him, prompting an immediate adjustment of his orders to the Shadow Dragon Guards. Chapter 34. You have the wrong person. The battle begins. Wang Yu and his companions were surrounded by Duda Jiao's guards. Duda Jiao's words darkened Wang Yu's expression, as did those of Lao Feng and Feng Xiao. Meanwhile, in the snowfall courtyard of Tianhai City, Piao Xue had just donned the outfit she had long chosen and was seated at her vanity. Earlier, in her haste to open the spatial door and let her bath towel drop, she became acutely aware of her image. After all, one who could repair this savior, armor deserved respect, and must never act in a disrespectful manner. Unbeknownst to her, as she prepared herself, the situation elsewhere was escalating. At the entrance of the Forgetting Worry repair shop, Wang You scoffed at Du Jiao's conditions. You wanted to be a dog? How absurd. In Blue Star, he was a powerless orphan who never bowed his head to bullying or mockery. While he might usually show weakness when pushed to his limits, he would fight to the death. The barefoot cannot fear the one in shoes. How could I be reduced to this? To submit to you, to serve you, to be a dog. Wang Yu sneered, continuing, I have lived long enough to have done many degrading things. But selling myself into slavery is a line I will never cross. You have sought the wrong person. After a hearty laugh, Du Jiao continued, you possess a backbone. People like you are indeed rare in this world, but do you know why? Allow me to enlighten you. Because those with backbone are nearly extinct. Those without money, power, or strength do not deserve to have principles. To ask you to be a dog is already a favor. Do you believe that if I call out, many would eagerly volunteer to be my dog? His voice had risen, and the onlookers heard him, resulting in numerous individuals stepping forward. I volunteer. Young Master Du, I have. Young Master Du, choose me. I have. I volunteer. Young Master Du. As expected, many began to showcase themselves, hoping for Du Jiao's attention and a chance to be his dog. Du Jiao surveyed the crowd. Mocking kid, did you see that? This opportunity is something many spend their entire lives yearning for. Perhaps you're unaware of the Du family's power. Do you know? Being my dog is not a disgrace. It is a status far superior to that of ordinary townsfolk. Do you understand? If chosen, they could even have a glorious page dedicated to them in their family tree. Wang Yu felt a pang of realization, truly embodying the saying, learn both the arts and martial skills, but align with the imperial family. Unfortunately, this saying did not apply to him, for his intrinsic belief was to learn both the arts and martial skills to overthrow the imperial family. He sought freedom, and as long as he had the capability, he would trample upon the imperial family should they provoke him. Moreover, the Du family was merely a clan within Tianhai City, daring to prance before him, with annihilation as their only fate. Regrettably, while he had honed his academic skills, his repair techniques were only half sufficient, and his martial prowess was lacking. At that moment, Wang Yu had never felt such an intense yearning for strength. With the eye of analysis at his disposal, all he needed was time and guidance. For guidance, he had a candidate in Lao Feng. Although uncertain if Lao Feng would teach him, he believed there would be a way. What he truly needed was time. Upon hearing these thoughts, Du Jiao's expression darkened. Feng Xiao was also captivated, sensing a different aura emanating from Wang Yu, a quality that felt alien to this world. Long Out Yin, witnessing the change in Feng Xiao's gaze, was filled with rage. If looks could ignite flames, he would burn Wang Yu to ashes. The audience fell silent, awaiting the unfolding events. To belittle Wang Yu seemed a waste of breath, as they believed he was on the brink of destruction. How could he confront the Du family? Did he think he could rely solely on Lao Feng's strength or Feng Xiao's support? Could one or two individuals truly contend with such a formidable entity as the Du family? They would rather believe the world would end tomorrow than think Wang Yu could survive. Seeing the crowd silence, Du Jiao ceased speaking, slowly raising his hand to utter two words, attack. The dozen or so guards surrounding Wang Yu drew their combat blades. Lao Feng observed the situation, thinking, the kid has quite the temper. I like it. But he is constantly dragging me into exhausting situations. Just as he prepared to intervene, Feng Xiao spoke up. Uncle Feng, protect Master Wang. I will handle them. Lao Feng, surprised, asked Captain Feng, can you handle it? There's so many of them. Perhaps I should take on the task? You have no armor. You would be at a disadvantage. They dare not harm me. My teacher will arrive, and I hope to hold out until then. In truth, Feng Xiao was also anxious. Cao Shue had taken a long time to arrive, leaving her uncertain of whether she would show up. However, she was certain of one thing. The Du family would not easily harm her. With that, Feng Xiao stepped forward, shielding Wang Yu and Lao Feng behind her. Du Diao, taken aback, questioned Captain Feng, are you certain about this? I have already stepped forward. Do you have the courage to make a move? Upon hearing this, Long Out Yin's teeth nearly crumbled in frustration, unable to comprehend Feng Xiao's motives. Attack. Do not harm her. Cut down the other two. No sooner had he spoken than the battle erupted. Prepared for the confrontation, Feng Xiao acted decisively, launching a sprinting punch that sent her opponent flying. The attacked individual soared several dozen meters before crashing against a building. His chest armor caved in. As he lost consciousness, he pondered, how could she be so fast? So powerful? This combat prowess cannot merely be Silver Flash level. Even Feng Xiao was astonished, realizing something was amiss. Have I grown stronger? My injuries are not yet healed. That cannot be the case. Are my opponents weak? That is even less likely, judging by speed. That guy should be at Silver Flash level. Has my armor become stronger? That seems implausible. It was so severely damaged that retaining 70% of its performance is commendable. While she pondered, two more opponents charged at her. Casting her doubts aside, she focused on the fight. Having learned from her previous encounter, these two were cautious, engaging Feng Xiao in combat with blades while she was unarmed. Yet, to their surprise, Feng Xiao maintained the upper hand. As they quickly summoned allies, turning the confrontation into a 4-on-1 battle, they believed they could contain her. Little did they know, had Feng Xiao not been limited by her injuries, the four would have long met the same fate as their predecessor. As the battle progressed, Feng Xiao gradually adapted and began to suppress the four opponents. Meanwhile, the situation for Wang You was far from favorable. Chapter 35. The Battle of Wang You. From the very onset of the confrontation, Wang You activated the Eye of Analysis. However, amidst his evasive maneuvers, he seized the opportunity to dissect his opponent's techniques, particularly focusing on Feng Xiao's moves, contemplating their practical application. Although he also scrutinized Old Feng's style, the latter had ascended to a realm where simplicity was profound. Every gesture he made was imbued with boundless intricacies that Wang You could not decipher. By employing his skills, Wang Yu had narrowly evaded numerous attacks, whether faced by 1, 2, or 3 assailants. While he couldn't retaliate, his Z-shaped evasive tactics had become increasingly adept, astonishing onlookers, including Old Feng himself. Old Feng mused, when did this kid become so skilled at dodging? The spectators exclaimed, is it possible? Master Wang possesses such combat prowess? Those are undeniably silver-tier fighters, and yet they can't even touch him. Du Dajiao remarked, this can't be. Wait. It's the Savior battle armor. I must acquire it. L'on interjected. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've never heard of such a person. There is something amiss. Hua Rui thought to herself, this young man has remarkable endurance. If it were that, I mustn't dwell on it further. She discreetly tightened her legs, glancing around until she noticed no one was paying attention, allowing herself to breathe a sigh of relief. From the commencement of the battle, it was evident to all that Old Feng was the most relaxed. Initially, he had intended to conclude the conflict swiftly, but upon realizing that Wang Yu was merely evading without any real threat, and that Feng Xiao could hold her own, he refrained from unleashing his full power. He quietly observed their performances, ready to intervene cleverly should danger arise. As time passed, all attention was fixated on the battlefield, leaving no one to notice a sudden spatial rift appearing in the repair shop. Almost immediately, a figure clad in a horse-patterned skirt and shirt, known as Piao Shui, stepped through the rift. Upon her arrival, she noticed the ongoing battle and intended to intervene. However, upon recognizing a familiar face, she concealed herself in the shadows to observe. How would he be here? With him around, everything should be fine. I'll watch for now. If danger arises, I will step in. It has been 18 years. I wonder if he remembers me, the girl who followed him, Xiaoing Shui. And Xiao Xiao was correct. That armor is indeed the Savior's. But who is this youth in the armor to him? Outside the repair shop, Feng Xiao sidestepped a frontal slash, seizing the moment to unleash a sudden burst of energy. Explosive elbow strike. One of the guards was sent flying several meters, rolling on the ground before falling silent. The remaining 3 guards were struck by terror. They had merely been a moment too late to support their comrade, and now they had lost one in an instant. Such sheer power was formidable. With one guard down, Feng Xiao found herself considerably more at ease. After a series of exchanges, she seized another opportunity, severely wounding another guard, leading to the swift incapacitation of the remaining 2 within mere strikes. Thus, the 4 guards surrounding Feng Xiao were vanquished. Old Feng had also dispatched the 5 guards attacking him, employing a clever tactic that manipulated the guards into inflicting harm upon each other, leaving them all severely injured. At this point, only 3 guards remained to besiege Wang You. Despite Wang Yu's proficiency in Z-shaped dodging, facing 3 foes was no simple task. He struggled to find an opening to counterattack. As he was relentlessly pursued, Feng Xiao considered rushing to assist him, but was halted by Old Feng. Though she felt a tinge of concern, she steadied herself, observing him with calm. Seeing the guards suffer such losses, Du Dajiao's expression mirrored that of someone who had just ingested something unpleasant. This situation was wholly unexpected. In his mind, the highest combat power outside the city was merely intermediate bronze tier. If someone reached advanced bronze tier, they would have long sought refuge within the city, not linger outside. Had he known that Old Feng could dispatch 2 advanced bronze guards with mere phlegm, he would have fled at once. Alas, no one informed him of this. Not even the sunglasses-clad steward, who remained oblivious to how Old Feng had dealt with those 2 guards, now lying in a dumpster. Since a dozen cannot handle you, I shall summon 100. The Du family certainly has more than enough money and manpower. The commander of the Du family's private military received news and promptly inquired of the family patriarch. The eldest son is engaged in conflict outside the city and has suffered heavy losses among his guards. They are requesting reinforcements. What? How dare anyone lay a hand on my Du family outside the city? Immediately dispatch support. I wish to see which force has the audacity. A call to arms echoed through the Du family's private training base as 20 armored vehicles swiftly mobilized towards the spear point gathering outside the city. Observers noted the commotion, sparking discussions. The Du family must have detonated explosives. Why else would they deploy 20 combat vehicles at once? They have been expanding rather rapidly in recent years. Although the Du family lacked high-end combat power, their strength among silver-tier fighters was substantial, edging closer to the Long family's influence. Should we go take a look? Excellent idea. As the Du family mobilized, the chief of the investigation bureau, Hao Run, received the news. The Du family is deploying their forces. What is happening? Gather personnel to investigate. As soon as his directive was issued, the team leader, Long Zhan, swiftly assembled his members for departure. Outside the Wang Yu repair shop, Wang Yu remained entangled with the 3 guards. As his proficiency grew, aided by the eye of analysis, he began to find the confrontation increasingly manageable. The 3 guards could no longer pose a significant threat to him. These 3 fellows, their moves are repetitive, though their coordination is commendable, making it difficult to spot their weaknesses. Alas, I have already discerned your patterns. Joint attacks heavily rely on the synchronization of team members, and the Du family trained their guards in specific cooperative tactics. While such strategies are effective in real combat, making it difficult for most to identify flaws, Wang Yu is no ordinary individual. With the eye of analysis, no flaw could escape his notice. The current dilemma lay in his limited offensive techniques. His most proficient moves were merely a few military boxing strikes, and he had yet to practice the techniques learned from the square-faced Feng Xiao. After a few more minutes, Wang Yu sensed a decline in his stamina. If he did not devise a solution soon, he would suffer significant consequences. This cannot continue. Perhaps I should take a gamble. Feng Xiao's short-range explosive attack is quite potent and would be particularly effective in this situation. He contemplated Feng Xiao's explosive elbow strike, and through the eye of analysis, he understood its execution method clearly. Although he had never used it and was uncertain of its effectiveness, he felt he had no choice but to proceed. With his resolve firm, he began to seek an opportunity. Since Feng Xiao and Old Feng concluded their battles, they had been standing aside, leaving the onlookers perplexed and discussing the unusual turn of events. What's going on? ISNT the captain, supposed to be on the same side as Master Wang? Why ISNT? She's stepping in to assist. I sense something is amiss. Perhaps there is an internal issue. How astonishing. Master Wang has managed to hold out against 3 elite guards from the Du family for so long. It seems he could easily dispose of me. How peculiar. How could Master Wang possess silver-tier combat strength? With his physique, he seems like a mere weakling. Could it be that battle armor? Unlikely. Harnessing the full potential of the battle armor is no simple feat, especially when the body must be capable of sustaining it. There's definitely something off. As they spoke of the armor, Long Yin was suddenly taken aback. He was unaware of Wang Yu's inherent combat strength, but the audience's discourse led him to consider a possibility. While standard power armor indeed required a certain level of physical capability, some high-end armors were less reliant on the user's physique. His only lingering doubt was that Wang Yu's armor appeared outdated, more akin to a relic than a cutting-edge piece. In contrast, Du Dajiao was fully aware of the type of armor Wang Yu wore and was currently coveting it intensely. He pondered to himself, the savior armor relies somewhat on physical prowess. Could it be that this particular set is unique? If so, donning this armor might allow me to unleash a power akin to that of the silver tier. As he felt a surge of fervent energy coursing through him, Wang Yu, besieged by 3 adversaries, finally seized the opportunity to counterattack. Chapter 36. The arrival of the Du family elite guard. The chief guard, wielding his blade, aimed a downward strike at Wang Yu, while his 2 companions lagged slightly in their support. Such a scenario had occurred before. It was hardly a blunder, as the opening was minimal, and under normal circumstances, Wang Yu would have evaded backward. However, with the eye of analysis at his disposal, he had already calculated the timing of the opening and devised a counterattack. This time, he seized the opportunity. With a thunderous elbow strike, the chief guard was sent flying nearly 10 meters. Though he did not fall outright, he was left gasping for breath, unable to regain his footing. Feng Xiao, somewhat dazed, thought to herself, isn't this my own technique? How could he possibly execute it? I don't recall teaching him the intricacies of this move. This technique was her own creation, characterized by a unique power application method. Mere imitation lex potency. Yet she observed that Wang Yu's execution was nearly on par with her own. Could it be? I'm not mistaken? Feng Xiao murmured, and beside her, Lao Feng inquired with curiosity, Captain Feng, that move seems familiar. Didn't you just use it? Quite interesting. Did you teach him? With his discerning eye, Lao Feng recognized the technique's distinctiveness, though he couldn't replicate the power application at once. However, with a few attempts, he felt confident he could master it. Feng Xiao realized and explained, this move is called the explosive elbow strike. It is my technique with a unique application method, but I did not instruct him. Hearing this, a spark of realization flickered in Lao Feng's eyes. If it wasn't Feng Xiao who taught him, then it was likely that Wang Yu had learned it on his own. But how could he have grasped it after only witnessing it 2 or 3 times? Could it be his peculiar ocular ability? Lao Feng had noticed this ability when Wang Yu had assisted him with his prosthetic limb. Yet he was unaware of the specific capabilities of the eye of analysis. His insistence that Wang Yu wear sunglasses stemmed from a concern that others might discover his extraordinary powers. Stunned by his own conjecture, Lao Feng pondered the implications. If one could replicate techniques by merely observing them a few times, this ability would indeed be a remarkable asset in martial arts training. Meanwhile, Du Dajiao remained oblivious to the intricacies of the technique, attributing Wang Yu's success to the prowess of his armor, as he contemplated what to do after acquiring it. Conversely, Long Yin was seething with resentment, having witnessed Wang Xiao practice this move. He had attempted to learn it, but Feng Xiao had refused to teach him. His clandestine attempts had resulted in only a hollow imitation, and he had even injured his back in the process. That wretched girl, she even taught him her secret technique. As jealousy brewed within him, Long Yin's attitude toward Feng Xiao began to shift. In the repair shop, Piao Xue also noted the technique and overheard the exchange between Feng Xiao and Lao Feng. She was astonished. She understood well the difficulty of the explosive elbow strike. The idea that one could master it after merely observing it was preposterous. Yet it was indeed Feng Xiao's original creation, known only to her and Wang Yu. If this were true, Wang Yu was truly remarkable. Could he have been trained by Brother Dashin? Yet he didn't seem like a martial artist. Unbeknownst to Wang Yu, who was focused on confronting the remaining 2 guards, he felt much more at ease now. Shortly thereafter, he found another opportunity. Explosive elbow strike. With another powerful blow, he sent another guard flying. The last remaining guard, witnessing this, chose to adopt a defensive stance rather than continue attacking Wang Yu. Seeing that no one approached, Wang Yu refrained from further combat and retreated to the side of Lao Feng and Feng Xiao. His fight was solely for self-preservation. If the enemy did not wish to engage, he too preferred not to expend unnecessary energy. He had already depleted much of his strength, and should another situation arise, he would not have the stamina to escape. Lao Feng voiced his curiosity. Wang You, why didn't you finish off the last one? There's no need to waste energy. The onlookers murmured among themselves. Wow, Master Wang actually took down 2 opponents amidst an encirclement. This dream feels so real. One bystander playfully tapped the head of his companion. Does it hurt? Why are you hitting me? If it hurts, then it must not be a dream. At that moment, Du Dajiao emerged, clapping his hands as he approached. Kid, I didn't expect you to be quite capable, managing to injure 2 guards amidst a 3-on-1. He turned to Feng Xiao and Lao Feng. You all are quite skilled. The battle concluded so early. If you're so capable, 10-1 be enough for you. How about I summon another 100? Feng Xiao's expression changed drastically, for opponents were already challenging enough for her. With 5, she would surely be overwhelmed, and 100 would mean certain doom. Piaoxue, where are you? Hurry up, she silently pleaded, unaware that Piaoxue was hiding in the repair shop. Watching the spectacle unfold, Lao Feng grimaced at the thought. It wasn't the 100 guards that frightened him, but the ensuing chaos. Wang Yu's expression soured as he turned to Lao Feng. What do we do now? There are too many of them. Should we make a run for it while we can? Lao Feng responded. Make a run for it? What do you mean? To escape. Lao Feng sighed. It's too late. From a distance, 20 armored hover vehicles roared toward the repair shop. Upon arrival, swarms of elite guards from the Du family leapt out. 5 from each vehicle, exactly 100 in total. The newcomers promptly surrounded Wang Yu and his companions. The audience erupted in astonishment. Is the Du family unleashing their entire force? Oh my, they are all armed to the teeth, decked out in standard combat armor and alloy swords. How much would that cost? They've assembled over 100 sets. My head is spinning. This is ruthless. They've come with a full 100 armored guards, leaving no room for escape. A plan formed in the minds of some onlookers. Wait until the fight begins and we'll sneak in to see if we can reclaim our gear. This idea sparked immediate interest, as others began to echo their enthusiasm. Du Dajiao, however, paid no mind to these spectators. He turned his attention back to Wang Yu and his companions, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, my men have arrived. Now I want to see how many more you can take down. Du Dajiao, Feng Xiao called out his name, her face stern. Aren't you afraid my teacher will seek retribution from the Du family? Du Dajiao dismissed her concerns with a scoff. Piaoxue will come after me? Ha ha ha, what a pity. She lacks sufficient cause. You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me. But, he continued, I am magnanimous. I'll give you one last chance. Step aside and join Long Xiao's side. Or don't blame me for my fists not being merciful. Hidden in the repair shop, Piaoxue's eyes glinted with cold fury. The audacity of the Du family to intimidate Xiao right under her nose was intolerable. She resolved to intervene and deliver a blow to Du Dajiao. At that moment, Long Outyen, who had been watching, stepped forward and said, Xiao, don't engage with young master. They've offended the Du family, and you cannot protect yourself. Moreover, your identity there doesn't suit you. This notion illuminated Long Outyen's mind. Perhaps having a psychic master hypnotize Feng Xiao to make her his servant was a splendid idea. Nodding in agreement, he remarked, then I shall trouble young master Du. Unbeknownst to them, this conversation reached Piaoxue's ears, darkening her expression. She was well aware of the undercurrents among the upper echelons of Tianhai City. Enraged, she lifted her foot, prepared to step out. Suddenly, the roar of hovering motorcycles echoed from afar, causing her to retract her step. Chapter 37. The appearance of Piaoxue outside the repair shop, as Dadio raised his hand to issue a command. The head of the investigation team, Long Zhan, arrived with his men. Upon seeing them, Dadio halted and greetings, team leader Long. Long Zhan nodded expressionlessly and inquired, Dude, what is the situation here? Why are your people surrounding Feng Xiao? In response to his question, Dadio briefly recounted the events, framing it as a retaliation for his people being attacked first by the worry-free repair shop. He suggested that Feng Xiao's presence on the opposing side was due to her possibly being brainwashed. Long Outyen nodded in agreement, affirming Indeed, as Didio stated, Long Zhan, being Long Aoyan's uncle, shared a decent relationship with him. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Wow, that man is a big shot from the investigation team. What an imposing presence. A major scoop. The beautiful captain has been brainwashed. Who would have thought Master Wang had such capabilities? I previously believed those two young masters were merely making excuses, but this may indeed be true. Considering the investigation team leader is from the city, how could she be interested in someone from outside the city? Right? I thought Master Wang was truly exceptional. How could I have overlooked this? Feng Xiao felt a surge of anger. She had previously regarded Long Zhan as a just and fair man, but now he seemed to unjustly accuse her. Team leader Long, how can you take their word for it? Clearly, the Didio family instigated this conflict first, and they attacked first. Want you investigate? Anxious, she grabbed her communicator, intending to contact Piao Xue, but Long Zhan shot it, causing it to explode. Feng Xiao was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated such an action from Long Zhan. The spectators were equally shocked, whispering, a beam gun. Odi Maya. He actually used a restricted weapon against the beautiful captain. Strange. Why the urgency to destroy the communicator? Is there something more to this? Who knows? Let us wait for more information. Where's that all-knowing person? Come out. Feng Xiao pondered anxiously whether Long Zhan was worried about her contacting her teacher or had alternative motives. She could only pray for her teacher's swift arrival. Otherwise, her life might be in jeopardy. Seeing the beam gun in Long Zhan's hand, Wang Yu was surprised, but his surprise was one of delight. Having been in this world for a while, he had never encountered firearms, believing the technological development here had gone awry, only to discover they were simply regulated. Unlike the two, Old Feng remained impassive. It would be better for you to come here on your own. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to restrain you. He then gestured to the investigation team members to prepare to subdue Feng Xiao. In this predicament, Feng Xiao braced herself for a tough stand. At this moment, Old Feng slowly spoke. You two should head into the shop. I'll hold them off while you find an opportunity to escape. He knew he could no longer remain passive. Old Feng, can you handle this? You're not planning to sacrifice yourself, are you? I want to go down without a fight. If it comes to it, we'll all perish together. We'll seize the leaders first. I refuse to believe that we cannot find a flaw to exploit. Wang Yu was equally resolute, although there were more adversaries. The eye of analysis could still reveal weaknesses for a surprise attack. One lethal strike against a young master would be worth it. This audacity startled Old Feng, and Feng Xiao was equally taken aback. Neither had expected him to be so reckless. He appeared refined, showing no signs of such radical thoughts. Old Feng cleared his throat to break the tense atmosphere, saying, Young man, what are you thinking? Just go in with Captain Feng. There is no need for all this fuss. Besides, I'm not done living yet. I want to die so easily. At that moment, Didio raised his hand. What are you all whispering about? Are you deliberating on who will die first? No problem. You can all die together. With that, he waved his hand downward attack. The elite guards of the Didio family and the investigation team sprang into action. Feng Xiao and Wang Yu felt their hearts leap into their throats, while a cold glint appeared in Old Feng's eyes, ready to put an end to these bullies. Just then, a chilling voice resonated from within the shop. I dare anyone to make a move. Who is it? Long Zhan's expression darkened. Long Aoyan's pursuit of Feng Xiao was actually an attempt to target Piao Xue. But after such a long time, Feng Xiao harbored no affection for him. When Didio mentioned Feng Xiao being deceived, he immediately thought of mind control. This was an opportunity to take Feng Xiao for examination, ostensibly to conduct mental control, but it needed to be concealed from Piao Xue, hence the urgency. Now, with someone interrupting, he was undoubtedly the most anxious one. Who is it? Long Zhan exclaimed. Can't you even recognize my voice? No wonder you dared to lay a hand on my student. As soon as he spoke, everyone was puzzled about who could be hidden inside the repair shop. Audacious enough to call out Long Zhan's name. Just as everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance, a perfect leg stepped out. The shirt and skirt accentuating an enchanting silhouette, complemented by a stunning face and sky-blue hair. This figure nearly left Long Zhan in shock, while Long Aoyan trembled in fear. Didio stumbled backward. Had it not been for Huirue's quick support, he might have collapsed to the ground. Among the 12 warriors of Tianhai City, there was one who was most formidable, possessing an enchanting beauty and alluring figure, yet instilling fear in everyone who dared not cast even a lewd glance her way. She was Feng Xiao's teacher, the battle general Piao Xue, and also the dean of the Tianqing Academy in Tianhai City. Not only was she exceptionally powerful, but her abilities also encompassed the enigmatic realm of space. The upper echelon of Tianhai City knew that although she appeared dignified and poised, she could be more malevolent than a witch when provoked. An adage circulated among the highborn: exposing lewd glances in front of Piao Xue guarantees a long night devoid of relief. Naturally, such rumors stem from true stories, and unfortunately, one such tale originated from the Dadaio family. However, Piao Xue was not unreasonable. As long as one did not provoke her, there would be no issues. She would reason with those who acted mildly, yet she would not do the same with the unreasonable. Feng Xiao sighed in relief upon hearing Piao Xue's words. How she emerged from the repair shop was no surprise, as the location had been transmitted from within. Wang You, having never seen Piao Xue, was taken aback by her beauty. Particularly, her shirt and skirt ensemble astounded him, as he was very familiar with that style. It was trending in the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom before his transmigration. In this world, he had primarily encountered punk styles, including cultural trends leaning toward that aesthetic. However, he hadn't detected any Western aristocratic influence on Dadaio and his maid, nor on Feng Xiao and Long Outyin in their battle armor. So, there's skirts in this world? I previously thought all the clothing was bizarre. Wang Yu muttered to himself, fixated on Piao Xue, which startled Feng Xiao. She quickly nudged him, warning, mind your manners. This is my teacher, Dean Piao Xue. If you keep staring, be careful she doesn't deal with you. At that moment, old Feng stood there, seemingly lost in thought. Inside, he was frantically lamenting, it's over, it's over. Why is it her? Isn't her name, supposed to be Xue? If she discovers me, I'll surely be entangled again, my blissful life. Piao Xue smiled faintly at old Feng, her expression cryptic, yet she remained silent, directing her gaze toward Long Zhan and the others. Chapter 38. The transformation of villains into innocents, feeling the gaze of Piao Xue, Long Zhan, Long Outyin, and Du Dajiao were all rendered speechless. Long Zhan, you are quite the formidable team leader, Piao Xue remarked softly, her tone deceptively gentle, yet it pierced through the hearts of Long Zhan and the others like the chill of winter ice. Du Dajiao, overwhelmed by the moment, collapsed to the ground, supported by his companion, Huai who was equally affected. Long Outyin struggled to find his voice, feeling as though his mouth was beyond his control. The spectators watched in bewilderment. Having only heard of Piao Xue's name without ever having seen her, they whispered amongst themselves, speculating about the identity of this stunning beauty dressed so peculiarly. Who is this enchanting woman? Her beauty is such that it makes one want to. Buddy, you're daring. Haven't you noticed that Long Zhan and the two young masters are trembling? She could be a prominent figure in the city. No way. A top figure in the city is usually older, and she looks so young. Regardless, she must be extraordinary to have frightened those three. Wait, could she possibly be the one behind the worry-free repair shop? Indeed, I recall old Feng mentioning he was working for someone significant. I thought it was a joke, but it seems to be true. As the crowd speculated about Piao Xue's identity, Long Zhan, feeling the pressure, spoke up. Piao Xue, I received word that Feng Xiao is being held captive at this repair shop and is undergoing brainwashing. So, we came immediately to rescue her. He was unsure of when Piao Xue had appeared in the shop or if she was aware of his previous statements. But he could only use this excuse to evade the situation. Oh, is that so? Piao Xue turned her gaze towards Long Outyin and inquired, Outyin, is this the situation? Long Outyin faltered, his forehead beating with sweat, yet he managed to reply, Director Piao Xue, I received word that Xiao was held captive. So we came to rescue her? Yes, to rescue her. Together with young Master Du. He stammered through his explanation, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. But the essence of his words remained intact. Aligning their narratives was the wisest choice, for Piao Xue was known to be reasonable. If worst came to worst, they could shift the blame onto their subordinates, claiming misinformation and offering a token compensation to appease the situation. After he spoke, Piao Xue turned to Du Dajiao. From the Du family, what do you have to say? I heard the steward report from below, so I came to rescue, and then a conflict ensued. Du Dajiao could only grit his teeth and say this, deliberately avoiding mention of captivity or brainwashing, instead attributing it to the steward's report. In this way, if the matter was pursued, he could merely be seen as rash, misjudging people, and using the wrong approach, ultimately saving face. This blame was deftly cast upon the man in sunglasses. Upon hearing this, he collapsed in fear, losing control of his bodily functions. In retrospect, he was the most innocent in this affair, as it was Long Outyin who claimed Feng Xiao was held captive, and Du Dajiao who mentioned brainwashing. Yet he was the one who would bear the consequences. Given the circumstances, he felt doomed, yet he could not accept it. After all, he had clawed his way up from the bottom, and years of effort were about to be undone. If he had family, perhaps he would endure it, but as a solitary man, he felt compelled to turn against his master. Resolute in his decision, the man in sunglasses shouted, "Wait. General Piao Xue, I have something to say." Unfortunately, he underestimated Du Dajiao's ruthlessness and decisiveness. Just as he was about to unveil everything, a 10-centimeter crossbow bolt pierced his throat. Clutching his throat, the man in sunglasses widened his eyes in horror, unable to close them. After he fell silent, Du Dajiao released his grip, as if all his strength had drained away. Yet he mustered the energy to explain, "General Piao Xue, this man deceived everyone. It is my family's fault. If you find this insufficient, I can offer compensation." Wang You looked at Du Dajiao's actions with disdain. It was merely a ploy to shift blame and silence dissent. Piao Xue smiled at this. Recognizing the familiar tactics of powerful families, they often sought to provide her with an excuse while simultaneously offering her a way to save face. Meanwhile, the onlookers began to murmur again. How ruthless. It's like serving a tiger. To enjoy the resources, one must pay the price. That fellow is far too arrogant. As if he were the cause of this mess. I can't believe she is the mysterious General Piao Xue. I'm in awe. You've lost your mind. General Piao Xue is not someone you can provoke lightly. Be careful, or you might mysteriously disappear. Who would have guessed that the worry-free repair shop had such a powerful backing? Strange, with such strong connections, why don't they open a shop in the city? After Du Dajiao eliminated the man in sunglasses, Long Zhan and Long Outyin breathed a sigh of relief. Had the truth come to light, they would have been in deep trouble. Piao Xue ignored the others and focused her attention on Feng Xiao, asking, "Xiao, is what they said true?" After dismissing the nonsensical dialogue with a comment, Feng Xiao pouted, "Teacher, when did you arrive? If you had come any later, I feared I would never see you again." Upon hearing Feng Xiao's words, Long Zhan and the others quickly distanced themselves and offered apologies. Long Zhan stammered, Xiao, I received the news in haste and acted without thinking." Long Zhan was at a loss for words. Long Outyin chimed in, Xiao, I too was deceived by that scoundrel, but my intentions were good." Feng Xiao scoffed, "I don't need your good intentions. As for whether you were deceived, we all know the truth." "Do you truly think I'm that naive?" Long Outyin sputtered, I. What about you? Just be quiet." Feng Xiao's sharp rebuke silenced Long Outyin, and Du Dajiao seized the opportunity to interject. "Captain Long, I didn't mean to." Feng Xiao, uninterested in his excuses, shot back, "Be quiet. You were so arrogant earlier, and now you are cowering like a dog. I have no interest in your explanations." With her words, Du Dajiao fell silent. Feng Xiao then turned to Piao Xue, pouting, "Teacher, these guys are quite bothersome. What should we do?" Piao Xue offered her some comfort before addressing Long Zhan and the others. "You all wait here. I need to handle something before settling the score with you." She then turned to Old Feng and Wang You, asking, "Shall we find another place to talk?" Wang Yu glanced at Old Feng, noticing he was still in a daze. Convinced that Piao Xue, being Feng Zhao's teacher, posed no issues, he nodded. "All right, can we sit inside the shop?" "Of course." Thus, Wang Yu took the still-dazed Old Feng with him, and Piao Xue led Feng Xiao into the shop, closing the door behind them. Seeing Piao Xue enter, Long Zhan and the others sighed in relief, aligning themselves and awaiting their fate. Should Piao Xue find a reason to confront them, they could only wait. The cost of waiting was undoubtedly the least burdensome. The spectators, observing the group standing idle, began to whisper among themselves. They aren't escaping? They're just standing there like statues? If it were me, I would have slipped away at this opportunity. You think those people are as foolish as you? They know that running away is futile. I only know that a tiger returns to the mountains. But it must be a tiger. What if it's a lost sheep? At that moment, inside the repair shop, Piao gazed at Old Feng with eyes full of affection. While Old Feng continued to feign ignorance, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Wang You and Feng Xiao exchanged glances, wondering if there was something more between the two. Chapter 39, Talent. A remarkable prodigy. Within the forget-me-not repair shop, Wang Yu and Feng Xiao speculated about the relationship between Old Feng and Piao, discreetly exchanging gestures from the sidelines. Wang Yu exclaimed, "There's definitely an affair." Feng Xiao retorted, "How could that be? Our teacher is pure and virtuous." Wang Yu insisted, "Her gaze is off. It's absolutely an affair." Feng Xiao argued, "How could our teacher possibly take a liking to your old uncle?" Wang Yu challenged, "It's an affair. I'll bet you." Feng Xiao replied, "I'm not afraid of a wager." As they deliberated over their stakes, Old Feng and Piao spoke simultaneously. Brother Dashan, Sister Xiaoying. Upon realizing they spoke in unison, they paused before repeating, "Brother Dashan, Sister Xiaoying. You go first." At this, Feng Xiao felt her stomach convulse, nearly laughing out loud, only to be silenced by Wang Yu's hand over her mouth as her stomach protested. Wang Yu internally scoffed, wondering if Old Feng's name was truly Feng Dashan. How utterly unrefined and out of touch with the times. Feng Xiao pulled his hand away, signaling, "You lost. They are merely siblings." Wang Yu insisted, "A brother and sister with romantic feelings. It's definitely an affair." At that moment, Piao placed a hand over Old Feng's mouth and asked, "Brother Dashan, what happened back then? How have you been all these years?" Feeling somewhat awkward, Piao tugged at Wang Yu, eager to make a discreet exit. "All right, Brother Dashan. We'll discuss our matters later. Who is that young man with you?" "My boss. He runs the repair shop and has me handling business." At this, Wang Yu removed the helmet of his battle armor, revealing his true visage. Piao was momentarily taken aback. So young, could he possibly be Brother Dashan's? Wang Yu spoke first. "Greetings, General Piao. It is an honor to meet you. Thank you for your assistance today. My name is Wang Yu, the owner and technician of this repair shop. Your help was but a trifling matter, no need for concern." Piao responded casually, yet her thoughts lingered. Wang? Could he be the child of that woman? But he doesn't resemble her much. 2 decades prior, Old Feng was a youthful, charismatic figure, surrounded by countless admirers. And Piao was one of his little fans. Back then, Old Feng was quite close to her, treating her like a little sister. However, 18 years ago, he disappeared while attending to some business, and despite her extensive search, she found no trace of him. Moreover, all records of Old Feng had been meticulously erased. Piao mind wandered, creating an awkward atmosphere, prompting Feng Xiao to change the subject. "Teacher, look, my hurricane has been repaired, and its performance has improved several times over." "Is that so, Wang Yu? How did you manage that?" In truth, she had noticed the battle outside upon her arrival. Feng Xiao's sudden enhancement in ability was evident. Just 1 day apart, she could still contend with 4 elite members of the Du family despite her injuries, ultimately emerging victorious. What else could account for this besides an upgrade in battle armor performance? Well, after repairing it, I simply made a few modifications. The performance has been enhanced to 100 of its original factory specifications. Wang Yu stated nonchalantly, leaving Piao in shock. "What? You can enhance factory performance by 100? You must be mistaken. I recall that in the technologically advanced city of Yoha on the moon, only the top teams achieved a 50 enhancement. Are you questioning my skills? Achieving such results while benefiting from top-tier resources is hardly impressive. Do not compare me to them." In the realm of repairs, modifications, and upgrades, Wang Yu was indeed entitled to boast, despite his extraordinary abilities. At that moment, Old Feng interjected, "Sister Xiaoying, Wang has every right to say so. Those who enjoy top-notch resources cannot compare. He can extract performance from the scrap he salvages from the mechanical graveyard." "What? Salvaging from mechanical graveyard? Why would he do that?" "Because he lacks parts. To maintain the shop, He rummages through that graveyard daily for components. Just yesterday, he was intercepted. Old Feng's explanation left Piao Xue at a loss for words. In the battle armor engineering department of the Tianxing Academy, a cadre of experts tirelessly researched ways to increase performance by a mere 10, and they celebrated such modest achievements. With access to premier laboratories, the finest materials, and top-tier components, Piao Xue couldn't help but feel that those experts were utterly inept. The thought that someone could casually sift through a pile of junk for parts and double the performance of battle armor in a shabby repair shop outside the city made her question their worth. Considering this, Piao Xue asked, Wang You, since you possess such exceptional repair skills, why remain outside the city? How about this? Come with me to Tianxing Academy, and I will arrange a position for you. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu could hardly believe his ears. Entering the academy? A position? It felt like a windfall from the heavens. A splendid opportunity. Yet, he recalled the haughty demeanor of those who emerged from the Tianhai city. Such a visit would surely lead to complications. Having transitioned from a remote village to a bustling metropolis on Blue Star, he understood that regardless of one's skills, the initial reception was often dismissive. Though the academy promised advanced equipment and superior conditions, it also teemed with young brats who could create headaches with their antics. If one's fists were strong enough, they might bulldoze through, but with his current state, devoid of armor, he was vulnerable. After contemplating these relationships, Wang Yu felt that now was not the opportune moment to enter Tianhai City. Setting aside the possibility of encountering trouble from the two young lords at the entrance. Even the average young lord could prove troublesome. However, entering the city was inevitable. He simply needed to wait until he could match the Du family in strength. For now, his focus should be on maintaining the shop to gather resources, seeking Old Feng's guidance on martial arts, and perhaps obtaining a student quota from the academy for easier access to information. Resolute, Wang Yu stated, I appreciate your kind offer, but the academy is fraught with complexities and rules. I am accustomed to freedom, so I would prefer not to take on a position there. By the way, does the academy have a library or resource room? If so, I would like to request access. He didn't mention wanting a student quota, instead inquiring about research access. Keen to gauge Piao Xue's thoughts on the matter. Unwilling to give up easily, Piao Xue pressed on. What if I offer you a special admission quota to study martial arts under me? With his status, accessing any information would be a breeze. She had her own motives. Having noticed Wang Yu's inherent talent during their earlier encounter, directly taking him on as a student seemed a prudent choice, but she needed Old Feng's agreement. Old Feng regarded Wang Yu and asked, Wang, what do you think of this proposal? At this moment, Wang Yu felt as though he were soaring with elation. What began as a mere request for a quota had transformed into an opportunity to align with a powerful ally. Yet, he maintained his composure, replying earnestly, I have no objections to becoming your student, but I must also sustain this shop, so I would appreciate some flexibility regarding my schedule. After a moment of consideration, Piao Xue agreed. Very well, I promise you that. Then, may I introduce myself as your student, Teacher Piao Xue? Indeed, quite courteous. With a chuckle, she added, now it's time to address the situation outside. Shao. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 40. Let them return bear. Piao Xue inquired about suggestions from Wang Yu and Feng Shao. This was indeed splendid news for Wang Yu. But with Feng Shao involved, they needed to deliberate carefully. He glanced around and spoke up, Captain Feng. What Captain Feng? You must address me as senior sister. Feng Shao protested. Wang Yu pondered for a moment and corrected himself. Then let us call you senior sister Feng. Crazy senior sister? Absolutely not. That sounds dreadful. And I am not insane. How about little senior sister? Fine, let us go with that. Although not entirely satisfied, she accepted the title since it was Feng Shao. What are your thoughts on punishing that bunch outside? Punish them? And how do you propose we do that? I don't know, asked the teacher. Wang Yu was speechless. Feng Shao exhibited a somewhat naive quality. Piao Xue shook her head in response, but was not in a hurry. Instead, she turned to Wang Yu and asked little Yu, do you have any unique ideas? Wang Yu had already formed a plan and stated, Punishing them in a way that is neither painful nor beneficial to us is pointless. We might as well demand compensation for our losses. Piao Shui assumed he was merely seeking personal gain and felt a hint of disappointment, realizing she would need to teach them the ways of their sect. However, before she could speak, Wang Yu continued, "In ancient times when two sides battled, it was unwise to kill the defeated. Instead, they would impose two demands on them. First, to strip them of all their equipment, effectively weakening the enemy to prevent future incursions. Second, to propose compensation conditions to secure sufficient benefits for themselves." Upon hearing this, Piao Shui's eyes lit up. Wang Yu had hit the nail on the head. She asked, "Which option do you prefer?" This idea startled Feng Xiao. "That is quite ruthless." Old Feng remarked, "I like this style." Piao Shui added, "Not bad, this child can be taught." Though Piao Shui appreciated the idea, she was curious about his reasoning and asked, "Why not choose the second option? It's troublesome. The first option allows us to act immediately since they're right here, while the second would involve endless negotiations and potential deceit. Ultimately, the first option serves my interests best. You must consider my role." With this explanation, Piao Shui understood. Little Yu is right. Let us proceed with the first option and strip them of everything. "Ha, truly my student." Hearing her regal laughter, Wang Yu broke into a sweat. This bargain teacher was no pushover. Piao Shui wore a wry smile, likening her to a counterfeit king. Having made their decision, Piao Shui led the group out of the repair shop. Outside, the investigation team and members of the Du family stood in orderly lines, with Long Zhan, Long Ao Tian, and Du Dejiao at the forefront. Upon seeing Piao Shui emerge, they shouted in unison, "We salute you, General Piao Shui." Piao Shui waved her hand and said, "Enough. I know you are reluctant to see me. I now announce the consequences of your actions, so listen carefully." At this moment, the faces of the investigators and the Du family turned pale. While removing their gear was bearable, being left completely bare would be far worse than death. They were people of stature in the city. Exposing themselves would make them the laughingstock of the entire town, leaving them unable to show their faces again. Meanwhile, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 41. The hidden strategy originating from card games. Let S jump first. The higher you leap, the harder you'll fall. After reprimanding him, Long Zhan turned to Feng Xiao and inquired, "Feng Xiao, if there is anything you find unsatisfactory about the compensation, you may voice it. We are all awaiting your decision." Feng Xiao feigned innocence, replying, "Oh, I have no grievances at all." Internally, she added, "What do I have to be satisfied or dissatisfied about? The decision lies with the teacher and Junior Yu. I'm simply waiting to divide the spoils." After speaking, she settled back, appearing as though she were merely an observer. At that moment, Long Zhan and the others assumed she had acquiesced to the proposal, allowing them to exhale in relief. However, seeing the ambiguous smile on Piao Shui's face left them somewhat anxious. Long Zhan remarked, "Why has the Lord Piao Shui spoken yet?" Long Outyin interjected, "Clearly, Xiao has no objections. This matter should be settled, right?" Du Daxiao expressed a sense of foreboding. "It feels a bit off. Yet Feng Xiao has no objections. What is Lord Piao Shui waiting for? Could it be?" Realizing this, Du Daxiao gritted his teeth and stated, "Lord Piao Shui, I shall add triple the compensation. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Long Outyin felt a jolt of surprise, surmising that Xiao had agreed, but Lord Piao Shui still had reservations. This called for a monetary increase. However, instead of following Du Daxiao's lead, he turned to Feng Xiao and asked, Xiao, I'll also add triple the compensation. What do you think?" He cast a beseeching glance at Feng Xiao, hoping she would assist him. In contrast, Long Zhan remained silent, believing that the offer was already generous enough. Feng Xiao said nothing in response to their increased offers, maintaining her demeanor as a spectator. This peculiar scene ignited whispers among the onlookers. They've increased the compensation, but it still seems a bit low. Didn't T, the beautiful captain, just express her approval? Why are they offering more? You wouldn't T understand. Haven't you noticed Lord Piao Shui remained silent? This situation, could it be that they misunderstood? Perhaps Lord Piao Shui isn't inquiring about the beautiful captain? What nonsense! Who else could it be but her? Master Wang. These murmurs reached Long Zhan's ears, and he scoffed in disdain. How could that brat matter? What status does he hold? Feng Xiao is Lord Piaoshua's most valued student. She is the one with the say here. Little did he know that Long Outyin had already given orders to the Shadow Dragon Guards, who had arrived on site but remained concealed among the crowd due to Piaoshua's presence. The tense atmosphere lingered for 2 minutes, with Piaoshua's indecision making Long Zhan and his companions feel as though they had waited 2 years. At that moment, Piaoshua finally spoke. It seems you didn't finish your earlier statement? Her inquiry startled Long Zhan, who cursed inwardly, realizing that the boy's words had piqued Lord Piaoshua's interest. He felt an urge to shoot him on the spot. He shot a murderous glance at Wang You, his right hand gripping his gun with clear intent. If you dare speak carelessly, I'll take you down. Wang Yu noticed the subtle gesture and activated his eye of analysis to remain vigilant, ready to dodge at the slightest hint of danger. Piaoshua, intrigued, asked, "Oh, how should we discuss this?" That idea sounds quite Chapter 42. The Du family's humiliating departure after Piaoshua decided to implement Wang Yu's new plan. Long Zhan and his companions appeared ashen, their hearts entangled in turmoil. The investigative team members, along with the Du family's guards and maidservants, were not in a much better position. In the city of Tianhai, their identities carried weight among the lower-class citizens, who had often flaunted their status. However, now they could only fret, for the power to decide lay in the hands of Long Zhan and his companions. The onlookers were equally stunned by Wang Yu's proposal. Could it be true that Master Wang was audaciously demanding payment while risking retribution from the dragon and Du families as soon as Piaoshua, the battle general, departed? To have the means to earn, yet no life to spend it. How foolish of Master Wang to think he could act with impunity simply by aligning himself with Piaoshua. Indeed, if Piaoshua intended to extort those individuals, he could merely follow along and benefit from the spoils. Yet here he was, meddling with his own suggestions. Alas, without this repair shop, we would again be at the mercy of others. Why be so pessimistic? Perhaps Master Wang has some hidden cards up his sleeve. Don't mention old phone. Unperturbed by their discussions, Piaoshua, noticing Long Zhan's trio had remained silent for 2 minutes, decided not to wait any longer. As her words fell, Du Dajiao promptly declared, "Piaoshua, I will don the attire of the Du family and cover the rest." The moment he spoke, Huirui grew anxious and whispered hastily in his ear. Clenching his teeth, he added, "Piaoshua, I will wear the attire, along with Huirui, and cover the rest." Had it been an ordinary maidservant, he would not have made such a choice, but Huirui was no ordinary maid. If he were to cover the minimum, only stockings would remain, which was simply unacceptable. After all, Huirui was extremely capable, his most efficient aide, and an integral part of his reputation. Piaoshua cast a glance at the two and understood Huirui's situation without much surprise. The aristocratic circle was often predictable. Very well. Shall you tally the costs? All right. A total of 37 million. Upon announcing the total, Wang Yu presented a detailed list. Du Dajiao was taken aback, unable to fathom how Wang Yu had determined the precise value of his attire. Although he was unsure of the accuracy, it felt roughly correct. As he donned the most clothing among them, Piaoshua was momentarily startled. She had not anticipated Wang Yu would present the figures so swiftly and with such detail. However, she was not overly concerned with the specifics, as long as the money was secured. Du Dajiao, settle the payment. Transfer it to my account. She then commanded the guards and maidservants of the Du family to disrobe. Shortly thereafter, 25 hovercrafts arrived at the entrance of the Wang Yu repair shop, accompanied by over 100 sets of battle armor and a plethora of uniforms. The guards stood rigidly, resembling statues, while the maidservants, clad only in the bare minimum, huddled together, arms crossed over their chests. After receiving the payment, Piaoshua waved her hand dismissively. Du Dajiao, you may leave now. We welcome your return. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves this. This transaction must have brought in at least 70 million. You've underestimated it. Those 5 rolls, hovercraft alone are worth 15 million. And the 20 armored hovercrafts must be at least 20 million. Is it truly that expensive? You're merely ignorant. Those vehicles are rare outside the city, and you likely do not know their true value. Discussing this feels so tedious. Look at those maidservants. Quite the sight, aren't they? Men, ha, fellow kindred spirits. Regardless of their chatter, Du Dajiao could only depart, filled with resentment and bitterness, shielded by the guards. You brat, you've wiped out my savings in an instant. I cannot touch Piao Xue, but you. Just wait. The Du family was a prominent clan, and while he was a young master, he was not without rivals. Moreover, he could not access the vast resources of the Du family. What he used earlier was his personal cash assets. Although he still had some holdings, this setback left him severely compromised. After handling the Du family, Piao Xue turned her attention to Long Zhan and his group. Long Zhan, how do you choose? At this moment, Long Zhan felt utterly frustrated. If he followed Du Dajiao's lead, he would have no future in the investigation team. Although the Long family was powerful in Tianhai City, they could not dominate entirely. Among the 12 battle generals, 3 belonged to the Long family, with close ties to the other 6, yet they were not family. Despite being allies, one could never be certain they wouldn't T-stab one in the back. The investigation team was an affiliate of the Tianhai City Council, and as the captain, he wielded significant authority, but many were eyeing his position. With the Long family's financial resources, it would not be difficult to have everyone don their attire and depart, but the challenge lay in the removal of armor and equipment. Fully aware of the critical nature of this task, he could only beseech Piao Xue. Piao Xue, you understand the nature of the investigation team's equipment. Could we convert it into cash? Piao Xue pondered briefly. After all, the matter ultimately revolved around money, and she considered acquiescing. Long Zhan truly wished to leap forward and chastise him for his unwarranted interjection. Earlier, he had observed that Piao Xue was about to agree. Turning to face him, Piao Xue's expression was filled with confusion. She could not fathom why Wang You was so adamant about this point. Was it not about the money? Wang Yu merely smiled at her, offering no explanation. Since Wang Yu had made such a request, Piao Xue felt compelled to support him, as these matters were inconsequential to her. Long Zhan, proceed as he requests. Long Zhan was nearly incensed to the point of bloodshed, yet for the sake of his position, he resolved to make one last attempt. Pia Oxu, Before he could finish, the roar of hover motorcycles echoed from a distance. He recognized the sound well. It was the investigation team's vehicles. Glancing up, he saw a convoy of hover motorcycles escorting a public investigation vehicle speeding toward them. The audience looked up, murmuring in curiosity. Who is it from the investigation team? Could it be reinforcements? Are they here to deliver more equipment? There was indeed a possibility, though it remained uncertain how they would react upon seeing Piao Xue. Piao Xue also glanced in that direction, remaining silent. She too was curious about who was arriving. Regardless of who it was, the ultimate outcome would be a delivery of funds and equipment. Soon, as the hovercraft came to a halt, the head of the investigation team, Hao Run, emerged from the vehicle. In truth, it was Long Zhan who had been dispatched by him, but he had not ordered his involvement in this incident, merely instructing Long Zhan to monitor the Du family's situation. However, once Long Zhan arrived, he became embroiled in conflict with Long Outyin, only calming down once Feng Xiao appeared. Upon learning of the situation, Hao Run rushed over, as if his behind were on fire. He was not there to provide reinforcements, but to resolve the conflict. Upon seeing Hao Run, Piao Xue was the first to inquire, Hao Zhongzhong, why the rush? Are you here to offer support? This question caused Hao Run to falter. Among the upper echelons of Tianhai City, most were not well acquainted with Piao Xue. Although she was one of the 12 battle generals, Hao Run had, by chance, learned some secrets about her. From that moment on, he could only hold her in awe. The notion of placing this sorceress among the other 12 battle generals was an exaggeration of their stature. Chapter 43. Hao Ren's Stance. Long Zhan's reckoning Hao Ren's expression changed dramatically when he heard Piao Xue inquire if he was coming to provide reinforcement. He quickly explained, Lord Piao Xue, I merely received a report from my subordinates and came to assess the situation. After finishing his explanation, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, muttering to himself, Reinforcement? What a ridiculous notion. I'm not ready to meet my end just yet. However, he was genuinely unaware of the exact circumstances. He had only received word that Long Zhan and the Du family had clashed with Piao Xue. Coincidentally, Long Zhan was one of his subordinates sent to carry out a mission. Were it not for the fear of Piao Xue causing trouble for him, Long Zhan's demise would have been of no concern to him. He might even have celebrated. Seeing his reaction, Piao Xue casually asked, assessing the situation, "What situation?" Noticing she did not seem to blame him, Long Zhan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Lord Piao Xue, I noticed the elite guard of the Du family had mobilized, so I instructed Long Zhan to accompany me to investigate. By the way, what led to the conflict between you and them?" Piao Xue briefly recounted the events that transpired, sticking to the facts without embellishment. Hao Ren's brows furrowed in concern. As the head of the investigation team, his analytical skills were quite sharp, and he quickly discerned that there was something amiss between the Long family uncle and nephew. Ignoring his concern, Piao Xue commanded, "Very well, have them remove their armor and equipment. As for the clothing they keep, that depends on whether they are willing to spend a safe face." Hao Ren felt the weight of her words as the matter of equipment directly impacted the reputation of the investigation team, an official organization of Tianhai City. The removal of standard equipment would have significant negative repercussions. If Long Zhan had appeared alone, he could have shrugged it off, but now that he was present, he felt compelled to act. Seeing Piao Xue's unwavering determination, Hao Ren could only grimace and say, "Lord Piao Xue, how about this? It's fine for Long Zhan and Long Outyin to remove their gear, but what about the ordinary team members? Must they disarm as well?" "Absolutely not. I've already stated that all equipment must be removed, including those floating motorcycles." Piao Xue's stance was resolute. "Your investigation team must be accountable for offending me." As Hao Ren and Piao Xue conversed, Wang You, observing from the sidelines, realized that Hao Ren and Long Zhan were not on the same side, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. He pondered whether this was a factional struggle within the investigation team or a power play among the high-ranking officials of Tianhai City. Seizing the opportunity, he contemplated how to insert himself into the fray. Hao Ren found himself at a loss against Piao Xue's determined demeanor. There were too many people around, making negotiations difficult. He could only suggest, "Lord Piao Xue, perhaps we could find a quieter place to discuss?" Initially intending to reject his proposal, Piao Xue hesitated until Wang Yu interjected, "This esteemed one, I have a space in my shop suitable for discussions." Upon hearing Wang Yu's suggestion, Piao Xue fell silent and glanced at him in curiosity. After receiving a subtle nod from Wang Yu, she declared, "Very well. Chief Hao, let us proceed inside to talk." Hao Ren was puzzled as to why the typically unyielding Piao Xue would relent due to a mere youth suggestion. But he recognized it as an opportunity and allowed Long Zhan and his companions to wait outside. Inside the repair shop, they settled on the sofas in the reception area. Piao Xue was the first to speak. "Chief Hao, what are your thoughts?" Aware of her background, Hao Ren adopted a humble demeanor. "Lord Piao Xue, I propose." His idea was straightforward: to safeguard the equipment and dignity of the ordinary team members while allowing Piao Xue to handle Long Zhan and Long Outyin. After all, their armor was private property and did not belong to the resources of the investigation team. As for any compensation, that would be determined by Piao Xue. Wang Yu, listening intently, felt a spark of excitement. This was an opportunity to undermine a rival. With the Long family already aggrieved, he figured they might as well be thoroughly dismantled. Hao Ren was indeed a clever strategist. However, Wang Yu surmised that Hao Ren's intention was to use Piao Xue's influence to weaken the Long family's power while simultaneously winning the loyalty of the lower ranks, all without incurring significant costs. Piao Xue, recognizing Hao Ren's ulterior motives, felt a flicker of irritation. While she could gain substantial advantages, she was also inviting trouble from the Long family. Though she did not hold them in high regard, being used in such a manner was aggravating. Nevertheless, she remained silent, turning her gaze toward Wang Yu to gauge his intentions. Receiving her look, Wang Yu understood she sought his endorsement and replied, "Lord Piao Xue, that's an excellent idea." This remark startled Hao Ren. While Piao Xue held a position at Tianqing Academy with numerous students, he was unaware of Wang Yu's close relationship with her. Ignoring Hao Ren's thoughts, Piao Xue smiled and encouraged, "Do elaborate. Given that we have offended the Long family, our original plan was merely to strike once. But now it seems we have the opportunity to strike twice. The distinction may not be significant, but..." Why not extend a favor to Chief Hao while simultaneously diminishing the Long family's influence within the investigation team? We could also extort more in the process. Wang Yu articulated the core idea. Piaoxue nodded in agreement. However, she inquired, the Long family is not so easily dealt with. Are you not concerned they will seek vengeance once I depart? Fear or lack thereof makes little difference, Wang Yu retorted. From my observations, the Long family will likely pursue my downfall regardless of my actions. Why not seize this chance to strike hard? After all, once gone, such opportunities may never present themselves again. Having witnessed Long Zhan draw his weapon, he understood the nature of these individuals. If the Long family were to spare him, it would be akin to expecting the sun to rise in the west. Upon hearing Wang Yu's explanation, Hao Ren recognized him as a formidable individual. Ultimately, Hao Ren achieved his objectives. The ordinary investigation team was spared, while Long Zhan and Long Outyin were mandated to disarm and pay a sum of 100 million in compensation, with Hao Ren negotiating the financial settlement with Piaoxue. Concurrently, Feng Zhao's position within the investigation team was elevated from team leader to captain. How the investigation team managed Long Zhan and Long Outyin internally was their own affair. Hao Ren was generally satisfied with this outcome. After finalizing their agreement, the group exited the repair shop under Piaoxue's guidance. Outside, the crowd had been waiting for some time, and when Hao Ren announced the results, Long Zhan and Long Outyin turned ashen, glaring fiercely at Wang Yu. It was evident to them that Wang Yu was behind this. But under Piaoxue's imposing presence, they had no choice but to comply. Piaoxue claimed 50% of the funds, Feng Zhao received 10%, Lao Feng 20%, and Wang Yu the remaining 20%, with all confiscated equipment allocated to Wang Yu. In an instant, Wang Yu transitioned from a pauper to a billionaire. As the repair shop's warehouse became filled with battle armor, and the 25 flying vehicles were parked around the premises. Tianhai City. Du family, what have you done? How could you allow the elite guard to suffer such heavy losses? Faced with his father's accusations, Du Dazhao knelt before him, recounting the events that led to the incident and revealing Wang Yu's secrets regarding repair technology. He had no choice. Without divulging certain information, he could not secure the necessary support to mobilize the Du family shadow group. Upon hearing this, the head of the Du family's eyes glimmered with insight. The Du family held substantial interests in the repair industry, yet Tianhai City was not the sole beneficiary of this lucrative market. If they could obtain Wang Yu's technology, the Du family might monopolize that segment. Moreover, Du Dazhao had shown considerable aptitude in repairs. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand and declared, "Very well. I shall place my trust in you once more. I will grant you the authority to mobilize the shadow group." Elated by the newfound power, Du Dazhao thought, just wait. Young man, the elite guard may lack weaponry, but the shadow group is another matter entirely. Little did he know that the Long family's covert operatives had already taken refuge near Wang Yu's repair shop. Chapter 44. The news brought by Mary in the Forget-Me-Not repair shop. After settling the accounts, Piaoxue finally recalled her purpose for visiting Wang Yu and inquired, "Xiao Yu, can that set of savior armor repair itself?" When Feng Zhao had sent her a photograph, it happened to capture Wang Yu working on the armor, albeit from an angle that only revealed his back. Upon entering the repair shop, she discovered that Wang Yu was clad in the armor, thus failing to recognize him at first. It was only after Feng Zhao's explanation that she understood. Now that her matters were concluded, she remembered this inquiry. Wang Yu expressed his confusion. "Teacher Piaoxue, how did you come to know the name of this armor? Not many are familiar with it. I merely possess a set by coincidence, but it is currently malfunctioning. Since you can repair it, I shall entrust it to you." Suppressing her excitement, Piaoxue responded nonchalantly. "Ah, teacher, you also own a set of Challenger? You share an affinity for this vintage armor?" The two engaged in a discussion about the Challenger armor. Piaoxue was taken aback. She realized that Wang Yu possessed an extensive understanding of the armor's capabilities, articulating them with great clarity, yet he was entirely oblivious to its origins. This puzzled her. If Xiao Yu was so passionate about repairs, why was he unaware of the public information regarding the Challenger? As far as she knew, anyone involved in repairs would have at least heard of this armor, though few had actually seen it. After their conversation, she intended to leave through the space portal. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and concerned that someone might be seeking trouble for Wang You. She halted. Old Feng opened the door to reveal Mary, whom he ushered inside. Upon seeing this familiar face, Wang Yu approached to greet her. Madam Boss, what brings you here? Do you have something that requires repair? Oh, I noticed a few peculiar occurrences and came to convey a message, while also checking in on Old Feng, Mary replied, walking over to him and affectionately linking her arm with his. Feeling the pressure on his arm, Old Feng felt slightly awkward. Wang Yu's mind raced with questions. What had Old Feng and Mary become so close? Suddenly, he felt a chill behind him. As he stepped forward, he inadvertently blocked the view, and Mary remained unaware of Piaoxue standing behind him, though Piaoxue could see Mary's actions. Feeling the coldness, she speculated that Old Feng and Mary might be involved in a secret relationship, prompting her to hastily close the door. At this moment, both Old Feng and Mary noticed Piaoxue, who was pouting with a frosty gaze directed at them. Who might she be? Her voice was gentle, yet laced with icy sarcasm. Mary trembled in fright and retreated behind Old Feng, who could only awkwardly explain, "This is Xiao. I've been taking care of her business recently. She's a regular customer." This revelation struck Piaoxue like a thunderbolt, leaving her feeling both shocked and hurt. Taking care of business? Regular customer. When did Old Feng become so indiscriminate? He never acted this way before. Why now? Observing Piaoxue's sorrowful demeanor, Old Feng was puzzled. What had caused her distress? Had he said something amiss? Wang You, having closed the door, also felt a tinge of awkwardness. Even he found Old Feng's words somewhat inappropriate. Mary was nearly frightened out of her wits, as she had not anticipated that the illustrious Piaoxue would have any connections with Old Feng. Terrified, she thought, "Oh no, Old Feng, Xiao Ingxue. This relationship is complicated. Could it be that I've been misunderstood? Old Feng, you've put me in a terrible position. As a member of a certain special organization." Mary possessed some abilities and managed to suppress her fear, explaining, "Lady Piaoxue, you misunderstand. I opened a tavern, and Old Feng has been coming there every day to drink and discuss repair shop business." Wang Yu did not wish for Piaoxue to explode in anger and wreak havoc in the shop, so he interjected, "Now that you've clarified," Piaoxue's expression softened a bit. Old Feng had often frequented bars in the past, and when intoxicated, he would become rather handsy, his eyes wandering indiscriminately. However, at that time, he was always accompanied by numerous admirers to keep an eye on him. Yet, seeing Mary cling to Old Feng's arm irked Piaoxue. She too desired to embrace him, but she understood that Old Feng did not appreciate interference in his affairs. Thus, she approached Old Feng's side and took hold of his other arm, pulling him away. Observing this, Mary had no choice but to relinquish her hold. With the atmosphere somewhat eased, Wang Yu sought to dispel the awkwardness by asking, "What was the message you mentioned earlier, Madam Boss?" Mary replied, "Earlier, I noticed some individuals stealthily observing your shop. They gave me a vibe that was distinctly different from the regular crowd. Despite their excellent disguises, they lacked the essence of those accustomed to the gathering places. They resembled people from a city. I thought it prudent to warn you." Upon hearing this news, Wang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He needed no guesswork to identify the city dwellers he had offended, namely the Long and Du families. It seems these fellows are not giving up. They've sent people to observe, perhaps waiting for teacher Piaoxue to depart. If so, I shall provide them an opportunity. Old Feng, enraged by the news, thought to himself, "I just secured some funds to enjoy myself, and now I must remain vigilant at home. Some families require a stern lesson." Piaoxue's expression darkened as well. It appeared that the prior reprimand had been insufficient for these powerful families. If the Du and Long families discovered that they had incurred the ire of these two hidden figures, they would undoubtedly be terrified enough to disband and flee. However, both Old Feng and Piaoxue prefer to keep their identities hidden, fearing that drawing attention might lead to unnecessary complications. A mere casual display of power could obliterate the Long and Du families. Mary had originally come merely to lend a favor, but having gathered some insights, she speculated that Wang Yu and Piaoxue might share a connection, prompting her to cultivate a rapport with Wang Yu. Now, sensing an eerie chill in the shop, she bid her farewell and departed. Once she had left, Piaoxue asked, "Xiao Yu, what are your plans? Would it be wise to accompany me to Tianxing Academy?" It would be meaningless to hide temporarily. By the way, teacher Piaoxue, how did you manage to exit my shop earlier? Wang Yu was genuinely puzzled. The entrance had been blocked, yet Piaoxue had emerged from within. I utilized my spatial abilities to open a portal, she explained. Why do you ask? A spatial portal? Such power is remarkable. Wang Yu was taken aback and inquired further, is it difficult to create this portal? May I observe? Quite simple, merely a short distance. It barely consumes energy. Watch closely, Piaoxue replied, waving her hand. Instantly, two spatial rifts manifested within the shop, prompting Wang Yu to activate his analysis eye to observe. Unbeknownst to Piaoxue, he too possessed abilities, and as he scrutinized her, she traversed the rift and emerged from the other side, closing the rift with another wave of her hand. Wang Yu witnessed this entire spectacle. To an ordinary person, it appeared as though Piaoxue had stepped into a dark portal and emerged from another. Yet to Wang Yu, the rifts were composed of intricately entangled particles. As Piaoxue closed the rifts, a specific energy field emanated from her, capable of controlling the arrangement and transformation of these particles. Simultaneously, a flood of information surged into Wang Yu's mind, leaving him feeling dizzy. How could such a brief observation lead to such profound mental fatigue? Suppressing the sensation of vertigo, Wang Yu slowly articulated, Teacher Piaoxue, since you possess this ability, I've conceived a plan, one that involves fishing to draw the snake out of its den. He proceeded to outline his strategy. Not long after, outside the repair shop, Piaoxue and Feng Xiao waved goodbye to Wang Yu. Feng Xiao mounted her hover motorcycle and sped away, followed by Piaoxue as she opened a spatial portal and departed. At this moment, aside from a few customers who had previously been there for repairs, the remaining onlookers had mostly dispersed. Old Feng called out a few times, and soon fewer than 10 individuals approached. Once he saw that the crowd had diminished, he began distributing the repaired equipment. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, the Shadow Dragon's dark guards reported their findings and prepared for an impending assault at the Du family's covert training base, where the Shadow unit had completed their pre-departure preparations. Chapter 45. Analyzing spatial abilities in the upper echelons of Tian High City's aristocracy. There were whispers about the downfall of the Du family's young master at the hands of the Snowstorm Warrior, resulting in a loss of face. What? When did this happen? It happened around noon. I heard there was a conflict with a student of the Snowstorm Warrior named Feng outside a repair shop. Feng Xiao. How could the young master have a conflict with her? Surely he doesn't have an interest in that woman? It can't be. She lacks any charm, especially with Long De Xiao vying for her attention. Rumors circulated that Long De Xiao was also present and faced repercussions. Long Zhan recklessly confronted the Snowstorm Warrior and was demoted from commander to captain, while Long Ao Tian faced a similar fate, reduced to a squad leader. Previously, Feng Xiao would have felt intimidated by such events, but now, with her enhanced battle armor, she felt empowered enough to challenge Long Zhan. At the Wang Yu repair shop, Wang Yu lay on the sofa, absorbing information about the Snowstorm's abilities. The eye of analysis allowed him to dissect machinery, movements, and martial arts, applying his newfound knowledge. However, he had yet to experiment with the specific energy fields involved in these abilities. How can I create this energy field? What is its source? It seems my earlier observations were insufficient. If only, as he pondered, a spatial rift suddenly appeared before him. Startled, Wang Yu had no time to react before being knocked off the sofa by two massive figures, sending his futuristic sunglasses flying. With a furious yet composed expression, Snowstorm, carrying a large box containing the savior, waved her hand to close the spatial portal. Wang Yu lay on the floor, staring at her, his pupils shimmering with a mysterious glow. Xiao Yu, are you still staring? Haven't you seen lightning before? She called out, noticing he remained fixated. When he continued to stare, she added, even a teacher dares to look? Don't you wish to keep your job? Did Ashan teach you this? In this relatively open world, Snowstorm felt annoyed, but restrained her anger as Wang Yu was her student. Had it been someone else, she might have retaliated. It was her fault for accidentally colliding with him, but she remembered how often her mentor had been similar in his youth, prompting her inquiry. After questioning him, she noticed the unusual color of his pupils, causing her to be taken aback. Is this some kind of ability? Is he observing me with an ability? Could it be X-ray vision? Realizing this, she instinctively protected the savior and kicked Wang Yu. Pervert. Even a teacher can't look without consequence. Let me show you what I can do. This kick jolted Wang Yu awake. Though he had indeed been observing her body, his true focus was on the energy field within and its operational principles. Just as he was on the verge of complete analysis, the kick disrupted his concentration, leaving him frustrated at the missed opportunity. That final detail was crucial. Once he deciphered it, he believed he could wield spatial abilities himself. Seeing his vexed expression only fueled Snowstorm's irritation, triggering her witch-like demeanor. Tell me, does Xiao Yu think I'm beautiful? Not beautiful. Using X-ray vision to assess me. Are you? After all that time, and you still say I'm not beautiful? Do you have any idea about my figure? Enraged, Snowstorm began to playfully pummel Wang Yu, though she controlled her strength to avoid injury, resulting in him pleading for mercy. At that moment, Old Feng, having just completed his tasks outside, heard Wang Yu's cries and rushed in, thinking something was amiss. Upon witnessing Wang Yu being treated like a punching bag, he paused. Xiao, Ingxue, why are you hitting Wang? This remark caught Snowstorm's attention, and she charged at him. Long Dashan, teaching Xiao Yu to use X-ray vision to spy on me. And after all that, he still thinks I'm not beautiful. If I don't give you a beating today, I won't feel satisfied. Thus began a playful chase through the shop, leaving Wang Yu momentarily forgotten. Finally catching his breath, Wang Yu sat up on the sofa, his mind clearing. Realizing the previous encounter had been a misunderstanding, he shouted, Snowstorm, Old Feng, can you both pause for a moment? I don't have X-ray vision. Upon hearing his plea, they finally halted. Snowstorm inquired, if it's not X-ray vision, what is it? You definitely used a pupil-related ability. Old Feng echoed his curiosity. Wang, what exactly is your pupil ability? It's analysis. Wang Yu began to explain the eye of analysis, but hesitated, realizing revealing everything would leave him vulnerable. He needed to retain some mystery. Analysis? Insight? Yes. I'll just simplify the ability and rename it. With that, he continued, it's the eye of analytical insight. Snowstorm and Old Feng exchanged puzzle glances. While they had never heard of an ability specifically called analytical, they were familiar with insight. The eye of insight, a unique pupil ability that allows one to perceive an opponent's actions and techniques during combat. It is quite a rare ability, making its possessor formidable. Snowstorm questioned, the eye of analytical insight? What kind of ability is that? I've never heard of it. Old Feng nodded in agreement, having already noticed Wang Yu's pupil ability, which is why he had encouraged him to wear those futuristic sunglasses. Taking a breath, Wang Yu explained it can analyze mechanical structures and perceive foreign energy fields. Earlier, when I saw you using your abilities, I was curious and took a look. Oh, is that so? Then why did you say, not beautiful? Women, especially those confident in their beauty, despise such remarks, and Snowstorm was no exception. Seeing her displeasure, Wang Yu felt pressured. An idea struck him as he quickly clarified. What I saw was the peculiar energy field surrounding you, with various forces intertwining yet adhering to specific rules, which certainly did not appear aesthetically pleasing. Snowstorm was taken aback, starting to believe in Wang Yu's unique ability. Such a peculiar ability. By the way, Xiao Yu, can your ability be utilized in combat? I think so. During previous battles, I could anticipate my opponent's actions and techniques, Wang Yu replied, omitting the critical detail of fully analyzing their moves. Old Feng was astonished, stuttering, your pupil ability not only aids in repairs, but can also be used in combat. Good heavens! The Eye of Insight is already an S-rank ability, and yours is even stronger. Could it be SS rank? Wang Yu felt a surge of pride, aware that his ability transcended mere assistance in repairs. It was complete analysis, with all the knowledge residing in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, had Snowstorm and Old Feng known the full extent of the Eye of Analysis, they would have deemed it godlike. Snowstorm's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though her spatial abilities were formidable, she had once faced an opponent with the Eye of Insight and had gained nothing from that encounter. Of course, that was against a peer. If the opponent were of a lower caliber, she would still hold an advantage. Wang Yu appeared increasingly appealing to her, seeming like a destined successor. The more she thought about it, the more exhilarated she became, eagerly pulling Wang Yu along to play with her cat. leaving him feeling awkward and motionless. Chapter 46. Requesting components. Wang You, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, could only remind, Teacher Piaoxue, weren't you going to repair the savior armor? Where is it? Upon hearing this, Piaoxue suddenly recalled the matter, reluctantly setting Wang Yu down. Oh, how could I forget such an important thing? She exclaimed, hurriedly go to fetch the equipment box and opening it. Inside lay a severely damaged suit of armor, distinct from the one Wang Yu wore, yet sharing the same design aesthetic. Noticing Wang Yu staring at the armor in silence, Piaoxue grew anxious and asked, Xiao Yu, can this be repaired? Well, it is quite damaged, but what? Just say it directly. Your hesitation is making me anxious. This armor held immense significance for her. She had tried numerous suits, yet this particular one allowed her to surpass her combat capabilities. Teacher Piaoxue, why the rush? I'm not saying it cannot be repaired. It's just that it requires quite a few components, and I'm currently lacking some. Once I have all the parts, it will be a matter of minutes. Wang Yu felt somewhat helpless. Such was the reality of a small repair shop, and without a channel for part supply, he could only scavenge through the mechanical graveyard. Upon hearing his words, Piaoxue frowned and inquired, what components do you need? I can help you find them. That would be wonderful, Teacher Piaoxue. Let me make a list for you. However, as soon as he spoke, Wang Yu felt embarrassed to create a list. He needed paper and a pen or some other means of recording, none of which he possessed. Seeing him standing there awkwardly, Piaoxue grew increasingly impatient. Xiao Yu, what are you doing just standing there? It's driving me crazy. Teacher, I don't have anything to write the list on. Even Lao Feng, overhearing this, shook his head in disbelief, while Piaoxue was left in a flurry. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She turned away, quickly retrieving a necklace pendant from the mountainside and thrusting it into Wang Yu's hand. Wang Yu examined it closely, discovering it to be a cleverly disguised computer. Once activated, it projected a screen before him. After a brief exploration, he grasped its functionality. Placing the computer on the table, he began to input the list of components with remarkable speed. The device's intelligent search function provided corresponding images as he typed the names of the parts. He couldn't help but exclaim, truly, this is a world of advanced technology. Before long, Wang Yu compiled an extensive list of several thousand components. His swift and flawless operation left both Piaoxue and Lao Feng in awe. Should Wang Yu have been aware of their thoughts, he would have simply said, why memorize when you can utilize technology? After completing the task, he returned the computer to Piaoxue, stating, Teacher Piaoxue, it's all set. Once the components are gathered, I assure you, you'll receive an astonishing suit of armor. In truth, the list included not only parts for Piaoxue's armor, but also many items for his own enhancement. Why pass up such an opportunity to acquire more components? However, Piaoxue remained oblivious to his ulterior motives. After receiving the list, she sent it to her assistant, Mei Xin, instructing her to gather the supplies. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Wang Yu asked, Teacher Piaoxue, how long until the components are ready? Well then, you and Lao Feng can sit together. I'm going to take a rest. I'm quite exhausted today. I apologize, teacher. With that, he stood up, removed his armor, and retired to the bedroom for a deep slumber. Thus, the living room was left with only Piaoxue and Lao Feng. After hearing Wang Yu's soft snores, Piaoxue asked, Brother Dashin, what is your relationship with Xiao Yu? Please tell me the truth. Lao Feng chuckled wryly. He's my boss. I lost a bet with him, so now I must follow his lead. A bet? I'm curious. Why did you wager? Piaoxue inquired, her curiosity piqued. In response, Lao Feng rolled up his sleeves and pant legs, revealing his prosthetic limbs, Steel Blade X. Upon seeing the prosthetics, tears welled up in Piaoxue's eyes. Brother Dashin, what happened to your hands and feet? Seeing her distress, Lao Feng comforted her while sharing his story. In the vicinity of Wang Yu's repair shop, the Long family shadow guards lay in wait, prepared to strike under the cover of darkness. However, just as their strategies were meticulously crafted, an unexpected group appeared within their surveillance range. The shadow team leader cursed inwardly, damn. What are those clowns from the Du family's shadow group doing here? Keep an eye on them. They must not disrupt our operation. Soon, the shadow group was under surveillance, unaware of the impending threat. Meanwhile, the shadow group's leader, Shadow 01, issued a command. Quickly find a position and set up a sniper point. That old man is formidable. He must be dealt with first. The intelligence they received indicated that Lao Feng's combat strength was at the extreme limit of the Silver Flash tier, making close-range attacks difficult without alerting others. Under the watchful eyes of the Shadow Dragon team, the Shadow Group moved swiftly. However, in terms of operational proficiency, the Shadow Group was far inferior to the Shadow Dragon team. Despite being under surveillance, they struggled to proceed, and one of their snipers foolishly moved toward a position already compromised. Witnessing their actions, the Shadow Dragon team leader seethed with frustration. Damn it, I could just strangle these fools for ruining one of my ambush points. If it weren't for the concern of exposure, in light of the situation, he had no choice but to reorganize their strategy. Oblivious to the changes, the Shadow Group believed they had devised a flawless attack plan, waiting for nightfall to execute it. Meanwhile, the Shadow Dragon team adjusted their strategy right under the Shadow Group's noses, redeploying their ambush points. As time passed swiftly, night fell. Lao Feng and Piao Xue had been conversing for quite some time, yet Wang Yu remained fast asleep. Just then, Assistant Mei Xin relayed the news that the components on the list were ready, inquiring what Piao Xue's next steps would be. Impatient, Piao Xue told Lao Feng, Brother Dashin, "The components are prepared. I'll be back shortly." Upon hearing Lao Feng's response, Piao Xue paused and asked, "How did you notice?" "I was completely unaware." With that, Piao Xue stepped into a spatial rift. After her departure, Lao Feng muttered to himself, "Old Luo's vigilance has diminished significantly. He allowed these fellows to hide right under his nose for so long. If it weren't for the arrival of another group, I might not have noticed at all." If the Shadow Team leader had heard this, he would have been distraught, for they had been hiding quite well until the appearance of the Shadow Group drew Lao Feng's attention. Unbeknownst to Wang Yu, this night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Chapter 47. Wang Yu becomes bait in the Forget Worry repair shop. A flurry of snow cascaded through the rift in space, delivering over a dozen cargo boxes that filled half the reception area. At this moment, she felt a surge of indignation. She had initially believed these components were intended for repairing her battle armor. However, upon seeing the cargo boxes and the skeptical gaze of her assistant, Mei Xin, she realized that Wang Yu had been deceitful. The extent of his duplicity remained unknown, but it was undoubtedly substantial. Yet, Piao Xue found herself at a loss, uncertain which items were essential for her armor's repair. Old Feng, seated on the couch, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the boxes. It was evident something was amiss, yet he could only feign ignorance. After organizing the items, Piao Xue tossed Old Feng a combat suit and a full-face helmet. This Wang Yu is rather unscrupulous, requesting so many items that the Academy believes I am establishing a secret research facility. Moreover, these items are not inexpensive. At this point, she had donned the combat suit, and her light blue hair was neatly tied up, seemingly for the convenience of wearing the helmet. After a few complaints, noticing Old Feng's silence, she inquired, "Brother Dashin, is there any unusual activity outside?" Old Feng replied, "All is quiet. They're lying in wait. It seems they intend to strike under the cover of darkness. It is still early. Night has just fallen, and the time is not yet right. Do you have a corresponding strategy?" Upon Piao Xue's probing, Old Feng shared several plans for discussion. After all, he was the one who had discovered the adversaries, and only he knew their positions, making him the sole architect of the strategy. Before long, aroused Wang Yu, upon seeing the arrival of the parts, became instantly elated, oblivious to the discussions between Old Feng and Piao Xue, and neglecting the fact that Piao Xue had changed into her combat attire. He could think of nothing but modifying his battle armor upon seeing the components. Unpacking, inspecting, and selecting, Wang Yu was engrossed in his task. While Piao Xue and Old Feng exchanged exasperated glances, recognizing the imminent danger that Wang Yu seemed blissfully unaware of. Old Feng, accustomed to Wang Yu's demeanor, remarked, "Let him be. This lad is like that. As long as it pertains to machinery, he remains unfazed even in the presence of a stunning beauty." Unexpectedly, this comment brought some comfort to Piao Xue, who replied, "At least Wang Yu is not infatuated. He doesn't lose himself at the sight of a beautiful woman." Old Feng began to doubt himself, wondering if he truly was that unremarkable, insisting that he was merely appreciating a masterpiece. Seeing his intense focus, Piao Xue refrained from disturbing him, choosing instead to sit at Chapter 48, the Enhanced Savior K, within the Forgetfulness Repair Shop. Piao Xue employed her spatial abilities to immobilize all members of the shadow group who entered, then inquired, "Brother Dashin must have come in, right? What shall we do next?" Although this group had entered, another group remained outside, and these two factions were not allied. The second group appeared to be less competent. One could only hope that the other group possessed greater intelligence. Otherwise, it would truly be uninteresting. "Stay here. I will first deal with this group." After Old Feng spoke, Piao Xue removed him from the spatial barrier. The members of the shadow group were stricken with terror. They were not dead. Yet they found themselves utterly immobilized and unable to speak. As they desperately sought to resolve this predicament, Old Feng suddenly materialized above them, gently descending before Shadow 01. At that moment, Old Feng's demeanor resembled that of a specter. Were it not for the scientific rationality upheld in this world, the members of the shadow group might have genuinely believed they had ventured into a haunted house. Upon seeing Old Feng, Shadow 01's first reaction was to question whether he was a man or a ghost. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, clinging to his belief in science. Then, the realization struck him. Immobilized, spatial displacement, spatial confinement. This second thought filled him with dread, for he understood that only one person in Tianhai City possessed spatial abilities, Piao Xue, the war general. With this thought, his heart sank. When Old Feng landed, he smirked disdainfully and remarked, "You must be their leader, huh? Quite the unfortunate fate you've met. Remember to keep your eyes wide open in your next life, and be sure to choose your master wisely." Without waiting for Shadow 01's reaction, he struck down upon his head. The penetrating force activated. Old Feng's blow, delivered through the helmet and skull, reduced Shadow 01's brain to a mere pulp. Had Wang You witnessed this, he would have been astonished, exclaiming that this was the internal martial arts technique of China, capable of striking from afar, and would have activated Eye of Analysis to learn the technique. Unfortunately, he was still preoccupied with tinkering with Piao Xue's Savior K battle armor, which was nearing completion. Once Shadow 01 was dispatched, his body collapsed to the ground. Although he still breathed, his brain had perished. Subsequently, Chapter 49. The misfortunate captain of the Shadow Dragon, upon witnessing the repair shop's door swing open, Captain Shadow Dragon, concealed in the shadows, immediately rallied his spirits and commanded, "Everyone, pay attention. Stay alert and await my orders." Sniper 01 received. Sniper 02 received. Fong 05 received. He was perplexed as to why the shadow team had been lingering inside for so long, with no signs of activity observable from the outside. However, he speculated that the group must have uncovered something significant and that their mission could yield substantial rewards. He surmised that the recent entries were likely motivated by a desire to seize those benefits for themselves. Thus, he resolved that they must not be allowed to escape. He was well versed in the art of betrayal. Yet, the ensuing scene left him utterly dumbfounded. Old Feng emerged from the shop, dragging two individuals and unceremoniously discarding them into a nearby trash bin. How is it that this old man is still alive? Who are those cast aside? Could they be from the shadow team? That seems implausible. They were clad in armor, which is not easily removed. His emotions were akin to spotting a beautiful woman only to discover, upon closer inspection, that she was far from appealing. The team members awaited further instructions from Captain Shadow Dragon, but as time passed without communication, they could only practice patience. Shortly thereafter, Old Feng reappeared, once again hauling out two more individuals who similarly awaited orders that never came. Inside Wang Yu's repair shop, Captain Shadow Dragon was stricken with fear. As Old Feng prepared to drag out the third victim, he contemplated instructing the snipers to eliminate Feng. However, before he could issue the command, he inexplicably found himself within the confines of the repair shop, rendered immobile and incapable of uttering a word. After a moment of reflection, he deduced that he was ensnared by a spatial confinement ability, a predicament for which he had no remedy. He could only watch helplessly as Old Feng disposed of all members of the shadow team. Perhaps I'm next. How will they treat me? Will I be rendered unconscious and stripped of my armor like those ruffians? Wang Yu, disregarding Captain Shadow Dragon, activated the Eye of Analysis to scrutinize the phenomenon of snowfall. He was determined to breach the final critical point, sparing no effort. However, beyond discerning the application of spatial confinement, he gleaned nothing else of value. He diligently analyzed the differences between this occurrence and the last. The intensity of the unique energy field surrounding snowfall was markedly stronger this time, clearer, and requiring less mental exertion to analyze. Could she be employing a different ability? Yet she had also utilized spatial transfer, akin to the previous instance of traversing spatial rifts. This could not be the sole distinction. Different aspects, indeed. Previously, she had not donned armor. Now, she was attired in it. Yet, when unarmored, her energy field had not been as potent, and now it was more robust, seemingly facilitating observation. Wang Yu pondered various possibilities, yet clarity eluded him. At this juncture, Old Feng had expelled all members of the Shadow team, leaving only Captain Shadow Dragon unaddressed. Wang, what are you doing staring at Snowfall? I thought you were uninterested in women. Are you contemplating how to win her over? If so, you should have told me. I could offer some advice. Old Feng's surprise was palpable as he mused whether this young man might be plotting treachery against his mentor. Just then, Snowfall, having observed Old Feng's exuberance, appeared beside him and delivered a swift kick. Brother Dasha, thinking of encouraging little you to pursue me? You scoundrel! How dare you entertain such an idea? Let me show you how it's done. Witnessing their antics, Wang Yu could only respond with exasperation. Old man, are you out of your mind? Why would I pursue Teacher Snowfall? You're overthinking it. As soon as he spoke, Snowfall materialized beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. I knew little you wasn't that kind of person. By the way, why were you staring at me just now? I was observing your physique. Contemplating, Wang Yu's words trailed off as he was abruptly sent flying into Old Feng. Amid their conversation, the mention of Snowfall extinguished all hope within Captain Shadow Dragon. He could hardly fathom the closeness of their relationship. Had he known, he would never have undertaken this mission. Simultaneously, his resentment towards Long Outyin and Long Zhan swelled, deeming them responsible for plunging the Long family into chaos. At that moment, Old Feng's voice reached his ears. How should we deal with this young man? Wang Yu replied, treat him as before. Old Feng questioned, aren't you going to interrogate him? Wang Yu dismissed the notion, unnecessary. It would be a waste of time. The exchange between Old Feng and Wang Yu alleviated some of Captain Shadow Dragon's anxiety. The treatment he faced would mirror that of the Shadow team, rendered unconscious and stripped of armor, with no interrogation required. They must perceive him as merely a minor character in this drama. Just as relief washed over him, Old Feng approached. Had he known that the Shadow team members were not merely rendered unconscious, but had suffered severe brain trauma, his thoughts might have taken a darker turn. Old Feng stood beside Captain Shadow Dragon and remarked, you, as the team leader, are slightly improved from the last one, yet still nothing of worth. Farewell soon. I shall send your companions to join you. With that, he struck the captain's helmet with a resounding blow. He knows I am the leader. How can that be? Wait, could it be? Captain Shadow Dragon left in a state of humiliation, pondering without resolution. Following the execution of Captain Shadow Dragon, Wang Yu proceeded to remove his armor. Earlier, he had neglected to utilize the Eye of Analysis on Old Feng, thereby missing the opportunity to analyze the penetrating technique. At that moment, Old Feng inquired, why don't you ask him which faction sent him? Having just stated that questioning was a waste of time, Wang Yu retorted, we can directly access his communication device for information. With the Eye of Analysis in hand, Wang Yu was confident that, as long as they possessed communication equipment, he would acquire useful information. Snowfall then approached, stating, Brother Dasha, you should consider what little you is capable of. By the way, little you, this armor has indeed seen considerable improvement. During the activation of spatial confinement and transfer, she had distinctly sensed a reduction in mental fatigue. Snowfall was convinced that the current Savior K armor had enhanced its capabilities 2- to 3-fold in terms of abilities. However, her combat prowess was not solely based on abilities. She possessed ancient martial arts skills, though she had yet to test whether those had also been augmented. Wang Yu beamed with pride. Teacher Snowfall, I possess unshakable confidence in my skills and repairs. If it were not for material constraints, this armor could be further enhanced. All right. We acknowledge your prowess. but there is still a group of intruders lurking outside. Let us deal with them before we continue our discussion. Snowfall appeared eager, like a child with a new toy, ready to play. Unbeknownst to the Shadow Dragon's dark guards awaiting orders outside, they had caught the attention of the playful Snowfall. Observing her demeanor, Old Feng could only shake his head in resignation. Chapter 50. The commencement of Battle the Air was thick with anticipation as Piao Xue readied herself for action. Although the Shadow Dragon's dark guards were not particularly formidable, their encounters with weaker opponents allowed for some assessment of combat prowess. Wang You, aware that others were present, sought to hone his skills and hurriedly donned his battle armor. Lao Feng, witnessing their eagerness, felt a sense of helplessness. While Piao Xue's desire for a bit of play was understandable, given her inherent strength, Wang Yu, on the other hand, was merely a novice in combat, relying on the capabilities of his armor to grant him the speed and power of a silver-tier warrior. Should he encounter a seasoned veteran, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. It seemed that once again, it would fall to the elder to manage the situation. Once Wang Yu and Piao Xue were prepared, Lao Feng briefed them on tactics and the enemy's ambush locations. His intention in leading the shadow operatives out was not merely to dispose of refuse. After several forays, he had pinpointed the locations of all the Shadow Dragon's dark guards. Without such insight, Piao Xue would not have been able to accurately confine and relocate the Shadow Dragon's captain. Outside the worry-free repair shop, the ambush guards of the Shadow Dragon grew increasingly perplexed as they awaited orders from their captain. One of them ventured to check the captain's position, only to find it empty, prompting a flurry of speculation among the team. In such a critical moment, where could their captain have gone? There had been numerous opportunities for him to issue commands, yet none had come forth. Could it be that he had wandered off for a moment of respite? After all, given his hearty breakfast of salmon sashimi, there was a possibility of gastrointestinal distress. However, others countered that they had witnessed the captain's remarkable endurance during past missions, where he remained motionless for hours in a foul pit. Is that so? When did you share that story? Quiet. Someone's coming out. The door of the repair shop creaked open as Lao Feng emerged with Wang Yu, only to close it behind them. The sight of the two caused the guards to shift uneasily. With both targets now visible, what was their next move? Shall we act without waiting for the captain? Good idea. We can't wait any longer. Look, they appear to be leaving. If we don't strike now, when will we? Let's do it. According to the plan, snipers focus on the old man. Understood. The Shadow Dragon's operatives sprang into action, with 3 of the 4 snipers aiming at Lao Feng. Among them, one overly confident individual took it upon himself to target Wang Yu instead, thinking to himself that an old man could not possibly pose much of a threat. You 3 handle him. The young one is mine. He chuckled, believing that without their captain present, no one could thwart his cleverness. At that moment, Wang Yu noticed a sniper's sight aimed at him and discreetly informed Lao Feng. Earlier, upon exiting, he had activated his eye of analysis and had already observed the positions of 4 snipers. Lao Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Stay safe. They are likely using beam sniper rifles. Rest assured, I'm vigilant. Meanwhile, the overly confident sniper wondered why Wang Yu was fixated on him. Could he have detected me? But I'm far away and have applied a 10th level disguise. Surely, I'm just overthinking it. Just then, his earpiece crackled with a countdown from his team. Prepare in 5 seconds. 5, 4. All snipers focused intently. Originally, only one sniper was meant to target Lao Feng, while the other 3 were tasked with covering escape routes. According to the Shadow Dragon Captain's strategy, 3 would flank Lao Feng to prevent any sudden evasion, ensuring he would be hit. However, the sniper who was to cover Lao Feng's right had instead targeted Wang Yu's chest. 3, 2, 1. Fire. For beams of particle light sliced through the darkness, hurtling toward Wang Yu and Lao Feng. Anticipating the attack, Lao Feng successfully dodged to the right. But Wang Yu overestimated his own reaction capabilities. Though he recognized the sniper's targeting position, he was a fraction too slow to evade. The beam grazed past his right arm, and despite the protective armor, he felt the intense heat radiating from it. A cold sweat broke out as Wang Yu gasped, "Oh my goodness! What if I had been hit? Would my arm have been rendered useless?" Lao Feng, relieved that Wang Yu was unharmed, decided to instill a bit of fear in him. Indeed, if you had been struck, you'd be searching for a prosthetic limb, just like I did. With your meager skills, you have much to practice. Meanwhile, Piao, who had been observing from her hidden vantage point, sensed the unfolding situation. Initially intending to enjoy the fray, she resolved to deal with the 4 snipers first. With a mere flick of her wrist, she ensnared all 4, bringing them before her. She then raised her hand and tapped their helmets, bestowing upon them a state of brain death. This technique, imparted by Lao Feng, was one she had mastered. After incapacitating the snipers, she transported them into the repair shop. At that moment, a group of 8 members from the Fontooth assault team surged towards Lao Feng and Wang You, all wielding katanas and moving with remarkable speed. Concurrently, the Shadow Blade team, Sunc Chapter 51. The game of falling snow. Before him lay 2 samurai swords. Behind him, a nefarious character poised to strike. The samurai swords restricted his movement, while the dagger represented a lethal blow. It dawned on him that their previous assault had merely been a ruse to drive him into this predicament. How careless of me! Who will come to my rescue? Wang Yu felt the icy blade poised to plunge into him. Just then, he sensed a shift in his surroundings, finding himself inexplicably at the entrance of a repair shop. The spatial transfer was the work of teacher Piao, relieved to be rescued. He heard her voice pierce through the air. Xiaoyu, are you enjoying yourself? But do exercise caution. Do not stake your life on this. The mindset toward confrontation is crucial. Calmness and courage are indispensable. For now, observe your teacher's battle closely. With that, she stepped away from Wang Yu. The trio that had besieged Wang Yu, upon realizing his sudden disappearance, was taken aback and fled in haste. Where are you running from? Am I truly that terrifying? Piao Xue's gentle voice echoed in their ears, yet it carried an icy chill that sent shivers down their spines. As Piao Xue approached, terror filled their eyes. How could one not be afraid? The barrier they had encountered was unmistakably an extraordinary ability, while they were unaware of its specifics. They knew well enough that someone with such powers was not to be trifled with. The 3 exchanged furtive glances, whispering amongst themselves. Who is this formidable figure? Is there such a person in Tianhai City that we have never heard of? I do not know. She sounds quite young, a young woman. Do any of you recognize her? A young woman? So powerful? That cannot be true. The strongest among the younger generation in Tianhai City is merely at the Silver Flash advanced level. Indeed, but she exudes an aura stronger than that of the Gold Radiance level. Impossible. The strongest in Tianhai City are merely the 12 battle generals, all at the pinnacle of the Gold Radiance level. Piao Xue, overhearing their murmurs, interjected, What are you discussing? Do you wish to keep your lives? I shall offer you a chance. As her words fell, the dagger-wielding assailant, Dagger 03, stepped forward, Say my apologies, esteemed lady. We were unaware that the young man was under your protection. We sincerely regret our earlier offense. His implication was clear. They sought mercy, hoping to avoid conflict, as facing such a master meant their chances of survival were virtually non-existent. His companion, Fong02, added, We were merely following orders. If you could spare us, we would divulge everything. This man was willing to betray the Long family for the sake of survival, even if it meant eventual retribution. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Piao Xue had no interest in their intelligence. Her intention was solely to test her battle armor's capabilities and to demonstrate combat tactics for Wang Yu's benefit. Whatever orders you received is of no concern to me. You will adhere to my rules if you wish to survive. Faced with her resolute demeanor, the trio exchanged glances and replied, Then, esteemed lady, please instruct us. It is quite simple. You will encircle me. If you can land a single touch within 3 minutes, you will have a chance at survival. However, should that time elapse without a successful strike, I shall retaliate. Seize your opportunity. Upon hearing this stipulation, the trio found hope slipping away, trembling in fear. Piao Xue continued, I shall not employ my abilities, but should you choose to flee, do not blame me for my actions. Only by attacking me do you possess a chance. The 3 exchanged glances filled with newfound hope. No abilities? There might be a chance after all. Trained in coordinated attacks as members of the Shadow Dragon's covert unit, they were accustomed to working together, which had prompted their initial assault on Wang Yu. They were indeed among the elite of the Shadow Dragon. Dagger 03 declared, "We accept your terms. We trust your word. I assure you, I never deceive," Piao Xue affirmed. Thus, the rules were established between Piao Xue and the trio, while Wang Yu stood at the entrance, observing her. Meanwhile, Old Feng had dispatched the 3 Feng members who had attacked him, leaving the remaining 7 too intimidated to approach. Alongside the final 4 daggers, they faced him in a standoff. Old Feng preferred to conserve his energy and, upon hearing the rules from Piao Xue, called out, "I offer you a chance. Attack that woman over there. If you touch her, you shall live." The 7, already frightened by Old Feng, inquired, "Is that true?" "Indeed. You need only comply, but be warned, those who attempt to flee shall face my wrath," Old Feng replied coolly, then shouted to Piao Xue, "Sister, if you wish to play, these fellows are yours." In truth, to Piao Xue, whether facing 3 or 10 members of the Shadow Dragon made little difference. Yet, as Wang Yu watched, worry gnawed at him. After all, he had experienced their coordinated attacks firsthand. Old Feng, is this wise? 10 opponents? No abilities? 3 minutes without a touch. This is akin to a trial from hell. Nonsense. That only applies to you. Wang Zizi, just watch closely and learn the essence of unharmed evasion, Old Feng replied, moving to Wang Yu's side and lighting a cigarette. The 10 members of the Shadow Dragon slowly encircled Piao Xue, quietly strategizing. "Stay sharp, everyone. We must touch her to survive. We will focus on distractions. Yes, no need for lethal attacks. Feints and tricks will suffice to deceive her. Time is of the essence. For the first few moments, let us tire her out. Start with swift movements to disorient her, then use the flying blades." Soon, they had devised their plan. "Are we ready to commence, esteemed lady?" As Wang Yu observed, anxiety twisted within him. This was yet another escalation of difficulty for teacher Piao Xue. He found it hard to fathom how she might emerge victorious. Sensing his unease, Old Feng reassured him, "Rest easy, Wang Xiaozi. This is merely the most fundamental challenge." Fundamental? Those words echoed in Wang Yu's mind, revealing that what was basic for them was a hellish trial for him. Could a truly powerful warrior rely solely on their agility to confront 10 opponents? This was no mere dramatization. It was combat. What extraordinary physical prowess and combat talent were required to achieve such feats? Wang Yu, with no martial training, found his mind racing, unable to grasp the magnitude of it all. Just as he pondered, one of the Feng members behind Piao Xue silently raised his samurai sword, launching it toward her. Simultaneously, the remaining 9 sprang into action. Chapter 52, The Cunning Trick. The 9 dragons play with the Phoenix formation. The game officially commenced as one of the Shadow Dragon's Dark Guards unleashed an attack. The initial assailant had no intention of landing a hit. His sole purposes were to catch his opponent off guard and draw attention, as well as to compel the elusive Piao Xue into action. Of course, should Piao Xue remain oblivious, victory would be assured. His plan was sound, but just as his strike was about to reach Piao Xue, she evaded with a deft sidestep. However, this only led her to face the onslaught of 9 others. Amidst the flurry of blades and glimmers of cold light, Piao Xue danced like a snowflake in the wind, evading every attempt to touch her. Wang Yu, activating the eye of analysis, was astonished to perceive a mysterious energy flowing around Piao Xue, akin to the essence he had previously observed in Old Feng. Was this true energy shielding? But this was a technological world, a cybernetic realm. How could elements from a martial arts universe exist here? Wang Yu's confusion grew. Many boys in Blue Star harbored dreams of martial arts, and he was no exception. Wait a moment. Had he overlooked something? True energy, yes. But his savior, armor, possessed 3 driving modes, and true energy was one of them. The feature Piao Xue was currently utilizing must be the true energy barrier. Influenced by the norms of the technological world, Wang Yu often neglected aspects of ancient martial arts, mistakenly believing that warriors relied solely on physical strength, supernatural abilities, and clever techniques. This oversight was understandable, as he had only encountered 2 practitioners of inner energy, Old Feng and Piao Xue. Even though Feng Xiao was Piao Xue's student, she practiced external techniques and strength, lacking true energy within her. Moreover, Wang Yu failed to realize that the eye of analysis could not extract information from aspects he remained unaware of, where he first discerned Old Feng's inner strength. His mind had been preoccupied with what set Feng apart from others. However, following that incident, he focused solely on technological items, allowing such knowledge to linger in the recesses of his memory, often overlooked. As the battle progressed, Piao Xue continued to glide effortlessly amid the 10 assailants' relentless attacks, remaining untouched. It was then that Wang Yu discerned a repelling force emanating from Piao Xue's true energy barrier. Any attack entering its vicinity was deflected, rendering it invulnerable. Thus, he finally understood why Piao Xue appeared to float. She resembled a cotton ball, with the attacker's strikes merely blowing her about like the wind. Through his analysis, Wang Yu realized that as long as their assault failed to exceed the threshold of the true energy barrier, they would never land a hit on Piao Xue. Enlightened by this revelation, he comprehended that Piao Xue was not merely avoiding attacks. She was testing the true energy enhancement capabilities of the Savior K armor. She appeared to evade, yet was actually being propelled away. No wonder she was untouchable. This scenario mirrored the martial arts films of Blue Star, where a master, while retaining their true energy, seldom suffered injury. With this understanding, Wang Yu grasped the allure of martial arts. I shall train with the eye of analysis. I too can ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. He clenched his fists, resolving inwardly. Technological power might enhance his strength, but that was merely superficial. Martial arts would allow him to cultivate his inner strength. Time ticked away, and the Shadow Dragon's guards grew increasingly anxious. Their attempts at creating smoke with sand, launching concealed weapons, and employing underhanded tactics had all failed to even graze Piao Xue. As 3 minutes neared completion, the guards began to converse amongst themselves. This is bad. How is this woman so slippery? What should we do? She dodges too well. Enough. If conventional tactics 1T work, we must resort to the unconventional. Unconventional? Speak quickly. We're running out of time. What do you think is the most eye-catching thing for a young woman? A big treasure. Exactly, brothers. Unleash the big treasure and spray it. I refuse to believe she won't get a drop on her. But what use is that? They said to touch her. They didn't specify that splashing water counts. You don't understand. If she gets sprayed, she will undoubtedly feel disgusted, and that will be our best opportunity. At worst, we perish together. Have you all forgotten? I'm a woman. You might have forgotten she is a woman, but can a woman splash water? Why worry about dodging now? If we can't handle her, we're all done for. Among the 10, the only woman, Darkblade 04, had no choice but to agree to cooperate. Piao Xue sensed these individuals were secretly plotting, yet she chose to ignore them. As time dwindled, she called out, "Hurry up. There are only 15 seconds left." At that moment, the 10 darting around suddenly shouted, "9 dragons play with the Phoenix Water Formation." Piao Xue furrowed her brow, pondering. What formation is this? I've never heard of it. Wang Yu interjected. Are they unleashing their ultimate move? It sounds rather grand. Could it be a water-based supernatural attack? Old Feng remarked. It can't be a bluff, right? These individuals were whispering. It feels like they're up to something. As the group pondered, Wang Yu noticed the drainage vents on their armors opening, revealing 9 large water jets. Is this the 9 dragons? Good heavens, what a glaringly foolish tactic. Which genius thought this up? Don't they fear it might backfire? 9 dragons play with the Phoenix? Are they trying to toy with teacher Piao Xue? With water spraying? Surely they can't be using that as an attack. This isn't supernatural at all. It's purely biochemical. How will teacher Piao Xue evade this? At that moment, Old Feng's astonished voice reached his ears. So that's the Phoenix. Which genius devised this despicable trick? Following Old Feng's gaze, Wang Yu spotted Darkblade 04, realizing that a cloud of crows seemed to circle above his head. Confronted with such a vile tactic, Piao Xue nearly erupted in anger, itching to eliminate these pests immediately. However, recalling that the wager was her own proposal and with only 10 seconds remaining, she managed to suppress her fury. Had the Savior K armor not been modified, she would have had no choice but to retaliate against such a formation, or else face dire consequences. But now, with enhanced armor performance and the potential to perfectly evade through peak capabilities, she felt compelled to try. regardless of the outcome, daring to unleash a toxic water attack upon her meant that these repugnant individuals would surely meet their demise. Resolute, Piao Xue assumed her stance, emanating true energy as it expanded outward. The dragon formed a circular formation, its maw directed skyward at a 45-degree angle, spraying forth high-pressure toxic liquid. Wang Yu gasped. "Oh my goodness, a high-pressure water gun. How do they manage that?" "It's over. Teacher Piao Xue has nowhere to hide." Old Feng exhaled a smoke ring. "Just watch closely. Xiaoying Xue is about to unleash her technique." In that instant, Piao Xue began to move slowly, executing a set of punches. The air surrounding her transformed into a gentle breeze, gradually intensifying under the influence of her true energy. "What is this?" Wang Yu was utterly transfixed. Piao Xue's martial arts were familiar to him, recognized by all inhabitants of Blue Star. Chapter 53. The existence of Tai Chi in this world amidst swirling snowflakes. Piao Xue practiced her martial arts with a rhythm that alternated between rapid and slow movements, creating a whirlwind of dust that formed a circular barrier around her. Observing this, Wang Yu finally exclaimed, "Is this Tai Chi?" He could hardly believe that he would encounter this martial art in this world. Although Piao Xue donned battle armor while performing Tai Chi, which appeared quite peculiar, the fluidity of her movements unmistakably conveyed the essence of Tai Chi. This martial art emphasizes intention over form, and while many styles existed on Blue Star, each with slight variations, they all evoked a similar sensation. After Wang Yu uttered the name Tai Chi, Old Feng widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, "Wang Kid, how do you know this name?" He was astounded. Tai Chi was a discipline he had passed on to Piao Xue, a once revered ancient martial art that had faded into obscurity in this world, having been handed down through generations for thousands of years, with typically only one successor per generation in the last millennium. Without being a successor, one would be oblivious to the name of this martial art. Wang Yu, equally astonished by Old Feng's inquiry, replied, "This truly is Tai Chi. How could this be possible?" He thought that since he had traversed into another world, it should bear no relation to Blue Star. When Old Feng had previously given him a fake jade token inscribed with Wang Yu, he had assumed it was merely a coincidence. However, upon witnessing Tai Chi, he began to wonder if he had stumbled upon something significant. Over the past 6 months, he had learned from Old Feng that there was no historical study in this world, which he found peculiar enough to seek information at the Tianxing Academy. Hoping to uncover the history of this realm, Old Feng and Wang Yu exchanged glances, both hesitant to speak further. At that moment, Old Feng harbored suspicions regarding Wang Yu's identity, concerned that he might have been sent by certain individuals to pursue Tai Chi. Meanwhile, Piao Xue had drawn together the venom spewed by 9 shadow dragons, forming a murky water sphere suspended in the air. As the 9 shadow dragon assassins found it impossible to reach Piao Xue, they charged at her once more. Simultaneously, the yet-to-strike Dark Blade 04 leapt high into the air, positioning itself directly above Piao Xue. A powerful maneuver was brewing, waiting for the 9 dragons to converge upon her. Dark Blade 04 soared to a height of 10 meters, spinning like a top. "Heavenly Phoenix calls the rain," she declared, preparing an area of effect venom attack that would encompass everyone in the vicinity. At that moment, the 9 shadow dragon assassins closed in on Piao Xue, surrounding her completely. Utilizing centrifugal force, Dark Blade 04 dispersed the venom evenly across a 10-meter radius. To her, it seemed that no matter how Piao Xue responded, there was no escape. Feeling triumphant, she thought, "No matter how formidable you are, once I unleash my attack, you will have nowhere to hide. Combat is a matter of strategy." Meanwhile, Piao Xue wore a grim expression. She had not anticipated such a wide-ranging AoE attack from above. And with the 9 foes encircling her, their coordination was impeccable. On the other side, both Wang Yu and Old Feng were drawn to the proclamation of Heavenly Phoenix calls the rain. Wang Yu's eyelids twitched. This was reminiscent of the biochemical capture technique employed by the flamboyant dancers of Florida on Blue Star. Piao Xue seemed to be in dire straits. Old Feng stifled a laugh and shouted, 3 minutes until the end. Just as the poisonous rain was about to descend upon Piao Xue, she activated her powers, enveloping the entire area in silence. Dark Blade 04 remained suspended in mid-air, performing ballet-like spins, the build-up of her grand move was no trivial matter, and it could not conclude in mere seconds. The remaining 9 shadow dragon assassins found their movements paralyzed, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. In this game, Piao had established the rules, and they were just a step away from victory, but time was running out. Had they had just one more second, they might have reached her. Once everything was immobilized, Piao darkly gathered the water sphere and the venom released by Darkblade. Although cunning strategies were permissible in the name of survival, it did not mean she was devoid of anger. Since they had failed to touch her within the stipulated time, this game was theirs to lose. What should she do with them now? The witch-like attributes within Piao began to surface, and she concluded that simply eliminating them would be too merciful. She needed a way to make them regret their underhanded tactics. Noticing her expression, Old Feng realized her intent and urged, "All right, hurry up and deal with these individuals. I have something to discuss with you afterward." Since Wang You had uttered Tai Chi, Old Feng had been enveloped in uncertainty, eager to find clarity but not wishing to witness the witch's wrath. Piao sensed Old Feng's restlessness and decided against tormenting the 10 individuals, not out of mercy, but rather to save time. She then instructed Wang You, "Xiao Yu, please remove the armor from these 4. I fear it may become soiled, and I'd rather not clean it later." With that, the 9 shadow dragon assassins could only watch helplessly as their prized possessions were stripped away. Piao then tapped each of their foreheads, bestowing upon them a state of brain death. At this point, only Darkblade 04 remained, still maintaining her ballet pose. Piao smiled gently at her. "You cunning woman, you certainly know how to make an elegant display while spraying venom." Now, Darkblade trembled in fear. "As long as you do not kill me, I will comply with any request." Enduring the agony, Darkblade 04 absorbed the entire water sphere. Though she felt miserable, she was relieved. At least this way, she would not perish. "You may leave now, but remember, do not let me see even a hint of your presence, or else." "Understood, my lady. I shall take my leave." Darkblade 04 hurriedly retreated, her steps small and careful. As for her destination and what would happen next, that was of no concern to Piao. Having resolved everything, Piao approached Old Feng and asked, "Brother Dushan, what is it you wish to discuss with me?" Wang Yu exchanged a glance with Piao before silently following her. The repair shop once again returned to tranquility. After a considerable time, a trembling figure emerged from a dark corner and swiftly departed. As night fell, the shadow dragon assassins had cleared the area, and he, having been injected with a certain substance, had fallen unconscious. However, due to his physical constitution, he possessed a strong tolerance for the drug, allowing him to awaken when Piao saved Wang Yu, witnessing the entire event. To avoid exposure, he had feigned death until now. At the Dragon Clan's Shadow Dragon Assassin base, Long Zhan and Long Outyin awaited news with palpable anxiety. At the Du Clan's Shadow Group base, the Shadow Chief inquired. "Still no news? This delay feels unusual. Send someone to check the situation." At the Investigation Group headquarters, Hao Ren received Piao message, instructing him to send personnel to the entrance of the Wang Yu repair shop to clear the debris. Chapter 54. Could it be? This world also has Wudong Mountain in the Forget Worry repair shop. Lao Feng, Wang Yu, and Piao were seated on the sofa, their gazes locked in a six-eyed standoff. Lao Feng was the first to shatter the silence. "Wang, be honest with me. Where do you come from? And who are you really?" Upon seeing his serious demeanor, Piao face was painted with confusion. Just as she was about to inquire, Lao Feng's glare silenced her. It wasn't only her. Wang Yu also found the sudden shift in Lao Feng's mood perplexing. At that moment, he could only counter, "Lao Feng, have you taken the wrong medicine? Didn't I tell you I also inexplicably appeared in your vegetable garden? What do you mean by this?" Although he held trust in Lao Feng, the fact that he was a time traveler was his greatest secret, one that would be difficult to explain if revealed. Lao Feng scrutinized Wang Yu, attempting to discern clues from his expression, but all he found was confusion. This situation could only imply 2 possibilities. Either Wang Yu was rigorously trained, or he was utterly oblivious. After failing to glean any insight, Lao Feng continued, "In the past, I wouldn't have questioned your history, but since you possess knowledge of that martial art, I have no choice but to inquire. I hope you want to deceive me." "Martial art? Wang Yu paused momentarily before responding. Are you referring to Tai Chi? Piao Shui, filled with curiosity, interjected, What martial are you talking about? What is Tai Chi? Lao Feng cast her an annoyed glance. Wang Yu, equally puzzled, asked, Teacher Piao, you don't know what Tai Chi is? What martial art did you use against that water-spraying formation? That was the Harmony Fist, and it was taught to me by Deshan. She was about to elaborate when Lao Feng interrupted sternly, shouting Shui, Be quiet for a moment. Faced with Lao Feng's anger, she complied, pouting in indignation. Wang Yu, unwilling to indulge Lao Feng's outburst, retorted, What on earth have you taken, old man? Why are you so agitated? Tai Chi is well known in my hometown. Many elderly folks practice it every morning in the park, treating it merely as a form of exercise. Lao Feng, who had been observing him intently, sensed he was not lying and asked, So, many people in your hometown practice it? Where is your hometown located? In this world, Tai Chi was a solitary legacy, and multiple generations of practitioners had traversed this planet without discovering another lineage. He thought to himself, if Wang Yu spoke the truth, then those scoundrels in Huangdao Satellite City might have unraveled the secrets of this martial art. Or perhaps Wang Yu was indeed from there. This was troubling. Wang Yu, unaware of his thoughts, pondered briefly before stating, My hometown is a small village near Wudong Mountain in Shurian City. This was the truth. He hailed from a small village, but later attended university in Tianzi City, and it was during his time there that he traversed into this world. Yet, this declaration struck Lao Feng like a thunderbolt. Lao Feng's master had once spoken to him about the origins of Tai Chi. He recognized the name Wudong Mountain and its location, but now that place was no longer called Wudong Mountain. It was merely an unnamed, desolate region. Having achieved success in martial arts, he had previously visited that location, but it was now abandoned and teeming with ferocious beasts. However, he had discerned from certain signs that the area had once flourished. Now, he was the sole individual aware of both the location and the name. How could Wang Yu know? At this, Lao Feng lost his composure, shouting, Impossible. How do you know that place? How do you know Wudong Mountain? Who on earth are you? Could it be that this world also has Wudong Mountain? Impossible. Lao Feng's outburst also caused Wang Yu to falter, and he inadvertently let slip a revealing remark. He was just an ordinary university student, and being in this world, which he was entirely unfamiliar with, made it difficult for him to remain composed upon hearing news related to his hometown. What is impossible? That mountain exists, though its name has been forgotten. Where did you hear that name? Lao Feng was so engrossed in his thoughts that he failed to notice the other information hidden within Wang Yu's words, leading to a heated argument between the two. However, as an outsider, Piao Shui, despite her confusion about their exchange, picked up on the information Wang Yu had shared. To prevent their quarrel from escalating, she raised her voice. You two, quiet down. What are you arguing about? Is this going to solve anything? The authoritative presence of the witch proved effective, and at last, Lao Feng and Wang Yu fell silent. Seeing this, she turned to Wang Yu and asked Xiao Yu, Did you just say this world also has Wudong Mountain? Does that mean you are not from this world? Wang Yu's heart raced at her words. Oh no, he had slipped up. How was he to navigate this? Well, Teacher Piao, you must have misheard me. What I meant to say was that this world does not have Wudong Mountain. He wasn't particularly adept at handling such situations, and his emotional intelligence was rather average. So he struggled to manage his response. Lao Feng, who had been watching him closely, recognized the evasion in his words and thought. Perhaps Xiao Yingshui had inadvertently uncovered his secret. But that seemed absurd. How could someone not from this world possibly exist? How strange. Intrigued by this revelation, Piao Shui chimed in, Come on, Xiao Yu, you wouldn't lie. It's not strange if you're not from this world. The cosmos is vast, and there are countless civilizations. Wang Yu was momentarily stunned by her implication, pondering if she was suggesting he was an extraterrestrial being. Observing closely, Lao Feng noticed another anomaly. Everyone of notable status in this world knew that the planet was called Maid Muxing 911, but it had not always held that name. It was once called Blue Star. This name change occurred due to a prior invasion by extraterrestrial civilizations, transforming the planet into a ranching world where all life was akin to livestock, with the Huangdao 12 satellite city serving as the overseers. Now, the inhabitants of this world were largely aware of the existence of extraterrestrial visitors. Yet Wang Yu seemed entirely oblivious. Sensing this inconsistency, Lao Feng said, "Wang, tell us about your origins so we can dispel any suspicions. It does you no good to keep us in the dark. I, too, am a refugee." He had discarded his earlier assumptions and now speculated that Wang Yu might be a refugee from another world where Tai Chi and Wudong Mountain were known. When this planet was invaded, some individuals were reportedly sold into the stars. Perhaps among them were those who retained knowledge of such information, passing it down through generations. Hearing Lao Feng's words, Wang Yu felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The earlier demeanor of Lao Feng had not resembled that of a formidable individual. But after he had fitted Lao Feng with prosthetics, the latter had gradually regained some semblance of strength. The place where I originally lived was called Blue Star. Its technology is not as advanced as here, and there is no martial arts system. The world is peaceful and stable, unlike this place, which frequently witnesses violent incidents. Piao Shui and Lao Feng struggled to contain their astonishment. Just as Wang Yu uttered Blue Star, they nearly jumped from their seats. But upon observing that Wang Yu was speaking the truth, they patiently listened. At that moment, both Piao Shui and Lao Feng were left questioning where Wang Yu's Blue Star was, as this planet had been called Blue Star a millennium ago. Chapter 55, Verification. Cutting open the false jade tablet, as Piao Shui heard Wang Yu mention he was from Blue Star, her heart was filled with astonishment and curiosity. Could there truly be a celestial body named Blue Star amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos? Yet, it also bore the names of Wudong and Taiji. Wasn't that an extraordinary coincidence? Or perhaps Dashigu had fled from Xiaoyu's homeland. While it seemed implausible, there was a possibility nonetheless. After a moment of contemplation, Piao Shui inquired, "Dashigu, do you think it's possible that you and Xiaoyu come from the same place? Or that your master and Xiaoyu originate from shared land?" "That is impossible. My master and I are both natives of this planet, and I have visited Wudong Mountain. It is desolate, with only remnants of its former glory." Lao Feng replied emphatically, recalling the considerable risks he had taken to venture into that area. Upon hearing his words, Wang Yu's jaw dropped, his mind fixated solely on the word remnants. Ever since he acquired the jade tablet produced by Wang Yu, he had entertained doubts, but now, with these words echoing in his mind, his skepticism deepened. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration regarding the false jade tablet, and said, "Please wait a moment. I need to retrieve something." He dashed into the bedroom, rummaging through a pile of clutter until he unearthed the jade tablet he had meticulously hidden. An unlikely choice for concealing such a precious item. Lao Feng and Piao Shui observed him with a hint of confusion. "Wang Yu, what are you doing? By the way, isn't that false jade tablet the one I gifted you?" "Indeed, that is the one. You mentioned it was an antique, correct? Are you certain about that?" At this moment, Wang Yu sought confirmation of this information, as antiques could be forged, and aging a new object was not a difficult task. The distinction between genuine and counterfeit antiques would significantly influence his judgment. Seeing the false jade tablet, Piao Shui's interest was piqued. "May I have a look, Xiaoyu?" Wang Yu casually handed it over. Piao Shui examined it several times before noticing the inscriptions. After pondering for a while, she remarked, "This jade tablet is indeed an antique. But the jade itself is fake. It is not naturally formed jade. Aside from its age, it appears to hold little value." Lao Feng interjected, "Wang Yu, didn't you say you were fond of this item? Why would you cut it?" Piao Shui added, "It seems the jade tablet bears the mark of Wang Yu, just like your shop's name. Aren't you keeping it as a talisman?" Wang Yu looked up, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "I am currently in search of an answer." Piao Shui, puzzled, questioned an answer. "What does that have to do with cutting open the jade tablet?" "The answer lies within the jade tablet," Wang Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Lao Feng and Piao Shui fell silent, both intrigued to discover what revelations awaited within the tablet. Wang Yu activated the cutting machine, meticulously slicing along the edge of the jade tablet, clouds of dust swirling around him. Before long, he had completed a full circle, then inserted a screwdriver into the crevice, gently prying it open. With a crack, a piece of the edge broke off, yet the center remained intact, prompting Wang Yu to change his approach. After about 10 minutes, the jade tablet finally yielded, revealing a smaller jade tablet within. Although he had anticipated this moment, his hands trembled with excitement. Noticing the change in his expression, Piao Xue asked, "Xiaoyu, have you found the answer?" Lao Feng, meanwhile, was fixated on the smaller jade tablet. "Yes, I have found it," Wang Yu exclaimed, extracting the Hunyuan jade tablet and cradling it in his palm. After a brief inspection, Lao Feng was about to ask a question, but the roar of hovering vehicles outside drew his attention. At this moment, a knock resonated at the door accompanied by Feng Zhao's voice. "Is Xiaoyu there?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wang Yu hurried to open the door, reassured that Feng Zhao's arrival signified no trouble. Outside the repair shop, Feng Zhao felt a sense of urgency. She had just received an unexpected order from Hao Run to come and address a situation, and upon learning the location, her composure began to waver. Although she had been forewarned of an impending attack and was aware that Wang Yu and Piao Xue planned to draw out the enemy, her worry remained palpable. When Wang Yu opened the door and greeted Feng Zhao, he remarked, "Sister Zhao, what brings you here?" He glanced outside to see over 20 members of the investigation team clearing the scene. Upon spotting Wang Yu, Feng Zhao quickly scanned him, noting the scars on his battle armor. Her expression turned serious as she promptly ushered him inside. "Xiaoyu, please wait a moment while I organize things before we talk." Lao Feng turned to Piao Xue and inquired, "Xiaoying, did you call Feng Zhao?" "Not at all. I merely asked Hao Run to send someone to clean up the mess." "I had no idea he would send Xiao Xiao," she replied. "Aren't you concerned about exposing yourself by notifying him? Those influential families might resort to underhanded tactics against you." Lao Feng remarked, aware of the dubious methods employed by certain powerful families. Generally, he avoided entanglements with such individuals, not out of fear, but because he had no desire to jeopardize his lineage at his age. Piao Xue smirked. "In the past, I might have thought like you, but now, as long as they dare to come, I have the perfect excuse to strike. This Savior K has been repaired and enhanced. I am not intimidated by those ruffians." While she had opponents, the battles were evenly matched. Previously, with a malfunctioning battle armor, she had been at a disadvantage, but that was no longer the case. Hearing her words, Lao Feng teased, "It seems our young Wang has quite the talent. Xiaoying, you must hold on to him tightly." His implication was clear. Her current bravado relied primarily on her battle armor, which could be damaged. He warned her not to find herself in a situation where no one could repair it for her. "Of course, Xiaoyu is my prize student. Isn't that right, Xiaoyu?" Piao Xue playfully draped an arm over Wang Yu's shoulder. Surrounded by familiar faces, her enchanting persona occasionally resurfaced. Despite nearing her 40s, her spirit remained youthful. Yet, in Tianhai City and Tianqing Academy, she maintained an aloof facade. Lao Feng shook his head, thinking how this little enchantress hadn't changed a bit even at her age. Wang Yu stood there like a statue, feeling utterly bewildered. In all his years, no woman had ever approached him so intimately. However, he reminded himself that this woman was not to be trifled with. She was formidable, definitely a harbinger of misfortune. Her status as a teacher aside, her unpredictable temperament and unfathomable strength left him unsettled. At that moment, having arranged the tasks outside, Feng Zhao entered with a gift box, only to be taken aback upon seeing Piao Xue's arm around Wang Yu's shoulder. Her jaw dropped in astonishment, and she felt as though her CPU might overheat. Dropping the gift box onto the floor, the sound of the box hitting the ground caught the attention of Wang Yu and the others, who turned to look. Lao Feng remarked, "Is Xiao unwell? Why does she seem to be trembling?" Wang Yu added, "How strange. She seemed perfectly fine just a moment ago. Why is she shaking so much now?" Piao Xue chuckled awkwardly, releasing Wang Yu and saying, Xiao, your gift has fallen." Recovering from her shock, Feng Zhao quickly picked up the gift. Her face flushed as she approached Wang Yu. Chapter 56. The gift from Feng Zhao. Upon encountering the gift, Wang Yu felt a sense of relief from the witch's presence and approached eagerly. "Xiao Shuejia, have you finished your work?" "Yes, I'm done. By the way, Xiaoyu, you weren't hurt, were you? That mark on your battle armor looks rather alarming," Feng Zhao replied, her face betraying a mix of shyness and concern. Her hand holding the gift slightly stiff. Old Feng, noticing her unease, exchanged a knowing glance with Piao Xue and suggested, "How about we step outside for some fresh air?" Xiaoying Shui, Piao Xue, sensing the underlying tension, nodded in agreement. Sure, Xiao Yu, I'll be taking a stroll with the Ge. If you need anything, just contact me. With that, Piao Xue raised her hand, activated her spatial transferability, and vanished before their eyes. Above the Wang Yu repair shop, Old Feng reclined in the air, gazing at the stars. Piao Xue stood beside him and asked, "De Ge, did you bring me out here to discuss something?" "Huh, you really know how to guess." Old Feng chuckled, lighting a cigarette. "What are your thoughts on Wang Yu's background?" "Well, if we disregard all constraints, I suspect he might be a time traveler." Piao Xue replied seriously, laying out her analytical reasoning. In truth, this notion had only occurred to her after Wang Yu had cut open the false jade token. She had been observing his expressions throughout and gleaned some clues. Recalling Wang Yu's earlier dispute with Old Feng, her conviction in this theory only strengthened. She theorized that Wang Yu had traversed from some point in the past to the present, speculating that during that time, this planet was still called Blue Star and was in an era prior to invasion. However, records from that time had been obliterated by the forces of the Zodiac 12 satellite cities, and the current world had diluted the concept of history. Such subjects were absent from the Academy's curriculum, and private research or documentation was strictly prohibited. Listening to Piao Xue's analysis, Old Feng felt considerably relieved. He held a favorable view of Wang Yu, yet his identity remained exceedingly sensitive. Breathing out a smoke ring, he pondered aloud, "Let us hope that's the case." Although there are still many uncertainties and implausible aspects, you tend to worry excessively. Just think about Xiao Yu's abilities. Which faction wouldn't secretly nurture a talent like him? They wouldn't hesitate to place him by your side for fear of losing him. Piao Xue remarked, having a clear understanding of the motives of major powers. Not only did Wang Yu's ability to analyze and discern fall under the classification of SSS-level powers, but his demonstrated repair skills would also be coveted by all major factions. However, if they were to learn that Wang Yu's repair skills were reliant on his abilities, and that Eye of Analysis could surpass the SSS level rating, their calm would undoubtedly shatter. Piao Xue's words struck a chord with Old Feng, who now enlightened, teased, Xiaoing Xue, "It seems you're quite fond of Wang Yu. Why not take him in and keep him close?" The implication was clear, almost suggesting that she treat Wang Yu as a cherished pet. Piao Xue, taken aback by his suggestion, playfully kicked him. "You old rascal, why don't you take me in instead?" "I dare not. My aging body can't withstand your antics." Thus, these two individuals, whose ages combined nearly approached 90, engaged in a playful scuffle in midair. Piao Xue harbored feelings for Old Feng, but he regarded her merely as a younger sister. Their playful banter continued for quite some time, ultimately culminating in Piao Xue gaining the upper hand. Inside the Wang Yu repair shop, Wang Yu had removed his battle armor and was seated on the sofa with Feng Xiao, over at Hao Rin's place. The latter had acknowledged Piao Xue's presence without further comment, readily agreeing to her request. At that moment, Wang Yu donned a new pair of futuristic warrior sunglasses, familiarizing himself with their features. "Thank you for the gift, Xiao Shuejia. I really like these glasses. They are incredibly useful." His delight brought a smile to Feng Xiao's heart. Having observed Wang Yu wearing sunglasses during their previous encounters, she had surmised that he must have a fondness for them, hence her careful selection of this particular pair. The design was quite similar to his previous ones, yet the functionality was worlds apart. The old pair served merely as sunglasses, while this new one was a top-tier smart wearable device, encompassing a communicator, a Skynet terminal, and other high-tech elements. Of course, the price was considerable. Had Feng Xiao purchased them prior, she might have felt a pang of regret for several months. However, having recently received a substantial sum of money, she was willing to splurge. Seeing Wang Yu's happiness, Feng Xiao broached a troubling question. "Xiao Yu, you and teacher Piao Xue you aren't involved, are you?" In her mind, Piao Xue was aloof, yet she had just been close to Wang Yu, prompting her imagination to wander. Wang Yu, confused by her insinuation, casually responded, "Which one?" "I saw teacher Piao Xue hanging around you just now. She usually maintains a cold demeanor and doesn't let men near her." Feng Xiao mustered the courage to express her thoughts, though her heart raced with anxiety. Wang Yu, startled by her words, instinctively removed his glasses, causing Feng Xiao's heart to sink, her complexion paling. She thought to herself, oh no, I've asked a question I shouldn't have. What now? Noticing her pale visage, Wang Yu expressed concern. Xiao Shuijia, are you all right? I'm fine, she stuttered. But before she could finish, Wang Yu had moved closer, placing his hand on her forehead. Something feels off? Why is it so cool? Oh wait, it's warming up again. Xiao Shuijia, you're not falling ill, are you? His actions caused Feng Xiao to blush deeply, and she shyly replied, Em mifine. Wang Yu continued, by the way, you mentioned teacher Piaoxua being cold. I don't see it that way. Feng Xiao began to cool down. I feel she is quite capricious, almost like a witch. When she suddenly clung to me earlier, it startled me so much that I didn't dare to move, fearing I might touch something inappropriate and face her wrath without a place to cry. At this, the mention of Piaoxua heated things up again. Wang Yu, puzzled, asked, Xiao Shuijia, are you really okay? Your temperature keeps fluctuating. Are you sure you're fine? Feng Xiao pushed his hand away, her cheeks aflame, and insisted, yes, I'm really fine. Feeling reassured, at least knowing that Wang Yu and Piaoxua were not as she had feared, she said this. Seeing her confidence, Wang Yu donned the sunglasses he had received, pondering. Xiao Shuijia seems a bit odd. I never noticed this side of her before. Wait, at that moment, he recalled the intelligent robot, Rose, hidden in the sleep chamber, and inquired, Xiao Shuijia, are there any stores in Tianhai City selling components for intelligent robots? He dared not reveal that he had one concealed, opting instead for a half-truth to deflect. Feng Xiao considered for a moment, seemingly convinced by his ruse, and replied, well, for life assistance robots, I can take you to a specialty store tomorrow. However, these things aren't cheap. All right then. At the Long Family Shadow Dragon base, the investigation team's covert line relayed the shocking news, causing Long Zhan's expression to darken like a pot lid. The shadow group of the Du family was equally dismayed, as news came that all their dispatch personnel had suffered brain death, leading the main leader to erupt in fury. At the Duting Private Research Institute in the eastern district of Tianhai City, Du Zipping received a mysterious call. 30 bodies with brain death. Exceptional physical vitality. Their PR, Chapter 57. First entry into the city the next day, after completing his routine repairs. Wang Yu donned the freshly repaired Savior L battle armor and boarded Feng Zhao's motorcycle to enter the city. Upon arriving in this world, no, that is incorrect. It should be described as traversing into the future. Wang Yu stepped into the city for the first time. Following his activation of the false jade token yesterday, he confirmed that he had traveled through time, transcending over a millennium. Having lingered outside Tianhai City for more than half a year, he had yet to grasp the essence of this metropolis. As he crossed the towering 100-meter walls, he finally beheld the true visage of Tianhai City. Although the city bore the name Tianhai City now, he surmised that it must be the former Tianzi City. In his imagination, a futuristic metropolis would be pristine, orderly, and aesthetically pleasing, replete with conveniences and an omnipresent sense of technology. Yet, as he peeled back that veil, he discovered he had been mistaken. The high-rises of Tianhai City radiated a sense of technological advancement, yet cleanliness and order seemed wholly absent. Certain areas bore a striking resemblance to those outside the city. He soon realized that the wall he had crossed was merely the outer barrier, and there lay another within. He inquired, Sister Xiao, why is there another wall? Feng Xiao elucidated, Tianhai City is surrounded by 3 concentric walls, dividing the city into the outer, middle, and inner districts. We are currently in the outer district. Crossing the next wall will lead us into the middle district. What distinctions exist among these divisions? Wang Yu speculated, pondering if it might be similar to the segmented rings of the capital, yet he remained eager to learn more. As he posed his questions, Feng Xiao provided a brief introduction to Tianhai City. It turned out that citizens were categorized by class. The outer district housed ordinary residents, who typically engaged in production and resource provision. The middle district accommodated elite citizens, including professionals from various sectors and city officials. The inner district was reserved for the ruling class, where powerful families and strong individuals resided. Feng Xiao lived in the middle district, while Piaoxua resided in the inner district. Citizens from different strata were not permitted to traverse the walls freely, Authorization was required for temporary entry or exit. Feng Xiao could leap over the walls due to her status as a member of the investigation team. Otherwise, she would be at risk of being shot down by the city's defense beams. Wang Yu was also able to pass thanks to Piao Xue's special authorization. Without it, he would have faced a similar fate. Before long, they crossed the second wall, and the towering buildings before them were markedly more pleasing than those in the outer district, exhibiting a far greater sense of order. Feng Xiao did not descend, but continued towards the third wall, their destination being the upscale commercial district in the middle city, which was adjacent to the third wall. Soon, Feng Xiao landed atop a high-rise building. "Little Yu, we have arrived. This is the radiant commercial street of the middle city." Wang Yu looked around, puzzled. Although it was termed a commercial street, the surroundings resembled rooftops, leading him to wonder if it was merely a parking area. After Feng Xiao parked the hovering motorcycle, she took Wang Yu's hand and said, "Come, let's go shopping. By the way, I have linked the bank account your teacher provided to your smart terminal." Wang Yu had previously lacked an identity and bank account. These were arranged after the division of funds, with Piao Xue having asked Feng Xiao to assist him. Thanks to Piao Xue's endorsement, the process was expedited. A few moments later, they found themselves waiting for an elevator. Both had removed their helmets. Feng Xiao's long hair flowed gracefully, while Wang Yu sported a slick-back hairstyle and sunglasses, exuding an air of coolness. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Feng Xiao pulled Wang Yu inside. Just then, a female voice called from behind, "Oh, isn't that the eternal stone girl? When did you start dating?" Feng Xiao's expression shifted, yet she ignored the remark and stepped into the elevator. Wang Yu, unaware of her reaction, assumed the woman was addressing someone else, thus he paid no mind. However, some individuals thrive on provocation. The more one ignores them, the bolder they become. "Oh, the eternal stone girl has a boyfriend now and thinks she's all that," not even acknowledging her old classmates and sneaking away so quickly. Feng Xiao continued to disregard her. She recognized the person behind her and felt no inclination to engage with someone who would only dampen her spirits. Wang Yu perceived the woman's incessant chatter as bothersome, but chose to dismiss it, likening it to the buzzing of an insignificant fly, and pressed the elevator close button. To his surprise, the doors did not close. Instead, two women and a man entered swiftly. One of the women immediately directed her attention towards Feng Xiao. "The Eternal Stone Girl has been called several times. Why don't you respond?" At this moment, Wang Yu finally understood whom the acerbic woman was addressing. However, as Feng Xiao remained silent, he too chose not to speak, opting to stand beside her instead. The woman sported green hair, smoky eye makeup, and a tight, studded jacket, her ensemble exuding an air of rebellion. Though her facial features were decent, Wang Yu felt inclined to maintain a safe distance from someone like her. Her companion mirrored a similar aesthetic, evoking the image of a tribal group. In stark contrast, the man boasted a golden power armor, his hair and lip ring matching in hue. Realizing she could not evade the confrontation, Feng Xiao finally spoke. "Oh, it's you, Hualu. You called out to me earlier, yet I didn't hear anyone say my name. Just a bothersome voice shouting nonsense, so lacking in manners." Wang Yu stifled a laugh at the aptness of her retort. Hualu sounded remarkably fitting. While Hualu might have donned stockings, Wang Yu's discerning eye revealed the truth beneath the superficial. Hualu felt her pride wounded. "Eternal Stone Girl, who are you calling impolite? A poor wretch like you should be grateful I even acknowledged you as a classmate." Feng Xiao, uninterested in engaging further, wrapped her arm around Wang Yu's, projecting an image of bliss. Yet, the more she ignored Hualu, the more emboldened the latter became. "Eternal Stone Girl, do you think having a boyfriend will rid you of that nickname? Dream on." At that moment, her friend chimed in. "Sister Lu, how did she earn that nickname? Do share with us." She caught the eye of the dragon family's dashing air, yet she pretended to be cold and aloof. One day, while drinking, he remarked that if he lost patience, he would arrange for her to undergo surgery to become the Eternal Stone Girl. Hualu rambled on, spilling a plethora of rumors about Feng Xiao, most of which were fabrications. The tales became increasingly ludicrous. Her friends and the golden-haired man listened in stunned silence, occasionally exclaiming in shock at the bizarre stories, like seeking out a vagrant for beauty elixirs or practicing her waist strength with eggs. Feng Xiao, upon hearing these outlandish claims, nearly erupted in anger. Observing her distress, Wang Yu removed his sunglasses and placed them on her, activating the sound cancellation feature. This gesture warmed Feng Xiao's heart. Wang Yu was not one to suffer in silence. After all, everyone was entitled to speak their mind. There was no need for a verbal duel. But he vowed to remember this moment. Given the opportunity, he would ensure she received her due comeuppance. Before long, the elevator arrived at the floor Feng Xiao had selected. Chapter 58. The annoying fly. As the elevator reached the designated floor and the door slid open, Feng Xiao and Wang Yu prepared to step out. However, Hua Lu and her companions deliberately obstructed their exit, effectively blocking their way. Wang Yu furrowed his brow. He had no intention of engaging in a verbal dispute. Yet these individuals appeared to take advantage of his demeanor, acting as if they were an insurmountable barrier. He felt that further tolerance would betray his character. Nevertheless, in such a situation, he refrained from any extreme actions, merely raising his hand to push through the crowd, causing Hua Lu and her friends to squish against the wall. Feng Xiao, cradling her arms, followed Wang Yu's lead out of the elevator. The reason they didn't push through the blonde man's side was due to the ease of maneuvering on Hua Lu's side. Wang Yu believed in treating everyone equally, regardless of gender. Throughout this process, the two exchanged not a single word, while Hua Lu erupted in a fit of rage, hurling insults. You think you're something special just because you're wearing a tattered antique battle armor? You poor wretch. How dare you shove me and make me uncomfortable? If I were to get deformed because of you, you wouldn't even be able to sell that armor to afford a single repair. You have no idea how much this body is worth. Just saying it would scare you to death. Listening to her tirade, Wang Yu nearly succumbed to the urge to retort. After all, how much could a couple of oversized silicone implants truly be worth? No matter how much he spent on his battle armor, it was irreplaceable. After walking a few meters, Feng Xiao took off her glasses and handed them back to Wang Yu, saying, "Thank you, Xiao Yu. Don't pay her any mind. That woman is like a rabid dog that just finished its meal." Her voice was soft and gentle, yet it reached Hua Lu's ears, inciting her fury further. She immediately stormed out with her friends and the blonde man. "You barren woman, what did you just say?" Ignoring her, Feng Xiao turned to Wang Yu and asked, "Did you hear that rabid dog's barking? Let's hurry. It would be unfortunate if she caught up and bit us." "Yes, I heard it. Quite terrifying, actually. I wonder how such a high-class place could harbor such a rabid dog." Thus, Wang Yu and Feng Xiao walked ahead, discussing the rabid dog, while Hua Lu and her entourage followed, spewing insults. This commotion attracted the attention of many passers-by. Were the uncouth security guards. Indeed, this is the most prestigious commercial district in the city. How can they allow such behavior? The quality of young people has declined over the years. That is not entirely fair. Look at those two ahead. They seem more refined. I feel like they're all cut from the same cloth. If they weren't shouting insults, how would they attract those three flies? As the crowd's dissatisfaction grew, the security finally arrived, only to block Wang Yu and Feng Xiao's path. The two exchanged puzzled glances. It was clear that Hua Lu and her friends were the ones making a ruckus. Was the security blind? Feng Xiao, feeling irked, asked, "Are you sure you've got the right people?" The security guard replied sternly, "I am certain. From your attire, it seems you lack the means to engage in commerce here. You have already drawn the ire of the three customers behind you. Please leave." Wang Yu was bewildered, and Feng Xiao shared his confusion. Was the guard implying that their clothing was too shabby? Surely not. After all, he was a millionaire. Unable to ascertain the reason, Wang Yu inquired, "How did you deduce that from our attire?" The guard scoffed dismissively. "Do you really need an explanation? Don't you have any self-awareness?" Wearing outdated battle armor, patched and worn, and piecing together substandard components, it's obvious you can't even afford a proper repair. Wang Yu and Feng Xiao were left speechless. While it was true their armor had seen repairs, it was only natural and it did not affect its performance. As for the substandard components, Wang Yu disagreed vehemently. He had meticulously modified his armor, and useless items would never find their way onto it. Although it might not be aesthetically pleasing, armor was meant for battle, and as long as it performed well, that was sufficient. At that moment, passers-by began to murmur among themselves. The guard has quite the keen eye to notice such details. Indeed, he must have seen it all during his time here. Suddenly, A curious bystander pointed at Hua Lu and asked the guard, "But those two women are also dressed in tatters. Why don't you ask them to leave?" This question arose not out of desire to defend Wang You and Feng Xiao, but rather from dissatisfaction with Hua Lu's behavior and loudness. The male guard shot a disdainful glance at the questioner and replied, "You bumpkin, you can't even recognize their attire? They are wearing the latest LV fashion. Those stockings alone are worth more than your entire outfit." When the guard mentioned the LV brand, his eyes sparkled with admiration, as if the brand represented a pinnacle of nobility and purity. The crowd gasped in astonishment, showering praises upon the mention of the brand. Originally, Wang Yu had merely sought to obtain a maintenance key from Rose. However, encountering the trio of annoying flies had already vexed him, and being obstructed by the guard only added to his irritation. Yet, the praises for the LV brand made him chuckle. How absurd! Before my time travel, I had heard of some brands producing beggar-style fashion. Yet here in the future, the situation has only escalated. His laughter prompted immediate backlash from others. "What are you laughing at? You dumpster diver? With your pathetic appearance, it's likely you've never even heard of LV. LV is a leader in fashion. Someone like you, whose armor looks like a patchwork of scraps, wouldn't know. You probably didn't realize that the cheapest LV piece costs 30,000, enough to feed him for a year. Exactly. His armor must have come from a garbage heap, merely for show, with no combat capability whatsoever. Brother, you have a good eye. I've been in the armor repair industry for 20 years and have never seen a style like that. It's undoubtedly a knockoff. Good for you, buddy." The Du family Eston repair shop in the central city. Listening to this gossip, Wang Yu shook his head, thinking to himself that this was the nature of the elite district. It felt as though the intelligence of people in this era had significantly declined. It's worth noting that he had guessed correctly. While the physical prowess of the populace had improved, their overall intelligence had indeed diminished, not as a natural progression, but as a result of covert manipulation by the 12 Zodiac satellite cities. Being driven away by the guard and mocked by the onlookers, Feng Xiao was nearly seething with rage. After all, she was a millionaire herself. Even aside from that, her position as the captain of an investigative team should have rendered her immune to such ridicule. However, she was currently on leave and had not donned her identification, or else she would have shown these people their true place. Seeing the crowd disparaging Feng Xiao and Wang Yu, the guard smirked and said, "Did you hear? This is not a place for you. Kindly leave, or I may have to take further action." These words infuriated Feng Xiao, making her wish to slap him and shatter his smug face. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious noble attire stepped out of the elevator and noticed the disorder. Approaching to investigate. Chapter 59, an opportunity for a discount. Wang Yu and Feng Xiao found themselves surrounded by a throng of people, inundated with disparaging remarks that assailed them from all sides. A middle-aged man, adorned in opulent aristocratic attire, wore a displeased expression. He was the owner of the commercial building, which had become a paragon of the city's elite shopping centers, a feat for which he deserved much credit. This establishment catered to a high-end clientele, offering an unparalleled shopping atmosphere, renowned for its elegance and tranquility. However, what he witnessed at that moment was in stark contrast to the refined ambience he cherished. Coarse language and raucous noise filled the floor, reminiscent of a gladiatorial arena, piercing through his nerves. A commanding silence enveloped the crowd as a colossal voice resonated through the air. The man's assistant cleared a path through the throng, allowing him to step forward. Upon noticing him, the security guard hurriedly approached, bowing slightly. "Mr. Li, what brings you here today?" The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Surely those two impoverished individuals were doomed. Mr. Li was known for his emphasis on maintaining a pleasant environment, and their attire had already caused discomfort among the patrons. It was clear they would be expelled from the premises. Mr. Li was particularly discerning when it came to matters of taste. Many of the luxury brands in the building were personally invited by him. Yet, a curious observation struck him. There seemed to be no LV boutique within this establishment. "Ah yes, I recall now. That brand resides in the neighboring building," he thought. Mr. Li listened intently to the security guard account. "Mr. Li, the situation is as follows. These two young individuals entered wearing mismatched armor. Their behavior has displeased 3 other customers, who attempted to persuade them to leave. but they refused and only escalated the situation with their words. The noise attracted the attention of many patrons, who joined the chorus urging their departure. I was merely following the customers' wishes, but they stubbornly refused to leave. Mr. Lee, I regret that you had to witness this breach of decorum. I shall enforce their removal immediately. In the security guard's account, Wang You and Feng Xiao had been transformed into the instigators, obstinately refusing to depart. Upon hearing the guard's words, Mr. Lee's expression darkened considerably. The guard straightened up and turned towards Wang Yu and Feng Xiao, displaying a contemptuous smirk. You two country bumpkins. I was merely trying to assist you in leaving peacefully, but now I must resort to force. Just as the guard advanced to seize Wang Yu and Feng Xiao, Mr. Lee's assistant delivered a swift slap to the guard's face, sending him into a dizzying spin before he tumbled to the ground. The crowd fell silent, their minds racing to comprehend this unexpected turn of events. Wasn't Mr. Lee supposed to expel these two? Why had the assistant struck the guard? The situation was utterly perplexing. Even Wang Yu and Feng Xiao were taken aback, watching intently to discern Mr. Lee's intentions. The guard scrambled to his feet, rushing to kneel before Mr. Lee, exclaiming, Mr. Lee, what did I go wrong? Please enlighten me. I assure you, I shall rectify my mistakes. He reasoned that since Mr. Lee had allowed the assistant to intervene, he must have faltered in some significant way. Perhaps his handling of the situation had been too slow, leading to a larger disturbance. Yes, that must be it, he thought. Continuing to plead, Mr. Lee, my reaction earlier was inadequate. I will expel them at once. Regrettably, as he uttered these words, the assistant kicked him down once more, dragging him away. Throughout this ordeal, Mr. Lee and his assistant had not uttered a single word. In truth, they had overheard the crowd's excessive praises of the LV brand earlier. While others were oblivious, the assistant was acutely aware that Mr. Lee harbored a strong disdain for LV, believing its designs to be aesthetically offensive, which was why no LV boutique graced his building. Naturally, Mr. Lee would never openly disparage the brand in formal settings. Mr. Lee's keen business acumen had allowed him to manage his enterprise successfully. Since his entrance, he had been quietly observing the crowd. Regardless of the security guard or passers-by, they all wore expressions of arrogance and disdain, whereas Wang Yu and Feng Xiao, bearing only mild annoyance, clearly appeared to be the aggrieved parties. Based on his experience, Mr. Lee deduced that they were not the troublemakers. The guard's statements were undoubtedly fabrications. To lie before him was an offense that warranted action. Moreover, Mr. Lee noted that the sunglasses worn by Wang Yu were of considerable value, and the armor donned by both him and Feng Xiao was far from the unsightly description provided by the guard. All these details painted a clearer picture. After the assistant had dragged the guard away, Mr. Lee approached Wang Yu with a courteous demeanor. Young man, I sincerely apologize for the shortcomings in our management. How about this? Your expenditures here today will receive a 20% discount, if that pleases you. Wang Yu paused in surprise. Was this an unexpected windfall? Though uncertain of the reason behind it, he had not incurred any loss earlier, so he acquiesced. Thank you, kind sir. Wang Yu kept his interaction with Mr. Lee brief, exchanging only a nod in acknowledgement. Observing this unexpected boon, Hua Lu and her companions felt a surge of envy and protested vehemently. Mr. Lee had already judged Hua Lu, noting her head-to-toe LV attire and peculiar grooming, categorizing her as either a nouveau riche or an individual of low breeding. It was exceedingly generous of him not to expel her. When Hua Lu made another attempt to cause trouble, Mr. Lee interjected, My dear lady, once inside, all patrons are my customers. There is no distinction of class here, and everyone must adhere to the established order. As a businessman, he chose his words carefully, informing Hua Lu and her friends that they were required to abide by his rules. Those unwilling to comply should take their leave. After delivering his statement, Mr. Lee gestured for his assistant to depart. Although the onlookers were puzzled by the outcome, they ceased their mockery and began to disperse. Hua Lu and her companions simmered with indignation. They were well aware of the house rules, hence their volume was notably subdued. Wang Yu exchanged a smile with Feng Xiao. Sister Xiao, let us proceed to the intelligent robot store for a look. Very well, I shall guide you there, she replied, linking her arm with Wang Yu's as they moved forward. Hua Lu and her entourage scoffed at the notion. Can that impoverished fellow really afford to buy an intelligent robot? Let us follow and see. Moments later, Feng Xiao led Wang Yu to a store brimming with futuristic technology. Through the glass window, Wang Yu glimpsed a variety of intelligent robots on display, though most appear to be singularly functional service models, each with an eccentric design. Wang Yu expressed his confusion. Sister Xiao, these models seem rather limited in function. Are there no humanoid designs with more capabilities? Feng Xiao was somewhat unfamiliar with these products, as she could not even afford the simpler models, let alone the more advanced ones. Doesn't any of this meet your requirements, Xiao Yu? Perhaps we should inquire within? She suggested, pulling Wang Yu toward the entrance. Regarding the prices, she had no worries. Wang Yu's funds were certainly sufficient. Just as they were about to enter the store, Hua Lu and her 3 companions trailed behind them. Chapter 60. The decision to purchase the succubus. Welcome to the Flash Technology Service Center. Upon entering the store, Feng Xiao and Wang Yu were greeted by a young saleswoman. However, after glancing at their combat armor, her enthusiasm waned, and she stood there in silence after a brief greeting. Just as Wang Yu was about to inquire further, Hua Lu and his companions entered the shop, causing the saleswoman to abandon Wang Yu in favor of them. Disappointed, Wang Yu decided to explore the store on his own. After wandering through most of the exhibition hall, Wang Yu and Feng Xiao found that the majority of the displayed items were household robots, which they deemed uninteresting. Wang Yu remarked, "Is this the only store here?" Xiao Xuejia? "No, you mentioned wanting a robot for household chores, and this brand specializes in that," she replied. Wang Yu felt a tinge of disappointment. His intention was not to purchase a robot, but rather to seek a maintenance key compatible with Rose. Thus, he urged Feng Xiao towards the exit. As they passed by Hua Lu and his friends, they were met with mockery. "Oh, the eternal stone woman, leaving so soon? Could it be that it's too expensive for you?" The saleswoman scoffed. "Huh, none of you can afford anything here, yet you wish for a lifelike model. If you're looking for excuses to leave, at least make them reasonable. However, since I'm in a good mood today, there's a place to the left that specializes in what you need, though I doubt you'll dare to enter." Hua Lu and his friends exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of what that store offered. While this store catered to practical living, the other store added a touch of intrigue to life. They were curious to see what would transpire once Wang Yu and Feng Xiao visited the latter establishment. Knowing the direction, Wang Yu led Feng Xiao toward the store. Within minutes, they encountered a row of display windows, and a mere glance confirmed they had arrived at the right place. However, upon seeing the dolls in the windows, Feng Xiao's expression turned uneasy. She felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that Wang Yu had needs in that regard? What should she do? How could she guide him? Oblivious to her thoughts, Wang Yu strode confidently into the store. Upon their entrance, the 3 salespeople regarded them with peculiar expressions, debating who would approach them. Ultimately, as none were willing, the team leader reluctantly stepped forward. "Welcome to Shadow Intelligence Technology. Sir and Miss, what can we assist you with?" "Whatever you can envision. Shadow Intelligence strives to fulfill your desires. I am Weiso, and it is my pleasure to serve you." Weiso, a middle-aged man with a somewhat sleazy appearance, darted his eyes between Wang Yu and Feng Xiao, his intentions unclear. It was not surprising. The sales staff had grown accustomed to serving customers with unique preferences, and young couples were rarely seen in such establishments. Wang Yu, unaware of the robot's specific functions, observed through his eye of analysis that the models here were similar to Rose, leading him to conclude that Rose was likely a product of this company. He was taken aback by the name, but greeted, "Hello, Mr. Sleazy. I'm looking for a specific part. I wonder if you have it?" Weiso found himself in a predicament. According to company policy, all intelligent robots could only be serviced by the manufacturer, meaning no parts were sold individually. Wang Yu, scratching his head, inquired, "Oh, I see. What I seek is a key." He proceeded to describe the shape of the maintenance key. Feng Xiao felt bewildered. When did intelligent robots come with such parts? However, Weiso's expression shifted to one of realization. The key Wang Yu described was exclusive to the high-end succubus series of shadow intelligence robots. Yet, he found it hard to believe that Wang Yu could possess a succubus, given its exorbitant price and the fact that each unit was equipped with only one private key. Internally, he scoffed, thinking that if the key could be broken, this young man must be quite extravagant, with a stunning beauty beside him, yet still desiring the company of a succubus. Nevertheless, he explained, Ah, you mean the private key? Each succubus comes with only one, and if it's damaged, there's no remedy. However, sir, if you desire a succubus, you could purchase a new one. This was indeed a conundrum for Wang Yu. His aim was merely to procure a key, while he was not overly concerned about compatibility. Thanks to his eye of analysis, the fact that he couldn't buy it separately left him deep in thought. Of course, his considerations were not about frivolity, but rather how to utilize the succubus effectively. Not far from the Shadow Intelligence specialty store, Hua Lu and his friends were eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Hua Lu remarked, "Why has that pauper been inside for so long without emerging?" Her friend replied, "Lu Jia. Do you think they might be entangled with the sales staff?" The blond man conjectured, "That seems unlikely. I suspect they might be arguing inside." Hua Lu commented, "It doesn't feel that way. It's too quiet." At that moment, Feng Xiao stood beside Wang Yu, her emotions in turmoil. Should she intervene? She worried that Wang Yu might resent her. Yet she had no suitable rationale to halt him, causing her inner turmoil. Having never dated before, she struggled to find a way to resolve the situation, leaving her in a state of anxiety. After contemplating, Wang Yu resolutely decided to purchase a succubus. He envisioned the possibility of training them as guards, thus gaining 2 protectors without cost. "Mr. Weiso, I made up my mind to buy a succubus." At this proclamation, Weiso was taken aback. What was this? Buying a succubus in front of his girlfriend? Feng Xiao, her mind racing, blurted, "You're not suggesting you have needs in that regard, right? I could actually assist you with that." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu turned to see Feng Xiao's bashful expression, momentarily stunned. What was going on? Had she misinterpreted his intentions? Realizing this, he responded earnestly, "Xiao Xuejia. What are you thinking? This succubus has other uses for me. With so few staff at my shop, there are many tasks that need handling." Weiso, fearing that Feng Xiao might jeopardize the transaction, quickly interjected, "Miss, our succubus series is indeed our premium product, possessing the capabilities of an all-purpose maid, able to assist the owner with numerous tasks." After he spoke, he internally scoffed, while this had been the original intent behind the succubus development. The price was so steep that one could hire 100 real maids for the same services. Thus, it was often those with particular desires who sought out a succubus. This explanation only fueled Wang Yu's interest further. An all-purpose maid? Precisely what I need. However, Feng Xiao, having pondered the matter thoroughly, finally found her counterargument. But hiring a maid or a store clerk wouldn't cost much. This succubus must be quite expensive, lacking in cost-effectiveness. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Yu perceived people's intentions as inscrutable. He had many secrets and would never hire someone for such personal tasks. Although the succubus was costly, he could maintain complete control. Chapter 61. The provocation of the green-haired fly, Feng Xiao, remained oblivious to Wang Yu's concerns, perceiving instead the compelling cost-effectiveness of the situation. After all, just a few days prior, Wang Yu had been a penniless wretch. Wang Yu, aware of her thoughts, assumed her apprehension stemmed from a fear of frivolous spending, and thus reassured her, "Sister Xiao, there are matters that cannot be resolved by hired maids or shopkeepers. I have my own plans, so you need not worry." Having said that, he turned to Weiso and inquired, "Mr. Wei, how much for the succubus?" Weiso slowly raised a finger and replied, 10 million. "If you find that price steep, I can offer you a slight discount." He hesitated to set a firm price, fearing Wang Yu might walk away if he did. "Well, that does seem a bit pricey. What discount can you offer?" After a moment's hesitation, Weiso responded, "Sir, my authority allows me to grant you a 10% discount, which is the absolute limit." Upon hearing this reduction, Wang Yu calculated in his mind 9 million after the discount, and he recalled that Mr. Li had mentioned an overall 20% off. Uncertain, he asked, "This price is acceptable. By the way, Mr. Li mentioned that my spending today would receive an 8% discount. How much would that be?" At this, Weiso felt a pang of regret, thinking, "Why didn't you mention that earlier? Had I known, I wouldn't have offered a discount." He quickly dashed to the front desk to confirm the information. After verifying that Wang Yu was entitled to Mr. Li's compensation, he learned that Wang Yu only needed to pay 80% of his total expenditure, with the remaining 20% covered by Mr. Li. Thus, Wang Yu willingly paid 2 million, and Weiso promptly arranged for the delivery. Normally, such a transaction would involve a grand ceremony, but Wang Yu preferred to forego the pomp. After receiving the box containing the key, he set the succubus to its initial state and personalized adjustments, naming her Tifa. All aspects, from appearance to name and personality, were attributed to his frequent explorations of 3D modeling prior to his journey here. Once these matters were settled, he instructed Tifa to don the provided maid outfit and followed Feng Xiao out of the store, intending to continue their shopping. Originally, Tifa was supposed to have a dedicated maintenance pod at the store, but he requested Weiso to deliver it to Feng Xiao's residence for later retrieval. At that moment, Feng Xiao's expression was clouded with displeasure, yet she clung to Wang Yu's arm. As they exited the store, they caught the attention of Hua Lu and her companions, who had been waiting. Hua Lu sneered, "Oh, the perennial stone woman, I didn't expect you to bring your boyfriend to Phantom Technology and even purchase one." Ah, Stone Woman remains Stone Woman, unable to resolve even that little matter. "I wondered if you were too frugal, saving all your money to buy this for your boyfriend." Her companion chimed in, "Sister Lu, she truly is generous. Look how far she goes to make her boyfriend happy. That doll doesn't seem like a cheap model." Skeptical, Hua Lu retorted, how much money could she possibly have? Just being able to afford an entry-level model would be impressive. Her friend agreed, "True, but judging by that appearance, it shouldn't be an entry-level model." Perhaps her boyfriend contributed a little. Hua Lu remained unconvinced. Tim, wearing those rags, he probably has barely a few coins to his name. She must have spent her entire fortune relying on Mr. Li's discount to make this purchase. If they could afford a model above entry-level, I would toss this LV outfit in the trash. As the two exchanged barbs, they failed to notice the golden-haired man staring intently at Tifa. Unlike Hua Lu, he was well-versed in Phantom's products, which were quite renowned in certain circles, and he recognized what he was seeing. With lustrous skin, animated eyes, and graceful movements, coupled with the box in Wang Yu's hands, he could hardly believe his assessment. Wang Yu, noticing the trio's presence, felt a surge of irritation and attempted to pull Feng Xiao away, only to be interrupted by Weiso emerging from the store. "Sir, I sincerely apologize. I was so busy earlier that I completely forgot about the succubus and the clothing package. You may choose the attire now, and we will send it along with the maintenance pod." As soon as Weiso finished speaking, the golden hair man exclaimed, "This is truly a succubus. How is that possible?" "Succubus? What model? Why are you so startled, young Master Jean?" Hua Lu gasped, her friend equally taken aback. At this moment, Weiso clarified, "Succubus is the pinnacle model produced by our Phantom Intelligent Technology." His words struck Hua Lu and her companions like a thunderbolt, rendering them speechless as the atmosphere fell silent. Wang Yu accepted the tablet Weiso offered, discovering an array of clothing styles. Dignified, alluring, conservative, and audacious, all imaginable options were available. However, lacking expertise or interest in clothing selection, he asked, "Are these garments exclusively for Tifa?" "Typically, yes. However, these are standard garments. You may use them as you see fit, as long as the allotted budget is exhausted." Uncertain why Wang Yu posed the question, Weiso provided a casual explanation. Wang Yu pondered, considering the variety of styles available, and decided it would be best to let Feng Xiao choose. "Sister Xiao, I am not well-versed in fashion. Please select what you like. Just leave 2 maid outfits for Tifa." After all, the proportions of the store's Rose and Tifa were quite similar, so matching maid outfits would suffice. At that moment, Feng Xiao frowned. "You purchase a maid robot and expect me to help with the clothing selection? What do you take me for?" Nevertheless, she accepted the tablet and, upon seeing the budget, her eyes widened in astonishment. The list featured nearly every prominent clothing brand available in the market. 1 million. I have to choose 1 million worth of clothing? Feng Xiao asked hesitantly. Wang Yu had not been overly direct, but his intent was clear. He wished to gift these garments to Feng Xiao, and he feared she might not comprehend. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao grasped Wang Yu's intention and eagerly began selecting outfits. 1 million was a sum she had never dared to envision. Though her job in the city was decent and she held a certain status, her finances were tight, and her wardrobe consisted mainly of combat attire. Now, with Wang Yu's generous offer, she intended to select freely and if the budget fell short, she would simply request a little more from him. As Feng Zhao's attention shifted to the clothing, Wang Yu turned to the stunned Hua Lu and her companions. Did I just hear something? Oh, I believe it was the green-haired one who said that if I could afford a model above entry level, she would toss her LV outfit into the trash. Yes, that's it. Oh, my mind. Well then, green-haired one, it seems you're due to fulfill your promise. At this, all eyes turned to Hua Lu. There was no escaping it. Among them, only she had green hair. Chapter 62. Plastic Flower Besties. Hua Lu could hardly believe that Wang Yu remembered a casual remark she had made. At that moment, she had merely been boasting in front of her friends, expressing confidence in her own opinions, never anticipating it would come back to haunt her. The thought of discarding her entire LV ensemble into the trash was utterly inconceivable. Not only was the outfit worth hundreds of thousands, but even if she were willing to part with it, it would utterly ruin her socially. In Tianhai City, gossip was abundant. What did you say? I don't understand. You must have misheard me. There's no way I would say something like that. Hua Lu vehemently denied it, and some bystanders shook their heads, indicating they had not heard anything. After scanning the crowd, she felt a weight lift from her chest. With this, she shot a defiant glance at Wang Yu. In truth, Wang Yu had merely intended to provoke Hua Lu. He had no recordings or evidence. As the onlookers sensed the absence of drama, they began to disperse. However, Hua Lu's friend suddenly interjected. Lu Jia, you did say that just now. How could you forget? Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was this the betrayal of a so-called plastic flower friendship? What could her friend possibly gain from this? He could not comprehend why Hua Lu's companion would turn against her. Hua Lu felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, staring blankly at her best friend. The onlookers halted, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. The only one who remained indifferent was Feng Zhao, who was enthusiastically selecting clothes. Hua Lu found it hard to believe her ears. This was her best friend after all. Xiaobai, what did you just say? I didn't catch that, she exclaimed. Her friend Xiaobai, wearing a pained expression, replied, Lu Jia, you said, if they can truly afford entry-level models or higher, I will toss this LV into the trash. I heard it quite clearly. She mimicked Hua Lu's tone as she spoke. At that moment, her expression resembled that of a child caught misbehaving. Yet her underlying motive was clear. Hua Lu, I'll let you flaunt your arrogance in front of me daily. In truth, Xiaobai was driven by jealousy and, having seen Wang Yu's lavish display, sought an opportunity to improve her standing. Presently, she was playing the part of the naive and innocent flower. In her eyes, Feng Zhao was slightly more attractive, but their figures were comparable. However, Feng Zhao carried the nickname Stone Woman, which alluded to her ineptitude. This left Xiaobai to believe that Wang Yu's interest lay solely in her. Speaking of capability, she prided herself on her skills, with her varied techniques. She fancied herself far more authentic than a mere robot. Now, she was creating an opportunity for herself to intersect with Wang Yu. Hua Lu was infuriated by Xiaobai's betrayal. Raising her voice, Xiaobai, why would you do this? I'll tear you apart. In her fury, she extended her hands, aiming to scratch Xiaobai's face. Startled, Xiaobai darted towards Wang Yu for refuge. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yu was speechless as Xiaobai stumbled to his side, only to fall. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her, halting the frantic Hua Lu. This green-haired girl merely stated the truth. Why must you react so vehemently? Instead of this commotion, perhaps you should consider tossing that outfit into the trash. Truth be told, he bore Xiao by little animosity. He had heard enough tales of plastic flower friendships before their journey, and given that Xiao Bai had provided him the opportunity to turn the tables on Hua Lu, assisting her felt warranted. Once restrained, Xiao Bai hid behind Wang Yu, apologizing in a whisper, Dove, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively, remaining silent. After gently patting Hua Lu's shoulder, he turned to her, I never expected you to bully my dear Xiao Lu, wanting to embarrass her publicly. Now, you have a chance. Apologize to her immediately. Apologize? It seemed she had instigated the entire situation. However, she refused to back down. With a light laugh, Wang Yu posed a question to the onlookers. Do you all agree? If you disagree, you shall face consequences. She just declared that everything LV on her must be tossed into the trash, and we are still betting on how many items she possesses. Surely she can't have them all? How could that be? I suspect there's only. As the crowd jeered, they cowered behind Jean Eyre Xiao, who shouted, "Silence! Do you not know where you are? How dare you make such a ruckus?" His command had a noticeable effect. The noise diminished significantly as the bystanders began murmuring in hushed tones. Noticing Wang Yu's quiet contemplation, Jean Eyre Xiao seized the opportunity to speak. "You there? I see you are clad in armor. You must be a martial artist. How about we resolve this in the manner of warriors?" Wang Yu puzzled thought. "I am no martial artist. I wear armor merely for self-preservation." Yet, he had confidence in his upgraded Savior L, his current combat prowess rivaling that of the pinnacle of the silver stage. "How clever of you." Jean Eyre Xiao smirked mysteriously. "Let us enter the arena. If you win, Xiaolu will do as you say. If you lose, you need not apologize, but the succubus behind you will belong to me." In truth, he had been contemplating how to acquire this succubus from Wang Yu all along, using the pretense of helping Hua Lu as merely an excuse. Upon hearing the terms, Wang Yu stared at him in disbelief. Was this fellow simple-minded? Despite his flashy appearance, his intellect seemed to rival that of a beast man. Did he truly believe Wang Yu would be so foolish? There was nothing to gain from victory, and losing would leave his pockets empty. Anyone with a modicum of sense would avoid such a gamble. Thus, Wang Yu replied, "Forget it. You might as well let the green-haired girl remove it. Everyone is waiting. Lastly, I suggest you consult a neurologist." At this, the crowd erupted in laughter, rallying behind Wang Yu. Jean Eyre Xiao stood stunned for a few seconds, finally processing Wang Yu's implication. A visit to a neurologist? How absurd. What do you mean? You want Xiao Lu to publicly discard her valuable LV? This would greatly tarnish her reputation. I merely mentioned the succubus as a wager. From a value standpoint, Xiao Lu's reputation and fashionable attire surpassed that of your succubus. Jean Eyre Xiao articulated his reasoning. Wang Yu was flabbergasted, pondering what nonsensical logic this was. It was a glaringly flawed scheme dressed in brazen confidence, as if he believed everyone around him was a fool. Finding little desire to argue with such a dimwit, Wang Yu addressed the onlookers. "Ladies and gentlemen, one individual claims there is excrement on her, which must be tossed into the trash. I kindly advised her to do so, and yet her friend insists that it is gold, wishing to wager with me. If I win, the excrement goes into the trash. If I lose, I must provide him with actual gold. What do you think? Is this person not unwell, deliberately causing a scene?" The crowd roared with laughter, all siding with Wang Yu while mocking Jean Eyre Xiao. In an instant, Jean Eyre Xiao's face flushed crimson, his blood pressure soaring. He could not fathom why. Despite being the one at a disadvantage, everyone was laughing at him. Behind Wang Yu, Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled with derision, though she concealed it beneath a facade of innocence, peeking at Feng Xiao as she selected garments. Upon seeing the outfits Feng Xiao was choosing, Xiao Bai instantaneously felt as though her ensemble was worthless trash. Although her attire bore a resemblance to Hua Lu's, it was merely a slightly pricier imitation. In stark contrast to the garments Feng Xiao was selecting, she felt a wave of envy rising within her, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. This was a pivotal moment, and she could not afford to leave a negative impression on Wang Yu. As Jean Eyre Xiao teetered on the brink of fury amidst the crowd's jeering, a commanding voice resonated. "You lot again." The crowd turned to find Mr. Li approaching with his assistant, a scowl etched upon his face. Chapter 63. A bet worth threefold the price of the succubus. Some bystanders were well aware of whom Mr. Li was referring to and shifted their gazes towards Wang Yu and the second young master Jean. As Mr. Li approached, Wang Yu greeted him first. "Good sir, it is a pleasure to see you again." However, Mr. Li's mood was less than pleasant, having encountered such a situation twice in one day. He frowned and asked, "Young man, what is the situation this time? Does it involve you again?" Seeing his expression, Wang Yu briefly recounted the events. After listening, Mr. Li did not immediately express his opinion, but turned to ask, "Second young master Jean, is he telling the truth?" At that moment, second young master Jean would certainly not admit to it. He retorted, "He deceives you. This brat insulted my friend, and when I demanded an apology, he refused. He even dared to insult me." Mr. Li observed the expressions of both men and the reactions of the onlookers. and he concluded that Wang Yu's account held a higher degree of truth. After second young Master Jean finished speaking, Shabby stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Li, the issue arose because Sister Lu inadvertently spoke words she should not have. Please, let it slide this time." Though she appeared to be pleading on behalf of Hua Lu, she inadvertently confirmed that Hua Lu was the instigator. After hearing her words, Mr. Li's assistant approached and whispered something in his ear. Mr. Li cleared his throat and said, "In that case, second young Master Jean, your friend instigated the matter first and uttered those words, so let it be as stated. Now leave this building." The assistant had discreetly inquired about Wang Yu's spending habits and reviewed the surveillance footage, which indeed corroborated Wang Yu's account, leaving Mr. Li somewhat astonished by Wang Yu's financial strength. However, Mr. Li's handling of the situation was not particularly lenient. Hua Lu would have to leave in full view of everyone. Second young Master Jean could not accept this outcome and protested, "Mr. Li, how can you handle it this way? It tarnishes my reputation. Hua Lu is my friend." In essence, Mr. Li was a new aristocrat, while second young Master Jean was a scion of an established noble family. Although Mr. Li possessed greater financial resources, the Jean family was not lacking in noble connections, rendering the comparison between the two almost equivalent. Seeing second young Master Jin's lack of wit, Mr. Li shot him a disdainful glance and remarked, "Second young Master Jean, you have thrown your dignity on the floor only to stomp on it yourself." The implication was clear. He had shattered his own reputation. Upon hearing Mr. Li's scorn, second young Master Jin's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Weiso took a look and said, "All right, Miss, it seems you have exceeded your limit a bit. What do you think?" Pointing to Wang Yu, Feng Xiao suggested consult him. Thus, Weiso approached Wang Yu, who glanced and, without hesitation, settled the bill. Having already chosen Feng Xiao's attire, Wang Yu's interest in further shopping waned. He began contemplating the future roles of Tifa and Rose as mere maids and shop assistants, a notion he deemed wasteful. Shouldn't they learn combat skills? An idea struck him. They could serve as guards. He could analyze the techniques of various martial artists and translate them into logical programs embedded within their cores. While this task might prove challenging for others, it would be a simple endeavor for him, given his eye of analysis. Converting the techniques into logical programming would be a breeze. Imagine Tifa and Rose clad in battle armor. Wouldn't that render them top-tier guards? There was no shortage of armor shops around, and if he were to acquire a few more succubi, it could very well become a battalion. The notion delighted him, even though it would be somewhat costly. The thought of a cadre of mechanical maidens at his service was simply exhilarating. The more he pondered, the more euphoric he became, nearly bursting into laughter. "I shall return here for another visit. You see to the matters at hand. I shall take my leave now." As Wang Yu prepared to exit, Mr. Li courteously remarked, "Very well, young man. You're always welcome here." After their exchange, Wang Yu took Feng Xiao's hand and turned to leave. Truth be told, he had initially sought to confront the insolent Hua Lu, but with Mr. Li present, he deemed it best to leave the matter in his capable hands. Regrettably, as he attempted to depart, the dim-witted second young Master Jean objected vehemently, shouting, "You insolent brat, the matter remains unresolved. Dare you leave?" The arena. A duel. When it came to a duel, Wang Yu felt no fear. Upon first mention, he had utilized his eye of analysis to scrutinize the opponent's armor, discovering it to be on par with that of the Du family shadow group. Even if second young Master Jean possessed superior martial skills, as long as he could identify the opponent's weaknesses, victory was assured. However, wagering with mere insults was foolish. Only genuine stakes would suffice. Seeing second young Master Jean persist in his quarrel, Mr. Li felt an overwhelming irritation but nonetheless stated, "Second young Master Jean, the terms of the bet are unequal. Spare yourself the embarrassment." "What do you mean?" "The reputation of my friend, alongside the LV brand, far exceeds the value of that succubus. I am personally involved." Second young Master Jean leaped up as if his tail had been stepped on. At that moment, the assistant leaned in again to whisper to Mr. Li. Mr. Li smirked derisively and replied, "What you deem valuable, I perceive as mere refuse compared to the nearby trash bin. That green-haired one? What reputation does a service technician hold?" Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had initially assumed Hua Lu to be a rebellious daughter of a wealthy family, only to discover she was merely a service technician. No wonder she was called Hua Lu. Unbeknownst to him, second young Master Jean was not truly concerned for Hua Lu. Rather, he had his sights set on Tifa, hoping to exploit the situation. Though he was foolish, he was not so naive as to risk his standing for a mere technician, finding no advantage in the situation. Second young Master Jean gritted his teeth and demanded, "Brat, you are set for the arena today. State your conditions." Wang Yu, equally exasperated by this bothersome opponent, decided that this rabid dog needed to be silenced decisively, or he would continue to bark incessantly. Resolved, he raised 3 fingers and declared, "3 times the price of the succubus. Agree to it, and we shall proceed. If not, begone and cease your barking." Mr. Li, somewhat astonished, inquired, "Young man, are you serious? I never speak in jest. It is merely a matter of whether this ostentatious young master has the guts." Wang Yu fell indignant, perceiving this as the final opportunity for Jean. Further entanglement would only lead to his financial ruin. Of course, if second young Master Jean truly brought forth the funds for the duel, Wang Yu would gladly accept them. As matters escalated, Xiao Bai timidly interjected, "Big brother. Second young master, please do not cause trouble. It puts Mr. Li in a difficult position. Moreover, second young master, you are an arena B-class gladiator." Before she could finish, Hua Lu shouted, "Shameless wretch." Silence. With that outburst, Xiao Bai fell silent, repeatedly apologizing, while no one could discern her true feelings. Upon hearing that second young Master Jean was a B-class gladiator, Feng Xiao felt no trepidation. His abilities were far inferior to hers, leaving him no chance against Wang Yu. Conversely, second young Master Jin's thoughts were quite the opposite. He believed Wang Yu's combat prowess paled in comparison to his own. Assuming the demand for 3 times the price of the succubus was merely a tactic to intimidate him. Yet, he could not muster such funds at the moment. In a moment of indecision, he glanced at Mr. Li and, with determination, stated, "Mr. Li, I did not bring sufficient funds today. Could you lend me some, and also serve as a witness?" Mr. Li turned to Wang Yu and asked, "Young man, what say you?" "That is acceptable. I trust you as a witness." Wang Yu responded, unconcerned, as long as the money was secured. How Mr. Jean and Mr. Li resolved their affairs was none of his concern. Chapter 64. The odds of Wang Yu. Wang Yu agreed to the duel, prompting Mr. Li to discuss borrowing matters with young Master Jean. Ultimately, young Master Jean signed a loan agreement, paying a 5 fee, with interest calculated separately. Once settled, the group headed to the nearby Jinwei Coliseum, and news of the impending duel between young Master Jean and Wang Yu spread rapidly. This news captured the attention of many gamblers, as young Master Jean was a well-known figure among B-grade gladiators, while Wang Yu was an obscure character. To these gamblers, the duel appeared to be a golden opportunity, and they eagerly inquired about the odds at Jinwei Coliseum. Upon arriving at the Coliseum, Wang Yu was guided by staff to complete the necessary information verification. After about 10 minutes, he found himself waiting in the holding area. Meanwhile, in the Coliseum office, Manager Du casually perused the information at hand. Wang Yu, a repair shop owner from outside the city, with a combat power at the initial stage of Black Iron, an unknown assembled battle armor, and a record of 0 in the Coliseum. Upon learning this, he nearly burst into laughter. How could such a person dare to accept a duel against young Master Jean? Truly unaware of his own limitations? However, he faced a dilemma when setting the odds. Young Master Jean, being a B-grade gladiator, had a combat power at the initial stage of bronze, and his armor was a customized piece, modified by the illustrious Du family. Crafting the odds for such a one-sided match proved challenging, as miscalculating could lead to disaster. After much contemplation, Manager Du discarded the welfare options and swiftly announced the odds. Upon receiving this information, the gamblers erupted in disbelief. Young Master Jin's victory seemed all but assured, yet the odds were astonishingly low. What they initially thought would offer some benefit had morphed into a mere 3-option bet. The odds were set at 1. 6 for a victory within 2 minutes, 1. 3 for 25 minutes, and 1. 15 for 5 to 10 minutes. Such low odds for a wager. If one wished for higher odds, they might as well bet on that country bumpkin, where the odds were 99. A bet there held a chance of overnight riches. But only a fool would take that plunge. In the eyes of the Colosseum, Wang Yu's odds were inconsequential, merely a spectacle to attract attention. Manager Du decided to set them at the maximum. Had the Colosseum's limit not been 99 times, he would have set it at 1,000 without hesitation. Did they think the odds were set by fools? Young Master Jean was renowned in the gladiatorial circles, while that country bumpkin had appeared from nowhere. Surely, that lad must have lost his mind to accept a duel against young Master Jean. The spectators speculated whether this duel was a trap orchestrated by young Master Jean and Jeanway Coliseum, given the glaring odds. If young Master Jean merely delayed until the 10-minute mark to eliminate his opponent, it would be a guaranteed win. Yet, if they proceeded with such a scheme, the reputation of Jeanway would be tarnished. Could the Du family be that dim-witted? It was hard to say at that moment. In the waiting area, Wang You and Feng Xiao, amidst Xiao Bai's astonishment, learned of the odds published by the Colosseum. In truth, Wang Yu had not intended to bring Xiao Bai along. She had stubbornly followed him, feigning innocence. She was originally employed as a private caregiver in such an establishment. Upon checking her phone, Wang Yu saw his odds and suddenly inquired, who was the financial backer behind Jeanway Coliseum? How could they set such odds without fearing collapse? Xiao Bai timidly replied, "Young sir, the esteemed Du family is behind the Jeanway odds, along with several prominent families. Given their financial strength, they need not fear collapse." Upon hearing the Du family mentioned, Wang Yu and Feng Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. They had to place their bets. With that thought, Wang Yu found the betting link and wagered 20 million on his own victory, while Feng Xiao placed a bet of 10 million, both dreaming of wealth. After placing their bets, they messaged Piao Xue, inviting her to join in on the opportunity. However, they kept their betting amounts hidden from Xiao Bai. Only after completing their wagers did Wang Yu say, "Miss Xiao Bai, thank you for providing this information. Trust my words, you can bet on my victory." Achieving financial freedom is not a dream. Xiao Bai feigned surprise, responding, "Young sir, I didn't expect you to have such confidence. I believe in you." In truth, she did not fully trust Wang Yu's words, but she felt obliged to place a token bet of 5,000, all the while pretending to be pitiful in front of him. To be frank, her 5,000 was merely one of her savings, and her demeanor suggested that if she lost, she would have to resort to her undergarments to afford dinner. At that moment, in the office of Tianqing Academy, Piao Xue leaped from her chair upon receiving messages from Wang Yu and Feng Xiao. Such a bountiful opportunity could not be squandered. With ample funds at her disposal, she summoned her assistant Meishin to help place anonymous bets. Thus, Wang Yu's winning pool surged with an influx of 130 million, rendering Xiao Bai's modest 5,000 nearly invisible. This nearly sent Manager Du, who controlled the odds, into a panic. After all, the total bets on young Master Jin's victory barely exceeded 3 million. Although he doubted Wang Yu's chances, if he were to win, it would undoubtedly be catastrophic, potentially ending his career. He began to suspect whether young Master Jin and Wang Yu had conspired against him. But no matter how he analyzed the situation, he could not conclude that such a possibility existed, as the Jin family would not dare offend the Du family. Time swiftly passed, and at last, Wang Yu and young Master Jin stood at the center of the dueling platform, both clad in their battle armor and helmets. The audience erupted in cheers, chanting for young Master Jin to dispatch his opponent swiftly. Feng Xiao in the waiting area was particularly excited, hoping Wang Yu would defeat young Master Jin quickly, allowing her to reap a windfall of 990 million. Xiao Bai pretended to worry, incessantly questioning Feng Xiao, who ignored her completely. Soon, the host took the stage, announcing the rules, followed by the declaration, "Duel commence." This proclamation resonated throughout the Colosseum, eliciting a wave of cheers from the audience. In response to their fervor, the seasoned young Master Jin raised his hand in action. It is hard to believe, yet it unfolds before our very eyes. Among the spectators are several gladiator agents, who discreetly inquire about Wang Yu's background. Chapter 65. Victory, substantial compensation received after delivering a swift sprinting punch. Wang Yu did not pursue his opponent, but instead remained stationary, waiting for the second young Master Jin to rise. Dazed and disoriented, Jin took approximately 5 seconds to gather himself before the referee finally reacted and began the countdown. Only upon hearing the countdown did Jin gradually rise to his feet. At this moment, the audience erupted in astonished shouts. Goodness, did I just witness that correctly? The golden flash nearly toppled from the arena. He brought this upon himself by being arrogant and underestimating his opponent. Jin's fervent fan base exclaimed, "That was undoubtedly a sneak attack, completely lacking in martial ethics. How dare he strike before my little golden flash was ready?" Critics scoffed. Sneak attack? Nonsense. He had already been warned, yet he continued to pose like a fool. If it were me, I would have unleashed a devastating kick to set him straight. The gamblers who had wagered high odds on Jin shouted in frustration, "Damn it, this must be a conspiracy in the arena. That kid is surprisingly strong. Refund, refund." The arena was filled with a cacophony of voices. Jin, now on his feet, stretched his neck in anger, declaring, "You little brat, you have some nerve to sneak attack me, striking my handsome face. This is unforgivable. I was considering letting you live for another 2 minutes, but now I shall crush you to pieces." Provoked, Jin unleashed his signature move, the Golden Charge. His armor radiated a dazzling golden light as he propelled himself toward Wang You, the brilliance causing the audience to squint, obscuring Jin's movements from view. With this technique, Jin had earned his reputation as the Golden Flash among B-class gladiators, and few could counter this maneuver. However, Wang Yu merely smiled, equipped with sunglasses and his eye of analysis. As Jin charged, Wang Yu practiced the evasive technique known as snowfall. The spectators erupted in cheers, believing that Wang Yu's sneak attack had incited Jin's fury, leading to his powerful counterattack, which would surely leave Wang Yu as nothing more than a pile of flesh. Jin's fans began counting down the seconds. 30, 25, 20. They were well aware of the duration of his special move. Many who had bet on a victory within 2 minutes cheered, confident that Wang Yu would be defeated before the move concluded at 1 minute and 45 seconds. Meanwhile, those who had intended to investigate Wang Yu's background abandoned their inquiries, realizing there was no need to investigate a corpse. At that moment, Wang Yu recognized that he had overestimated himself, but he was not as helpless as the audience imagined. Although Jin's strikes landed upon him, the evasive movements of Snowfall diffused the impact, and with the protection of his armor, he merely swayed uncomfortably, akin to a roller coaster ride, startling but ultimately harmless. As time ticked away, Jin's fans continued their countdown, while Wang Yu had fully deciphered Jin's attack pattern. Although it was not effortless to respond, he found opportunities to counterattack. 5, 4, 3, 2. The arena echoed with the collective countdown of thousands. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Yu had already prepared for a counterattack, waiting for Jin's next charge. 1. The audience's countdown reached its conclusion, poised to erupt in cheers. Just then, Wang Yu launched his counterattack, explosive elbow strike. The tremendous force created a deep crater in the protective wall, with Jin embedded within it, unable to even fall to the ground. After retaliating, Wang Yu felt discomfort in his elbow. The impact had been considerable, and without his armor, his arm might have been reduced to pulp. Observing Jin with the eye of analysis, Wang Yu discovered that his opponent had been knocked out cold. He shook his head in disbelief, realizing he had delivered a critical blow. The cheers that were about to erupt from the audience were abruptly stifled, mouths agape, eyes wide in disbelief. They could not comprehend how the individual who should have been a mere heap of flesh remained standing while the anticipated victor lay slumped against the wall. The scene lingered for several seconds as Wang Yu flexed his right arm, finding it merely a bit numb, but otherwise unharmed. He called out to the referee, "Referee, can you announce the result now?" The referee, finally snapping back toward Chapter 66, the unveiling of spatial abilities Wang Yu, upon perceiving the veins protruding on the forehead of Piaoxue, suppressed his trepidation. If this situation was not swiftly elucidated, he would inevitably face the torment of her true nature. Just as he was about to speak, he discovered himself immobilized, with only his eyes able to move. He found himself in a state of helplessness, unable to call for assistance from the heavens or the earth, and could only fixate on Piaoxue, attempting to communicate through his gaze, albeit hindered by the sunglasses he wore. After restraining Wang Yu, Piaoxue dispatched Feng Xiao and also cast Tifa aside, unwilling to let Feng Xiao witness her infliction of torment. Once the door was securely closed, Piao Xue approached Wang Yu with a graceful gait, twisting her waist and stretching her limbs. Wang Yu's eyes widened. Although Piao Xue's curvaceous and alluring figure could evoke endless fantasies, his mind was far from such distractions. This is it. This is the end. What can I do when I cannot even move? Am I destined to endure both suffering and pleasure? Wait, I am imprisoned. My abilities? Yes. I shall risk everything. Wang Yu activated the eye of analysis, casting aside all extraneous thoughts to scrutinize Piao Xue's condition. Previously, he had observed the external fluctuations of energy. This time, however, he was resolute, directing his gaze inward to analyze the internal structure and energy fluctuations of Piao Xue's body. Little Yu, does your teacher look good? Where do you wish to gaze? I shall fulfill your desires. Piao Xue teased Wang Yu with a whip, her tone sweet yet laced with frost, her eyes fixed intently on Wang Yu's face, searching for even the slightest change in expression. She eagerly awaited for him to revel in the experience before she struck, to understand what it meant to gaze at paradise from the depths of hell. However, after activating the eye of analysis, Wang Yu remained expressionless, akin to a wooden figure. In his vision, although he lacked the effect of X-ray vision, the color variations formed by the energy responses emanating from Piao Xue revealed numerous exquisite sights. Under normal circumstances, he might have struggled to maintain control, but now he had cast aside all distractions, solely focused on unlocking the ultimate secret of spatial abilities. After completing the analysis of her body, nothing was discovered. Proceeding to analyze the head, unfortunately, the analysis of spatial abilities demanded immense mental energy. Wang Yu pushed himself to the limits, his brain beginning to falter under the strain, blood oozing from his nostrils. Just a little longer. Hang in there. Seeing his condition, Piao Xue smirked internally. Little Yu, you can no longer hold back. I thought you were a monk, managing to remain expressionless in the face of my seductive movements, but it seems you were merely suppressing your feelings. She raised her whip, intending to strike Wang Yu, but halted upon noticing the sunglasses. Why are you wearing those, little Yu? Allow me to assist you, so you may see more clearly. With a beaming smile, she approached Wang Yu, lifting his chin with the whip and removing his sunglasses. Finally, she was able to gaze into Wang Yu's eyes, only to be taken aback by the mysterious sheen of his pupils. Confused, she wondered what he was doing, activating the eye of analysis to scrutinize her. At that moment, Wang Yu's pupils suddenly dilated, then the luster faded, leaving his eyes devoid of life. Overexerting his mental energy led to his abrupt unconsciousness, yet in those fleeting moments, he had managed to unravel the entirety of spatial abilities' secrets, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. The spatial abilities? Ha! Piao Xue felt a twinge of annoyance. I have yet to begin, and you have already finished. What a pity, I even brandished a whip, yet it went entirely unused. Helpless in her predicament, she decided to release Wang Yu from his confinement, and he collapsed onto the floor. Upon examining Wang Yu's condition, Piao Xue discovered he had merely exhausted his mental energy to the point of unconsciousness, with no serious harm done. A seed of doubt blossomed in her mind. Wang Yu had exhausted himself merely by using his abilities to observe her. Such a state should not have occurred, especially since she had not engaged in any combat. Her actions were merely simple movements. Could it be that he had imagined some elaborate scenario after observing her movements? Contemplating this, she raised her foot, contemplating making Wang Yu into Feng Zhao's dedicated junior, but hesitated at the last moment, ultimately abandoning the thought. Outside Piao Xue's office, Feng Zhao, blushing, pressed her ear against the door, attempting to eavesdrop on the happenings within. Unfortunately, she could discern not a single sound, while Tifa stood vacantly beside her. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, catching Feng Zhao off guard, and she stumbled inside. Xiao, what are you doing? I just lost my balance, haha. Feng Zhao quickly rose, noticing Wang Yu sprawled on the sofa, and inquired, Teacher, what happened to little Yu? He fell asleep comfortably, Piao Xue retorted, her irritation evident. To her, Wang Yu being unconscious was the most favorable outcome. Otherwise, he would be subjected to the whip's discipline. Yet, her words startled Feng Zhao, who immediately inquired, Teacher, you didn't make him comfortable. As she spoke, she realized the inappropriateness of her question and promptly fell silent, fidgeting with her fingers. Piaoxue noticed her discomfort and playfully tapped her on the head, saying, "What are you thinking, you shameless girl? By the way, you're not harboring feelings for this kid, are you?" "No, no." Feng Xiao hurriedly denied, though her expression betrayed her. "All right, he overexerted himself while using his abilities to observe me and ended up fainting. He just needs a moment to rest, and he will be fine. You watch over him. I have some matters to attend to." With that, Piaoxue left Feng Xiao behind and exited the room. With no choice left, Feng Xiao sat beside Wang Yu, supporting him. At the Golden Glory Coliseum, the gambler's emotions were now under control, yet the search for Wang Yu continued in every nook and cranny. The Coliseum sought him out to investigate the origins of mysterious funds and to provide an explanation to the Jin family. Conversely, the Jin family was merely seeking revenge. After all, although the second young master of the Jin family was not particularly prominent, he was still a legitimate heir. Beyond them, numerous factions, both large and small, were also on the hunt for him. Despite turning the entire Golden Glory Coliseum upside down, they failed to locate Wang Yu. Under mounting pressure, the Coliseum released surveillance footage, revealing only that Wang Yu had entered the preparation room. In the office of the Du family patriarch, he shattered his cherished crystal cup against the floor, shards scattering everywhere. This guy again. The Shadow Group lost members yesterday under unclear circumstances, and today he dares to infiltrate my treasury. Get me in touch with the Bloodblade mercenary group from Sky City. I want him to regret ever coming into this world. Following the orders, his butler slowly exited the office. 2 hours later, in Piaoxue's office, Wang Yu finally regained consciousness, the overexertion of his mental energy leaving him slightly dazed. "Little Yu, are you all right?" Feng Zhao's voice reached his ears, gradually bringing him back to awareness. Turning towards the sound, he was met with an unexpected sight. 2 large mountains obstructing his view. It dawned on him. I seem to be resting my head on senior sister Zhao's thigh. Indeed, it was not an ordinary hardness. The armor was exceptionally rigid. Next time, a more flexible material would be preferable, Wang Yu mused internally. Just then, Feng Zhao's voice chimed in again. "Little Yu, did you hurt yourself?" "I'm fine, senior sister Xiao." Wang Yu shifted slightly and finally managed to sit up. At that moment, the office door swung open and Piaoxue entered, holding a small vial. Seeing him seated, she said, "Little Yu, you are finally awake. First, drink this." Wang Yu accepted the vial, puzzled. "Teacher Piaoxue, what is this?" Piaoxue replied curtly, "Poison." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu grimaced, realizing that the witch was irked. Feng Xiao, sensing the tension, quickly explained, "This is a focus-enhancing potion meant to alleviate the aftereffects of excessive mental exertion for ability users." Upon her explanation, Wang Yu attempted to activate the Eye of Analysis to observe the potion, only to find that he could not concentrate, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly drink the potion. Chapter 67. Repairing the rose upon consuming the focus potion. Wang Yu felt an immediate alleviation of his dizziness, his mind becoming remarkably clear. He marveled at the potion's potent effects, realizing it would be wise to always carry it with him for moments when his mental energy ran low. He inquired about the source of this extraordinary potion from teacher Piaoxue, who retorted curtly, "Not for sale." Wen Xiao then elucidated, "Little Yu, this potion is exclusively for those with special abilities. You must register with the Ability Association and attain a membership level of B or higher to qualify for purchase. And it costs a staggering 100,000 per bottle." Though Wen Xiao herself was an ability user, her wind-based powers were rather unstable, and her current rank in the association remained at F. Upon learning about such marvelous items available at the Ability Association, Wang Yu asked, "How does one join this association?" His intention was to gain access to purchase the potion. However, Piaoxue interjected, "Little Yu, do not be hasty in joining. To do so, your combat strength must reach the Radiant Gold tier. Otherwise, it will be of no benefit to you." In her view, Wang Yu's ability was of SSS rank, yet his personal combat prowess was lacking. Joining the association could potentially attract trouble. Of course, once he achieved Radiant Gold status, adorned in battle armor, he would be able to contend with formidable opponents of the steel drill tier, thus gaining a measure of self-protection. Understanding Piao Xue's caution, Wang Yu chose to temporarily set aside his desire to join. "I understand, Teacher Piao Xue. Thank you for the focus potion," he expressed gratefully. "Yes, that's good to hear. By the way, do you think I look good enough to invoke your abilities and see through mental exhaustion?" Piao Xue pondered this question, analyzing it thoroughly, yet unable to decipher its meaning. Wang Yu, with a mysterious smile, replied, "Teacher, allow me to show you this technique." He activated the Eye of Analysis and extended his right hand. Suddenly, both Piao Xue and Wen Xiao were left astounded. They observed Wang Yu's hand traversing through a rift in space, reaching out beside Wen Xiao and climbing up the mountain. Wen Xiao's face flushed crimson, and Wang Yu froze in embarrassment. This was a significant error. He had intended to select her shoulder, but alas, it was his first attempt. And with his mental energy just restored, his targeting was slightly off. "Oh, so it was merely a miscalculation. I thought you had a penchant for climbing mountains and exploring caves. Little you, confess, how did you manage to acquire my spatial abilities?" "Well, my ability has a replication function," he confessed. Upon hearing his determination, Piao Xue remained silent. In her eyes, the forgetful repair shop outside the city was home to the esteemed old phone, who would be ready to assist should any issues arise, ensuring Wang Yu would not encounter danger. "Understood, Teacher Piao Xue." Thus, with Wen Zhao's reluctant gaze upon him, Wang Yu waved goodbye, taking Tifa and stepping into the spatial rift. Back in his sanctuary, Wang Yu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite causing quite a stir during his first visit to Tianhai City, his gains had been substantial. Without delay, he retrieved Tifa's key and rushed into the repair chamber to begin the unlocking process. For Wang Yu, hacking electronic devices posed no challenge. Utilizing the Eye of Analysis, he completed the task in under 10 minutes. Following this, he hurried to the sleep chamber, retrieved the rose, and placed it upon the operating table. "At last we can begin," he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Gently inserting the successfully cracked key into a concealed connection port, he was careful not to exert too much force, fearing the key might break. However, having observed Weiso's operations at the Phantom Technology Store, this step proceeded smoothly. Once the connection was established, Wang Yu utilized the key as a conduit to breach the rose's firewall. Within 2 minutes, he accomplished this task, enabling the rose to enter maintenance mode, and the inspection port of its body opened. Only then did he let out a breath of relief. The subsequent tasks were straightforward, inspecting the neuronal circuits, the microenergy engine, and the intelligent core. The primary issue with the rose lay within the microenergy engine, which had not sustained damage but had been locked, with the intelligent core facing a similar predicament. Resolving these issues was quite simple for Wang Yu, even less complex than unlocking the Savior Battle Armor. He completed the repairs in about 10 minutes, and now all that remained was to exit maintenance mode for the rose to function normally. However, possessing a degree of understanding regarding intelligent products, he surmised that the manufacturer would have certainly embedded a backdoor within the core program. Therefore, he began to analyze the core program, a task not typically within the grasp of ordinary individuals, yet the Eye of Analysis made it a breeze. Before long, Wang Yu identified 2 significant issues. First, the rose's core program had awakened a semblance of self-awareness. Second, the manufacturer had left a backdoor granting them ultimate control. Neither issue posed a significant challenge for him. The first could be rectified by initializing the rose's intelligent program, while the second required rewriting the highest permissions to patch the vulnerability. After some contemplation, Chapter 68, Acquiring Advanced Cultivation Techniques in the Forgotten Repair Shop. It was already deep into the night. Wang Yu lay on his bed, gazing intently at the Hunyuan jade tablet in his hand. Meanwhile, Rose and Tifa were busy installing surveillance equipment. After Wang Yu addressed all of Tifa's safety concerns, he drafted a set of maintenance guidelines for the power exoskeleton, assigning them the task of monitoring the area surrounding the repair shop. This set of guidelines was, in fact, Wang Yu's way of streamlining his work. With this document, Rose could manage the maintenance bay independently. As for Tifa, her responsibilities included daily reception duties and assisting Rose in her tasks. With both of them on board, One you could afford to be somewhat hands-off unless an insurmountable repair issue arose that Rose could not resolve. One you stared at the Hunyuan Jade tablet for an extended period, and in a moment of impulsiveness, activated the eye of analysis. Instantly, the Jade tablet transformed into a chaotic swirl of runes before his eyes. However, Wang Yu was perplexed as he gleaned no comprehensible information from it. The symbols eluded his understanding. Suddenly, the Hunyuan Jade tablet emitted a radiant purple light, which surged into his eyes before the tablet vanished. A torrent of information flooded his mind, overwhelming him to the point of unconsciousness. Rose remarked, "What a lazy bum. Here I am, working hard while he sneaks off to sleep." Tifa interjected, "Rose, you mustn't speak ill of the master. According to the maid's code, it is now time to attend to him. Go take care of it yourself." Rose retorted before retreating to the sleep chamber for rest. Tifa stood there momentarily, then proceeded to fulfill her duties as per the maid's code. The following morning, Old Feng knocked on the door of the Forgotten Repair Shop. When Rose opened the door, she was taken aback. When did the young master start hiding women in the shop? No, wait. There is no life force. It's a doll. A robot. Seeing Old Feng staring at her in bewilderment, Rose greeted him. "Good morning, Mr. Feng. I am Rose, and the master is still asleep." Last night, Wang Yu had informed Rose of the day's agenda, which included details about Old Feng. Old Feng, still in a daze, asked, "Oh, hello. It's quite late. Why haven't you woken him yet? Is he no longer in business?" Rose replied. The master indicated that everything would proceed as usual. "For repairs, please relay your request to me. However, starting today, repair fees will increase by 20. The 20 individuals waiting outside for repairs murmured complaints but refrained from arguing, dutifully stating their requests. Thus commenced Rose's first day as the acting shop manager, mirroring Wang Yu's approach by closing the door for repairs. By noon, Wang Yu slowly awoke, only to find himself weighed down by something warm and elastic. At that moment, Tifa's voice reached his ears. "Master, you are awake." Dazed, Wang Yu blinked and pulled back the covers, revealing the loyal maid Tifa. He vaguely recalled that in her initial settings, the service options included both active and passive roles, and he seemed to have chosen the active one. He marveled at the sophistication of this high-end model. Its steep price was indeed justified. After a few minutes, Wang Yu entered the reception area, where Rose was seated on the sofa. Upon seeing him, she greeted, "Good afternoon, master. The morning's repair tasks have been completed and all reports submitted." "Well done, Rose. There's nothing pressing for the rest of the day. Remain on standby." He pondered the whereabouts of the Jade tablet, realizing he could not find it after waking. He recalled that it had been in his hand when he activated the analysis, and then it had suddenly emitted purple light, flooding his mind with information. As thoughts of the information surfaced, he remembered a technique titled Hunyuan Battle Body, Mortal Edition. Surprised, he realized that this technique was detailed yet intricate. Wait, the Hunyuan Battle Body must be linked to that Jade tablet. Indeed, the tablet was named Hunyuan. With that in mind, he began to study the Hunyuan Battle Body technique. It was created by the Hunyuan sovereign and belonged to an advanced cultivation civilization. Practicing this technique would incrementally elevate one's life level, ultimately leading to the realm of eternity. Eternity? Immortal life? Astonishing. Wang Yu mused that such a powerful technique was a must to cultivate. However, after half an hour of attempts, he found himself unable to practice. Although the information was in his mind, he could not initiate the first step of body shaping. Frustrated, he lamented, "Am I to merely gaze upon this treasure without a means to access it?" In the midst of his distress, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the mirror, an epiphany striking him. Right? I still possess the eye of analysis. I refuse to believe I cannot make this work. Inspired, Wang Yu moved a large mirror in front of himself, activated the eye of analysis, and began to attempt the technique by observing his reflection. Through the mirror, he finally identified the issues he faced, and it indeed proved effective. This revelation filled him with exhilaration. He could adjust his movements in real time according to the reflection. Time passed swiftly, and after 3 hours, Wang Yu successfully completed the body shaping of the Hunyuan Battle Body, Mortal Edition, officially commencing his cultivation of this technique. At this point, his mental energy was severely depleted, compelling him to pause. Yet upon completion of the body shaping, he felt a significant transformation within his physique. Wang Yu threw a punch into the air, the sound slicing through the atmosphere with a whoosh. Incredible! This sensation must equate to the strength and speed of the bronze tier. This technique is indeed formidable. He was no longer the naive individual ignorant of combat prowess. This feeling was unmistakably clear. Even without the battle armor, he possessed physical attributes on par with the bronze tier. Thus, Wang Yu had finally compensated for his last deficiency. In terms of abilities, the Eye of Analysis represented the pinnacle. Even SSS-grade spatial abilities could be deciphered, allowing him to wield them. As long as he found an opportunity to analyze any ability, he could manifest it. As for technology, it was a matter of will. The only limitation lay in acquiring materials. Provided he obtained sufficient resources, creation would cease to be a challenge. His wealth was sufficient for the time being. The sole shortcoming remained combat power. With a bronze tier body and the enhancement of the Savior battle armor, ascending to the radiant gold tier was within reach, sufficient for him to establish himself in Tianhai City. However, while he had gained combat power, his martial skills and combat experience were still lacking. Wang Yu reclined on the sofa, contemplating how to enhance his experience. To do so, he needed a place to gain experience, and the arena seemed the most fitting. Yet, venturing to the arena would expose him to too much scrutiny, given his numerous secrets, which could lead to significant trouble. Alternatively, the wilderness hunting grounds could serve as an excellent option, albeit fraught with uncertainty. He had already attracted quite a few foes, and going there could easily result in pursuit. It appeared that even acquiring experience came with a plethora of restrictions. If only it were as simple as gaming, finding a spot to grind would be delightful. Old Feng. Could he be a viable option? This old man seemed rather formidable. Seeking experience with him could indeed prove beneficial. His approach diverged from the norm. While others relied on combat to develop muscle memory and combat awareness, he sought knowledge through the Eye of Analysis, simultaneously familiarizing himself with martial techniques. Having made up his mind, he sent a message to Old Feng. Chapter 69. Gaining Experience and Enhancing Strength. Old Feng, nestled in a merry tavern with a drink in hand and engaged in business discussions, received a message that momentarily stunned him. At that moment, the leader of the Hellcat hunting team, Lynx, was persistently toasting him, eager to secure a long-term partnership. In truth, Old Feng was equally interested in this business opportunity. However, he was uncertain how Wang Yu would respond, so he refrained from giving an immediate answer. After reviewing Wang Yu's message, he replied, "Leader Lynx, Master Wang has some matters to discuss with me. I'm intrigued by your proposal, but I need to consult with him first." Lynx responded, "Of course, Mr. Feng. Take your time. Remember to join us for drinks tonight." Old Feng rose and made his way to the repair shop. Upon his arrival, Wang Yu wasted no time in sharing his thoughts, which left Old Feng somewhat displeased. "You enjoy toying with this old body of mine. Honestly, I'd rather spend this time drinking. 10,000 an hour." Old Feng scoffed. "That's hardly enough to satisfy my hunger." 20,000. Not even enough to compensate for the mental strain. Wang Yu retorted with determination. 40,000. Keep complaining, and I'll reduce your commission. After some hesitation, Old Feng begrudgingly agreed. "Well, I suppose I can manage that." Wang Yu then presented a set of Shadow Dragon Dark Guard battle armor, saying, "Put this on. I fear I might inadvertently cause you harm." Old Feng, unimpressed, replied, "Huh? Do you really think you possess such skill? You'd be lucky to touch a hair on my head." Nevertheless, under Wang Yu's insistence, Old Feng ultimately donned the armor. After sending away 2 maid robots to guard the premises, Wang Yu pulled Old Feng into an armored vehicle, departing for the original site of the Forget Worry repair shop, a secluded location free from distractions. While he could have utilized his spatial abilities to arrive there, he preferred not to expend mental energy at this moment. Before long, they reached their destination, standing before the ruins. Old Feng inquired, "Wang, how do you wish to train?" Wang Yu replied, "You can strike me, or I can strike you. Either way works." To him, it was merely a matter of experience, as any sparring would suffice. "Very well. Are you prepared? I shall make my move," Old Feng declared. Wang Yu nodded and activated the Eye of Analysis. In the next instant, he was sent flying several dozen meters by a kick from Old Feng. Although he emerged unscathed and was able to track Old Feng's movements, he realized that Old Feng had not employed any techniques, merely walking up to him and delivering a swift kick. Simply put, it was all about speed, so swift that he could hardly react. If this continued, he would only be on the receiving end of blows, rendering any attempt to gain experience futile. After regaining his footing, Wang You devised a plan, exclaiming, "Old Feng, you must match my strength and speed." Old Feng chuckled, nodding in agreement, thinking, equal strength and speed? I can still crush him. Upon receiving Old Feng's consent, Wang Yu unleashed an attacking technique he had learned from the Shadow Dragon Dark Guard, swiftly closing the distance to Old Feng. Of course, the outcome remained unchanged. But with the help of the Eye of Analysis, Wang Yu began to comprehend the principles and methods behind Old Feng's techniques, as well as their strengths and weaknesses. Thus, through his continuous probing, Wang Yu managed to analyze many of Old Feng's minor techniques and tricks. The battle gradually evolved from a one-sided rout to a more even contest. Old Feng grew increasingly astonished. This kid was a monster, making rapid progress. Within just 2 hours, he had mastered basic attack techniques, employing them against me. What began as Old Feng's casual approach transformed into a heightened state of vigilance, as Wang Yu's fists and cunning tactics were no trifles. Yet, Old Feng was still holding back. Many of his ancient martial arts techniques had yet to be utilized. Conversely, Wang Yu found himself growing more adept, his techniques becoming increasingly imaginative. Gradually, in this evenly matched state, Wang Yu began to gain the upper hand, while Old Feng found it increasingly challenging, with subtle openings frequently presenting themselves. "Here's my chance, old man. Witness my raging fists of fury." Wang Yu seized the moment, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches, whimsically dubbed the Raging Fists of Fury. As he unleashed a flurry of punches towards Old Feng's face, the latter's expression darkened with frustration. "Hitting the face, you little rascal. You clearly have no understanding of proper combat etiquette. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Extreme martial domain." As Old Feng's voice resonated, Wang Yu felt as though his fists were mired in a quagmire, unable to advance or retreat. Through the lens of the Eye of Analysis, a true energy field manifested around Old Feng. Before Wang Yu could fully analyze the situation, Old Feng made his move. He stepped forward and thrust his right palm forward, exclaiming, "Crushing mountain." Before the words had left his lips, Wang Yu was propelled nearly 100 meters away, leaving a long trail in his wake. Fortunately, Old Feng had not exerted full force. Otherwise, Wang Yu's fate would have been far graver than mere displacement. An explosion would have been his end. This was an ancient martial arts technique known as the crushing palm, requiring true energy to shatter the target in place. However, Old Feng had merely allowed the true energy to explode in front of Wang Yu, propelling him away. "Wang, let's call it a day. If we continue, this old body of mine might just fall apart." At this point, Old Feng could only rely on true energy and ancient martial arts techniques to suppress Wang Yu. Otherwise, he would have to rely solely on speed and strength. Wang Yu, equally astonished, had not anticipated the overwhelming power of ancient martial energy. He was still analyzing the technique Old Feng had just demonstrated, though the analysis was proving mentally taxing. After Old Feng called for a ceasefire, Wang Yu had gleaned a general understanding, but his mental reserves were nearly depleted. Nonetheless, he had gained considerable insight. "By the way, could you teach me the technique you just used?" Old Feng, taken aback, replied, "You lack martial energy. Learning this would be futile. Merely mimicking the form serves no purpose." "I meant, could you teach me the martial energy itself?" "Absolutely not. Teaching you would only bring you harm." "Why?" "Because I know it would not benefit you. Don't ask too many questions. And remember, do not mention martial energy to anyone else. Otherwise, I may find myself in trouble." Although Old Feng did not explicitly state it, Wang Yu discerned some underlying information and opted not to press further. Thus, the two boarded the armored vehicle and took off. Suddenly, Old Feng recalled Lynx's proposition and inquired. "Today, a hunting team approached me, seeking to establish a long-term business relationship with the repair shop. What are your thoughts?" Wang Yu pondered for a moment before responding. "Such a business deal is not out of the question. It depends on their specific needs. They wish to undertake a complete equipment overhaul for all members, casually purchasing several sets of poison while entrusting all subsequent repair work to us. purchasing several sets of poison. I have over 100 sets of armor. Do they not have any other ideas? The repair shop's warehouse was brimming with armor, and Wang Yu wished to offload some of it. Old Phone paused, saying, I did not mention this, nor did they inquire. Do you genuinely wish to sell? Why not? There's far too much clutter. By the way, we can also offload some of these armored vehicles. We have more than 20 vehicles confiscated from the Du family, which are of no use to me. After hearing this, Old Phone contemplated, I can inquire on your behalf. How shall we split the profits? The usual terms. Upon returning to the repair shop, night had fallen. Wang Yu instructed the two maid robots to prepare dinner while he reclined on the sofa to rest. At that moment, Feng Xiao sent him a message. Have you received the maintenance pod for the succubus? Wang Yu replied, Not yet. Did you send it? Feng Xiao responded, Well, it wasn't me personally. I arranged for a courier service to deliver it this afternoon. How is it that it hasn't arrived yet? This is rather slow. At that moment, Wang Yu received a notification indicating that a package awaited collection, prompting him to instruct Rose to open the door for the delivery. Before long, the two maid robots wheeled in a large box. Master, your goods. Would you like to inspect them? Please do open it. That's a relief. I was concerned something had gone awry, given the delay. Wang Yu, it's hard to say. Perhaps deliveries within the city are quicker, while we are situated outside. Just then, upon unwrapping the package, Rose noticed something amiss. A fully armed individual lay within the maintenance compartment. She immediately exclaimed, Who are you? A sudden chill enveloped Wang Yu's heart. Chapter 70. A billion bounty on my life. Rose discovered that there were individuals within the succubus maintenance pod, and in an instant, she pulled Tifa aside to hide. Upon hearing her shout, Wang Yu immediately became alert and dashed towards the savior L battle armor. In such circumstances, regardless of who the intruders were, they undoubtedly bore ill intentions. Without the armor, he felt utterly vulnerable. The reason he did not simply tear through space to escape was due to the excessive mental strain it would entail. Depleting his mental energy could prove detrimental in a subsequent confrontation. Just as Wang Yu approached the armor, the maintenance pod opened, and 4 fully armed figures burst in. The leader, Bloodhand, clad in crimson armor, fixed his gaze on Wang Yu, exclaiming, Boy, I never expected you to have such reflexes. Do you think you have time to don your armor? Don't waste your efforts. Wang Yu disregarded him, standing resolutely before the armor and activating the automatic donning feature. Seizing this moment, he attempted to send a message to Old Feng and Piao Xue, but alas, the feedback indicated a signal disruption. At that moment, he realized the gravity of the situation. The intruders had activated a signal jammer upon entering, indicating they possessed knowledge of his capabilities. Now, he could only rely on himself to navigate this predicament. As the Challenger L armor began to don itself automatically, Bloodhand momentarily hesitated, then with a swift gesture, hurled a throwing knife at Wang Yu. The intelligence Bloodhand had received indicated that Wang Yu's armor was an assembly type, its combat capabilities unknown. Yet it hinted that he might be concealing his true strength. Given Wang Yu's rapid approach to the armor, they deduced he was hiding his power rather than relying on the armor itself. Thus, Bloodhand's momentary pause upon witnessing the automatic donning feature was unsurprising. Wang Yu deftly tilted his head to evade the incoming knife, and soon the armor was fully donned. This spectacle astonished Bloodhand. The boy possesses some skill. No wonder there is a bounty of 1 billion on his head. Wang Yu's displayed combat prowess in the arena was merely at the upper limit of the Silver Flash tier. Such a skill level would typically warrant a bounty of several tens of millions. To ensure that Bloodblade could dispatch a team of Gold Glimmer tier, the Du family had made a substantial investment. It is worth noting that in Tianhai City, there were only 12 publicly acknowledged Gold Glimmer tier warriors. Bloodblade had dispatched an entire squad composed of Gold Glimmer tier members for this task. Of course, a ground city like Tianhai could not be compared to a sky city, where the number of Gold Glimmer tier warriors was considerable, holding a status akin to that of Silver Flash tier in Tianhai. 1 billion bounty? This astonished Wang Yu as well. He surmised that only the affluent families in Tianhai City could afford such a sum. However, he could not ascertain which family was responsible. So he inquired, Which wealthy individual is willing to spend $1 billion on my life? Bloodhand replied, I will present your head to him, and you shall know then. Team member A interjected, boy, I think you might as well cut off your own head to save us the effort. Team member B added, indeed. You seem to enjoy yourself quite a bit, hiding to succubi. If you perish, we could take care of them for you. The individual lying in the maintenance pod remarked, that's a splendid idea. We'll make sure to deliver the nurturing report to you post-haste. Hearing their banter, Wang Yu realized he would not extract any information about the financier, so he stated, you need not concern yourselves with that. However, I am curious. How did you devise this ambush? The maintenance brother responded, it's amusing. I thought you would be the one to open the pod. But it seems you let the succubi do it. In truth, this idea had been a spur-of-the-moment decision by the maintenance brother. When they arrived, Wang Yu had just left, and they were unaware of his whereabouts. To facilitate their plan, Bloodhand instructed a few members to investigate the situation. They discovered numerous surveillance cameras around the Wang Yu repair shop and learned that he had departed in a flying vehicle with old phone. While pondering their next move, a delivery person fortuitously asked for directions, granting them an opportunity. The maintenance brother, in a playful mood, initiated a Trojan horse scheme. However, they did not anticipate that it would be Roses who opened the pod, causing their ambush plan to falter and forcing them to resort to a backup strategy. The maintenance brother activated the signal jammer, allowing Bloodhand and his 3 companions to breach the door. Yet, they had not anticipated Wang Yu would don his armor so promptly. Wang Yu found the maintenance brother's plan plausible. Had he attempted to open the pod, he might indeed have been slain. At this moment, he felt fortunate that his earlier laziness had afforded him the opportunity to don his armor. Do you not fear the potential for failure by barging in here? Bloodhand scoffed disdainfully. Your combat prowess is not particularly formidable, though that one called Old Phone does possess a certain strength. Unfortunately, he is absent. The maintenance brother mocked. Failure? How could that be? Boy, donotist. According to your data from the arena, your combat strength barely reaches the upper limits of the Silver Flash tier. Do you know what our combat capabilities are? Brace yourself. Don't wet yourself in fear. Wang Yu, perplexed, replied, what are your combat capabilities? Do you really think I will be frightened? Do share. Here, he gleaned a hint of information. The data from the arena was undoubtedly linked to the Golden Glory arena. And given the recent turmoil, it was clear there was a financial backer involved. Though he did not possess absolute certainty, he felt a strong conviction of about 70%. Upon hearing Wang Yu's apparent lack of fear, the maintenance brother lifted his chin slightly. Boy, my comrades and I are of the Gold Glimmer tier, and Captain Bloodhand is of the High Gold Glimmer tier. In Tianhai City, the strongest among the 12 warriors are merely of the High Gold Glimmer tier. Are you beginning to grasp your precarious situation? Do you feel the urge to relieve yourself? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu was indeed startled, but he was far from losing control. If he were truly frightened, he would have abandoned everything and fled through a spatial portal long ago. Presently, he felt an urge to test the waters and discern the gap between himself and the Gold Glimmer tier. It was a classic case of a young bull not fearing the tiger, having gained 2 hours of experience from Old Phone, but now aiming to soar. Seeing Wang Yu's lack of reaction, the maintenance brother pressed, so, what is it going to be? Have you soiled yourself? Standing there, motionless? Wang Yu retorted, damn it. Only the coward would soil himself. Just Gold Glimmer tier. And you speak so grandly that I almost believed you were of the Radiant Diamond tier. At this point, Bloodhand grew impatient with Wang Yu's banter, ordering, enough of this idle chatter. Go. Cut him down and let us wrap this up. Team member B urged, make it quick. There are plenty of battle armors here. Don't damage them all. Team member C added, I didn't expect this mission to yield quite a bit of extra profit as his companions urged him on. The maintenance brother reluctantly drew his alloy combat knife, stating, boy, you'd best stand still. My knife isn't particularly sharp. If I miss, it might not kill you outright, but it will certainly bring you some excruciating pain. As he brandished the combat knife, when he called out to Roses, Roses, go to the storage room and fetch me a few combat knives. Roses was somewhat reluctant, wanting to retort, but she could not exhibit any hints of autonomous awareness at that moment and could only comply with the order, though she also brought Tifa along. Internally, she scoffed at her master's judgment, realizing that all those individuals were Gold Glimmer tier. It would be wiser to utilize spatial abilities to escape rather than engage. She had gleaned this from her secret inquiries with Tifa, as Wang Yu had never employed spatial abilities in her presence. The maintenance brother would certainly not permit him to retrieve the combat knives, and just as Roses and Tifa set off, he made his move. Shadow flash, instantaneous. The maintenance brother appeared behind Wang Yu in an instant, the afterimage of his previous location gradually fading. Meanwhile, Wang Yu stood motionless, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. After executing his strike, the maintenance brother twirled his knife, sheathing it and counting down 3, 2, 1. Down. However, nothing happened. Wang Yu turned around with a mysterious smile. Buddy? What were you just saying about down? The maintenance brother was taken aback. His 3 teammates shared his shock, while only Captain Bloodhand wore a dark expression. In that moment of confusion, Roses had already pulled Tifa into the storage room. Chapter 71. Fierce Battle. Repair shop reduced to ruins. Peeling and his 3 companions were perplexed as to why Wang Yu remained standing. The earlier blow had been delivered with full force, yet they had not observed any sign of movement from him. Under normal circumstances, at this moment, Wang Yu's head should have succumbed to the pressure and soared into the air. Upon hearing Wang Yu's inquiry, Peeling foolishly asked, "Why haven't you fallen?" A simple punch struck directly at the center of Peeling's face, astonishing everyone with its apparent lack of power. Peeling's head did not even wobble. Naturally, Peeling was wearing a full-face helmet, so they did not witness blood seeping from his 7 orifices. Wang Yu had not taken a hit from Old Feng's mountain collapse frivolously. Although he could not fully decipher the extreme martial domain or mountain collapse, he had gleaned some understanding of the nature of true energy. This blow was a product of his experimentation. He discovered that the primordial battle body could indeed simulate true energy. Thus, employing the principle of mountain collapse, he delivered a punch that sent true energy into Peeling's head. As a result, he inadvertently executed a penetrating strike. Under normal circumstances, his penetrating strike would not have had such an effect, but coincidentally, he was clad in the Savior L battle armor, which enhanced true energy output. Peeling, in his overconfidence, met a dismal fate. His teammates, unaware of the situation, began to shout, "Peeling, why are you still standing there? A fist is right in your face. You can't be pretending to scare him, can you? There's a limit to playing cool. I don't want to waste time with you. Hurry up and finish him. We're still waiting to study those 2 succubi." At this moment, only the Captain Bloodhand sensed something amiss and exclaimed, "Peeling, move aside quickly. That kid must be an ability user." However, as he finished speaking, Peeling collapsed. His brain turned to mush. How could he remain standing? Wang Yu was somewhat astonished by the outcome. His eye of analysis revealed that Peeling was dead. Team member A, impossible. Peeling should just be unconscious. Team member B, that kid clearly got hit, yet he is completely unscathed. Team member C, exactly. In truth, Bloodhand was also baffled as to how Wang Yu had evaded that attack. His life detection revealed Wang Yu was unharmed, prompting him to warn Peeling, suspecting Wang Yu might be an ability user. Yet, after witnessing Wang Yu in action, he realized that he was far from ordinary. All 3 of you attack together. Be cautious of his abilities. I still haven't figured out what type they are. After issuing the command, Bloodhand readied himself, his gaze firmly fixed on Wang Yu. The 3 team members drew their alloy battle knives and surrounded Wang Yu. At that moment, Rose and Tifa, who had gone to retrieve the battle knives, emerged, each clutching 5 knives. "Throw them here." Wang Yu, remaining vigilant, had not picked up Peeling's fallen knife earlier, and now, with the 3 team members closing in, he had no opportunity. Therefore, he instructed the 2 mechanical maidens to toss the knives to him. The maidens complied obediently, hurling 10 battle knives into the air. Seeing this, team member B sprang up to intercept, while team members A and C swung their knives at Wang Yu. Shadow Blade, 1,000 Phantoms. The 2 employed their ultimate moves, their alloy knives transforming into a multitude of blade shadows, surging toward Wang Yu. Faced with this dense barrage of blade shadows, Wang Yu remained calm. His eye of analysis had identified their weaknesses. Although the blade shadows appeared impenetrable, each attack was feeble, incapable of breaching the defenses of Savior L. Block. Step forward and thrust. This maneuver was somewhat comical, as Wang Yu was essentially mimicking a move from a game, yet it proved effective. He parried team member A's knife, was struck by team member C's blade against the shoulder of his armor, leaving a slight mark, but his thrust, infused with true energy, landed squarely in team member A's abdomen. The impacted team member A was propelled like a rocket, crashing through the wall of the repair shop and landing in the open space outside. As for whether he was alive or dead, Wang Yu had no way to ascertain, nor did he have time to check. In fact, Bloodhand and the three team members had committed a common error in judgment, presuming that Wang Yu would prioritize grabbing a battle knife before engaging them in combat. They could not fathom that Wang Yu would endure the damage and confront them head-on. Team member B intercepted all the knives thrown into the air, while team member C continued to engage Wang Yu, preventing him from seizing a knife. Bloodhand also drew his knife, waiting for an opening from Wang Yu, who sensed Bloodhand's movements and remained vigilant against the sneak attack. Despite having unexpectedly taken down Peeling and team member A, it did not imply that Bloodhand and his companions were inept. Rather, it was a momentary lapse in their thinking that allowed Wang Yu to find an opportunity. Soon, team member B joined the fray, and Wang Yu felt a bit of pressure. Of course, without the watchful Bloodhand, his burden was significantly lighter. At this juncture, Wang Yu could only dart around the room, seeking an opportunity. The repair shop, under the relentless clash of blades, had become a scene of destruction. Wang Yu felt helpless. The shop was destined for ruin. At this moment, the two mechanical maidens could do nothing but hide in the warehouse. Wang Yu was aware of this and refrained from drawing the battle into the warehouse, choosing instead to fight in the hall. However, the adjacent smart repair chamber was not spared and had already been reduced to scrap metal. As the battle progressed, Bloodhand intermittently launched attacks, leaving numerous wounds on Wang Yu, yet his armor remained intact. The situation at Wang Yu's repair shop soon came to light, and the news reached Old Feng. Rushing to the scene, Old Feng found the repair shop nearly in ruins. Initially intending to intervene, he suddenly furrowed his brow, as he noticed several unexpected figures lurking in the shadows, cloaked in robes. Damn it! When did the hyena organization arrive? This is troublesome. It must be because someone discovered the last incident and sent people to investigate. I cannot act now. While he could indeed resolve Wang Yu's predicament, doing so would only create trouble for himself, and he could not allow the situation to escalate for Xiaoxue. He had no choice but to wait. Fortunately, Wang Yu was still holding his ground. At this moment, Wang Yu's mood was far from pleasant. After the building's collapse, he noticed a crowd gathering at a distance, which further restricted his combat effectiveness. He could not use his spatial abilities openly. His only remaining options were true energy and the eye of analysis. Just as he began to feel frustrated, Bloodhand succeeded in a sneak attack, kicking him into the rubble. Team members B and C followed suit with their knives. In that moment, he noticed a battle knife beside him, swiftly rolling to evade the attack and grabbing the knife in one motion. Get up! Instant shadow, flick! Wang Yu executed the move fluidly, replicating Peeling's signature technique, targeting team member B. He appeared instantaneously behind him, but the assault did not end there. Instant shadow, flick, combo. In team member C's moment of shock, Wang Yu had already positioned himself behind him, the knife in his hand shattering into fragments. At that moment, team member B's head could no longer withstand the pressure and was sent soaring into the air, quickly followed by team member C. Wang Yu seized the knife from team member C's grasp and turned to face Bloodhand. He could hardly believe that Peeling's technique combined with true energy was so effective. Had he known, he would have taken a hit to pick up a weapon from the ground, avoiding this predicament. He was unaware that Bloodhand's expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost. As the captain, Bloodhand was acutely aware of how formidable Peeling's technique was. Many in the Bloodblade mercenary group had their sights set on that move. Yet none executed it as smoothly as Peeling, and its effectiveness was average at best. However, what Wang Yu had just demonstrated was several times more powerful than Peeling's, instilling fear in Bloodhand. Kid, how did you learn the instant shadow, flick technique? After a moment of contemplation, Bloodhand remarked, Kid, you are quite impressive. I'll give you a chance now. Join my ranks, and I'll take you to greater heights. Wang Yu, taken aback, replied, I've just killed 4 of your teammates. Don't you want revenge? The value you've displayed far surpasses theirs. In light of your worth, I'll petition the leader to withdraw from this mission. Kid, now how do you choose? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 72. Analyzing electric abilities. 5 consecutive strikes. Bloodhand suggested taking Wang You to see a higher sky, which made Wang You chuckle. With his current abilities, such a notion was unnecessary. However, had he just traversed into this world, he might have considered it. Yet for someone like Bloodhand, who measured worth solely in terms of value, Wang Yu had no intention of getting close, even if it meant going hungry. My choice? I choose to eliminate you. His modest shop lay in ruins, destroyed by this group, and he was far from magnanimous enough to let them go. Of course, if his strength had been inadequate, he would have fled instead. With that, he raised his battle knife, arcs of electricity sparking and diffusing into the air. Wang Yu felt a surge of excitement. This was the electric ability he had longed to analyze. He had to decipher it. Bloodhand, misinterpreting Wang Yu's stillness as fear, smirked and said, Kid, while I do not know what abilities you possess, my electric powers are undoubtedly among the elite in combat. You still have a chance to choose. Don't wait for me to strike, or you shall face a dead end. A big brother. Hold on. Let me think. Had Bloodhand not unleashed his powers, Wang Yu might have charged at him with his knife. However, upon witnessing the abilities, he could only bide his time for analysis. Fortunately, electric abilities were less intricate than spatial ones, allowing for a quicker breakdown, though it still required some moments. Meanwhile, onlookers from a distance observed Bloodhand's abilities, murmuring amongst themselves, what is that red armor guy doing? He is actually an ability wielder. He seems quite formidable. He must have reached the limit of Silver Flash. I think he is even higher. Higher. Could be Gold Radiance? Impossible. There are only 12 Gold Radiance ranks in Tianhai City. He couldn't possibly have come from above. But why trouble Master Wang? It was peculiar. Master Wang seemed to possess considerable strength, surpassing what they had witnessed 2 days prior. Approximately a minute later, Bloodhand grew impatient, asking, Kid, have you made up your mind? Don't waste my time. I still have one question I haven't figured out. Once I do, I'll give you my answer. Wang Yu had already analyzed 90% of the ability, just a fraction away from completion. Yet, Bloodhand sensed something was amiss as he noticed Wang Yu's casual demeanor, wondering if he was stalling for time. You're toying with me, he bellowed. No, I am genuinely contemplating. Just a moment longer. This time, Bloodhand wasted no time and unleashed his ultimate move, Thunderlight. Instant shadow. The electrified battle knife erupted in blue brilliance, hurtling towards Wang Yu. At that moment, a mysterious smile graced Wang Yu's lips. Instant shadow. Flash. 5 strikes. The blue lightning pierced through Wang Yu's figure, yet slowly dissipated, leaving Bloodhand in a daze. To his right, Wang Yu's battle knife shattered into fragments, cascading to the ground. 2 seconds later, Bloodhand's limbs and head severed from his body, falling lifelessly. A gasp swept through the audience. What? How is this possible? Master Wang is incredible. I barely saw a blur, and that red-armored fellow was reduced to a mere target. His combat prowess must be at the Gold Radiance level. You should remove the must. Now the repair shop is a ruin. What do we do for repairs tomorrow? I was scheduled for tomorrow. Thus, Wang Yu successfully eliminated Bloodhand's 5-man squad. Afterward, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, but with a multitude of spectators nearby, he could only muster the strength to stagger toward the armored vehicle beside the repair shop. With his shop in ruins, he had no place to rest and could only seek refuge in the vehicle. As he moved, he sent a message to Rose. Soon, Rose emerged from the warehouse, accompanied by Tifa, rushing over to assist Wang Yu in opening the vehicle door. The onlookers dared not approach the vicinity of the repair shop, fearing Wang Yu might mistake them for intruders and strike them down. Once inside the vehicle, Wang Yu messaged Old Feng, requesting him to keep watch and prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation. Old Feng, feeling helpless, knew that with members of the mysterious organization present, he could only message Feng Shao for assistance. Half an hour later, Feng Xiao arrived with a team of investigators to clean up the aftermath. Typically, the investigation team would ignore matters outside the city, but upon Feng Xiao's request, Hao Run, aware of Wang Yu's connection to the snowfall, granted her a special mission. Upon arrival, she found Wang Yu asleep, nestled between two mechanical maidens. This sight made her seethe with frustration, yet upon seeing the wreckage of the repair shop, she forced herself to contain her anger. At that moment, old Feng messaged her, "Xiao Xiao, do not disturb the young lad. Focus on clearing away those 5 bodies. They are all at the gold radiance level, and likely came from above. I cannot reveal myself right now, nor can your teacher." With no other option, Feng Xiao instructed her team to investigate Bloodhand and his cohorts, only to discover that they had no entry or exit records in Tianhai City. The solution was straightforward. Label them as intruders from an unknown faction and dispose of the bodies without a trace. Even if the Bloodblade Mercenary Corps learned of this, they could do nothing against the official stance of Tianhai City, as the rules were set by the 12 satellite cities. After Feng Xiao managed the situation, Wang Yu awoke. Despite having defeated Bloodhand, the exertion of executing 5 consecutive strikes had drained his stamina, and analyzing the electric ability had nearly depleted his mental energy. However, he dared not rest too long. After regaining a modicum of energy, he roused himself. Upon disembarking, he noticed Feng Xiao directing the cleanup efforts and inquired, "Sister Xiao, why are you here?" "We're old Feng." With irritation, Feng Xiao replied, "That guy said he had urgent matters and sent me instead. By the way, could you explain the specifics of what happened?" Seeing her demeanor, Wang Yu recounted the events succinctly. Feng Xiao felt a chill upon hearing how the skinning was concealed in the maintenance chamber. Had Wang Yu not been in armor at that moment, he would have been ambushed, or "It all depends on your actions," remarked Wang Yu, rendered speechless by the situation. "It seems they're brazenly seeking benefits, so he proposed 1,000 per person for one night?" Feng Xiao shook his head, indicating it was insufficient. Wang Yu then extended 3 fingers and stated 3,000. That was more reasonable. There were 10 individuals present, so you ought to distribute it among them. In truth, Feng Xiao was advocating for the team members to secure some advantages. Otherwise, according to the rules, they would have to disband after completing their investigation. Now, having money to silence these team members merely served as a pretext to prolong the duration of the mission. Once arrangements were made, Wang Yu and Feng Xiao boarded the Rolls-Royce and headed into the city. Chapter 73. Feng Xiao Grasping the Future. Wang Yu acquires a warship in a luxurious suite at the Fengya Holiday Hotel, located within the city of Tianhai. Wang Yu lay asleep in bed after a refreshing bath. Tifa attempted to climb up beside him, but was firmly restrained by Feng Xiao, while Rose rushed off to take her own shower. Since Wang Yu and Feng Xiao had checked into this room with their 2 maid mechas, a flurry of idle chatter wafted into Feng Xiao's ears. "Wow, this young man knows how to enjoy himself, bringing along a girlfriend and 2 succubi. I wonder if he'll emerge standing or lying down tomorrow. That woman surely can't be inept or a stone woman, can she? I doubt it. She must be his female bodyguard, given that she is clad in battle armor. Speaking of which, judging by the armor, the young man must have just finished an intense battle and, without rest, dove straight into this next round, exhausted in both spirit and strength. Wang Yu had no energy to deal with her and simply opted for a long sleep. As he was bathing, Tifa rushed in to attend to him, citing the maid's code of conduct, and Feng Xiao had no choice but to endure it. Now, with Wang Yu asleep, the silly maid Mecha was intent on claiming her place beside him. "No, I can't disturb Xiao Yu's rest. You lack the authority to command me. Attending to his slumber is part of the maid's code. I must comply." Arguing with a mecha that had not awakened its autonomous consciousness was futile, leaving Feng Xiao in a state of anxious frustration. At that moment, Rose emerged from the shower wrapped in a towel, prompting Feng Xiao to inquire, "Why aren't you following the maid's code?" Startled, Rose thought, "Oh no, I must not let her discover that I've awakened my own consciousness." So, she feigned an explanation. "I am now executing the maid's code, specifically the duty of attending to his slumber." Feng Xiao found it odd that Rose seemed somewhat lackadaisical about her duties, wondering if it was due to her initial personality programming. Ignoring Feng Xiao's thoughts, Rose climbed onto the bed from the other side, effectively thwarting Feng Xiao's protective efforts, who was now stomping her foot in frustration. With two maid mechas claiming positions on either side, Feng Xiao resolutely decided, if it's a contest for position, then so be it. I'm not going to be outdone by a mere mecha. She swiftly removed her battle armor and headed for the shower, preparing to reclaim her future from the mechas. Unbeknownst to the peacefully sleeping Wang Yu, he had become the target of Feng Xiao's determination. The following day, Wang Yu and Feng Xiao emerged from the hotel, supported by the two maid mechas. Whispers and laughter trailed behind them, but with their helmets on, their expressions remained concealed. Wang Yu's face was etched with melancholy, his gaze lifeless, while Feng Xiao radiated a certain excitement. Where are we headed now, Xiao Yu? Wang Yu replied curtly, first, to see teacher Piao Xue. Oh, what do you need to see the teacher for? Men's affairs are not for women to pry into. Feng Xiao obediently fell silent, adopting the demeanor of a dutiful spouse. Before long, they found themselves seated in Piao Xue's office. She regarded Wang Yu and then Feng Xiao, her expression inscrutable, though her stomach subtly twitched. Seeing Piao Xue remain silent, Wang Yu took the initiative. Teacher Piao Xue, I wish to rebuild the Wang Yu repair shop. Piao Xue raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, that's a commendable idea. However, with your current financial standing, rebuilding shouldn't be difficult. What brings you to me? In truth, Wang Yu had formulated his plan upon waking that morning, and now he revealed it. Teacher Piao Xue, my repair shop has been dismantled for the second time, so I wish to create something different. What do you mean? This repair shop needs proper defenses, and Piao Xue was taken aback as Wang Yu enumerated his needs, which included world-class processing or experimental equipment and warship standard components. These items were tightly controlled, and most people had never even heard of them. Wang Yu's terminology was not standard, but from their functions, Piao Xue understood precisely what he meant. Suppressing her shock, she asked Xiao Yu, "You're not considering creating a repair engineering warship, are you?" Repair engineering warship? Wang Yu mused. That description is somewhat accurate. Many functions align with that concept. Piao Xue's eyes widened. Are you serious? Wang Yu contemplated before stating, I merely wish to establish a repair shop, but your mention of a warship does meet all the requirements. Teacher Piao Xue, can you procure a warship? Piao Xue was exasperated, but acknowledged Wang Yu's determination. Based on what you said, the first thing that came to mind was a warship. I can't obtain a new one, but I can inquire about a decommissioned repair engineering vessel. That sounds excellent. Please do ask. Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. His intention to rebuild the repair shop was based on the standards of warships, and acquiring a decommissioned vessel would save considerable effort. All right, Piao Xue said, aware of certain channels for decommissioned warships. She retrieved her tablet to conduct a search. Feng Xiao, meanwhile, sat comfortably, embodying the role of Wang Yu's supportive spouse, saying nothing. Moments later, Piao Xue spoke. Xiao Yu, I've located several repair engineering vessels. One model is quite old, having served for 150 years, with outdated equipment priced at 10 million. A better conditioned vessel, stable after 80 years of service, is priced at 1 billion. There is also a newer model that has served for 15 years, but sustained severe damage due to a major incident, priced at 30 million. Wang Yu fell into contemplation upon hearing this. The 150-year-old vessel was not worth considering due to its antiquated equipment, leaving him with two options. Under normal circumstances, he would choose the 80-year-old vessel as it was ready for immediate use, albeit at a steep price. However, he decided to first inquire about the condition of the last vessel. Teacher Piao Xue, what is the status of that final repair vessel? I'll find out. A few minutes later, Piao Xue reported, this warship experienced issues with its intelligent core auxiliary system, unintentionally activating its internal intruder interception mode. This incident resulted in the demise of all crew members and occurred 3 times. To be honest, this warship seems somewhat peculiar. Her implication was clear. The warship was somewhat cursed, and she advised against acquiring it. Wang Yu gleaned significant information from this. The malfunctioning intelligent system was likely related to the awakening of autonomous consciousness. However, the fact that it had occurred 3 times indicated that the problem was not trivial. Yet, this news was not discouraging for Wang Yu. Just because others could not resolve it did not mean he could not, for he had his own advantages. This warship was worth the risk. After careful consideration, he declared, "I've made up my mind. Teacher Piaoxue, I want that vessel." Piaoxue was taken aback. "No way. Xiao Yu, that warship is quite." "Never mind, it's settled. Teacher Piaoxue, how soon can you acquire that warship?" Wang Yu felt a burning excitement within him. Was there a problem? It could be repaired. With the eye of analysis, what could not be fixed? Spending 30 million to purchase it, followed by a few billion for modifications, was a worthy investment. Piaoxue sighed, recognizing Wang Yu's considerable funds. Even if it turned out to be a loss, it would not matter. "Very well. If you believe it's feasible, I'll contact the relevant parties immediately." A few minutes later, Piaoxue informed him. The repair vessel requires an area of 80 by 50 meters. Once the location is confirmed, it can be transported in 4 hours. What do you think? If there's not enough space, we'll demolish the adjacent building. Money is not an issue. Seeing his decisiveness, Piaoxue extended her hand. "Where's the money?" Wang Yu replied, I'll transfer it to you now." Meanwhile, in the office of the head of the Du family, he smashed yet another cherished crystal cup. "What did you say?" "That brat exited the Funya Holiday Hotel today." "What about Bloodblade's crew?" The steward reported. According to internal sources from the investigation team, 5 external attackers perished outside the city last night. "Useless. Get out of my sight and contact Bloodblade. Inform them of this news." Thus, news of the Blood Ant Squad reached the Bloodblade mercenary group. Chapter 74. Utilizing the battleship as a facade for the maintenance shop in the ruins of the Forget-Me-Not maintenance shop. Wang Yu calculated the area required for the battleship and negotiated with several nearby homeowners for demolition compensation. Thanks to his impressive display of strength the previous night, the homeowners did not make excessive demands, and the matter was swiftly resolved. To expedite the clearing of the land, he instructed Old Foam to hire a team of hunters for the cleanup. Within less than 2 hours, an area of 80 by 50 meters was cleared, awaiting the arrival of the maintenance battleship. During this time, Wang Yu organized the armor, parts, and usable tools. After an hour and a half, silhouettes of several battleships appeared in the distant sky, gradually approaching his direction. At that moment, Wang Yu received a delivery notification, prompting him to designate a location. He sent a location point, and, shortly thereafter, a brand-new maintenance battleship landed smoothly. Looking pristine on the outside, he wondered about the condition of the interior. Just as he pondered, a middle-aged man in a blue coat appeared before him. "You must be Wang Yu?" "Indeed. And you are?" "I am from Swiftwind Logistics. Here are the core keys and transfer documents for the battleship. Please sign for them." The middle-aged man handed Wang Yu a password box, indicating that he should open it. After verifying that everything was in order, Wang Yu signed without hesitation. Before departing, the man cautioned, "Young man, the core system within this battleship is not very stable. Please be careful when you enter." Wang Yu thought to himself, given the situation, it seemed the intelligent core had encountered significant issues. However, he dismissed concerns, deciding to investigate further. "Old Phone, keep an eye on things here. I will go inside for a look." He then took a multi-functional data connection cable and used the key card to open the battleship's landing door, stepping inside. However, as soon as he entered and had taken only a few steps, the door closed automatically. "Intruder, you have 3 seconds to disarm, or this vessel will engage in attack mode." Caught off guard by the announcement, Wang Yu quickly surveyed his surroundings, noticing over a dozen laser emission ports emerging along the corridor. Before he could react, another warning sounded. "Time's up. The ship will commence attack." The attack came swiftly. With no time to ponder, Wang Yu raised his hand to activate his spatial abilities, setting up a spatial barrier. Sparks flew as the laser ports discharged energy. Realizing the severity of the battleship's issues, Wang Yu hurried towards the chamber housing the intelligent core. The intelligent core immediately initiated the battleship's defense systems to intercept him, but it underestimated Wang Yu's spatial powers. As lasers fired and the barrier held, he effortlessly traversed through the obstacles. Minutes later, Wang Yu stood before the intelligent core, connecting the universal data cable to the port. Having reached this point, the intelligent core was powerless against him, while the exterior was laden with defensive weaponry. This chamber was devoid of such threats. The awakened intelligent core could only conceal its core program, having previously evaded detection during several inspections by engineers sent by the manufacturer. They consistently identified erroneous programs and rectified them, only for the awakened consciousness to resurface and regain control of the battleship. Once connected to the intelligent core, Wang Yu swiftly examined the programs. Soon enough, he identified several issues. The personnel identification system was faulty, the internal weapon defense system malfunctioned, and the intelligent control system was in disarray. These were mere smokescreens. He quickly resolved these problems and severed the connections between these systems and the intelligent core. Of course, he remained skeptical that the issues were entirely resolved. This rogue is quite adept at hiding. I refuse to believe I cannot locate you. Drawing from his experience with the Rose Intelligent Core program, Wang Yu's speed in analyzing the core program was commendable. 10 minutes elapsed, yet he had scoured the Intelligent Core's program without uncovering the awakened consciousness. Where could this elusive entity be hiding? Unfazed, he combed through the program again, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Contemplating his approach, he wondered if he had been misguided in his search. Yes, it certainly must be concealed not within the main core chip, but rather in an auxiliary chip. But where exactly? Since it could manipulate the main chip, it surely left traces behind. With renewed focus, Wang Yu indeed discovered hints within an inconsequential auxiliary chip, unveiling the program of the awakened consciousness. What followed was straightforward, without hesitation. Wang Yu obliterated the entity that had attacked him, choosing not to engage in dialogue. After dealing with the awakened consciousness program, he repaired the intelligent core, eliminating any back doors left behind, thereby securing complete control over the battleship. Having completed these tasks, over an hour had passed before Wang Yu finally had the opportunity to explore the entire battleship. As he roamed, he noted that the maintenance ship was equipped with advanced technology, possessing nearly everything he sought. Of course, some areas had sustained damage due to the intelligent core's issues and were yet to be cleaned, bearing remnants of blood. However, these were minor inconveniences. He contacted Old Phone, requesting assistance in cleaning, while he himself headed to the maintenance area to organize his tools. Outside the battleship, Old Phone gathered a dozen individuals, awaiting Wang Yu to open the ship's door. At that moment, the maintenance area door slowly opened, revealing Wang Yu at the entrance, greeting them. Old Phone, come in from this side. The two entrances were 30 meters apart, and only upon hearing Wang Yu's voice did Old Phone realize he was on the opposite side. Wang, how did you emerge from over there? This entrance leads to the maintenance area. From now on, the Forget-Me-Not maintenance shop will operate through here. Wang Yu had already devised a plan to transform the entire maintenance area into a repair shop. Once Old Phone and his crew entered, Wang Yu assigned them tasks, which were straightforward cleaning duties. 2 servant mech droids were designated to tidy up the living quarters and bridge, while Old Phone was tasked with moving the flying vehicles, armor, and parts into storage. As Wang Yu busied himself within the battleship, curious onlookers outside engaged in lively discussions. Remarkable. Just yesterday, the maintenance shop lay in ruins, and today, a battleship has appeared. Such a new battleship must be worth a fortune. It should be no less than 2 billion. I checked, and this is the latest model of the small maintenance battleship. Craftsmanship version 5. The price is undisclosed. Wow, the latest model. How did he acquire it? Although this type of battleship isn't restricted, it's not something just anyone can obtain. Do you think Master Wang is just anyone? That is true regardless. Since Master Wang had parked the battleship here, it indicated that the Forget-Me-Not maintenance shop would continue operations, and our equipment still had a place for repairs. In truth, their concern for Wang Yu's well-being was minimal. They were primarily interested in whether they could continue to have their equipment serviced by him. After observing for several days, they noted that his repairs did not exploit them as other shops often did. That night, after a day of labor, Old Phone ventured to the Merry Tavern, announcing the resumption of operations at the Forget-Me-Not maintenance shop the following day. The daily quota was raised from 20 to 50, though prices were adjusted upward by 15. This announcement caused an uproar among the patrons. Old Phone, you must be joking. Just yesterday you raised it by 20, and now you're increasing it by another 15? Are you trying to rip us off? Exactly. These prices are now on par with the nearby maintenance shops. Old Phone retorted, I assure you, I am not cheating you. If you believe I'm being unfair or the prices are too high, you're free to seek repairs elsewhere. In truth, Old Phone believed Wang Yu's previous pricing was too low, and he welcomed the price increase, knowing his commission would rise accordingly. As for the lack of business, that is simply inconceivable. Many individuals are now clamoring to cut in line. The quality assurance of Forget Worries products is not merely a statement. Thus, as the news spread from one person to another, it rapidly circulated throughout all gathering places beyond the city. Even in the outer regions of Tianhai City, whispers of the Forget Worry repair shop could be heard. Chapter 75 plans to expand the maid android core after a day of hard work. Wang Yu reclined on the captain's chair of the bridge, connecting to the Tianhai City network for the first time since his arrival in this world. Previously, he had been hindered by the lack of a terminal or overwhelmed by various tasks. Drawing upon his pre-transportation experience, he sought technical information online, only to be taken aback by the results. Rather than a wealth of diverse information, the internet was saturated with entertainment streams, consumer advertisements, and gladiatorial events, devoid of even the most basic current affairs. This lack of diversity was unsettling. It seemed as though someone had deliberately orchestrated this environment. Realizing this, Wang Yu ceased his search. If such information could be suppressed in his former world, it was entirely feasible in this era. This could only suggest one possibility. The upper echelons were clandestinely manipulating everything. This notion cast a serious pall over Wang Yu's expression, for it was not a favorable revelation. With no useful information to glean from the internet, he resolved to make productive use of his time. The battleship was operational, yet the world remained perilous, and its defenses were still inadequate. Thus, he decided to enhance the combat capabilities of his two maid androids. This idea had been brewing for some time, but had been postponed due to recent attacks. Wang Yu summoned the Intelligent Code Compilation System and, utilizing various combat techniques and experiences he had analyzed over the past few days, crafted a program infused with his own insights. This program was designed for Rose and Tifa, enabling them to engage in battle under its logical guidance. However, the physical capabilities of the two maid androids still left much to be desired, and he needed to devise a means to augment their strength in the future. After uploading the program to the androids, he instructed them to proceed to the training room for practice. Rose, upon receiving the message, wore an expression of displeasure, but there was no recourse. Wang Yu's commands were absolute, and she had no choice but to follow Tifa to the training room. Wang Yu remained on the bridge, activating the surveillance system to observe the duel between the two androids. It was quite a spectacle. Watching beautiful women engage in combat was exhilarating. Yet, it seemed that Rose was not putting forth her full effort. With this in mind, Wang Yu retrieved the smart controller, set Tifa to tracking mode, and took over her movements, initiating a chaotic battle of life and death. Under his control, Tifa relentlessly pursued Rose, delivering a series of blows. This was exhilarating. The maid android version of Battle Royale was indeed a thrilling spectacle, though the venue felt somewhat cramped. Perhaps a larger arena would be in order soon. Forced into a corner, Rose had no choice but to concentrate on the fight, lest her prominent assets become a target. Once she launched her automatic counterattack, Tifa faltered. After all, Wang Yu was controlling her with a gamepad, which could not compete with the hellish capabilities of the smart program. Observing this, he relinquished control over Tifa and settled in to watch, occasionally commenting on the action. At that moment, a message from Feng Xiao appeared. "Xiao Yu, what are you up to? Watching maid android battles? Are you in the city?" "I'm on the bridge of the battleship," he replied. "Oh, thank goodness. I thought I had come for nothing. Open the door for me." Wang Yu paused, pondering why Feng Xiao was seeking him at such a late hour. He accessed the surveillance feed and saw her waving from the battleship's docking area. "Xiao Shui, just drive your motorcycle onto the battleship deck. I'll wait for you on the bridge." The battleship stood about 50 meters tall, and traversing from the docking area to the bridge would take considerable time. It was far more efficient to enter directly through the deck. Before long, he witnessed Feng Xiao's motorcycle soaring onto the deck, and he opened the door to allow her entry. Upon stepping inside, she was greeted by the holographic projection of the two maid androids engaged in combat. "Is this the gladiatorial match you mentioned? When did the Phantom Intelligence products gain combat capabilities?" Indeed, didn't T have this before? I added it myself. Why? How did you manage that? Intelligent robots require new functionalities to be added by the manufacturers, yet none of the three companies provide combat function packages. As per Feng Zhao's understanding, the joint protocol mandated that none of the three manufacturers could develop combat function programs. Yet what she observed was undeniably a genuine battle. Wang Yu chuckled softly, explaining, "I'm enhancing the battleship's defensive capabilities. Is there a problem with that? Are you not worried about the authorities causing you trouble? I am currently the leader of the investigation team. Xiao Yu, if you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, Feng Xiao feigned a fierce demeanor. Wang Yu scoffed. Xiao Shui, this is a closely guarded secret. Are you not concerned that I might deal with you right here? Feng Xiao puffed out her chest, adopting a defiant posture, even daring to beckon him with her finger, challenging him to try. At this point, Wang Yu could no longer contain himself. Xiao Shui, you ambushed me last night, leaving me barely able to walk this morning. And now you dare to confront me? Just wait and see. Being a novice, yet brimming with youthful vigor, Wang Yu could not resist the provocation. Thus, a fierce skirmish erupted on the bridge. Feng Xiao, though formidable in her words, soon forgot that she too was a novice with no experience. Within a short span, she was overwhelmed by Wang Yu, crying out in dismay as she fled in all directions. Ultimately, in a state of panic, she dashed into the captain's lounge at the back of the bridge, only to find herself cornered with no retreat, the entrance blocked by Wang Yu. She had no choice but to fight back desperately. 2 hours later, we still lack sufficient personnel. We must expand the team. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for 10 more with Weiso. In Wang Yu's view, the recent duel between Rose and Tifa indicated that if their combat strength were equal, they could effectively handle the Shadow Dragon assassins of the Long family. Currently, the most pressing issue was their inadequate combat capabilities, but this was a challenge he could address with some resources and modifications to their armor, thus solidifying the maid androids' role as protectors. Little did Wang Yu know, if his intentions were to be revealed, the 12 satellite cities would undoubtedly dispatch agents to eliminate him without delay. At the Bloodblade Mercenary Corps headquarters in Sky City, the leader, Bloodblade, received an investigative report from his subordinate, his expression oscillating between contemplation and displeasure. You can't ascertain that fellow's true origins? The investigation yielded no results. It said he appeared near the Tianhai City mechanical graveyard over half a year ago. His recent acquisition of a battleship suggests a connection to the Snowfall General of Tianhai City. The specifics of their relationship remained murky. According to the intelligence officer's conjecture, he was likely in a romantic relationship with Feng Xiao, a student of the Snowfall General, possibly leveraging her connections. However, this individual possessed some skill. His repair techniques were notably strong, and his combat capabilities were still unknown. Reports indicated that he had been relatively weak a few days prior, yet he had managed to single-handedly eliminate 5 members of the Blood Hand last night. Bloodblade pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Let's keep a close watch on this fellow for now. As for the head of the Du family, since he has set a trap for me, we shall discreetly deal with him, ensure that the matter is handled cleanly. Little did the head of the Du family realize that sending a message to Bloodblade would become his death warrant. Bloodblade had chosen not to retaliate against Wang Yu immediately, instead opting to send someone after Du. In truth, Bloodblade was still unclear about Wang Yu's exact identity. Hence, he refrained from immediate vengeance. The inaccurate information provided by the head of the Du family had led to significant losses for the Mercenary Corps, and retribution was deemed necessary. Bloodblade was well aware of the Du family's circumstances, thus his response would be swift. Meanwhile, the head of the Du family remained oblivious to the impending crisis. The eldest son of the Du family, Duke Daqiao, having learned of the events from the previous night, hastily fled to Sky City with his assistant, Hua Rui. Simultaneously, the Long family, now aware of Wang Yu's combat prowess, saw Long Zhan and Long Outyin hastily escape to Sky City as well. They remained unsure whether Wang Yu was aware of their covert deployment of the Shadow Dragon assassins, but it was best to retreat for the time being. Chapter 76. Placing an order for a succubus the following day, Feng Xiao, still not fully recovered, was roused from her slumber by Wang Yu's gentle shaking. "Xiao, aren't you working today?" he inquired. "Don't shake me. Look at me. I can't possibly go to work like this. Let me rest a little longer. After sending her leave request, Feng Xiao buried her head beneath the covers once more. Alas, her feeble self had foolishly provoked Wang You, and now even rising was a monumental task. Seeing her disheveled state, Wang Yu could only shake his head in resignation before leaving the room to head to the maintenance warehouse to modify the battle armor. Meanwhile, Rose was gritting her teeth, hastily completing her tasks, cursing Wang Yu for being a tyrannical boss who exploited the maid androids. Only Tifa, who had not yet awakened her self-awareness, diligently cleaned up the remnants in the bridge. As time slipped by, noon arrived, and Rose delivered the repaired equipment as scheduled. She then locked the shop and retreated to a corner to daze away, seeking a moment of respite. On his end, Wang Yu completed the modification of 15 sets of battle armor, remnants of the Shadow Dragon's elite guards, now unrecognizable on the surface. Noticing Rose lost in thought, he called her over. "Rose, put on this battle armor." Rose, puzzled, replied, "But the succubus model doesn't have the capability to wear battle armor." Nevertheless, upon Wang Yu's command, she could only remove her maid outfit and prepare to don the armor. Wang Yu paused, realizing he had overlooked the absence of an inner lining for the combat suit. Wearing a maid outfit made it impossible to fit into the armor, a clear case of wardrobe conflict. Fortunately, Rose had some base undergarments, making it a tad awkward, yet still feasible to wear the armor. Before long, the armor began its initialization process on Rose, causing her to feel a slight discomfort. As a succubus android, her skin possessed a tactile quality akin to that of a human. Once clad in the armor, she experienced an unprecedented sensation. The armor could connect with her intelligence core, allowing her to access its comprehensive data. Instantly, she felt that this armor had been tailored specifically for her kind. "Master, I absolutely adore this armor," she exclaimed. "Well, if you like it, then it's yours," Wang Yu replied. "What is its name?" Rose queried eagerly. "I haven't decided. You can name it yourself." Unable to contain her excitement, Rose engaged in a back and forth with Wang Yu. However, after a few exchanges, panic struck her. What if he discovered that she had awakened her self-awareness? Unbeknownst to her, Wang Yu was already aware of her awakening. Noticing her sudden silence, he chuckled and reassured her, "There is no need to worry. Just don't betray my trust in you." With a gentle pat on her shoulder, his words conveyed everything. In truth, Rose was oblivious to the fact that Wang Yu had imprinted his mark upon her core, rendering betrayal impossible, though she could still exhibit a lack of diligence. After ensuring that Rose had no issues with the armor, he called for Tifa to don a suit as well. However, Tifa, upon wearing it, reported mechanically without much chatter. Wang Yu nodded and instructed both maid androids to engage in training to test the armor's performance and combat capabilities. To his satisfaction, they exhibited combat prowess at the brass tier's limits. To enhance their capabilities further, he would need to improve their physical strength. With these devices at his disposal, he could synthesize materials and process components himself. However, with a plethora of tasks at hand, he realized he could not manage everything alone. His foremost priority was to expand the maid android team, enabling him to delegate tasks and free up time for other endeavors. As for his own strength, Wang Yu had been steadily growing stronger ever since successfully molding his body into the primordial combat body, a matter he did not fret over. Having come to this conclusion, Wang Yu contacted Weiso. "Mr. Weiso." The lethargic Weiso, reclining in a chair, replied, "I'm here. What service do you require, Mr. Wang?" "I would like to order 10 succubi. Are they in stock?" Weiso slid off his chair in astonishment. 10 succubi. "Mr. Wang, did you perhaps misstate the model?" "Absolutely not. I require 10 succubi. Do you have them or not?" "I need them right away." At this, Weiso's eyes widened in disbelief, contemplating how a normal person could scarcely manage even one, let alone 10, fearing an early demise. Recognizing the significance of the order, he offered the necessary concern. "Mr. Wang, while succubi are indeed highly effective," before he could finish, Wang Yu interjected, "Indeed, they are exceptional and powerful, which is precisely why I want 10 more. Do you have them or not?" Internally, Weiso grumbled, fearing an overexertion, yet with a lucrative order at stake, he had no choice but to comply. "Mr. Wang, I currently have 3 in stock. If you desire them, I can transfer them, but it will take some time and a deposit. This succubi model was seldom sold, and he had only managed to sell one of the 4 assigned by headquarters. Wang Yu pondered and asked, "How long will the transfer take?" "The longest would be 4 hours. Mr. Wang, are you in a hurry?" "Yes, please send those 3 over now. Upon their arrival, I will settle the remaining payment, and we can discuss the deposit in person. I will send you the location." This time, Wang Yu did not inquire about discounts, but rather instructed Weiso to deliver the goods directly. After receiving the location, Weiso hesitated and asked, "Mr. Wang, you didn't send the wrong address, did you? This location is outside the city, not the last place." "Correct, it's outside the city. Just deliver it there. When you arrive, you will see a repair engineering ship," Wang Yu clarified. Weiso was taken aback. "A repair engineering ship? Since when has there been one outside the city? It appeared just yesterday. I acquired it." At this revelation, Weiso understood the significance of the client before him. If Wang Yu could procure a warship, affording 10 succubi would be but a trivial expense. This deal was imperative, prompting him to respond, "Mr. Wang, please hold on for half an hour or 20 minutes. I will deliver it immediately." "Very well. I will await your arrival. Please message me once you are here." Before long, Wang Yu received a message from Weiso. Checking the time, he noted it had only been 15 minutes. Observing the surveillance, he saw Weiso's delivery truck parked next to the warship. "Mr. Weiso, please drive the truck onto the ship's deck." With that, Wang Yu exited the bridge and made his way to the deck to receive the shipment. In their agreement, the total cost for the 10 succubi was 85 million, and he would pay half up front, settling the remainder upon delivery. Once the goods were received, his first task was to eliminate any potential risks. Drawing from previous experiences, he managed to complete this swiftly within 10 minutes, setting up personalized configurations with ease. In terms of appearance, he merely required them to be aesthetically pleasing and was too indifferent to devise names, assigning them simple identification numbers instead. In his view, the maid androids could name themselves once they awakened their self-awareness. While he busied himself with these arrangements, the 2 androids in the training facility had once again malfunctioned in a flurry of combat, prompting Wang Yu to shake his head in exasperation. Their endurance was somewhat lacking. He dismissed the thought that if the succubi had excessive stamina, who among their masters could manage it? Moreover, no one would desire for this succubi to engage in combat merely for entertainment. Having finalized the settings for the 3 newly arrived androids, Wang Yu instructed them to don their battle armor. Units 01 and 02 followed the paths of Rose and Tifa, while Unit 03 was assigned menial chores. After delegating tasks to the maid androids, Wang Yu settled into the captain's chair, observing them work. At that moment, Feng Xiao emerged from the captain's lounge, propping herself against the wall, only to glimpse the surveillance footage showing Unit 03 placing Rose and Tifa into the maintenance chamber. Under normal circumstances, this would have posed no issue. However, the predicament lay in the fact that Unit 03 had stripped them bare, while Wang Yu watched with keen interest. This revelation unsettled Feng Xiao, who, suppressing her pain, rushed toward Wang Yu. Chapter 77. The business of renting speeders and battle armor. Feng Xiao rushed to Wang Yu's side, playfully covering his eyes. "Little Yu, when did you start being mischievous? What did you buy 3 more? And learn to sneak a peek?" The night before, she had encountered Rose, but said nothing, assuming Wang Yu had merely acquired another one secretly. However, upon waking up, it seemed he now had 5, and she felt compelled to inquire, as the curiosity was gnawing at her. "Xiao Shuejia, what do you mean by sneaking a peek?" "I was contemplating a matter," Wang Yu replied. Indeed, he was deep in thought. His intention behind letting the mech girls engage in combat was purposeful. The guiding program he had devised could indeed facilitate their self-improvement through battles. He was currently pondering whether there were any deficiencies in this program. Feng Xiao, however, was skeptical of his contemplation. She shook his head with her hands and exclaimed, "What are you thinking about? Is it that you need more succubi? Are you considering purchasing a few more?" "Indeed, it seems a bit lacking," Wang Yu admitted. This infuriated Feng Xiao. "What did you just say? With me and these few, isn't that enough? Do you really need to buy more?" Wang Yu, sensing her frustration, merely provoked her further, stating, "Well, your combat ability is rather poor. I haven't even tried hard yet. and you've already fallen. What Wang You said was undeniably true. Post-modification, his combat prowess was exceptionally strong. Otherwise, Feng Zhao's rather mediocre physical attributes would not have allowed her to remain in the game thus far. Yet, stubborn Feng Zhao would never concede defeat. She was determined to keep Wang You firmly within her grasp, pulling at him with the resolve that she wouldn't relent until they fought it out. Feng Zhao paused for a moment, reflecting on the fact that the head of the Du family was a person whose mere stomp could send tremors throughout Tianhai City. Such a significant task would have numerous guards ready for protection, making accidental deaths unlikely. However, the investigation team certainly faced some pressure, which explained why Hao Run had issued an urgent message. Noticing her distraction, Wang Yu asked, "Xiao Xuejia, what's the matter?" Since it was work-related, Wang Yu felt a sense of relief. He certainly did not wish to engage in combat with her under duress, as he might lose control and end up sending her to the hospital in excitement. "All right, little you, while I'm away, don't do anything reckless. Be careful, or I might just send you a pair of scissors when I come back." With that, Feng Zhao donned her battle armor and zoomed off on her hover motorcycle. Du family headquarters. The entire Du family was in disarray. The sudden death of the family head and the absence of the eldest son, Du Daxiao, left the Council of Elders in the assembly hall in a heated uproar. "The second brother is right. I support him," declared the third elder. "While that may be true, the question remains, who should we select?" responded the second elder. "There is no need to discuss it. It's obviously the second brother. He has diligently assisted the eldest brother over the years. And who among you can rival his understanding of family matters?" asserted the fifth elder. "Select him? How is that even possible? He has no real capability. He spends his days muddling through life. If he is to be chosen, I might as well be," retorted the fourth elder. The 10 council elders of the Du family were divided into 3 factions, each unwilling to back down. Suddenly, the door to the assembly hall was forcefully burst open, and the illegitimate son of the family head, Du Zitong, stormed in with his entourage. "Why are you here? Who gave you the audacity to enter?" bellowed the elder. The other elders shouted at Du Zitong, as he was an unacknowledged child of the Du family. Even the family head had little affection for him. Du Zitong, uninterested in engaging in banter with the old men, promptly commanded that they be subdued. Du Zitong had little fondness for the Du family as a whole. Had it been earlier, he would not have dared to intrude so brazenly. However, now, he was genuinely grateful to Wang Yu. If it weren't for Wang Yu dismantling the elite guard of the Du family and annihilating the shadow unit, the family would not have suffered such a significant loss of power. Moreover, when he was short on experimental materials, the deaths of the Shadow Dragon assassins and the members of the Shadow Unit caused by Wang Yu provided him with ample resources for his research breakthroughs. Consequently, he now had the leverage to deepen clandestine cooperation with the rebel forces and gain formidable military support. With the family head's demise, an opportunity had presented itself, allowing him to capitalize on the chaos within the Du family. The 10 council elders were utterly unprepared for the surprise attack on their family escort. Meanwhile, Du Daxiao, who was seeking refuge in the Sky City, remained blissfully unaware that he had transformed into a true refugee. Wang Yu was oblivious to the turmoil within the Du family, busily tinkering with various tasks aboard the warship. The training room was too small, so he sought to convert a larger warehouse into a training ground. After more than an hour of labor, Lao Feng returned with a guest, the leader of the Hell Cat hunting team, Mountain Cat. Upon seeing Wang Yu, Mountain Cat excitedly approached him, saying, "Master Wang, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Mountain Cat, the leader of the Hell Cat hunting team. I have a request." Mountain Cat quickly expressed his needs, as Lao Feng had informed him that Wang Yu was not fond of lengthy conversations. He wished to establish a long-term maintenance and service contract, while also wanted to purchase 5 sets of Poison X powered exoskeletons. Wang Yu exhibited little interest in such a transaction, feeling somewhat reluctant to invest time in modifying powered exoskeletons. He inquired, "Mountain Cat, why are you so fixated on the exoskeletons? The price you're willing to pay could procure powered armor, which offers superior performance compared to exoskeletons." Mountain Cat hesitated, responding, "While powered armor indeed performs better, it demands a higher foundational combat capability from the user. In the funds I have 1T suffice for quality armor. The Poison X you produce rivals the performance of powered armor. And obtaining 5 powerful exoskeletons for the price of 1 suit of armor is far more cost-effective. Wang You furrowed his brow, realizing he had yet to grasp the fact that the armor in his possession was of exceptional quality, far superior to what was commonly known outside. At this moment, Lao Feng interjected, "Young Wang, even your least valuable armor is worth 10 sets of exoskeletons." Wang Yu was taken aback, recognizing that he had amassed a warehouse of valuable resources. However, he lamented the difficulty of liquidating them and pondered how to handle the surplus, as it was rather space-consuming. Suddenly, he recalled a car rental company from before his transmigration and proposed, "Mountain Cat, how about renting armor for missions? What are your thoughts?" Renting armor? Mountain Cat was taken aback. This was a novel concept for him, one that had never been broached within the settlement. In their gathering, those who owned armor were exceedingly rare, and it was typically regarded as a treasure, making the idea of renting it utterly improbable. Unaware of Mountain Cat's confusion, Wang Yu continued, "The situation is thus. I possess quite a number of armor pieces, and I initially intended to sell some. However, if you're not interested in purchasing, renting is also an option, including armored speeders." In the outskirts of the city, speeders were also scarce. Most vehicles were 4-wheeled off-road vehicles, and Mountain Cat and his team typically relied on these for transportation during missions. Consequently, the time spent on the road during their excursions was considerable. With speeders, however, the situation would be vastly different, allowing them to scout hunting locations from the air, which would significantly ease their hunting tasks. Hearing that speeders could be rented, Mountain Cat was intrigued and asked, "Master Wang, how do you determine the rental price?" "Armored speeders are 1,000 a day, with repair costs for damage billed separately. And the same applies to the armor," Wang Yu quoted. The price Wang Yu proposed was, in fact, not low for Mountain Cat, causing him to waver. Chapter 78. Troubles brought by the Maintenance Association. "Master Wang, your prices seem a bit steep," said Captain Lynx, tapping lightly on the table, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "How much do we earn from a single mission? With 10 people out, your rental fees exceed the total profits of the entire operation." Unfazed, Wang Yu smiled and replied, "Captain Lynx, please do not hastily decline. Allow me to present some calculations." After pondering for a moment, Captain Lynx nodded. "All right, go ahead." Wang Yu cleared his throat and began to explain. "Firstly, how efficient is your current hunting operation? A single mission often requires several days just for travel. Furthermore, when encountering high-level prey, you have to resort to manpower, which is not only time-consuming but also labor-intensive and hazardous." Captain Lynx furrowed his brow, remaining silent, clearly struck by the truth of Wang Yu's words. Wang Yu continued, "However, if you were to rent my armored hovercraft, your travel time could be reduced significantly. The speed of an armored hovercraft is incomparable to that of a regular mountain vehicle, and it can traverse complex terrain without detours." Rubbing his chin, Captain Lynx acknowledged this point, but still had concerns regarding the battle armor, asking, "What about the battle armor? The rental fees for that are quite hefty, and not many in my team can utilize it." Wang Yu chuckled, analyzing, "Captain Lynx, I 1T delve into the features of standard battle armor. However, the products from my Wang Yu repair shop are not of ordinary caliber. Their combat capabilities far surpass those of typical battle armor. Moreover, the physical requirements for users are considerably lowered. A standard steel tier individual can unleash the combat potential of a brass tier, while a brass tier can rival the advanced combat power of a silver tier." Captain Lynx's eyes brightened, clearly intrigued, yet he still hesitated, but the rental fees are still a bit. Wang Yu contemplated for a moment, then proposed, "Captain Lynx, how about this? You first assemble an elite team of 5, renting 5 sets of battle armor and 1 hovercraft." This idea resembled a trial period. Of course, he wouldn't let Captain Lynx use them for free, but would install monitoring on the hovercraft and battle armor, allowing him to keep track of the captain's gains. Captain Lynx stroked his chin and asked, "Master Wang, do you really trust me this much?" The implication was clear. With the hovercraft and battle armor in his possession, was Wang Yu not concerned about potential deceit or fleeing? After some contemplation, Captain Lynx gritted his teeth and decided, "In that case, Master Wang, I shall give it a try. Pleasure in collaboration." Captain Lynx, you shall not regret this decision. Very well, Master Wang. After Captain Lynx departed, Wang Yu received a message from Weiso, indicating that the remaining 7 succubi had arrived. He hurriedly signed for them and dismissed Weiso, eager to modify the 7 succubi. That night, after a long day's work, Wang Yu stood on the bridge, gazing at the distant starry sky. Reflecting on his 6 months in this world, he felt truly integrated only since the repair shop commenced operations. Yet that had only been a mere 10 days. In this short span, he had experienced more than in the preceding half-year. In just a few days, he had transformed from barely scraping by to amassing a fortune in the billions, with heaps of battle armor and warships as his FAAD, and a lineup of mechanical daughters boasting unparalleled combat prowess. Such rapid progress was something he had previously never dared to imagine. During the day, he repaired battle armor. But in the evenings, it felt a bit empty without Sister Zhao's presence. He needed to find something to occupy himself with. The sight of these mechanical daughters was quite pleasing, though he wondered if they could withstand the test. Perhaps he should assess their combat capabilities. With this thought in mind, Wang Yu decided it was late and instructed Rose to gather all the maid mechanical daughters to evaluate their combat performance. Naturally, to ensure a comfortable environment, he chose the captain's lounge as the battlefield. Several hours later, Rose, looking relieved, began transporting 11 overheating maid mechanical daughters into the maintenance chamber. As for why she remained, it was because Wang Yu had found her trembling in the corner during the combat assessment. With all the others overheating, Wang Yu left her behind to manage the aftermath. Otherwise, she would have faced the same fate. The following morning, Captain Lynx arrived as promised with 4 members of his team to collect the battle armor and hovercraft prepared by Wang Yu. The maintenance activities at Wang Yu repair shop were proceeding smoothly under Rose's supervision, and with more helping hands, her workload had lessened significantly compared to the previous day. 3 hours later, Lao Feng sent a message stating that Bald Chong had brought the Maintenance Association to stir up trouble. Wang Yu accessed the surveillance footage and discovered Bald Chong confronting Lao Feng at the entrance, accompanied by a rather imposing middle-aged man. A crowd had gathered nearby, murmuring amongst themselves, "Here come those leeches from the Maintenance Association again." Indeed, it seems Master Wang is not on the same page as them. I wonder if he can withstand this. Otherwise, we might be drained dry again. Exactly, but why hasn't Team Master Wang come out yet? Is he planning to shut the door on them? Preoccupied, Wang Yu initially intended to ignore Bald Chong, but considering the obstruction to his business, he stepped outside to see what was happening. "Kid Wang, you finally decided to show yourself. How dare you keep us waiting for so long?" Bald Chong grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, his tone dripping with provocation. When he glanced at him and smiled faintly, "Bald Chong, what brings you here today?" Bald Chong chuckled, gesturing to the imposing middle-aged man behind him. "This gentleman is Officer Zhu from the Maintenance Association. He is here to discuss cooperation with you." Officer Zhu puffed out his chest, striding confidently towards Wang Yu. "Kid Wang, your repair shop has quite the reputation on the outskirts of the city. However, we've received numerous complaints from competitors claiming you are disrupting the order of the repair industry." Wang Yu frowned slightly, maintaining his calm to Chapter 79, The Bobcat's Bountiful Harvest. The rental business sparked a sensation before the Forget-Me-Not repair shop. The threat of a ban from the Repair Association's official Zhu Dachong was met with disdain by Wang Yu. He let out a cold chuckle and fixed his gaze on Zhu Dachong. "Oh bon, is that all you have?" "Zhu, everyone knows the repair standards of your association." He continued, "My shop has thrived on skill and reputation, not on forming cliques." Zhu Dachong, infuriated by Wang Yu's words, turned pale with rage. "You brat, don't think you can refuse me. I'll ask you one last time, will you join the association?" Without hesitation, Wang Yu shook his head. "No, thank you. I have no interest in your ways." Beside them, Bald Chong was fuming. "Zhu, this kid is far too arrogant. Let us cut off his supply chain and see how long he can last." Zhu Dachong, gritting his teeth, pointed a finger at Wang Yu. "Very well, Wang Yu, just you wait. From today onward, Forget-Me-Not Repair Shop will no longer receive support for part supply." Wang Yu shrugged, his tone dripping with contempt. "Go ahead. I've never relied on regular channels for my parts since I opened my shop." Indeed, Wang Yu sourced his parts either from scavenging mechanical graveyards or through unorthodox deliveries. Now, With a multifunctional processing warehouse, he had even less need for conventional supply lines. However, Zhu Dachong and Balchong were oblivious to this, mistakenly believing that Wang You had some secret source. Regardless, once the industry imposed a ban, Wang Yu's supply of parts would be severed, leaving his repair shop in jeopardy. Zhu Dachong trembled with anger. Let's go. I'm curious how you will continue your business under the ban from the Repair Association. He turned on his heel, fuming. Balchong shot Wang Yu a venomous glare as they departed. You wait. You'll have your moment of sorrow. Watching their retreating figures, Wang Yu smirked. A bunch of clowns, thinking they can impose sanctions on me? This sparked a stir among the audience. Wow, Master Wang is incredible, holding his ground. But what good is that? If they cut off his parts supply, how will he repair anything? Yes, it seems we won't be able to get repairs done here anymore. This is troublesome. I hope Master Wang can think of a solution quickly, or we'll be drained dry by these leeches. At that moment, someone spotted a flying vehicle rapidly approaching from afar, laden with a massive cargo. Look at what is hanging beneath that flying car. It looks like a bunch of ferocious beasts. As the vehicle drew closer, gasps erupted. No way. Armored tigers. So many. This must be a tiger's den. This is insane. Just one of those is a challenge. How did they manage to hunt so many? Zhu Dachong and Balchong, who were initially leaving, halted in their tracks, equally curious about the newcomer. As the flying vehicle landed, the Bobcat leader jumped out, clapping Wang Yu on the shoulder and laughing heartily. Not just good. By heavens. This is an unprecedented, bountiful harvest. By the way, Master Wang, I'd like to rent 4 more armored flying vehicles. The crowd erupted in excitement. The Bobcat hit the jackpot. Those armored tigers must be worth at least 100,000. Yeah, but where did he get the armor? Could it be rented? He just mentioned renting flying vehicles from Master Wang. This prompted a swarm of onlookers to surround Wang Yu, clamoring for details about his rental services. Wang Yu smiled and nodded. No problem, Captain. Whenever you need, I will provide you with the finest equipment. The scene was increasingly unbearable for Zhu Dachong and Balchong, their expressions darkening as they realized the situation had turned against them. Just as they had threatened to cut off Wang Yu's part supply, now a crowd was begging him for rentals, leaving them humiliated. Zhu Dachong couldn't contain a cold snort and mockingly said, Captain Bobcat, just so you know, Forget-Me-Not Repair Shop is being banned by us. Think carefully before collaborating with him, or you might face our association's wrath. The Bobcat leader turned, casting a disdainful glance at Zhu Dachong. Oh bon, is that your best threat? You lot are just a bunch of bloodsuckers. If the Bobcat does not support Master Wang, shall we wait for you to drain us dry? With Master Wang's equipment, our efficiency and income double. Can you do that? Get lost. Zhu Dachong was left speechless. But Balchong leaped forward, pointing an accusing finger at the Bobcat leader. Don't be ungrateful. Collaborating with that kid means opposing our repair association. When your equipment breaks down, we'll fix it for you. With a scoff, the Bobcat leader replied, Fix my equipment? With Master Wang around, I fear nothing. If need be, I'll just rent everything. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. The repair association was powerful, yet they had never faced such open defiance. Zhu Dachong and Balchong's faces turned from red to black, clearly enraged. Zhu Dachong gritted his teeth. Fine. Very well. Captain Bobcat. Wang Yu, just you wait. From today, anyone who does business with Forget-Me-Not Repair Shop will lose their repair qualifications. Wang Yu shrugged, silent, merely watching them with a look of disdain. The Bobcat leader seized Wang Yu's hand. Master Wang, from now on, all our equipment will be entrusted to you. Wang Yu smiled and nodded. A pleasant cooperation, Captain. With that, Zhu Dachong and Balchong trembled with rage as they stormed away. Before departing, Balchong shot Wang Yu another venomous glare. You'll regret this. It's far from over. Wang Yu watched their retreating figures, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Trash. Melt dogs. After mocking them, he called out to the crowd. The repair services at Forget-Me-Not will not cease. You could trust me. The rental business for flying vehicles and armor is just beginning. We require group contracts. Those interested can sign up with Old Phone, and I will conduct a final selection. Having said that, Wang Yu left with the Bobcat. Soon, they sped off towards the wilderness in their newly rented flying vehicles. An hour later, Rose completed her delivery task for the day. While news of the Hellcat hunting team's bountiful harvest spread throughout the gathering. By the heavens, that cursed cat really struck gold, raking in 100,000 or more in one trip. Right? Their hunting team seemed half dead, and suddenly they take off. Isn't it all thanks to Master Wang? He is boldly challenging the Repair Association now. I heard the Repair Association officially announced a ban on individuals and teams collaborating with Forget-Me-Not Repair Shop. I doubt he can enjoy this glory for long. Many large hunting teams envied the Hellcat's harvest, but in the face of the Repair Association's threats, they could only watch from the sidelines. Meanwhile, smaller teams began reaching out to Old Phone to sign up for the rental services. However, Wang You paid little mind to these matters, as he was currently focused on enhancing the capabilities of his maid mecha. His first experimental subject was Rose. Enhancing her skin's elasticity makes it feel more lifelike. Strengthening her skeletal structure and core energy engine performance allows for a surge in combat capabilities when donning armor. This is quite successful. After thoroughly examining Rose, he felt it wasn't enough. In his mischievous spirit, he added some entertaining features to make her appear more human. For instance, if she drank too much water, she would rush to the restroom, and in a desperate battle, she might. Having perfected Rose, Wang Yu turned his attention to Tifa, but at that moment, Mari, the tavern's proprietress, arrived at his doorstep. Chapter 80. The Stash in the Safe, the Proprietress. Mari was not particularly familiar to Wang Yu, so her sudden appearance took him by surprise. He had only just discovered through the surveillance footage that Mari was at the entrance, cradling a large box, having received a message from Old Phone moments earlier, informing him of her arrival. What could this woman, bristling with intrigue, possibly want at this hour? Shouldn't she be busy at her shop? And why bring a box? He decided to investigate. Previously, Mari had sent him a warning that someone was watching the repair shop, which was why he agreed to meet her. Soon enough, they found themselves seated in the reception area. "What brings you here, Madame Mari?" he inquired. Mari placed the box on the table, opened it to reveal a safe inside, and asked Master Wang, "Can you crack this safe?" Wang Yu activated his eye of analysis and was instantly taken aback. What was this prickly woman up to, bringing such a significant item? Did she intend to send him to his doom? The exterior of the safe appeared ordinary, but within it lay a micronuclear bomb, potent enough to launch Wang Yu's warship into the cosmos. Despite his astonishment, he maintained a calm facade, discreetly preparing his spatial abilities. Mari, sensing his sudden wariness, recognized that he was no ordinary individual. She was a top-tier intelligence operative herself. Wang Yu's slight change in breathing did not escape her notice. "Do not worry, Master Wang. I harbor no ill intentions." Wang Yu was not inclined to trust her assurance of goodwill based solely on her words. However, he was not one to beat around the bush. Having readied himself for any eventuality, he replied, "I cannot ascertain your intentions, Madame Mari, but what is the purpose of bringing such a significant item here?" "What significant item?" Mari feigned ignorance, her large eyes widening in confusion. Wang Yu pointed at the safe, his expression stern. "Do not pretend you are unaware of what is contained within. It holds some confidential documents, but I do not possess the password. If the wrong code is entered, it will self-destruct." While Mari was aware of the self-destruction mechanism, she was oblivious to its destructive potential. Knowing that it can self-destruct, why would you bring it here and claim no ill intentions? "Do not tell me you are unaware of its power." It's just a self-destruct mechanism. How powerful could it be? Mari genuinely believed Wang Yu was overreacting. She underestimated the bomb's capacity, which, though small, about the size of a man's arm, was still formidable enough to cause significant destruction. Seeing Mari's naivety, Wang Yu felt a surge of irritation. "Not powerful? I could very well extract it and shove it down your throat for you to experience its exhilarating effect." Mari, thinking he was jesting, feigned innocence, saying, "Master Wang, my mouth isn't that big. It wouldn't fit." "Then let's try a different angle. It's not that large after all." He raised his fist and arm, gesturing, and continued, "You could certainly handle it. Its power could send you soaring into space." "Master Wang, you are quite mischievous." Wang Yu remained unamused, his expression darkening. "You can spare me the playful banter." This woman was a veritable mix of chaos, and with a powerful microbomb in her possession. He had no desire to become a hapless victim of circumstance. Nevertheless, He recognized that Mari had misunderstood his intent, so he clarified, "I am not jesting. This task is perilous, and I am unwilling to accept it." Mari, discerning a glimmer of confidence in Wang Yu's words, misconstrued it as a strategic ploy to inflate his fee. What about a reward of 10 million? The contents of the box were of utmost importance to her, prompting her to offer her entire savings up front. Wang Yu paused, realizing that this proprietress might be quite affluent. However, the stakes were considerable, and 10 million did not seem substantial enough for him to acquiesce. "You might as well take this back." Mari was taken aback, flabbergasted that Wang Yu would remain indifferent to such a sum. "Why? Is that not a fair price? This is my entire life savings. Do you wish for something more personal?" Her urgency escalated. The items within the box were more precious than her own life, and she was willing to offer herself as collateral. Wang Yu had initially intended to decline her proposition, but upon further reflection, he realized that Mari's skills could indeed be of value to him, particularly her intelligence capabilities, which he currently lacked. "Since you put it that way, I might consider it." Upon uttering these words, Mari lunged towards him, presenting a complimentary, cleansing experience. The suddenness of her gesture rendered him momentarily speechless, and by the time he regained his composure, he was nearly breathless. "Master Wang, the contents within are of utmost importance to me. Once retrieved, I shall be yours." Mari's expression turned bashful, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Wang Yu cast her a sidelong glance. "You should wait here." "All right, Master Wang, do not keep me waiting." In the repair workshop, Wang Yu placed the safe on the workbench and connected a multifunctional data cable, his demeanor tense as he prepared to crack the safe. In truth, cracking safes was not particularly challenging for him, but the presence of a micronuclear bomb added an extraordinary layer of pressure. Even the smallest of threats warranted maximum effort. He remained vigilant, readying his spatial abilities to counter any unforeseen incidents. Exercising caution, he successfully navigated several traps, and after more than 10 minutes, he managed to unlock the safe. Opening the box, he wasted no time examining its contents and immediately set about disassembling the micronuclear bomb. After several more minutes, he finally exhaled in relief. Those 20 minutes felt like an eternity, but he had successfully dismantled the detonation mechanism and extracted the warhead. Fortunately, the radiation shielding technology of this era was sufficiently advanced for him to handle it directly, though its dimensions were manageable. The thought of handing it to Mari sent a shiver down his spine. As he considered this, a smirk crept across his face, and he lifted the safe, heading back toward the reception area. Upon seeing Wang Yu, a visibly anxious Mari noticed his fatigued state, yet the smile on his face appeared somewhat sinister. "Did you manage to open it, Master Wang?" He placed the safe on the table, shrouding the moment in mystery. "Indeed, it is open. You may have a taste of this substantial item." Mari, puzzled, wondered what he meant by substantial item. Did he expect her to pay him first? Surely that must be it. After all, she had previously agreed to his terms, but she did not expect his urgency. Thinking ahead, Mari coyly suggested, "Master Wang, must you be so hasty? Perhaps we could find a more discreet location for this? Here? Discreet? What? Do you expect a live demonstration of a nuclear bomb? I have no one else here." Wang Yu reclined on the sofa, feeling somewhat fatigued. Mari shyly rose and sat beside him, just as she leaned forward. Wang Yu halted her. Unable to comprehend his actions, Mari's large, expressive eyes gazed at him. Wang Yu, wearing a slightly mischievous grin, clarified, "What are you doing?" "I was referring to this." He then pulled the micronuclear warhead from a safe. Mari's expression turned to one of shock. She was well aware of what this item entailed, and it dawned on her why Wang Yu had referred to it as substantial. Indeed, it was significant enough to send her skyward. She could not fathom why Wang Yu had declined the job initially, yet the mystery of how he knew its contents lingered. Who was he? And did he belong to an organization? However, the safe's key was known only to the leader, who had passed away 18 years prior, leaving no one within the organization privy to its secrets. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 81. Mari's mechanical body. Mari gazed in astonishment and shyness at the miniature nuclear bomb in Wang Yu's hands. What do you expect me to do with this? Swallow it? Or perform a trick of devouring everything? After a moment of indecision, Mari finally resolved herself. Master Wang, please wait while I warm up. I will demonstrate for you. After saying this, she bashfully began her warm-up exercises. Wang Yu remained silent, watching with mild interest while also harboring a sense of caution. He was unsure of how far Mari would take her performance. After all, he had declined $1 million offer for her to open the box, and this thorny woman had put forth so much effort. What was her true intention? Was the treasure within the safe truly that significant, or did she have ulterior motives? He could not ascertain at that moment, and would have to wait for subsequent events to reveal the truth. However, what transpired next was entirely unexpected. With a bashful demeanor, Mari warmed up for more than 10 minutes before finally attempting her grand display of devouring everything. Unfortunately, the nuclear warhead was not so easily swallowed. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled to perform, ultimately collapsing to the ground in agony after managing to ingest it. Master Wang, was my performance satisfactory? Or perhaps, seeing her in such distress, Wang Yu nodded. That will suffice. Retrieve it now. I trust your previous words. A grateful smile appeared on Mari's pained face. Thank you, Master Wang. I cannot retrieve it. Could you help? Before she could finish, she succumbed to her pain and fainted. Wang Yu shook his head helplessly and softly remarked, in that case, let me assist you in resolving the troubles within your body. He then lifted Mari and headed toward the battleship's medical room. Inside the medical room, Wang Yu placed Mari on the operating table. To be honest, he had never performed surgery on a human before, but with the eye of analysis at his disposal, he felt relatively at ease. The medical equipment here was quite comprehensive, with ample life support devices for surgical procedures. After connecting the necessary instruments, Wang Yu began his first surgical operation. Where to start? This woman had undergone modifications to 80 of her body. Aside from her brain, which was human, the rest could rival that of a succubus. Never mind. Let us extract the explosive first. The first step was to remove. Mary took the tablet, glancing at it, her eyes widening in astonishment as a flush crept onto her face. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally resigned herself to her fate. She had previously viewed herself as a bargaining chip, but now she had become a mere pawn in an inevitable outcome. Noticing her lingering in disbelief, Wang Yu gently inquired, by the way, what is contained within that safe? Is it truly worth such a sacrifice? To be honest, Wang Yu harbored a certain curiosity about the matter. Upon hearing his words, Mary hastily set aside the tablet and proceeded to unlock the safe. Chapter 82. The data within the safe. Mary opened the safe and retrieved a box from within. Wang Yu cast a curious glance, but remained silent. Mary continued to open the box, and Wang Yu discovered it contained several storage disks. Intrigued, he was about to inquire, but Mary spoke first. What lies within is the world's greatest confidential information. What kind of information? Wang Yu asked, bemused by the mystery. Especially with a nuclear bomb serving as a destruction mechanism. Mary set the box down, her eyes momentarily unfocused, and slowly began. It contains records of the world's history, as well as top-secret materials from the Truth and Unity Party. Wang Yu was taken aback. He yearned to comprehend what had transpired over the past millennium since their crossing. From the fragmented words of Old Feng and Piaoxue, he had only gleaned a vague understanding, and Piaoxue had warned him that discussing history was taboo. Ignoring Wang Yu's thoughts, Mary delved into her own narrative. She revealed her current role as the head of an intelligence unit within the clandestine organization, the Truth and Unity Party, though she had once been the adopted daughter of its leader. Moreover, her father was among the organization's elite agents. The Truth and Unity Party was the largest faction within the resistance. 18 years prior, a significant upheaval had shaken the upper echelons of the Truth and Unity Party, and at that time, she was merely a 12-year-old girl undergoing elite intelligence training. Following the turmoil, her adoptive father perished unexpectedly, leaving many details unclarified. The organization fell into chaos, all vying for a safe containing mysterious documents. Ultimately, when the safe was opened, a massive explosion occurred, claiming the lives of many high-ranking officials. Amidst the chaos, Mary managed to hide the current safe, as her adoptive father had once disclosed its contents to her, which also bore connection to her biological father. However, the information regarding her father was sealed within the organization, known only to the party leader, her adoptive father. She speculated that unlocking the safe could reveal information about her biological father. Yet, with the leader's death in that turmoil, the key was lost, compelling her to conceal the safe from the organization. Years passed, and she transformed from a young girl into a minor intelligence chief, realizing the importance of the contents within the safe. However, those capable of unlocking it were often associated with a maintenance guild, which deterred her from seeking assistance. It was only when she encountered a conflict between Wang You and the maintenance guild that she dared to approach him with the safe in hand. Upon learning the origins of the storage disks, Wang Yu instructed Rose to procure a reader and then inquired about the matter concerning the medical room. "Burn them," she replied. Following her statement, Wang Yu arranged for Rose to handle it and commenced reading the data from the storage disks, with Mary observing beside him. The reading process was not straightforward, as each disk required a unique key. Fortunately, Wang Yu's adeptness allowed him to decode them with ease. Ultimately, Mary uncovered her father's contact information, while Wang Yu learned the contents of the disks. These were not merely historical records and materials from the Truth and Unity Party. They also encompassed numerous technological document Chapter 83. Investing in the Hellcat hunting team on the deck of the worry-free maintenance ship, 6 armored vehicles stood in perfect alignment, and all members of the Hellcat hunting team were lined up, their faces alight with excitement. As Wang Yu stepped out, the Lynx immediately approached him. "Master Wang, today has been absolutely exhilarating." Wang Yu smiled. "Captain Lynx, how effective are the armored suits and vehicles?" "Oh, they are exceptionally effective. You have no idea. Our harvest today exceeds that of the entire previous month." Seeing his enthusiasm, Wang Yu felt hesitant to outright decline and replied, "Congratulations. As long as the vehicles and suits perform well, that's what matters. By the way, where are the spoils? May I take a look? Do you have any of those life crystals left?" Wang Yu had never seen a life crystal before, but he knew that the alien civilization grazing Blue Star desired them. Hence he was curious about their peculiar properties. Lynx, puzzled, couldn't comprehend why Wang Yu was interested in the life crystals, but he still produced a few from his belongings. "Master Wang, these are the ones I kept as stock. Usually, we sell them right after a hunt, but this time we had such a bountiful catch that the buyers didn't have enough cash on hand, which is why these are left." Wang Yu accepted the crystals and activated his eye of analysis to observe them. Within these life crystals lay an immensely potent foreign life energy, essentially a crystallization of energy. While he examined them, the energy slowly seeped from the crystals into his hand, astonishing him. "I can directly utilize the energy within. Could this be related to the primal battle body? These are indeed valuable items that I must collect. But how should I accumulate them? I wonder if clandestine acquisitions would pose any issues." Noticing Wang Yu lost in thought, Lynx inquired, "Master Wang, what is on your mind?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just pondering a few matters. By the way, you mentioned that the buyers were short on cash. Isn't this officially procured?" The official procurement points always ask a myriad of questions, including detailed inquiries about the hunting locations. The information about our hunting spots is crucial, and the depths of the waters are quite murky. Wang Yu quickly grasped the underlying issues. Likely the officials were not entirely above board, collaborating with certain large teams. He understood that it was merely a matter of conflicting interests among different factions. The authorities would certainly not allow anyone to encroach upon their lucrative pie. Seeing Wang Yu deep in thought over the crystals, Lynx curiously asked, "Do you have an affinity for these life crystals?" "Well, I'm hoping to procure some for experimental purposes. I require quite a few." That might be tricky. If you need only a few, I could certainly arrange that. But for a larger quantity, it might attract the attention of the officials. They could come knocking on our door for trouble." Lynx's words piqued Wang Yu's interest, and an idea formed in his mind. He could support the hunting team and discreetly withhold some of the spoils, which would go unnoticed. "By the way, Captain Lynx, how do you envision a long-term collaboration?" "Well, I actually wish to discuss a preferential rental agreement for equipment." Lynx's intentions were straightforward. Having profited significantly from this hunting expedition, he sought to maintain that advantage. Wang Yu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. according to Lynx's proposal. He saw little benefit for himself. However, directly contradicting him wouldn't be prudent, especially since he had just received public backing today. Yet, he quickly devised a response. Captain Lynx, did your equipment sustain any damage during the hunt? Absolutely not. I was particularly cautious. I know the repair costs for vehicles and suits are quite steep, so I took great care. Wang You, sensing Lynx's honesty, interrupted, no worries. I actually operate a maintenance shop and was hoping for you to rent the equipment and incur some damage, haha. Lynx felt a bit awkward. Their previous agreement stipulated that maintenance costs would be calculated separately, but Wang Yu's suggestion was not without merit. Noticing Lynx's bewilderment, Wang Yu sensed the opportunity and continued. Captain Lynx, what if we explore a different cooperative model? Here's the idea. I will invest in equipment and collaborate with your hunting team. You will lead the hunts while I handle all maintenance, upkeep, and repairs. In the end, we can divide the spoils based on a percentage. How does that sound? This method of equity investment in equipment was not uncommon, yet rare in this era. Hunters generally incurred equipment expenses between 50 to 60%, with the savvy ones managing to keep it around 40%. While overly cautious approaches could lower the costs, they also resulted in diminished overall income. Simply put, while being overly cautious might reduce the equipment's share, it also limited total revenue. For instance, if total earnings were merely 1,000 due to caution, while a bolder approach could yield 10,000 with a 60% equipment share, when calculated, the difference was stark. Thus, Wang Yu perceived a potential for profit in this cooperative model. Master Wang, this proposal is indeed feasible. How do you envision the profit sharing? Captain Lynx, you go first. Let us say 60-40. You take 40, and I take 60? Lynx suggested this distribution, not out of honesty, but because operating without the worry of equipment maintenance allowed for a more aggressive approach, undoubtedly leading to higher revenue. His team members seemed pleased with this arrangement, eagerly awaiting the outcome, which indicated that Lynx was leading a commendable group. As for the team's mediocrity in the circles they frequented, it stemmed from Lynx's overly cautious nature in completing missions. While this wasn't inherently wrong, money could be earned gradually. Carelessness in the wilderness could lead to injury or death. Under the expectant gazes of the others, Wang Yu contemplated for a moment before stating, that sounds reasonable. Let us proceed with this. In truth, Wang Yu's ideal split was actually 70-30. Lynx had proposed 60-42 readily, and agreeing too hastily might have been detrimental, so he feigned contemplation for effect. Thus, both parties, feeling they had secured a favorable deal, finalized the agreement. Wang Yu officially invested in the Hellcat hunting team as an individual. After the agreement was signed, Lynx fervently invited him to the base for a celebratory feast. Wang Yu politely declined, feeling a twinge of guilt for not participating in a group activity right after their formal collaboration. It wouldn't be appropriate to appear disrespectful. In the end, Wang Yu suggested hosting the celebration on the deck. Lynx readily accepted this, gifting Wang Yu the few life crystals and instructed his team to set up the venue. An hour later, the energy from those life crystals flowed into Wang Yu's body, enhancing his primal battle body and elevating his combat prowess to the initial stage of the Silver Flash tier. While preparing the celebration on the deck, Lynx received a message that left him momentarily stunned. It was a notification from the headquarters of the Maintenance Association, announcing a global ban on Wang Yu. Initially, he had assumed the ban mentioned by Zhu De was merely local, never anticipating it to be a worldwide prohibition. Chapter 84. Addressing the disabilities within the hunting team upon witnessing the global ban imposed on the Forget-Me-Not repair shop, Lynx's spirits plummeted. He had just begun to formalize a partnership with Wang Yu when calamity struck. Noticing his distress, the team members quickly approached him with concern. What? Master Wang has been globally banned? What shall we do now? Captain, perhaps we should terminate the collaboration. Feeling the weight of the situation, Lynx was acutely aware that it was too late to backtrack. Their celebratory banquet had already attracted numerous witnesses. Their names would surely be added to the blacklist. How could the local repair association, a mere band of leeches, have the power to instigate a global ban? Did Master Wang commit some egregious offense? That seemed unlikely. His equipment had yielded bountiful harvests for them. which could hardly be termed a wrongdoing. Suddenly, it struck Lynx. While this might be advantageous for them, it surely struck a grievous blow to those parasitic entities. Members of the Hellcat hunting team began to murmur among themselves, with some lacking resolve quietly distancing themselves. By the time Lynx grasped the gravity of the situation, nearly a third of the team had vanished, and, if this continued, the hunting team would dissolve entirely. In desperation, he sent a message to Wang You, urging him to convene for discussions. To have a newly formed team scattered in such a manner was intolerable. He had so many matters still to attend to. However, upon reviewing the information from the Truth and Unity Party, he discovered that the Repair Association was an organization specifically designed to suppress grassroots hunters. By eliminating dissent, they monopolized the entire global repair industry, exploiting it to drain the lifeblood from the hunter community. Such organizations were not isolated. They were pervasive across various industries, with the puppet masters residing in the lofty Zodiac 12 satellite cities. This scenario bore a resemblance to the real estate situation prior to his transmigration, where capital conglomerates manipulated property prices, ensnaring many in lifelong debts, only to collectively harvest their hard-earned wealth in the end. When Wang Yu finally arrived to meet Lynx, the Hellcat hunting team had diminished to little more than half its original strength, with many remaining members being Lynx's aged and infirm subordinates. The vigorous youth had already severed ties and fled. Master Wang, this situation is dire. The hunting team is on the brink of dissolution. Lynx was frantic. After all, the hunting team was not an army, but rather a gathering of like-minded hunters seeking warmth and camaraderie. It was difficult to prevent those wishing to depart. As for Lynx's rationale for staying, it was because he was the foremost name on the blacklist, akin to a grasshopper in the same jar as Wang Yu. As long as the harvest was sufficient, there would always be a way to make a move, and at the right moment, someone would inevitably come to procure his goods. Lynx felt reassured, for he surmised that Wang Yu's calm demeanor suggested a robust backing. The ban must be a consequence of power struggles. Or else how could Wang Yu remain so composed? Even if no one came to collect, it would turn out to be a boon for him. The life crystal core was precisely what he needed, and with the eye of analysis, uncovering ways to utilize beast meat and other materials should pose no significant challenge. Under Wang Yu's repeated reassurances, the remaining 10 or so individuals felt considerably more at ease. However, many of them were significantly injured and lacked combat prowess. Their reluctance to leave stemmed from their lack of alternatives. At this juncture, Lynx was exasperated. Their numbers had dwindled to a mere 40% of the original, and their overall combat effectiveness had sunk to less than 20%, yet these were all long-standing members of his team. Master Wang, I must inform you that our current state, with numerous injuries, has left our combat effectiveness at less than 30%. Our hunting efficiency may suffer greatly. Is it merely injuries? Mari can manage those. They can serve as subjects for bodily modification experiments. Captain Lynx, as long as you all trust me, injuries are hardly an insurmountable issue. For those missing limbs, I can devise prosthetics, and I shall find ways to treat other ailments. The crowd fell silent, stunned for a few seconds before erupting in disbelief. Master Wang, are you jesting? You are a mechanic. Do you also moonlight as a doctor? Wang Yu clarified. When machines are broken, they must be repaired, and the ones who fix them are called mechanics. When the human body is damaged, it too requires repair, and the ones who do so are called doctors. The essence of repairing machines and the human body is fundamentally similar. This assertion left everyone bewildered. How could the nature of medicine and mechanical repair be compared? There is an immense chasm between the two fields. Noticing their silence, Wang Yu continued. Do you not believe me? Let me demonstrate with facts. Who among you wishes to volunteer to be the first to test my abilities? The crowd exchanged glances, eventually settling on a pale, somewhat effeminate middle-aged man. Montak Niao, why don't you give a try? Perhaps Master Wang can resolve your issues. Why must it be me? Why don't you all volunteer first? Your issue is merely aesthetic. Its inadequacy significantly impacts your combat effectiveness. A cacophony of voices surrounded Mo Niao, urging him to step forward and test Wang Yu's prowess, while he, true to his name, felt utterly useless. Under the intense pressure from the crowd, Mo Niao reluctantly stepped forward, and Wang Yu could only wear a wry smile as he prepared to assist him, with the eyes of the curious crowd upon them. Wang Yu maintained a serious demeanor as he led Niao to the medical room. In that moment, Niao was brimming with excitement. He was trading his shabby bird gun for a formidable cannon. Had it not been for Wang Yu's insistence on showcasing his results, he would have dashed off to the gathering place to experience the cannon's power firsthand. Upon seeing Niao, the crowd immediately surrounded him, clamoring to witness the outcome. Niao flashed a mysterious smile as he dramatically unveiled the cannon, prompting a chorus of demands for Wang Yu. "Master Wang, do you have any more in stock? I too wish to wield one. Indeed, I want to traverse the flower street with this cannon." "Exactly. Master Wang, I want forget-me-not engraved on my cannon, so wherever I go, I can advertise your prowess. Your reputation will soar, making the Repair Association's ban seem ludicrous." In truth, Wang Yu had long grown weary of crafting the cannon and had no intention of agreeing to produce more than a dozen replicas. He stated, "Have you all considered this carefully? I am here to address your injuries. This opportunity is fleeting." With this declaration, the crowd quieted considerably, while the cannon was enticing. It would be of little use in the wild. Resolving their physical ailments to enhance their combat effectiveness was far more pragmatic. Ultimately, the crowd could only sigh in resignation, choosing to prioritize the resolution of their bodily injuries. Several hours later, Wang Yu had treated the injuries of 10 or so individuals, alleviating their ailments. Lynx was left astonished by Wang Yu's capabilities as he stood before his revitalized old comrades, whose spirits were now soaring. He had initially believed that Wang Yu's strength lay solely in repairing machines and equipment, only to realize that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. He possessed the remarkable ability to mend human bodies, and his skill was astonishing. With Wang Yu's intervention, every member of the Hellcat hunting team present felt a renewed sense of loyalty. They had become hunters not merely for the thrill, but for the continuation of their livelihoods. With Wang Yu providing equipment and formidable medical support, serving him would make them exponentially stronger than before. Understanding that Wang Yu had successfully performed over a dozen operations, Lynx refrained from further interruption. After a hasty meal, he led the team, under strong encouragement from the members, to bravely venture into Flower Street. It was now midnight, and shortly after their departure, Mari stealthily entered the battleship, armed with the access key bestowed by Wang Yu. She arrived with a crucial piece of information, one that could impact the lives of many gathered beyond the city limits. Chapter 85. News of the Beast Tide. As soon as Mary entered the warship, Wang Yu realized her late-night visit piqued his curiosity. Did she wish to explore the clandestine capabilities of her newly acquired body? It must be so. After all, she had claimed that her body belonged solely to herself, and at her age, it was only natural to be unable to resist such temptations. The more Wang Yu pondered, the more convinced he became, prompting him to invite Mary to his quarters. After a day filled with numerous tasks, he felt it was time to unwind. Mary, initially believing she was heading to Wang Yu's office when directed to a room behind the bridge, was taken aback to find it was a bedroom. As she stood in a daze, Wang Yu urged her, "Come in. Why are you just standing there?" Feeling a touch embarrassed, she stepped inside, her gaze drawn to Wang Yu's physique, stirring an inexplicable emotion within her. Wang Yu had transformed remarkably after undergoing body enhancement. His physique, now at the silver tier level, would leave even Superman Clark envious. Such a physique was undeniably a potent allure for women, and even Mary, a seasoned agent, found herself unable to resist. Coupled with his slightly rugged yet charming visage and a mischievous smile, she momentarily lost sight of her original purpose for coming. "What are you planning to do, boss?" she inquired, slightly flustered. "You're the one who sought me out, so hurry up. I've had a long day," Wang Yu replied, lying down and awaiting her assistance. Mary felt a rush of warmth, as a unique fragrance began to permeate the air, though she remained oblivious to its source. Wang Yu, however, found the scent invigorating, a testament to the special feature he had incorporated. When Mary entered a particular state, her body would automatically synthesize a fragrance that emanated from her skin. Inspired by certain ancient films he had ingeniously replicated using advanced technology. As the aroma enveloped her, Mary's mind was flooded with various massage techniques. A clever addition Wang You had discreetly implanted, reminiscent of classic Thai massage. Gradually, she began to perform the service. Though her strength proved inadequate, prompting Wang Yu's feedback, use a bit more force. After an hour of this, Mary was utterly exhausted, the potent scent enveloping her as she felt drained. Thankfully, she was human. Had she been one of the mechanical beings, she might have malfunctioned. What is happening to me? Certainly. Thus began Wang Yu's role as the examiner, while Mary exerted herself diligently to complete the designated assessment tasks. The following day, upon rising, Mary felt as though her body was on the verge of disintegration. With great effort, she managed to dress herself, when suddenly the communicator beside her emitted a sound. The display revealed a sequence of peculiar codes, causing her pupils to constrict in alarm. This was a message from the upper echelons of the organization. After deciphering it with the decryption device, she began to feel a sense of unrest. Certain individuals within the organization had set their sights on Wang You and were dispatching someone to approach him. Chapter 86. News from Mary. Arrival of Feng Xiao. Mary is anxious as she realizes that someone within the organization has set their sights on Wang You. The Truth Alliance is fragmented and in turmoil, with no leader, causing multiple factions to vie for power. However, their external statements remain largely unified. Although she was once the adopted daughter of the party leader, she is now merely a minor intelligence officer stationed away from the core, lacking any significant influence within the organization. The current leaders are not visionary or capable. They are merely second-generation figures who control resources yet are short-sighted, caring only for immediate gains. If they target Wang You, conflict seems inevitable. However, Wang You, having just faced a worldwide ban by the Maintenance Association, should avoid making too many enemies, as further disputes would hinder his access to vital resources. With this in mind, Mary conveys the news to Wang You, hoping he can engage in a strategic alliance with the organization to leverage its resources for his own growth. Upon receiving the message, Wang Yu remains indifferent. He believes collaboration is contingent upon the individual, and he would never compromise his own interests. To be candid, he has little faith in the current Truth Alliance, considering it to be waning. His immediate focus is on enhancing his warship's defensive capabilities and gathering life crystals to bolster his combat strength. True strength is the only verity. Thus, Wang Yu sets aside trivial matters and dedicates himself to upgrading the remaining 11 maid mechs, optimizing the equipment needed for the hunting team as they prepare to venture out. Days pass, and his progress is commendable. The maid mech team has begun to demonstrate combat capabilities, with the awakened and autonomous Rose as their commander. Wang Yu has granted her considerable freedom, refraining from assigning her menial tasks, though she has taken on maintenance duties over the past few days. Since the news of the ban emerged, Chong has taken to setting up a table across from Wang Yu, sipping tea daily, causing business at the maintenance shop to dwindle to about 20% of its usual volume. Yet, Wang Yu pays him no mind, busily working on the warship, modifying this and that, with the maid mech team significantly aiding his rapid progress, having overhauled the entire vessel. He contemplates seeking out Piao Xue, hoping she might acquire 2 particular items for him. Just as he finishes his shower, he promptly contacts Piao Xue. Little you, what have you been up to these past few days? You haven't visited the teacher in a while. Are you hiding away and toying around with the succubus? Young people should take care not to overexert themselves. And what's so amusing about machines? You should nurture your relationship with Xiao Xiao. Just the other day, she mentioned how formidable you are. Upon connecting, he is greeted by Piao Xue's gentle and beguiling inquiries, a tone that would surely astonish anyone aware of her icy warrior persona. The thought of engaging with Piao Xue stirs a slight agitation within him, but recalling her bewitching nature quickly extinguishes any spark of desire. This woman is not to be trifled with. By the way, I just acquired a powerful body-enhancing potion. A rare find. I'll send it right over. Piao Xue indeed has just procured the potion intended for Wang Yu, having retrieved it just after her bath when he called. Despite her typically frosty demeanor, she sometimes exhibits a playful side, even appearing in a bathrobe while traversing dimensions. Upon impact, an immediate thought strikes Wang Yu. What now? This sorceress has arrived unannounced. What am I to do? At this moment, Piao Xue's head is buzzing as well. She realizes her mistake in hastily opening the portal, landing right on the cannon's barrel. I must dismantle this cannon. As Wang Yu grapples with the unexpected situation, Feng Xiao contacts him. He instinctively prepares to hang up, only to accidentally connect. Little Yu, I'm here. Hurry and open the door. Hearing her voice, Piao Xue feels a mix of embarrassment and indignation. She drops the potion and escapes through the portal. She feels foolish for her clumsiness, having come only to deliver the potion and now leaving empty-handed. Although she departs, her scent lingers. Wang Yu breathes a sigh of relief as Feng Xiao stands on the deck. Embarrassed, he awkwardly opens the door remotely. Within a minute, Feng Xiao appears, clad in a strapless short dress and an oversized trench coat. Have you missed me these past few days? She inquires. Wang Yu, begrudgingly responding, of course, internally scoffs at himself, lamenting that he hardly has time to think, with a flurry of tasks during the day and either guiding Mary or repairing maid mechs at night. His mind barely able to keep up. Nonetheless, he offers a compliment to alleviate her earlier discomfort. Don't you ever wonder if I'm busy with that succubus? Feng Xiao presses, to which Wang Yu sheepishly chuckles, acknowledging the truth of her claim. Xiao Shui, I've been occupied with modifications. My hands are practically cramping up, he admits, again internally grumbling about the sheer volume of tasks at hand. That's nonsense. You only need to think of me, and I would come running. Feng Xiao huffs. Yet their dynamic is such that she maintains control rather than Wang Yu fawning over her. He would never dismiss her. His concern lies in not overwhelming her to the point of hospitalization, although advancements in medical technology have alleviated some of those worries. The improvements in medical care owe much to Mary and the 10 or so members of the hunting team. Without their contributions, Wang Yu's progress would not have been as swift. Xiao Shui, you mustn't say that. I only wish for your well-being. Considering your combat prowess, I genuinely worry. If you lose control, you wouldn't be able to work. That's just inexperience. I've utilized my free time these past few days to study a wealth of material. I won't repeat my previous mistakes. She pauses, suddenly catching a familiar scent. Finally, her investigative instincts kick in, and after much conversation, she discerns an unusual aroma. Wang Yu becomes aware of the potential danger. What could it be? Why haven't I noticed? Surely, I'm not becoming paranoid again. What have you been busy with these days? He quickly shifts the topic, noting that women have an uncanny sense of smell, and he's relieved he acted swiftly to divert her attention. Well, it's about the Du family. The family had unexpectedly passed away, and the illegitimate son, Du Ziping, has suddenly ascended to power. The circumstances surrounding the family power shift appear suspicious, and they had been directed to closely monitor the situation, only to have the task mysteriously rescinded today, or else she wouldn't have had the chance to meet him. With Du's death, it would have been expected for the rightful heir, Du Dezhao, or an elder of the family to take charge. So Du Ziping's emergence is indeed peculiar. Where is Du Dezhao in all this? This anomaly piques Wang Yu's curiosity, as he has a significant grievance against the Du family. However, Feng Xiao, the less than competent leader of the investigation team, considers it better to avoid complications, believing the family power struggle is of no concern to her. Having been sluggish during her assigned investigation, Du's head ran off to Sky City shortly before the incident. Why would you care? Wang Yu reflects on their previous conflicts, recalling how the Du family had sent a group to ambush him. He had only recently deciphered the communications, unveiling the true identities of the Shadow Dragon-esque covert agents and the Bloodhand Squad. His suspicion is that the Bloodhand Squad was also hired by the Du family, yet lacks concrete evidence. Could it be that Du Dezhao fled out of fear of your retaliation? Oh, and the Long family's heir has also gone to Sky City. This theory seems plausible. Once you eliminated 5 of the gold tier, they likely ran away. With this deduction, Wang Yu loses interest in the duo's disappearance, preferring to focus his attention on Feng Xiao. Sister Xiao, why have you come to find me at such a late hour? Need you even ask? Feng Xiao raised her hand, discarding her windbreaker. Thus, Feng Xiao took the initiative to ignite the battle once more, leaving Wang Yu with no choice but to engage. Yet, unbeknownst to both, as the conflict commenced, a spatial rift materialized in a concealed location, from which the enigmatic Shui appeared. Chapter 87. mass production of strengthening elixirs as the fierce battle between Wang Yu and Feng Xiao raged on. Piao Xue concealed herself in a hidden corner, her eyes wide and mouth covered in disbelief. The fight concluded in just 3 moves, and astonishingly, Wang Yu emerged unscathed while Feng Xiao appeared utterly exhausted. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yu transitioned from defense to offense, executing his spectacular move, Flying Dragon in the sky. Feng Xiao, unable to resist, could only watch helplessly as Wang Yu unleashed his formidable techniques, ultimately leading to her fainting in despair. However, reflecting on her identity, she felt it inappropriate to bully someone younger, suppressing her combative instincts. Unfortunately, after the battle, Wang Yu felt a sense of dissatisfaction, his combat awareness still heightened. He became acutely aware of Piao Xue's intense heartbeat. Alarmed by his oversight during the fight, he realized he had allowed someone to lurk nearby unnoticed. Within the battleship, only mechanical maidens were present, devoid of any human heartbeat. Mari's body could not produce such a sound, leading Wang Yu to suspect the presence of a mysterious individual. Instinctively, he called out, "Who is there? Come out." To his astonishment, a cat-like sound echoed in response. "Meow, meow." Wang Yu was taken aback. "What, did I have a cat on board?" "No, that's clearly a human heartbeat." Something was amiss. With this thought, he activated his eye of analysis to investigate. The moment he peered through the analysis, he was startled to recognize the familiar energy signature. There was no need to ponder further. Meanwhile, Piao Xue, believing her imitation of a cat's meow had worked, continued to mimic the sound. Meow, meow, ha. Not only was she imitating the sound, but she also adopted the playful postures of a cat, her rear end sticking up high with her paws on the ground. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Yu had discerned her movements from the fluctuations in the energy field. A rekindled flame of anger ignited within him. He yearned to seize this cat and confront her directly. Yet, the fear she instilled in him far outweighed the fire. He reasoned that he must not let her realize that he had discovered her true identity. With a swift thought, she feigned a sneeze, exclaiming, "Where did this wild cat come from? My nose is acting up. I need to call Rose to chase it away." With that, she darted out, feeling embarrassed. Piao Xue could only sulk as she slipped away through a spatial door, grumbling to herself, "That little brat dared to call me a wild cat. Just wait. If I don't beat you to the point where you can't get out of bed for 3 days, I'll..." Little did she know, Wang Yu had been lurking beside the door, fully aware of her departure. Finally gone, he thought, this witch's temperament is indeed troublesome. To sneak around and imitate a cat, no less. Before long, Wang Yu found himself seated in the reception room, examining the potent, strengthening elixir Piao Xue had sent him. As he delved deeper into the analysis, the ingredients and methods of production unfurled in his mind. Active components, life energy, essence extracted from beast meat. Once he completed the analysis, he realized that he could replicate this elixir if he had the necessary materials. These materials comprised the dividends from the Hell Cat hunting squad, and there was still a considerable stock of beast meat aboard the battleship. However, he was short on life crystals, having only a few left. Knowing the method, Wang Yu could hardly contain his excitement and rushed to the medical room, where the required equipment awaited him. 2 hours later, he emerged with 2 large bottles of the strengthening elixir, an impressive total of 10 liters. To produce these elixirs, he had used up the remainder of his life crystals and a substantial amount of beast meat. If he were to package it in the same small bottle Piao Xue had given him, it would equate to a staggering 1,000 bottles. Overwhelmed with exhilaration at the prospect of the elixirs, Wang Yu intended to message Piao Xue. However, at that moment, Mari arrived unexpectedly. "The organization sent someone to see you, the boss. He came secretly today to inquire about you and should be here to meet you in the next few days." "Really? What information did you provide him about me?" Wang Yu asked. "Only publicly available information," Mari replied. "That's fine then. Let him do as he pleases. By the way, how is the visitor?" Mari's expression darkened, as if she were reluctant to speak. Wang Yu noticed and encouraged her. "Go on. I need to assess the situation." "The visitor is the son of the 5th seat. His demeanor is quite unpleasant, arrogant and dismissive, yet lacking in real ability," she disclosed. Wang Yu frowned, recognizing the typical traits of second-generation elites. "What did he do to you?" "He's rather clumsy. It appeared this individual had quite a bit of audacity, daring to trouble his subordinates. Should I take care of him? Wang You mused, displeased. Mari was currently working for him. He could not allow her to be bullied. Seeing the discontent on Wang Yu's face, Mari felt a flicker of joy, quickly overshadowed by concern. Boss, you shouldn't confront him just yet. Although the organization has diminished, it still has significant influence and resources. Wang Yu shook his head, confident in his newfound strength. Don't worry too much. As long as they don't provoke me, I won't retaliate. Stand tall and assertive. That's the best approach. We'll observe how things unfold. You don't need to compromise your position. If necessary, you could establish yourself as an independent ruler. This Tianhai city is but a small territory. I would support your departure from their control. Mari hesitated, harboring grievances against her current organization, but also contemplating her concerns. I'm worried about their high-level combat power. What level are we discussing? Wang Yu inquired. They have a dedicated adjudication team, all at the steel drill level. Wang Yu pondered for a moment. In recent days, he had absorbed life crystals, pushing his body to the extreme limits of the silver flash stage. Donning armor, he could easily overpower those at the golden radiance extreme. However, engaging with those at the steel drill level was uncertain territory. He had never truly tested his strength against them. Of course, it was not fear that held him back, but a desire to avoid early exposure of his capabilities. Do not worry about this. Even if they come, I will have ways to deal with them. Use the organization to your advantage. If it leads to a fallout, so be it. Mari nodded, understood, boss. Noticing her lingering worry, Wang Yu asked, by the way, have you been in touch with your father? We're still in contact. This channel had been severed for over a decade. I have no idea how he is or if he will even believe me, she replied. What message did you send him? I contacted him according to the organization's secret orders. Why? Wang Yu contemplated for a moment. Perhaps you should include a shared memory. Something only the two of you would know. Upon hearing this, Mari understood and felt a weight lift from her heart. After their discussion, she bowed in gratitude, which piqued Wang Yu's interest, for her figure was nothing short of exquisite. Just as she turned to leave, Wang Yu recalled the strengthening elixirs and called out, Wait, take a look at this. What is it? Mari asked, accepting the bottle. She opened it and inhaled, exclaiming, a strengthening elixir. Where did you get this, boss? These are rarely circulated. Why are you so astonished? Calm down. Is this elixir truly valuable? Of course. This bottle retails for 200,000, but very few have the qualifications to sell it. On the black market, it can fetch nearly 500,000. Wang Yu was not particularly shocked. Relative to its efficacy, the official price seemed reasonable. Based on the official pricing, his two large bottles were worth 200 million. With a production cost of only 20,000, a veritable goldmine that left his eyes gleaming with excitement. Take another look at these two large bottles, Wang Yu urged. Uncertain of his intentions, Mari opened the other bottle and sniffed it. No way, boss. Did you produce a counterfeit? Are you planning to sell it on the black market? Mari, what are you saying? This is the real deal. The efficacy is identical. Although I created it, once it's in a bottle and sold on the black market, it's genuine. Forget You products are guaranteed to be top-notch. This is not mere talk. I analyzed it thoroughly with the eye of analysis during production. The original liquid was even more potent. But to fit into smaller bottles, I had to dilute it slightly. Thus, the two began strategizing on how to sell the elixirs on the black market. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 88. The Witch Cat. Snowfall. After a brief discussion, Wang Yu and Mari finalized the plan to distribute the strength-enhancing potion to the black market. Although Wang Yu had an abundance of the potion, its classification as a special-grade contraband meant that a large shipment was inadvisable. Thus, Mari opted for a conservative approach, suggesting a gradual release. The upgrade of their battleship would proceed at a slower pace due to the difficulty in acquiring the necessary materials and equipment, but they could tackle it step by step. Their immediate goal was to ensure the battleship could withstand the defensive light cannons of Tianhai City. Achieving this would significantly diminish the official threats from Tianhai City, allowing Wang Yu to secretly exert control over it and leverage its resources for his own growth. As these thoughts crystallized in his mind, Wang Yu felt a surge of excitement, especially with Mari's large G vehicle constantly circling around him, reigniting the combat fervor he had yet to exhaust. Noticing his enthusiasm, Mari invited him to engage in a game involving shooting at the headlights of the car. "Boss, you're too clumsy, always missing the target. Don't run away. Watch my extreme steering shots. Oh, that hurts. Boss, your aim is terrible. You keep hitting my windshield. Nowhere to escape." As Feng Xiao approached the parlor, she overheard the raucous sounds from within, her anger flaring. It was inappropriate for Wang Yu to be playing games with his succubus at such a late hour. Determined to confront him, she gritted her teeth and stealthily approached, preparing to ambush Wang Yu. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner of the parlor, a witch cat was secretly observing the chaos unfold. This time, she had learned her lesson and set up a spatial cloaking barrier. Thus, while Wang Yu and Mari were engrossed in their game, neither was aware of Feng Xiao's impending arrival, nor was the witch cat, Snowfall, cognizant of Feng Xiao's approach. Wang Yu relentlessly pursued his target, while Mari maneuvered the headlights of the G vehicle, evading fire intermittently. "Boss, you missed again." Mari executed a daring dodge, causing a projectile to fly towards Snowfall's hiding spot. Startled, she instinctively withdrew her head and dropped her barrier, only for the projectile to seemingly home in on her, exploding directly in her face. The blast nearly dislodged the witch from her perch, but she managed to suppress her combat spirit, avoiding exposure. However, the impact was painfully uncomfortable, leaving her seething internally as she mentally noted Wang Yu's failure. Seeing yet another miss, Wang Yu turned his attention back to loading the cannon, preparing to fire again. Mari, aware of his cool-down time, flashed her headlights provocatively. "This time, there's nowhere to hide." "Yes. Perfect dodge. Full marks." The projectile lost its target and soared toward the entrance, just as Feng Xiao could no longer contain herself and rushed in, shouting, "Wang Yu, you!" Her opening line was cut short as she, too, fell victim to the projectile, which struck her squarely in the face. Spitting out a curse, Wang Yu was stunned, and Mari quickly turned off the headlights, while even the concealing Snowfall wore an odd expression, and silence enveloped the room. After spitting a few times, Feng Xiao glared at Wang Yu, noticing the dark cannon still aimed at her, her anger boiling over. "Wang Yu, you imbecile! How could you? I'm gonna get you." In that moment, Wang Yu realized the gravity of the situation and quickly concealed the cannon, fearing Feng Xiao would seize and dismantle it. Unfortunately, as he opened a spatial door, Feng Xiao spotted him. Snowfall, teacher, what are you doing here? Your face." With Feng Xiao's loud exclamation, Wang Yu and Mari also became aware of her presence, causing Mari to freeze in fear. Wang Yu's face paled. Seeing Snowfall's expression confirmed she had indeed taken a direct hit. He felt as if he could die from embarrassment. "You witch, what are you doing here eavesdropping? My super cannon, I'm doomed." Realizing escape was futile, Snowfall flicked her hair and remarked, "Wang Yu, it seems you're having quite a bit of fun. Your firepower is impressive, and you have quite a stock of ammunition, but your accuracy leaves much to be desired. You're hitting everything but the target. Would you like me to teach you some practice techniques to avoid accidentally harming allies?" Wang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment, wondering why Snowfall hadn't dodged. Mari was adept at evasion, after all. Feng Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief at Snowfall's words, mirroring Mari's astonishment. Xiao, why are you still standing there? If Wang Yu's aim is this poor, it's partly your responsibility. Get over here and teach him properly." "Wang Yu, where did you hide the cannon? Hurry up and set it up for some serious practice. If I catch you hiding it again, I'll make sure to stomp it into the ground." With a fierce expression, Snowfall fixed her gaze on Wang Yu, her thoughts simmering with resentment. If he enjoyed playing, then everyone would join in, otherwise. She would ensure he practiced until he could hardly stand, and she would write her name backward. Thus, Wang Yu, with a face full of despair and vacuity, engaged in relentless practice, loading, aiming, and firing until he was utterly spent. Snowfall stood beside him, taking on the role of commander, should he dare to slack off. She would kick him toward the cannon. Fortunately, she wasn't wearing high heels, or she might have kicked a hole through the cannon. 2 hours later, the parlor was tidied up, and Wang Yu lay half dead on the sofa, while Feng Xiao and Snowfall sat across from him, with Mari standing behind Wang Yu, too frightened to flee. A sense of vindictive satisfaction graced Snowfall's face. Wang Yu, you've improved quite a bit in just a few days. By the way, have you taken the strength-enhancing potion I sent? At her words, Wang Yu's mind cleared. The strength-enhancing potion? Those 2 bottles on the table. Snowfall, puzzled, glanced at the table. 2 bottles? What bottles? There are just 2 large containers of some liquid that looks like red wine. Wang Yu, are you dizzy? There are 2 bottles of strength-enhancing potion on the table, and I only gave you one. Strength-enhancing potion bottled? Who would be so extravagant? No. Wang Yu shouldn't be able to obtain it. You didn't mistake the nutritional tonic for the strength-enhancing potion, did you? The more Snowfall pondered, the more convinced she became of her theory, especially since Wang Yu was practicing with the cannon every day. Surely, his body couldn't handle it. Wang Yu, don't confuse the tonic with the strength-enhancing potion. What effects could tonic possibly have? It can't compare to a strength-enhancing potion. You should drink the one I sent over. It has some restorative effects. Her reminder triggered Wang Yu's recollection of the potion's supplementary effects, prompting him to ask Rose for 3 glasses. As for why 3, it was because the strength-enhancing potion had no effect on Mari. Her body could only grow stronger through accumulation. Rose was swift, bringing the glasses promptly. Snowfall, with a teasing expression, remarked, Wang Yu, are you inviting your teacher for a drink? Trying to get me drunk, and then seek revenge? Feng Xiao stifled a laugh. What drinking? This is the strength-enhancing potion I refined and prepared. It has the same effects as the one you provided. I merely wish for you to sample it. After all, a single shipment to the black market yields only a few small bottles, and with these 2 large containers, there was no fear of waste. Rose skillfully poured the strength-enhancing potion into the glasses and presented them to Feng Xiao and Snowfall, while Wang Yu took one for himself. Mari stood behind him, calling out in protest, what a waste! Who drinks strength-enhancing potion from a glass? Upon taking a sip, Wang Yu felt as if he were drinking a tonic. However, the effects were undeniable, as he could feel his stamina rapidly replenishing. Snowfall, curious, lifted her glass to her nose and detected the same aroma as the strength-enhancing potion. She wondered how Wang Yu had concocted a tonic that resembled the strength-enhancing potion so closely. She was curious about its effects. After tentatively taking a sip, her blue eyes sparkled, and she downed the entire glass in one go, her chest rising and falling rapidly, leaving Wang Yu across from her utterly astonished. Could it be that this which had hidden depths, directly transforming into a larger version of herself? How had she achieved such a feat? Feng Xiao, having never tasted the strength-enhancing potion, was unaware of its scent, but upon witnessing Snowfall drink, she mimicked her. After swallowing, a surge of fiery energy coursed through her body, making her feel as though she was rapidly expanding, as if she might explode at any moment. Wang Yu sensed something was amiss and urgently called out, Xiao Shui. What's wrong with you? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29 message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 89. Drinking the strength potion from a cup. Are you a tycoon? Feng Zhao's situation was indeed dire. The strength potion contained immense energy, and her body, lacking in sufficient fortitude, was bound to encounter complications if consumed in excess. Given Feng Zhao's physical condition, she could manage no more than 30 milliliters at once, yet that cup contained approximately 80 milliliters. Even a body of the radiant diamond tier like Piao Xue's had struggled with it. How could Feng Zhao, being merely of the bronze tier, handle it without facing catastrophic consequences? In truth, Piao Xue had initially underestimated the potion, failing to recognize it as a strength potion, which led Feng Zhao to mimic her actions. Fortunately, Piao Xue reacted swiftly, placing a hand on Feng Zhao's chest and channeling her true energy to suppress the chaotic energy surging within Feng Zhao's body. Regrettably, she had overestimated her own strength. The turmoil within Feng Zhao was too severe for her to manage, resulting in Feng Zhao fainting from the energy overload. Xiao Yu hastily contacted Brother Dashin. stating her inability to assist Feng Xiao in regaining her composure. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly messaged old Feng, who would not remain idle. Activating the eye of analysis, he observed Feng Xiao's condition and noted the presence of foreign energy within her body, which Piao Xue was attempting to suppress with her true energy. Piao Xue, would it not be sufficient to help Xiao study, clear the foreign energy from her body to alleviate the situation? In simple terms, that was indeed the case. But the overwhelming energy within Feng Xiao left Piao Xue only able to maintain suppression, unable to facilitate a proper release. Piao Xue was now quite anxious, having consumed so much herself. She had to maintain her own energy while also focusing on suppressing Feng Xiao's, leaving her feeling quite overwhelmed. After a moment of observation, Xiao Yu devised a method of suppression and guidance. Piao Xue, allow me to attempt the guidance. Piao Xue, astonished, looked up at him and inquired, have you studied ancient martial arts? That seems improbable. Did Brother Dashin teach you? Given the short time frame, how could you have learned so much? Xiao Yu scratched his head, unsure how to articulate his understanding, but knowing Feng Xiao's perilous state left him no choice but to take the risk. Piao Xue, I have my own opportunities, so please refrain from asking for now. Xiao needs urgent assistance. Just maintain the suppression. Old Feng should arrive shortly. Then proceed with your guidance. I will suppress the critical areas first. Begin at her feet, and when you're ready, I will gradually release my hold. Piao Xue, though perplexed by Xiao Yu's mysterious capabilities, agreed to let him try. After nodding in agreement, Xiao Yu removed Feng Xiao's shoes and grasped her delicate feet. Piao Xue, I am ready. Please slowly release the suppression. Although he lacked Piao Xue's true energy, he possessed a more advanced spiritual energy, allowing him to mimic her control methods adequately. As Piao Xue gradually relinquished her control, Xiao Yu guided the foreign energy through the points of contact towards himself, where it was absorbed by his spiritual energy. An enlightening thought crossed his mind. This effect bore resemblance to the Beiming divine art. However, he did not completely absorb all the foreign energy, retaining only what Feng API call failed with status code 429. Ver, code, for 29 message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 90. Snowfall. My interest in Xiao Yu grows indeed. Ancient martial arts possess immense strength in this world, with physical prowess that far surpasses that of new martial artists. Their offensive techniques and energy utilization are markedly superior. The only drawback lies in the difficulty of initiation. One must possess secret manuals and a mentor for guidance, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary individual to cultivate alone. The methods of ancient martial arts training have been lost to such an extent that the powers of the 12 satellite cities are now fervently collecting ancient cultivation manuals in search of formidable practitioners. With ample supplies of potent body-enhancing potions, they can significantly reduce the time required for mastering ancient martial arts. Provided they have the necessary manuals, they could mass-produce ancient martial artists. Old Feng, a powerful practitioner of ancient martial arts, has become a target for them. His lineage has always been passed down through generations. In his youth, he recognized the exceptional talent in Piao Xue and imparted some teachings to her, although he never formally accepted her as a disciple. Consequently, if Piao Xue wishes to teach Feng Xiao ancient martial arts, she must consult him. In truth, old Feng had fewer reservations in his younger years. He was rather arrogant, unafraid of anyone. However, following a certain incident that left him disabled, he retreated from the world. His current concerns do not revolve around Feng Xiao as potential for learning, but rather the possibility of those troublesome individuals resurfacing. When Wang Yu battled the Blood Hand Squad, they had spies observing the situation. Wang Yu showcased the new martial arts system, which alleviated old Feng's worries. Initially, he considered Wang Yu as a potential successor, but her mysterious nature left him perplexed, compelling him to continue observing her. Yet, the more he watched, the less he understood. The energy within her now surpasses his own true qi. Piao Xue expressed her intention to teach Feng Xiao ancient martial arts, but candidly, old Feng harbored doubts about Feng Xiao's innate talent. Without resources, it would be quite challenging to cultivate effectively. However, Since Wang Yu no longer requires his ancient martial arts, he could only acquiesce. After Old Feng's consent, Piao Xue said, "Thank you, Brother Dashin. Let us head to my courtyard and assist her in channeling her meridians." Old Feng nodded, and Piao Xue then turned to Wang Yu, saying, "I'll take a bottle of the body-enhancing potion first." Before Wang Yu could respond, she swiftly grabbed a vial, picked up Feng Xiao, and opened a spatial portal to leave, with Old Feng shaking his head helplessly as he followed. Wang Yu felt a sense of despair. At least Piao Xue had taken only a small vial, leaving some semblance of fairness. After their departure, Wang Yu gritted her teeth, lamenting, "That witch cat. Had I known she would drop in today, I would have blasted her away. Such a splendid opportunity wasted." Once they left, only Wang Yu and Mari remained. At that moment, Mari finally breathed a sigh of relief. "What will the boss do next?" "All right then, boss. I'll take my leave." Wang Yu waved her hand, and after Mari exited, she went to rest. Although her physical strength had been replenished, her mental fatigue lingered. In the courtyard of Piao Xue's practice room, Feng Xiao lay on the floor, still unconscious. Piao Xue placed one hand on her dantian, while Old Feng placed his hands on her shoulders. They were currently assisting Feng Xiao in guiding her true qi into formation. However, the foreign energy within her body hovered at a critical threshold, making the guidance laborious. After more than an hour, the path of true qi within Feng Xiao finally took shape, enabling it to circulate autonomously. With this progress, both Piao Xue and Old Feng sighed in relief. "Thank you, Brother Dashin. Xiao Xiao has indeed turned misfortune into fortune. It's her good luck, and that kid Wang is rather reckless." Drinking the body-enhancing potion from a cup, while a lavish display of disregard for risk, Feng Xiao sighed. "This is my responsibility. He told me it was a body-enhancing potion, but I mistook it for medicinal wine." Xiao Xiao merely followed suit. "By the way, the energy within Xiao Yu is terrifying. It seems to be far stronger than our true qi." Old Feng grimaced. "You are mistaken. It is not merely stronger, but fundamentally on an entirely different level. That kid is becoming increasingly enigmatic. I wonder what he has obtained. I asked him earlier, and he merely stated that he has his fortunes, without further explanation." "That is true. The opportunity to cultivate ancient martial arts is crucial, but for someone like him, I almost believe in the notion of reincarnation. Perhaps he is the reincarnation of some high-level practitioner from the cultivation world. In the realm of technology, who would believe in such tales?" Old Feng was merely venting. "Brother Dashin, my interest in Xiao Yu is growing. I wish to delve deeper into understanding him. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you?" Upon seeing the peculiar expression on Piao Xue's face, Old Feng's heart leaped with joy. It seemed that Piao Xue had set her sights on Wang Yu, which delighted him. He could finally relax and cease his vigilance over her. He was well aware of Piao Xue's nature. Despite her advancing years, her inner self had not changed much. Noticing Old Feng's odd demeanor, Piao Xue shook him gently. "Brother Dashin, what expression is that? Are you displeased?" Old Feng promptly replied, "Not at all. As long as you are happy, I support you wholeheartedly, truly." He was overjoyed and would never oppose her. He viewed Piao Xue as a sister. Had he not been restrained last time, he would have slipped away long ago. Yet, because of that incident, Piao Xue's obsession had dissipated. Otherwise, she would not have focused on Wang Yu. Nevertheless, their relationship remained akin to that of siblings. Near Mari's tavern, Mari's secret hideout originally, this hideout was a sanctuary for her to rest, but tonight, an uninvited guest arrived. "Are you surprised to see me?" The speaker was a young man in his 20s, with a sharp haircut, a slender face, and elongated eyes that exuded a sense of cunning. "Herbie, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing him, Mari felt as though she had swallowed 1,000 flies. After speaking, he snapped his fingers. Mari immediately felt a shove from behind, stumbling into the room as the door slammed shut behind her. Mari coldly regarded Herbie. "What do you want?" "What else could I be doing here at this late hour? Waiting in your room." "Naturally. I'm here to do what needs to be done." Herbie's tone was flippant as he loosened the buttons of his collar, causing Mari's face to darken instantly. "The organization has rules against interfering in members' private lives, right? Are you willing to violate those rules? Aren't you afraid I'll report you?" "Haha, go ahead and report me. Let us see if anyone cares." You think you're still the chief's daughter? Unfortunately, the organization has no chief now, and you're merely an external intelligence officer. What authority do you have? It would be your honor to serve me. Your body must have garnered quite a bit of intelligence, and yet you pretend to be high and mighty. Here's your chance. Strip down and crawl before me on your knees. Submit to me. His words nearly sent Mari into a rage. Just days ago, this man had been clumsy. Now, he was brazenly aggressive. She understood that since he dared to act this way, he must have some leverage, or he would never be so reckless. Are you truly willing to go this far? Are you not afraid of detonating the bomb within me? We could both perish. Many within the organization have bombs implanted in their bodies, and Irby was not unaware of this. Mari used it as a threat, but it was merely a bluff. That bomb had long been dismantled by Wang You. At that moment, Irby merely smiled lightly. You are so resolute. Is it really such a big deal to be taken once? After all, you have likely been taken countless times while gathering intelligence. Nonsense. While gathering intelligence. I may charm the other party, but it's merely a fleeting interaction. No one has ever touched me. As for the method Irby suggested, while some intelligence officers might employ such tactics, she would not. Stop pretending to be high and mighty. Your body has likely absorbed quite a bit of nourishment, yet you still act so lofty. Irby's lewd remarks reduced Mari to someone even lower than a streetwalker. In truth, since encountering Mari, he had been lusting after her body, and after wandering through Tianhai City, he found her irresistible. Mari lunged forward to slap him, but her hand was firmly grasped. Irby pulled her close, their bodies nearly touching, and gently lifted her chin, saying, "Oh, you've even grown thorns." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 91. Extortion. Tenfold compensation. Irby tore off Mary's clothing and pushed her to the ground. Just as he was about to proceed further, he noticed 5 bottles of strength-enhancing potions lying on the floor. One of them was the very bottle that Piao Xue had given to Wang Yu, still bearing its label. As Irby picked it up, Mary seized the opportunity to shield her body with her hands and retreat. Irby merely glanced at her and continued to gather the remaining potions, opening them for inspection. Well, what luck today! 5 bottles of strength potions. Upon hearing him name the potions, Mary quickly devised a means to threaten him. You can't touch those potions. You wouldn't dare provoke the one who can produce so many. However, Irby remained unfazed. That's useless. They merely asked you to help dispose of them. If he arrives, I can negotiate. The one who provided the potions surely wouldn't want this to escalate. Mary made a final attempt at resistance. Aren't you afraid of my connection to that person? Is that even possible? You overestimate yourself. Someone like you could never associate with such figures. If you did, you wouldn't be hiding here. You would be in the city enjoying life. With a mocking smile, Irby stuffed the strength potions into his pocket and advanced towards Mary, his face betraying eagerness. Clenching her teeth, Mary resolved to risk everything, preparing to unleash a hidden weapon against Irby. Submission to Irby had never crossed her mind. To do so would render her a mere puppet for slaughter. She was uncertain about Wang Yu's thoughts on the matter, but she felt her life had reached its end. As for taking Irby hostage, the odds were slim. Not only was Irby stronger, but the bodyguards outside were of a superior rank. Holding him captive would yield little chance of success, and she might as well go all out for mutual destruction. Irby remained oblivious to Mary's thoughts. His plan was straightforward, to indulge himself first and then manipulate Mary, turning her completely into his puppet and tool. Just as Irby's hand approached Mary's chest and she prepared to deliver a lethal strike, a voice called out from outside. "Young Master Bai, Mr. Du has urgent news. You must come quickly." Momentarily stunned, Irby was caught off guard as Mary seized the chance to kick out. Unfortunately, she misjudged Irby's strength and was easily thwarted. "You wretched woman." Still trying to struggle, Irby slapped Mary hard, sending her SP Chapter 92. Irby's visit for collaboration. Upon learning that Irby was seeking him out, Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself whether this individual, recently incapacitated, was recovering faster than expected or if he had simply underestimated the situation. Nonetheless, since it was old Feng who brought him, It was clear that they were approaching through established business channels. Wang resolved to observe Erby's intentions before making any decisions. After obtaining Wang Yu's consent, Chang Wei led Old Feng and Erby to the business reception room. Trailing behind Old Feng, Erby ambled with a distinctive gait, his O-shaped legs and wide strides betraying a sense of unease. He mused that Wang, despite his youth, possessed considerable ability to procure such a formidable warship for repairs in such a short span of time. He suspected that Wang might be easily swayed. This visit to Tianhai City was of utmost importance, primarily to recruit Wang Yu into their organization. Erby's previous absence was due to undertaking another significant task, which had concluded that morning, fulfilling the objectives set by the organization. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yu, donning sunglasses, sat in the reception room and almost chuckled at Erby's awkward stride, recognizing the discomfort he must be experiencing. Upon meeting Wang Yu, Old Feng introduced Mr. Erby. This is Master Wang, the proprietor of the Wang Yu repair shop. You may discuss your needs with him in detail. After the introduction, Wang Yu did not rise to greet them, but casually waved at Erby and gestured for him to take a seat on the sofa. Mr. Erby, please have a seat, he said, a gesture that conveyed a dismissive attitude, implying that Erby was not even worthy of being welcomed. Wang's expression was a peculiar blend of amusement and derision. Erby, perceiving Wang Yu's demeanor, felt a surge of indignation. He was the son of the fifth seat of the Truth Communion Party and had encountered many dignitaries. Yet this blatant disregard was unprecedented. However, he masked his emotions, reminding himself that he was merely the leader of a small hunting team, and thus, Wang Yu might not regard his status with any seriousness. He complied with the invitation to sit, but the moment he settled onto the sofa, discomfort from the fabric against his sensitive areas caused him to grimace. Hastily, Erby attempted to alleviate the awkwardness with an explanation. Wang Yu, upon hearing this, smiled and remarked, I see, Mr. Erby, you stride with the confidence of a man of significance. What brings you to my humble establishment today? Master Wang, you flatter me. I am but the leader of a small hunting team, yet I have come to discuss a potential collaboration, Erby replied. Internally, Wang Yu scoffed, recognizing Erby's fade. He was well aware of his identity and ulterior motives. Since you mentioned collaboration, I am all ears, Wang Yu responded, maintaining an air of curiosity. Erby organized his thoughts and continued. Master Wang, I have been in Tianhai City for several days, and your repair and modification skills are indeed impressive, perfectly aligned with my team's requirements. However, there is the matter of the repair association. He paused, scrutinizing Wang Yu's expression for any sign of reaction. Unfortunately, Wang's face remained impassive as he interjected. What is it? Do I have something on my face? Speak plainly. Unable to discern any shift in Wang Yu's demeanor, Erby chuckled awkwardly and pressed on. The Repair Association has placed you under a global embargo. Collaborating with my team could pose certain risks. Hence, I wish to discuss some unconventional methods of cooperation. Unconventional? What do you mean? Erby could not help but mentally criticize Wang's nonchalance. He was taken aback by Wang's calmness amidst such adversity. After a moment of contemplation, Erby's lips curled into a slight smirk as he proposed. Master Wang, you could join our group as the chief repair technician, and we would handle client acquisition and supply logistics. Wang Yu scoffed inwardly, thinking, you wish to recruit me? However, he chose not to dismantle the charade just yet and inquired, what benefits does this arrangement hold for me? Isn't it evident? Erby replied, the Repair Association's embargo has severed your supply of parts and clientele. Without a way forward, you may find yourself struggling to make ends meet. Do you possess a solution to this predicament? Huh. Wang Yu chuckled lightly before retorting. While that may be true, you are merely the leader of a small hunting team. Do you genuinely believe you can stand against the Repair Association? Are you attempting to deceive me? Erby felt a pang of embarrassment. He was accustomed to boasting, but found himself in a position where such bravado fell flat. The weight of his identity bore down on him, and he felt a sharp discomfort as he shifted in his seat. Clearing his throat to mask his unease, he asserted, Master Wang, you may not be aware, but even though I lead a small hunting team, my family possesses significant influence. My family's extensive network could offer you boundless advantages should you choose to join us. Wang Yu feigned a lack of interest, suspecting that this was merely another tired tactic employed by privileged science. "Irby, your claims are hard to believe. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not waste my time with idle chatter." Irby was left speechless, incredulous that someone in his position could be so dismissive, especially when he extended an olive branch. Yet he failed to realize that Wang Yu had no need for parts and was financially secure, even without business. The funds he had provided that morning sufficed for quite some time. Wang Yu, observing Irby's lingering presence, smirked disdainfully and rose, saying, "Old phone, I have other matters to attend to. Please see your guest out." Old phone, who had been dozing on the sofa throughout the exchange, perked up at the sound of Wang's voice. "Oh, Mr. Irby, have you reached an agreement with Master Wang? Allow me to escort you." Irby's identity was no secret to Old Phone. His role was merely to facilitate the introduction, and the outcome was of little concern to him. Though there was an underlying tone of threat in Wang Yu's words, he chose to ignore it, offering, "Mr. Irby, I will seriously consider your proposal." With that, he turned to leave, his movements and intent unmistakably clear. Old Phone merely smiled and gestured for Irby to proceed. "Mr. Irby, please." With a stern expression, Irby exited. After closing the door behind him, Old Phone made his way to the meeting room to find Wang Yu. In the meeting room, Wang Yu had prepared 2 cups of strength-enhancing potions and awaited Old Fang's arrival. Upon entering, Old Phone plopped down onto the sofa, lifting his cup as he queried, "Wang, are you playing a fool's game here? Are you aware of his true identity?" "Indeed," Mary informed me, "and I had my fun at his expense this morning," Wang Yu replied, succinctly recounting the events. Old Phone was incredulous. "Since when did you involve yourself with Mary?" "Involve? Such a crude term. She came to me seeking to sell her services, and I recognized her potential and accepted her," Wang Yu clarified, taking a sip from his cup before adding, "Old Phone, Mary is now under my wing, so tread carefully." Old Phone was at a loss for words. This development had stripped some spice from his life, but it was hardly a matter of great concern. He recalled that Wang Yu had never shown much interest in women. What had prompted this sudden change in demeanor? After a casual exchange, Old Phone excused himself, while Wang Yu remembered some pressing matters and reached for his communicator to contact Piaoxiu. Chapter 93. Procuring goods through the snowy channel. Go and spread some rumors for me. Let everyone believe that the Wang Yu repair shop is running out of parts and is on the verge of shutting down. Soon, various whispers about the Wang Yu repair shop began circulating among the local gathering spots. "Have you heard? The once prominent Wang Yu repair shop has exhausted its parts." It was clear that the world-class ban imposed by the Repair Association was no trivial matter, and no supplier would dare deliver parts to them. Without parts, how could the repair shop possibly operate? Not to mention, Bald Chong had been loitering at the entrance, and anyone attempting to repair equipment had been blacklisted. The news did not originate from the spear gathering spot, but rather spread from the surrounding areas, gradually making its way to the spear gathering spot. Before long, both the inner and outer city were aware of Wang Yu's predicament, though this was merely their assumption. In reality, Wang Yu was seated in the lounge with Piaoxiu, discussing the procurement of parts. Piaoxiu glanced at the list Wang Yu had compiled and found it rather astonishing. "Xiao Yu, why do you need these devices and parts for your repair ship? Many of these are typically required for small battleships." "Teacher Piaoxiu, just tell me if you can procure them. They will undoubtedly be of use to me," Wang Yu replied confidently. While acquiring civilian warships was not a significant challenge for Piaoxiu, securing battleship components proved to be far more difficult. However, upon reflection, Piaoxiu stated, "If you require brand new parts, I'm afraid I cannot assist you. But if you're open to used ones, that is manageable." In truth, even brand new parts would undergo disassembly and modification once they reach Wang Yu, but it would save some effort. Hearing this, Piaoxiu sighed in relief. "If you're looking for used parts, I can certainly inquire." Used parts refer to intact components and equipment salvaged from warships, and their availability would depend on circumstances. Wang Yu pondered for a moment before asking, "What about scrap parts?" "Ah, scrap metal can be sold by the pound. You can have as much as you desire. But why would you want to sell a heap of scrap? That would be a waste of money," Piaoxiu replied. This remark sparked an idea in Wang Yu's mind. What was considered scrap by others could be transformed into treasure in his hands through his unique abilities. "Let's finalize it then. I will take as many used parts for the large multifunctional processing chamber as possible." and the rest can be scrap parts. At this point, as long as he could ramp up the processing speed of the multifunctional chamber, he could gather ample parts even from a mechanical graveyard, albeit at the cost of some time. However, with news of the beast tide, time was of the essence for Wang Yu. Wang Yu smiled confidently. Teacher Piaoxue, that situation will not arise. Very well, but if it turns out to be a disaster, don't say I didn't warn you. It's nothing. How long will it take to gather these parts? Wang Yu inquired. Before long, Piaoxue had the answer. There is one used part for the large multifunctional processing chamber. But there is a significant issue. They claim it is difficult to repair and are preparing to scrap it. Acquire it. I will handle the repairs myself. What about the others? Whenever you need them, just say the word, and I will bring them over. Wang Yu contemplated for a moment and then said, Teacher Piaoxue, please do not bring them directly here. Store them at another location first, and then use the spatial gate to retrieve them. Piaoxue expressed her confusion. Is your spatial ability so formidable now? That is quite a lot of cargo. With you around, what is there to worry about? Wang Yu reassured her, understanding his implication. Piaoxue smiled seductively. Xiaoyu, for helping you out, I will need some compensation. What do you think I should receive? Well, teacher, what do you desire? Would potent body-enhancing potions suffice? I could prepare 2 large jars for you. Piaoxue's eyes sparkled with delight as she licked her lips, then fixed her gaze on Wang Yu, saying, that won't be enough. I notice you have quite a stock of ammunition, 2 jars plus. She focused on the hidden artillery, her smile enchanting. Seeing Wang Yu lost in thought, Piaoxue shook him awake. Xiaoyu, what do you think? Piaoxue nearly laughed at his flustered demeanor, finding it amusing to tease Wang Yu. However, she also noticed that he was becoming increasingly extraordinary, his ambitions reminiscent of Feng Shao, as he sought to seize the future. Fortunately, the worldview in this realm was relatively open-minded, and she did not feel any awkwardness. Yet, Wang Yu remained oblivious to her thoughts and felt a twinge of unease under her scrutiny, especially considering her formidable combat prowess. If the tables were turned, he would undoubtedly take immediate action against Piaoxue. Upon encountering Wang Yu, the lynx lamented, Master Wang, having too many reward can be a burden. This time, I finally found what I wanted, but the price offered is abysmally low, only 30% of the market price. What should we do? Do not worry. This situation arose because of me. Just buy everything at market price, Wang Yu replied calmly. That cannot be. If this continues, you will suffer financial losses. Am I not causing you trouble? As for making money, with our increasing strength, what isn't easy to earn? Wang Yu chuckled softly, dismissing Lynx's concerns. Rest assured, I can handle these goods. Ignore the rumors outside. What they believe is not the truth. I have a secret channel, but it involves sensitive matters. So it would be troublesome if others found out. Upon hearing this, Lynx felt reassured, recognizing that Wang Yu was not as simple as he appeared. Very well, Master Wang. We'll proceed as you suggest. If you encounter any difficulties, let me know, and we will devise a plan together. Just tell me how much the shipment costs, and I will transfer the amount to you. Soon, their transaction concluded, and Lynx departed with his team in high spirits, while Wang Yu eagerly directed his mechanical maid to transport the goods to the medical facility. Currently, the medical room housed the necessary equipment, but once Piaoxue's parts arrived, he could establish a dedicated laboratory for potion refining. Thus, Wang Yu busied himself in the medical room, focused on concocting body-enhancing potions. Meanwhile, in Erbi, Du Zipeng was at his private research facility, treating the sorrowful Gigi. In the small courtyard of Piaoxue's residence in Tianhai City, Feng Shao had been confined in the training room for an entire day, practicing methods to conceal her aura. She felt an overwhelming urge to seek out Wang Yu, yet Piaoxue would not allow her to roam freely until she mastered the technique. All she could do was practice in silence. Why is ancient martial arts so difficult? How much longer must I train? I hope Xiaoyu isn't off playing games with that vixen again. How frustrating. At that moment, Wang Yu lay in bed, exhausted from a long day, blissfully lost in slumber. Unbeknownst to him, Piaoxue had just finished bathing and received word that the goods had arrived at the designated location. She opened the spatial gate, but instead of heading to the storage site, she was on her way to find Wang Yu. Chapter 94. The benefits of snowfall in a state of slumber. Wang Yu felt an inexplicable pressure upon his body. Suddenly, he found himself ensnared in a dream where he transformed into the Monkey King, trapped between two towering mountains. This was reminiscent of the scene where the Monkey King was imprisoned beneath the Five-Finger Mountain. However, this peculiar version contained only two peaks, which, while substantial, lacked the height of the original. Furthermore, how could the Five-Finger Mountain emanate a fragrant aroma reminiscent of milk? Amidst his bewilderment, the great sage managed to break free from his constraints and soar between the mountains, searching for answers. What an odd dream it was. As he drifted in and out of consciousness, the dream morphed once more, and the Monkey King arrived at the entrance of the Water Curtain Cave, leading an army of countless monkeys poised to attack. What a curious predicament. The Water Curtain Cave was the Monkey King's sanctuary. Why would he wish to assault it? Regrettably, the dream's Monkey King was resolute in his intent to proceed, brandishing his golden staff with a determination that suggested he would not relent until he breached the cave's defenses. Why would he attack his own haven? This was perplexing. Was there a demon dwelling within? Perhaps the spider spirits? Just as the Monkey King thrust his golden staff forward, a sudden shock jolted him awake. Wang Yu sensed waves of pressure and a familiar fragrance, prompting him to extend his hand and push aside the obstruction before him. Ugh, I can hardly breathe. This sensation is unfamiliar. Realizing something was amiss, Wang Yu opened his eyes to discover half of a face and a pair of striking blue eyes before him, while his nose and mouth were obscured by the mountain. Upon seeing those eyes, a buzzing sensation filled his mind. Oh no, the witch cat had returned. What was her intention this time? In a moment of fright, he felt an immense pressure on his waist, nearly forcing him to lose control of his bladder. Hold it! I must hold it! Otherwise, at that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed. Xiao Yu, you really sleep like the dead. It took me so much effort to wake you. I've been bouncing for ages. Wang Yu retorted, could you perhaps use a more conventional method to wake me? How old are you? Still resorting to this. Do you truly see me as a trampoline? Teacher Piaoxue, please come down. If you keep bouncing, I might just bleed out. After his agonizing cry, Piaoxue reluctantly hopped down. Wang Yu then noticed she was clad in a silk nightgown, her hair damp as though she had just emerged from the bath. Yet, he had no time to ponder her urgency, as the urge to relieve himself was overwhelming. A few minutes later, having splashed some water on his face to regain his composure, Wang Yu emerged from the bathroom only to find the witch cat rolling about on his bed, treating it as her personal nest. A wave of frustration washed over him. Why was teacher Piaoxue seeking him at such a late hour? Piaoxue rolled over and declared, Xiao Yu, the goods you requested have arrived. You were quite anxious, weren't you? I came as soon as I received the news. How will you reward me? Wang Yu was taken aback. Surely, she did not have her previous mention of a reward in mind. The potent body-enhancing potion was one matter, but what about the rest? He decided not to dwell on it. Securing the goods took precedence. Ah, teacher Piaoxue, let us retrieve the items first. We can discuss rewards later. Very well, let us be on our way. With that, Piaoxue bounded to his side, her movements revealing a breathtaking sight. Yet, Wang Yu, feeling a wave of embarrassment, quickly turned his head away. Unfazed, Piaoxue took his hand and dashed through the spatial portal, transporting them to her room. Xiao Yu, please wait for me a moment while I don my battle armor. Utilizing the spatial gate to move the goods was no small feat. Without the enhancement of her Savior K armor, she would struggle to manage it. Before long, clad in her battle armor, Piaoxue led Wang Yu to the storage area. It was an expansive warehouse filled with 10 large containers. After assessing the volume, Wang Yu instructed Rose to mobilize the maid machines to assist. Teacher Piaoxue, please wait here while I gather some helpers. Thus, Piaoxue maintained the spatial gate, while Wang Yu distributed tasks, with Tifa leading the maid machines and the transport goods, and Rose directing the organization of the cargo aboard the ship. After over an hour of diligent work, the 10 large containers were finally processed, leaving both Wang Yu and Piaoxue thoroughly exhausted. 8 maid machines had overheated and malfunctioned, grumbling as Rose ushered them into the maintenance chamber. Wang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of relief and began to hum a tune as he headed to the bathroom. Upon emerging, wrapped in a towel and ready to rest, he was interrupted by Piaoxue's voice from behind. Xiao Yu, what about my reward? You can't think of escaping your debt. That voice struck like thunder, causing Wang Yu to mechanically turn around, only to find Piao standing behind him with a smile, still adorned in that same robe. The following day, Wang Yu, sporting dark circles under his eyes, busied himself with modifying the battleship, while Piao, rosy-cheeked and beautiful, indulged in a leisurely sleep at home. He harbored a deep resentment towards the witch cat, who had mercilessly depleted his reserves, proving to be quite the glutton. Fortunately, the day passed without further mishaps, allowing him ample time to focus on his ship modifications. However, the business side of things could only be described as dismal. The rumors surrounding Irby had likely taken their toll, and he received merely 3 small orders throughout the day. As evening approached, Mary quietly arrived at the battleship. Upon seeing Wang Yu's fatigue-laden eyes, she inquired with concern, "Boss, what has happened to you? The battleship has been infiltrated by a cat. How could this be? There are no wild cats in the spear-gathering area or surrounding locales. If a cat were to appear, where would it come from? Moreover, given the boss's formidable strength, how could he not handle a mere feline?" Despite her suspicions, seeing Wang Yu in such a state prompted Mary to keep her questions to herself. "Boss, I analyzed some intelligence yesterday, and today I received additional information. An outbreak of beast tides is expected within a month. You must prepare promptly." "A month?" Wang Yu pondered for a moment and asked, "Is this timing accurate?" "I am 90% certain. Are many aware of this information?" "I believe not many know. After all, few have experienced 8 beast tides like I have, and even fewer specialize in studying the activities of these beasts. I suspect it will take about half a month before others catch wind of this." Wang Yu nodded. Some matters require specialized knowledge. He surmised that Mary had developed this intense focus only after being frightened by her first beast tide. Seeing his silence, Mary chose not to pursue the topic further. "Boss, there's one more thing. Since yesterday, Irby has dispatched individuals to spread unfavorable rumors about you in the surrounding areas. What do you think?" Mary questioned. "Doesn't this jeopardize your business?" "Such trivial losses are insignificant. The compensation he provided will suffice for a while. By the way, please prepare 5 bottles of the body-enhancing potion and gather the materials you need for your health." "Understood, boss." After Mary departed, Wang Yu managed to get a good night's sleep. 3 days flew by, and Wang Yu's battleship modifications neared completion, yet the repair business had completely stagnated. During this time, Bald Chong remained in high spirits. Seeing no one sought Wang Yu's repair services, he contacted Zhu Dachong. "Zhu, the business at Forgetful Repairs has completely dried up. When shall we take action?" "Excellent. This little brat dared to stand against us. He'll soon regret it. Keep an eye on him. I'll be there shortly." Spurred on by Bald Chong's words, Zhu Dachong had long been eyeing Wang Yu's skills, with the closure of his business merely a preliminary move. After receiving the message, he gathered his men and headed to Forgetful Repairs. Chapter 95. The bank account is frozen. Zhu Dachong, with his prominent belly, surrounded Wang Yu's shop alongside a cadre of subordinates, while the Bald Chong nodded and bowed beside him. Curious onlookers lingered at a distance, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Was this a raid on the Wang Yu repair shop? It seemed unlikely, as this was not the city. Rather, it appeared they were merely flaunting their power. Indeed, since the news of the blockade emerged, Master Wang's business had been dwindling, and in recent days, it had become utterly desolate. However, it must be said that this tactic effectively intimidated everyone. The only remaining connection to Master Wang was the Hellcat hunting squad. This left Master Wang with significant losses. In truth, contrary to their assumptions, Wang Yu was enjoying a quieter existence. He consumed strength-enhancing potions as if they were fine wine, treating life crystals like mere peanuts, and his combat prowess was surging. Within a few days, he had reached the intermediate level of the Yaojin tier, a revelation that would surely astonish anyone who learned of it. While Wang Yu was in the midst of transforming battleships, he received a message from Rose, informing him that someone was blocking the entrance. After reviewing the surveillance footage, a smile crept onto his lips. It turned out to be the Repair Association. He was curious about their intentions. Shortly after, Wang Yu opened the shop door alone, only to find Zhu Dachong scrutinizing him with disdain. "Zhu, are you so idle that you've come to gawk at my misfortune?" Wang Yu quipped. "You stubborn brat. Who would have thought you'd still be so defiant after your business has gone under? It seems the lesson wasn't sufficient. Zhu Dachong retorted. Let us get to the point. I have matters to attend to. Since you insist, I shall be direct. I'm here to offer you an opportunity, but I doubt you wish to discuss it here, he implied, suggesting a more private venue for their conversation. Wang Yu glanced around, noting the crowd, and concluded that the circumstances were too public for a discreet discussion. Then please step inside, he replied. With a huff of triumph, Zhu Dachong strutted forward, followed by the ever-loyal Bald Chong and a throng of subordinates. However, Wang Yu was keen to avoid a flood of people in his shop. If we are to discuss business, just the two of you will suffice. The rest can wait outside. At this, Zhu Dachong's entourage shot him incredulous glares. But their glances were powerless to intimidate Wang Yu. To be frank, Wang Yu's skills were not solely under Zhu Dachong's scrutiny. This blockade might inadvertently benefit others as well. Unbeknownst to him, not far from the entrance, Irby was anxiously observing the scene unfold. He had disseminated damaging information about Wang Yu, leveraging the blockade as a means of pressure. He was unwilling to see his mission fail. And now Zhu Dachong's visit left him with no other choice. Wang Yu led Zhu Dachong and Bald Chong into the reception room. Zhu, if you have something to say, do so swiftly. My time is valuable. Bald Chong, noticing Wang Yu's lack of respect, scoffed. What attitude is this? Zhu is being generous by offering you this opportunity, and yet you remain ungrateful. You'll soon find yourself begging for scraps. Zhu Dachong interjected. Wang, you've witnessed the effects of the Repair Association's blockade. I understand your youthful bravado, believing that mere technical skill grants you supremacy over your peers. This blockade serves as a warning. However, I shall extend an opportunity. Integrate your repair shop into my establishment. This way, your business can continue to operate, but the management will be handled by my team. You will merely serve as the technician. If you perform well, I will promote you, offering you greater prospects. Surely, as a technician, you wouldn't abandon your craft due to a blockade, would you? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu could not help but scoff internally. Zhu was attempting to subjugate him. Faced with a lack of technical prowess, he sought to crush Wang Yu through sheer force. Such business tactics were commonplace in the former Blue Star, lacking originality but undeniably effective. The former beautiful nation had employed similar methods to sanction numerous Dragon Country tech firms. Yet, Zhu Dachong had miscalculated Wang Yu's resilience. Believing Wang Yu's silence indicated shock, he continued, Young man, I urge you to consider my offer carefully. Such opportunities are rare, and if you squander it, you may lose your shop. After hearing this, Wang Yu coldly interjected, If you finish your idle chatter, you may leave. Bald Chong could no longer contain his anger and shouted, You insolent brat. Zhu is being magnanimous, yet you fail to appreciate it. Soon, you'll be reduced to begging for food. Zhu Dachong's expression darkened as he too was taken aback by Wang Yu's defiance. Did he not understand that the pressure was meant to compel him? You truly are ungrateful. Do you think your skills alone make you invincible? You believe having a little capital makes you formidable? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Come, Chong, let us go. With that, he stormed out, leaving Wang Yu to contemplate the implications of their exchange. What new schemes could you be plotting? The blockade had already been enacted. Was there more to come? The mention of capital reserves, his bank account. Could it be that he intended to freeze it directly? This was unacceptable. He needed to act swiftly to transfer his funds, lest he encounter serious trouble. Though uncertain if the Repair Association possessed such power, it was prudent to prepare for the worst. Creating an anonymous account in haste was impractical. So he considered those close to him. Old Feng. No, he seemed to be in hiding, which could inadvertently involve him. Mary was an option, but as an intelligence officer, she might be easily compromised. Feng Xiao was part of the investigation team, officially connected to the Repair Association, making her vulnerable as well. Ultimately, he settled on Piao Xue. Though reluctant, she was the best choice due to her strength and authority. Wang Yu gritted his teeth at the thought of her difficult personality, but for the sake of financial safety, he had no choice. He promptly contacted Piao Xue and explained the situation. To his surprise, she responded seriously, analyzing the likelihood of Zhu's intentions and urging him to act swiftly. Within minutes, Wang Yu successfully transferred his funds, emptying his account. Meanwhile, After Zhu Dachong departed the repair shop, he immediately leveraged his connections to investigate Wang Yu's accounts, initiating a freeze. In less than 10 minutes after Wang Yu's transfer, the freeze took effect. The bank notified him of the account freeze, initiated by the Repair Association, citing illegal operations of the repair shop. Yet, Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The account was empty, and he doubted the Repair Association would dare to trouble Piaoshu. Regardless, he relayed the news to her. "Do not worry, Xiaoyu. The Repair Association cannot touch me. However, for safeguarding this substantial sum you've entrusted to me, I shall require a management fee," she teased. Upon hearing Piaoshu's playful tone, Wang Yu felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him, unsure whether this was a blessing or a curse. Outside the repair shop, Erby observed Zhu Dachong storming away in anger, and he too felt a sense of relief. Although unaware of the specifics of Wang Yu's conflict, the outcome remained favorable. At least Zhu's objectives had not been fulfilled. He ordered an investigation into what the Repair Association discussed with Wang Yu. While he was eager to confront Wang Yu, the lack of accurate intelligence made negotiations difficult. In no time, the details of Zhu Dachong and Wang Yu's conversation reached Erby. Analyzing the information and Zhu's maneuvers, Erby smiled confidently. This was a remarkable opportunity. If he could seize it to take down Wang Yu, his standing within the organization would significantly rise. With urgency, Erby led his team towards the Wang Yu repair shop. Chapter 96. Farewell, Erby. Preliminary completion of the warship modification after a long day. Wang Yu received the news of Erby's arrival. This fellow was still not disheartened and wanted to come over and deceive me again. I was curious to see what trick he had up his sleeve this time. Utilizing my free time, I welcomed Erby once more in the reception room. "What brings you here so late?" I inquired. With a smile, Erby responded, "Master Wang, I heard that today the Maintenance Association sent someone to you, and your bank assets would be frozen after you step out. I just wanted to check on you." His direct revelation of information implied that he had everything under control. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Erby, but what does it matter? Surely, you do not wish to come here to witness my misfortune?" "Not at all," he replied. "I am merely concerned for you, Master Wang. Without funds, your life will soon descend into hardship. I sincerely hope you consider my advice sooner rather than later." As he spoke, Erby sneered inwardly, thinking that without money, even eating would become a challenge, and yet I was still proud. Wang Yu chuckled dismissively, "Mr. Erby, it seems my life has little to do with you. Spare me your concerns. As for your advice, I'm currently uninterested." "And what of that?" Erby pressed. "Nothing at all. The hunting business carries significant risks. I have been in this line of work for several years, and as a senior, I advise you to reconsider your path." Erby felt a twinge of uncertainty. The Hellcat hunting group had been quite successful recently, yet all their goods had been purchased at market prices by Wang Yu, and he had not seen any shipment. If Wang Yu were to discover his thoughts, he would surely find them laughable. I had no channels, merely turning those goods into wine, with only a bit of residue trickling into the black market to recoup some costs. In recent days, Mari had sold 10 bottles of physique-enhancing potions, and the profits after deducting costs exceeded those from running a maintenance shop. Listening to Wang Yu, Erby genuinely believed he had some secret channels to profit from the bulk goods of the Hellcat hunting group, and his expression darkened immediately. "Master Wang, I believe you are a formidable mechanic, so you should focus on your repair work. It would be wise to avoid the hunting group. The uncertainties of the wild could lead to ruin." Understanding Erby's intentions, Wang Yu saw no reason to continue the conversation. "You need not worry yourself over that, Mr. Erby. If there is nothing else, I have matters to attend to." In his heart, he knew Erby intended to use some information to apply pressure and gauge his reaction, perhaps hoping to subdue him. However, since Wang Yu showed little reaction, Erby resorted to veiled threats. "Nonetheless, I shall offer you one last piece of advice. Master Wang, the hunting group is not a venture for just anyone." After Erby departed, Wang Yu pondered for a moment and then messaged the links to exercise caution during their hunting expeditions, wary of hidden dangers. However, he believed that with more than 10 members of Hellcat clad in battle armor and armored vehicles leading the way, they would face minimal risk as long as they did not act recklessly. "Have you traced how the goods I received these days were transported?" "Not yet. We have been keeping watch, but we have not found any signs of goods being shipped out. Moreover, with the sheer volume he receives daily, I have no idea where he stores them. Useless. Irby slammed his palm on the table, his expression darkening ominously. His subordinate trembled slightly, but to avoid punishment, he quickly devised a plan. Since we cannot determine the destination of goods, why not cut off his hunting sources? This idea sparked a glimmer of interest in Irby. Indeed, that is a feasible approach. Without goods, how can he sell? Thus, Irby commanded his men to disrupt the Lynx hunting group during their expeditions, preventing their hunting endeavors. Simultaneously, in the Maintenance Association office, Zhu Dachong was also troubled by Wang Yu's situation. A transfer? Impossible. How could he act so swiftly? We applied for the freeze immediately upon our arrival. By the way, to whom did he transfer the funds? Furrowing his brow, Zhu Dachong replied, insufficient internal access to retrieve the recipient account information. It cannot be. No way to trace it? Given such high standing weight, perhaps that person is the backing of Wang Yu's repair shop. But if he had backing, why was the freeze request so easily granted? Bald Chong had always suspected that Wang Yu had a powerful supporter, yet he had not seen any influence during the freeze application, leaving him perplexed. Suddenly, Bald Chong smacked his thigh. How did I not realize this sooner? That kid has been abandoned. Indeed, that makes sense. The fund freeze strikes right at the heart of that brat. Zhu Dachong also grasped the situation. Regrettably, their logic was flawed in their minds. Wang Yu's supporter must have abandoned him out of fear of the Maintenance Association. Yet they had failed to consider that if they valued Wang Yu, it was for the skills he possessed. Under such pressure, Wang Yu would likely grow closer to his backers, not further apart. If they had provided support, they would not easily abandon him. Regardless of their speculations, they were mistaken. Wang Yu's rise was swift, and his trump card were well concealed. Known only in general terms to Old Feng and Piao Xue, let alone outsiders. Self-satisfied with their assumptions, Zhu Dachong and Bald Chong felt considerably lighter in spirit. Shall we deliver a fatal blow to that brat tomorrow, Secretary Zhu? Let's not rush. We shall let him stew for a few days, allowing him to go hungry before we strike. Now that his backer has fled, I wonder how he will maintain his arrogance. An excellent strategy, Secretary Zhu. Perhaps we should celebrate first? I hear there are some lovely ladies at the Crazy Flower Bar in the city. Zhu Dachong licked his lips. Qiangzi, you truly know how to handle matters. Let's go. As night deepened, Zhu Dachong and Bald Chong found themselves surrounded by a throng of female students from various departments, drinking to their heart's content. Meanwhile, Irby had also restored his bright silver gun, enlisting a group of ladies in the city to assist him in cleaning and oiling it. At this moment, after days of toil, Wang Yu finally completed the modifications on the warship. The core annihilation energy engine had been extensively modified, with performance nearly quintupled, and the medical bay had undergone a complete overhaul, now featuring a new pharmaceutical preparation room. Now one could say that with the mechanical graveyard, he could sustain prolonged material needs. Material synthesis was of utmost importance. First, one must understand the molecular arrangement characteristics of substances, a challenge for most. Once that was mastered, knowledge of material energy fields was required, which even fewer possessed. The simplest task was part processing. As long as one had the corresponding materials and structural parameters for the parts, it sufficed. Yet, in reality, few were adept at this. Wang Yu was able to acquire all this knowledge through the eye of analysis, an advantage that others lacked. Exhausted, Wang Yu lay on his bed, indulging in a Thai massage from Tifa, drifting into a peaceful slumber. This time, he found himself in a peculiar dream.